Chapter 1 in the Mountains. Chapter 1 in the Mountains. Jiang Tian slowly woke up from a coma. In a daze, he felt that his body was bumping in weightlessness. He felt unspeakable pain all over his body. His soul was about to dissipate. I don't know how long it took, the turbulence of time and space finally ended, and Jiang Tian finally returned from hell to human world. After calming down in the turbulence of time and space, Jiang Tian had a disgusting feeling of wanting to spit out his soul. If his body could move, he would not hesitate to swing his sword and kill himself to get rid of this mental torture. Where is this? The sky, is so blue. Jiang Tian tried his best to open his eyes, but found that he couldn't use his strength at all. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, he couldn't feel the existence of his body, his soul seemed to have been scattered, and he completely lost consciousness after a while. In a deep mountain, an old man was busy in the mountain with a basket on his back. Suddenly, the old man was stunned, his face changed drastically, he felt a destructive force coming from his back. Before he could react, the ground trembled with a buzz. Although the ground only shook momentarily, he felt the terror of the end of the world. The old man felt as if he had walked through hell, a terror he had never experienced before. The old man was drenched with sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. What kind of power is this? It's like the end of the world. The old man recovered from the shock, turned around and looked in the direction where the force was generated just now, and saw that the clouds and the wind were moving in mid-air, and it was the aftermath of the change that had just occurred that had not completely dissipated. Hey? That is. The old man's eyesight was excellent, and although he was separated from a long distance, he still saw the unusual object floating in mid-air. With a flick of his toes, the old man leaped tens of meters away from the ground. After 2 or 3 kicks, he arrived at the target point. He jumped up vigorously and firmly caught the object that was about to fall from midair to the ground. Although the old man was prepared, he was surprised by the object in his hand. It's a baby. The old man looked at the baby who was naked in his hands and was foaming at the mouth, and couldn't describe his mood at this moment in words. The old man looked at the baby in his hand, it looked like it was only a few dozen days old, except for the white foam on the mouth. It looked healthy on the whole, there was no scar on the body, and it was healthier than ordinary babies. The old man folded a few huge leaves from the woods to wrap the baby. When he came back again, he looked around for a while, but found nothing. The surrounding was calm, and the floating clouds had also calmed down, as if the devastating event just now the power never came. Well, where is this? Jiang Tian woke up and found himself lying in a strange small room. He didn't remember ever being in such a place. After recalling it, his last memory was washing his hands by the lake. Jiang Tian wanted to get up but found that he couldn't pull himself up at all. At this moment, a voice came from the door, like thunder, which really startled him. "Wake up, baby, you're awake, hee hee." The old man picked up Jiang Tian and looked at it carefully. Jiang Tian was frightened by the giant old man who suddenly appeared. He was hugged by a giant, and he had no ability to resist at all, so he was terrified. "No, this, why did my hand become like this, how could it be like this? Ah, how did I become a child? How can I become a child, it's just washing your hands, how could this be? How so, dream? If it is a dream, everything in front of me is too real." Jiang Tian struggled and cried in the old man's arms. After seeing it, the old man thought he was hungry, so he hurriedly brought the rice porridge he had just brought, picked up a spoon and began to feed Jiang Tian. At this time, Jiang Tian's mind was extremely confused, and he didn't know what the situation was. "I was blinded, and when I woke up, everything seemed to have changed." Although Jiang Tian was still in a daze, he habitually opened his mouth and swallowed the rice porridge fed by the old man, staring blankly at the giant, eating faster and faster. After a bowl of rice porridge, Jiang Tian's head cleared up a lot. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he knew that he couldn't resist even if he was dreaming. Seeing that Jiang Tian was no longer crying, the old man smiled and said, "Since you fell from the sky, I will name you the word Tian." The old man put down the spoon, thought for a while, and said again, "From now on, you will be called Wushan, follow my surname, Sun Wushan, haha." The old man seemed very satisfied with the name he had chosen, calling Tian Tian from time to time, teasing Jiang Tian. "Jiang Tian wants to cry but has no tears. It turns out that I fell from the sky, so why did I fall from the sky? What's going on here?" While Jiang Tian shouted, he ate another bowl of rice porridge. Although he was in a dangerous place now, his stomach still needed to be filled, and the porridge seemed quite delicious. Jiang Tian rolled his eyeballs and looked around. After calming down, I realized that I can't even speak now. Looking at my hands and feet, I guess this body is not yet a year old. Did you drown while washing your hands? Reincarnated? Retained memory? Obviously, these are not the questions he is thinking about now. Maybe it's a dream. Yes, it must be a dream. Jiang Tian, who had just had a full meal, was still extremely weak, and soon fell asleep as soon as he seemed sleepy. "Come on, Tian Tian, Grandpa will take you up the mountain to play." Jiang Tianru, who was sound asleep, was awakened by the thunder. Jiang Tian felt dizzy and screamed in his heart. This is not a dream, my God, how could this happen?" Although Jiang Tian was prepared, he still couldn't accept this fact. Sun Wufan picked Jiang Tian up from the bed and put him in the basket behind him. Jiang Tian knew that he was powerless to resist, so he was no longer distressed, but only had a depressed face. Imagine how it would feel if you suddenly changed from an adult to a baby. Sun Wufan walked slowly up the mountain with Jiang Tian on his back. When he encountered an obstacle, he jumped over a 5 to 6 meter high boulder with his feet. Sure enough. "I'm going." This old man turned out to be a peerless master with anonymity. Jiang Tian was not too surprised by Sun Wufan's performance, because he himself is a martial arts practitioner. What surprised him was the old man's skill. Not long after Jiang Tian Gang finished marveling, he had the urge to cry. Jiang Tian just looked back and found that the house was surrounded by trees, except for giant trees or trees, not even a ghost, let alone a house. Up. Looking around, the range of sight is dozens of miles at least. My God, the earth, Tathagata, how could this be? What kind of place is this? Jiang Tian cried out in pain. The old man heard Jiang Tian crying. He patted the basket on his back and said, "Don't cry every day, don't cry, we will be here soon." The old man kept patting the back basket gently with his hands, trying to appease Jiang Tian who was inside the basket. Seeing Sun Wufan's actions, Jiang Tian was even more depressed when he knew his intentions, so he had to stop the actions in his hands, feeling depressed in his heart. After a long time, only hearing Sun Wufan's hum all over his body, Jiang Tian felt the altitude change and began to rise rapidly, and soon, before he could react, the feeling disappeared. It turned out that the old man jumped up a cliff more than meters high with him on his back just now, and the cliff was almost 90 degrees. What's the situation? Could it be? A few words came to Jiang Tian's mind. Innate realm? Fatit, it's a big one, it seems to be true. I didn't expect such a hidden master to exist. The jump just now was probably about meters high. That is good, even if it is the 7th of Grandpa's 9 sons Kung Fu heavy, plus the lightness skill Ti Yun Zong is not so powerful. Grandpa said that with the 7th level of his 9 Yang Kung Fu, those who can rival it in the world can be counted with one hand. It's a big blow this time. I don't know if it's the legendary innate powerhouse or a cultivator. If so, it's a big blow. As far as he knows, the innate powerhouse is a mythical existence. It is said that the innate powerhouse is just one person at the moment, and the cultivator belongs to the legend. The cultivator only heard his grandfather say it once by chance. At that time, Grandpa and the elders are just joking around as a story. The old man in front of him didn't feel the flow of energy when he was jumping, nor did he feel the reaction of true energy in the old man's body. Now he is close to the old man's back, and he can feel even the slightest movement in the old man's body, because he is people who practice martial arts, although they are still babies, but more than 10 years of practice are not in vain, and the spiritual realm is no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. From this, it can be judged that this old man is either a congenital strong man or a legendary cultivator, and he prefers the latter. Hearing Jiang Tian's quacking laughter, the old man laughed too, and said to Jiang Tian who was in the basket, "Xiao Tian, when you grow up, Grandpa will pass on all my abilities to you." Obviously, it is natural for the old man to overdo the role of Grandpa. After Jiang Tian heard it, he couldn't help but yelled in his heart, and he had to wave his 2 little hands when he couldn't speak. The old man knew that the child was happy when he heard that he liked it, and he was even more happy in his heart. This child is spiritual. Okay, good boy, if you learn all my skills in the future, then Grandpa will take you to my teacher and let the teacher teach you to learn the most powerful martial arts in the world. From now on, you will be like a teacher. Similarly, one move can destroy the entire mountain. It's a pity that my aptitude is not good, and I can't learn the martial arts skills of the teacher. Martial skills? Is it a saying in the cultivation world? There is no mountain? It is really cultivation. Jiang Tian was so excited that he was about to faint. Really, I'm really a cultivator, wow haha, I want to cultivate too, I'll overthrow mountains and seas too, I want to live forever, wow. Okay, every day, Grandpa will take you to play in the mountains after a little exercise. After speaking, he put down the back basket, went to the nearby grass and picked some long grass, sat down next to Jiang Tian, and quickly folded his hands repeatedly on the few long grass. Soon those long grasses turned into a small animal. In just 10 seconds, Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. The squirrel's weaving was amazing, as if it was alive. Jiang Tian couldn't help but praised again, sure enough, he is worthy of being a cultivator. You can make up a small thing with so much charm, such a magical skill. Sun Wufan looked around with the small animal that he had made, then pinched off the extra grass, handed it to Jiang Tian, and said, "Come on, Tian Tian, Grandpa made a little rabbit for you to play with, you can play here first. Just wait by yourself. Here, is this a rabbit? Are the legs of a rabbit so long? Is the tail of a rabbit like this? Isn't the mouth of a rabbit like this? Is it different for rabbits in the cultivation world?" Jiang Tian was fiddling with the rabbit and wanted to see how it was made. The old man's technique was too fast just now, so he made it up before he understood what was going on. If he could learn it, he might be able to sell it. Sell it for hundreds of dollars. Just when Jiang Tian was thinking about how to dismantle the rabbit, there was intermittent sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Jiang Tian followed the prestige and was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that Sun Wuhan was moving in front of him at this time, and the air in the air seemed to be hit from time to time. The momentary collision between the fist and the air produced strong friction, making it sound as if he was about to give space to him. Break the same. Jiang Tian's eyeballs were about to fall off, and he shouted wildly in his heart. This is really crazy. Is this a cultivator? Any punch seems to break the space. It is too powerful. I heard from my grandfather before that if you cultivate the 9 Yang Kung Fu to the 9th level, you will reach the innate. You can use 2 strands of true energy to collide with each other and produce an explosion. This old man can make an explosion with a single punch. How strong is this? Too strong, it feels like destroying the world. If he uses his internal force, if so, tisk tisk, oh no, the cultivator is immortal power or mana or something. Sun Wufan took Jiang Tian up the mountain every day, except for simple labor, he spent all his time practicing, repeating the same thing almost every day. From Jiang Tian's point of view, the exercises performed by the old man are too rough, and there is no subtlety at all. Fortunately, the effects of the exercises are really powerful, and there are often explosions in his ears. Well, boxing is only auxiliary, just like his grandfather said, internal strength is the root of everything. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Tian was able to speak. Now Jiang Tian can be sure that this is not the Earth, at least not the Earth of the 21st century, because he tricked the old man that there is no China, America, England, or something. At first, Jiang Tian thought that the old man might have lived in seclusion in the mountains for a long time, so he didn't know the outside world had changed. Unexpectedly, the old man would go out of the mountains every 1 or 2 years to buy some daily necessities in cities thousands of miles away, or go to Xiandao to find his teacher. A year later, Jiang Tian grew up like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Originally, I wanted to practice my own martial arts 9 Suns Kung Fu, but I was afraid that after learning it, I would not be able to practice the method of cultivating immortals. Besides, it is not suitable to practice 9 Suns Kung Fu now. 9 Yang internal energy is too domineering, it is impossible for his weak meridians to bear now. If he is not careful, his meridians will be burned to death, and even a god will be hard to save. Jiang Tian asked several times to practice with Sun Wufan, but was rejected. The reason was that he was worried that his body was too weak to withstand the impact. In order to be able to learn the method of cultivating immortals as soon as possible, Jiang Tian ran around the mountains desperately every day. He had to eat 3 or 4 people for a meal. He looked like a 4 or 5-year-old child when he was over 1 year old. One day, the old man called Jiang Tian to him, picked him up, and said, "Tian Tian, do you really want to practice with Grandpa?" Jiang Tian nodded heavily excitedly, looking at him eagerly. "Well, Grandpa will teach you how to cultivate from today on, okay?" Jiang Tian couldn't help shouting wildly when he heard this, "Okay! Okay! Heaven pays off, the hard work has finally paid off, and my road to immortality is finally about to begin." The old man walked to a tree about the size of a basketball and stood firm. He slashed his palm at the tree, and the tree broke with a click. Jiang Tianji was envious. The old man cut the tree on the ground into several sections with his hands, then tied the wood with a rope, and tied the other end to Jiang Tian's waist. Jiang Tian suddenly became dull. "Grandpa, you don't want me to pull this wood to practice?" Jiang Tian looked at the rope tied to his body, and then at the wood dragged on the ground. He felt his head was buzzing and he couldn't turn around. "Hee, that's right, you just need to drag this and the log up to the top of the mountain, and then drag it back, and your mission is complete." Jiang Tian looked in the direction Sun Wuhan pointed, and couldn't help shouting in his heart, "Mother, this is a long way, and if you want to drag this log weighing more than kilograms back and forth, you will be exhausted. Although I say I have great strength, but I don't torture people like this. Does it mean that those who cultivate immortals have to cultivate their bodies first?" With a bitter face, Jiang Tian said to the old man, "Grandpa, do you really want to do this? It will be very tiring, can't you just teach me how to cultivate the mind?" After hearing this, the old man patted Jiang Tian on the head and said, "Cultivation is like this. You must be able to endure hardships." "Grandpa, I practiced like this. This is nothing. I will gradually strengthen my training in the future. Now it's just the beginning, well. Let's go, I will wait for you in front, don't be lazy, I will watch you." The old man didn't bother to say, and disappeared with a whoosh, and Jiang Tian looked over in response to the reputation, only to see that his grandfather was already several hundred meters away. "Mother, I have worked hard for my dream." Jiang Tian clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, dragged the giant tree, and started his practice life. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Sun Wukong. Chapter 2 Sun Wukong. In a deep mountain in the southeastern part of the mainland, a little boy about 4 or 5 years old was struggling with a big log. "Your uncle, I don't believe it. I can't push back 100 caddies of wood. Hey." At this time, Jiang Tian was rolling towards his home facing a piece of wood about 1 meter long. It was Jiang Tian's homework today to move the nearly 200 kilograms of wood home. Grandpa still underestimated Jiang Tian. In less than a month, Jiang Tian was able to drag 50 kilograms of wood back and forth on the mountain road for more than 10 miles. Jiang Tian's current task has been replaced by 200 caddies of wood, but he can no longer use dragging, he can only use his hands, whether it is moving or rolling by hand. As long as he can move the wood back and forth once, the task will be completed. Needless to say, this kind of hard training is very obvious for the growth of strength. Jiang Tian did not expect the rapid growth of strength. In the past, even if he practiced twice as hard as now, it would be impossible to have the strength he has now. He couldn't understand all these abnormalities, but he didn't bother anymore. After all, the increase in strength is a good thing. The next day, Jiang Tian was about to start his day's practice when suddenly there was a loud noise from deep in the mountain, and he could feel the earth trembling slightly. "I'm going, is there an earthquake?" Jiang Tian looked in the direction of the sound just now, and saw a burst of smoke rising from the depths of the back mountain. "Hey, it's flat land there, why is there smoke? Could it be a volcanic eruption?" With curiosity, Jiang Tian quickly ran towards the smoke and dust, and the speed reached 60 km per hour. Jiang Tian is proud. If this speed was in the past, it would be similar to the full speed of the third stage of 9 Suns Kung Fu plus the lightness Kung Fu Taiun Zone, but that is the 9 Suns Kung Fu that he has practiced for more than 10 years. Internal strength is completely incomparable with what it is now. Unfortunately, there is no internal strength in the body now. If you add the lightness Kung Fu Taiun Zone, it is probably comparable to the 7th level of the 9 Yang Kung Fu of the old grandfather, previous life. Just as Jiang Tian was enjoying the thrill of running fast, a gust of wind whizzed by beside him. Jiang Tian was startled by Xiao Xiao. "Grandpa, Grandpa, wait for me." It turned out that Grandpa was also heading in the direction of the smoke, but Jiang Tian couldn't catch up with that speed, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tian was very depressed. He was full of pride in his speed just now, but now he was hit hard. Jiang Tian stepped up his horsepower and galloped to follow in the footsteps of his grandfather. Half an hour later, I finally saw a wide open space, but most of the middle was sunken, as if something had smashed a big hole, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. When Jiang Tian was tens of meters away from the pit, he saw his grandfather walking up from the pit. "Here, a meteorite falling from outer space." "Grandpa, what is it?" Grandpa didn't answer Jiang Tian's words, but walked slowly towards Jiang Tian, but his eyes stayed in his arms. Jiang Tian took a closer look and found that Grandpa was holding something in his arms. "Grandpa, what are you holding?" Jiang Tian walked forward with doubts. Jiang Tian took a closer look, and looked at his grandpa with surprise on his face. This, Grandpa, whose child is this?" Seeing that Grandpa didn't answer him, Jiang Tian asked again, "Yes, it's a baby, Grandpa, where did this child come from?" Sun Wuhan didn't answer him, but glanced at the deep pit as an answer. Jiang Tian looked at the huge pit, and saw a round object lying in the middle of the huge pit more than 10 meters deep. Jiang Tian swallowed his saliva, and with a thought, the whole person had disappeared in place. Monkey King wanted to stop Jiang Tian, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he found that Jiang Tian had reached the bottom of the deep pit, and the speed was so fast that even Sun Wufan was surprised. Jiang Tian looked at the object in front of him, his mouth was already wide open to the limit. This is a spaceship, isn't it so nonsense? Is that child an alien? Or is he from the city, just came here, and the spaceship crashed in an accident? Jiang Tian looked around in the round spaceship with a diameter of about 2 meters. The space inside is very small, Obviously it is a single-person spaceship, and the small space fixed on the seat is just right. A little baby. Jiang Tian was even more puzzled. Why is this little baby in this spaceship? Why are you not accompanied by an adult? Is this spaceship in the city? Jiang Tian learned from his grandfather that the technology in this world is very advanced, but he just saw that the text on the operation panel inside is not in Chinese. Could it be that this spaceship is equivalent to the plane here? Jiang Tian quickly returned to the ground with doubts, and asked suspiciously, "Grandpa, do you know what that is?" Sun Wuhan looked at the direction Jiang Tian was pointing at, frowned, and thought for a while, "I don't know what that is either." Hearing his grandfather's reply, Jiang Tian's heart beat faster involuntarily. "Is it an airplane in the city?" Sun Wuhan shook his head and said, "Well, it's not like, this is too different from the shape of an airplane, I haven't seen it before." Before Sun Wuhan finished speaking, Jiang Tian returned to the spaceship. Jiang Tian is having a headache now. Many images flashed through his mind, as if he had thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it, it was very blurry. Jiang Tian shook his head, and after he regained his composure, his eyes began to wander around the spaceship again. "This is a spaceship, maybe it might be a spaceship." Jiang Tian tapped the buttons on the operation panel, but there was no response, and a paragraph of text was simply incomprehensible. Jiang Tian fiddled with it for a long time, but the spaceship didn't respond at all. "A pile of scrap iron." Scoff. "I saw a large black smoke coming out of the operation panel." Jiang Tian. After Jiang Tian returned to the ground, he didn't find his grandfather. After searching around for a long time, he finally found the trace of his grandfather. Jiang Tian couldn't help but rolled his eyes. It turned out that Grandpa was standing on the treetop looking for something. "Grandpa, what are you doing there?" Jiang Tian shouted at Sun Wuhan. Seeing Jiang Tian calling him, Sun Wuhan jumped down from the tree with the baby in his arms. "Grandpa, you really don't know where that thing came from?" "Well, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's from the earth. I haven't read that text." Sun Wuhan walked and looked at the baby, and saw the baby with closed eyes, a round face with bushy eyebrows, and very handsome. "Cute." Jiang Tian looked at the child in Sun Wufan's arms, and said, "Grandpa, what about this child? Are you taking it home now?" Sun Wuhan nodded and said, "Well, I don't know where his parents are. I just looked around and found nothing but that one thing, and I didn't see any corpses nearby. He can take it home first, and if his parents find him, let's talk about it later. Come on, Tian Tian, you hold the child first, and I'll boil water to give the child a bath, and see that he is covered with dust." Sun Wufan handed the child to Jiang Tian and went to the kitchen. Jiang Tian took the little baby and looked at it seriously. Why didn't this kid wake up after making such a big noise? Looking at the child, Jiang Tian felt more and more familiar. His whole body looked plump, and his hair was even thicker. He looked very cute. Jiang Tian couldn't help pinching his chubby little boy face. After Jiang Tian finished pinching that little face, he tapped the child's nose as he did when teasing a child before, then gently pinched the nose and then let go. After repeated several times, the child suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Tian angrily. "Sky!" It frightened Jiang Tian, he was a little embarrassed, and greeted the little baby, "Hey, hi, ah." When the child saw Jiang Tian's finger, he couldn't help but opened his mouth and bit it off. Fortunately, Jiang Tian reacted quickly enough to avoid being bitten. "Oh, what a irascible little brat, you'll be fine when you grow up." Jiang Tian went to pinch the child's little face again. The child tried to bite Jiang Tian's finger. How could Jiang Tian do what he wanted? The little baby couldn't bite, so he could only stare at Jiang Tian angrily. He didn't look like a baby at all. "Oh, you're so funny, you're not afraid of strangers." Jiang Tian laughed while hugging the baby. The more naughty the baby is, the more likable he is. Jiang Tian wanted to put the child on the bed and continue teasing him, but his grandfather called out. Tian Tian, bring the child here. Grandpa, look, this little kid is very naughty. He is not afraid of strangers at all. He almost bit me just now. After hearing this, Grandpa smiled and said, aren't you a brat? You're only so old, and you still talk about others. Jiang Tian couldn't help curling his lips after hearing this. Although he has adapted to his current status, he is really just a child in front of his grandfather. Grandpa wanted to take off the clothes wrapped around the child, but the child kept resisting. It was really troublesome to undress the child, and he was afraid of hurting the child. He wanted to ask Jiang Tian for help, but found that he was squatting lie on the ground, resting his chin on his hand in a daze. Grandpa couldn't help wondering, this child has been like this since he was a child, he looks sophisticated in everything he does, he doesn't have the cuteness of a child at all, and he always asks some weird questions. Tail, why does this, have a tail? At this moment Jiang Tian was completely startled by the tail behind the child, his mouth was open and he couldn't speak. Pictures of the past emerged in Jiang Tian's mind. And the problems he had been worrying about all along seemed to be like an open valve, and wow went smoothly. Grandpa saw nothing unusual about the child's tail, because when he took the child out of the spaceship, he had already discovered that the child was lying naked inside, and the clothes just now were still his own. The child didn't want to be touched, and kept resisting. Jiang Tian stared wide-eyed, staring fixedly at the struggling child in the bathtub, swallowed his saliva, and suddenly thought of something. Jiang Tian quickly ran to the living room, the speed was extremely fast. Really? Jiang Tian looked at the corner of the living room, where a long strip wrapped in cloth hung high. Jiang Tian was basically sure after seeing that thing. Grandpa, what is that thing hanging in the hall? Jiang Tian asked panting, with trembling corners of his mouth. Grandpa put all his energy into bathing the child, and didn't notice anything strange about Jiang Tian, so he replied, what's in the hall? It's the one hanging on the wall in the hall, the long one wrapped in cloth. Grandpa settled down, thought for a while, and said, oh, that's the Ruyi stick, it's been there for several years, if you don't tell me, I'll almost forget it, if you want it, I'll take it down and give it to you, let's play. Jiang Tian couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, and his heart beat faster. I'm sorry, Dragon Ball. When Jiang Tian approached the baby, he squatted down and saw the child screaming yet. Jiang Tian suddenly reached out to the baby's tail and held it tightly. Struggling, like a deflated ball, looking sickly. Jiang Tian couldn't help screaming in his heart, it really is a weakness. Grandpa was also surprised when he saw Jiang Tian's actions. I'm afraid this tail is the weak point of this kid. Every day you grab his tail first, and taking a bath will be very grueling. Grandpa, what can you call him? Give him a name. After Jiang Tian finished speaking, he felt his heart start beating violently again. Why don't you call him Sun Wukong? After listening to Jiang Tian's words, Grandpa stopped what he was doing, thought for a while, and said, well, your name is Sun Wushan, the word is because you fell from the sky, and the word Wu follows me. The word in the name, in this case, it is just right to be called Sun Wukong, so let's call it Wukong, Sun Wukong, hehe, your names are very similar to your origins, haha. Jiang Tian. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Wushan Wukong. Chapter 3 Wushan Wukong. Grandpa's name is Sun Wufan. Now Jiang Tian is extremely depressed. He only found out his grandfather's name after a few years. It's such a failure. I can't imagine what kind of heartless person he is. Oh, what a failure, Sun Wufan, Sun Wushan, Sun Wukong, why didn't Grandpa name me Sun Wukong? Depressed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, listening to the sound of Grandpa and little Wukong snoring, it makes me even more depressed. As usual, I used to go to bed after -o'clock in the evening. I couldn't help it. After a day of cultivation, I was really too tired. I basically fell asleep as soon as I finished eating. Look at the night sky now, the moon is almost running directly overhead. Jiang Tian has been unable to fall asleep since dinner, no wonder, it's just that he was thinking wildly. Although the dream of cultivating immortals has broken, but coming to the world I have imagined countless times, it is not in vain to walk in this world again. Not long after, Jiang Tian frowned again. He suddenly thought of a very serious problem, so he couldn't help but sat up, staring at the night sky outside the night sky window in a daze. Sister, it looks like I'm from Earth, and the purity is much purer than pure milk. No matter how much I cultivate as an earthling, I can't compare to scions, right? Even Namekians can't match, not to mention the many strong men in this universe. The more Jiang Tian thought about it, the more irritable he became, and when he thought about the strongest earthlings in the future, his mood became even worse. Klin, it seems to be the strongest on Earth, I remember it seems that Wukong's finger can't hold it, I'll go. The only thing we can rely on now is the 9 Sons Kung Fu handed down by our family. People in this world don't seem to know how to practice internal skills. The concentration of spiritual energy here is much better than that of the previous life. Who among these outsiders is stronger in pure physical cultivation? Although Jiang Tian didn't practice internal strength in this life, but based on his own cultivation, this calculation, if he cultivates internal strength, his achievements will definitely be much better than the earth in his previous life. That's right. There are also Dragon Balls, I can make a wish to the Dragon Balls, but it's not the power I cultivated. Although making a wish in Dragon Ball is not in line with his style, but in order to save his life, the burden on his heart is not worth mentioning. With some support, I feel better. It's a pity, judging from the current body, the meridians are still too weak. I'm afraid that after the first stage of 9 Sons art introducing yang into the body, the meridians will be burned by the fierce qi. I also hung up with a whimper. After thinking of this, Jiang Tian began to feel bad again. Think about it, when he started to practice 9 Yang Kung Fu in his previous life, it took him a year to reach the first level by citing his own 9 Yang True Qi after his grandfather helped him straighten out his meridians. It took me 2 years to stabilize the first level. You can imagine how difficult it is to practice 9 Sons Kung Fu. 9 Yang Kung Fu is a very difficult internal skill to learn. If there is no one to point it out, I am afraid that whoever practices it will die. Only those who are born with a pure Yang body can withstand the fierce Qi hit. The reason why 9 Sons Kung Fu is so difficult to get started is that it is said that hundreds of years ago, 9 Sons Kung Fu was the remnant of the supreme magic skill 9 Sons Kung Fu, and 9 Sons Kung Fu is only 1/3 of it, it's just one of them. Later, the successive masters of the sect continued to improve on the remnants of the 9 Sons divine art to get the current 9 Sons art. Since it is a divine art, it is of course not easy to practice. As for the veracity of the legend, it is beyond Jiang Tian's ability to judge. He only knows that 9 Sons Kung Fu is the best in the world of his generation, and it has almost been lost. The name is only known to members of their family, and it is not 9 Sons art that is announced to the outside world. As for why this is so, Jiang Tian asked his grandfather, but he didn't get an answer. If, as the legend says, 9 Sons Kung Fu is nothing more than a fragmented version of the secret book, and then it has been revised and perfected, then the completed 9 Sons divine Kung Fu is really a magic skill and secret method. But having said that, for the introduction of 9 Sons Kung Fu, Jiang Tian is not so worried now. After all, he is an old man who has practiced 9 Sons Kung Fu, the experience of more than 10 years is not in vain, although in the previous life, he only practiced 3 Yang Kitai, which is the 3rd level of 9 Yang Kung Fu, but he has a little understanding of the habits of 9 Yang True Qi, and it is not difficult to get started. The problem he needs to solve urgently now is the meridian problem. If there is only experience and no forced body, then everything is useless. Well, it seems that we should wait until I grow up, or wait until the meridians are twice as strong as when I first started practicing 9-yang kung fu. It's safer. Jiang Tian knew that there was only one life, and he couldn't stand it. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make fun of his own life. Who knows if there will be a next time? When I woke up the next day, my head was a little groggy, and I planned to tease Xiao Wukong, but I didn't know that I didn't see Grandpa and Xiao Wukong after searching the whole house. Looking at the high-hanging sun, it turned out that I got up late. It's not a good thing for people to think too much, it's a headache. Jiang Tian dragged his lazy body out of the room. Jiang Tian planned to increase a lot of training today. He found a log that was twice as big as the day before, and after holding and carrying it, he finally got the log up from the river. Not long after, I saw Jiang Tian hugging the log and walking for less than a mile. He was so tired that he could hardly support himself, and he was lying on the ground panting heavily. Just when he was about to get up, he saw on the other side of the mountain, Grandpa was holding Xiao Wukong and rushing home quickly. After Jiang Tian saw that speed, he couldn't help being envious. Although it was an external skill, this speed is really not covered. I really don't know how to practice it. Well, that's not right. With Grandpa's personality, he usually wouldn't run wild like this. Could it be to make Wukong happy? It shouldn't be. Jiang Tian thought more and more about something wrong, stood up, and ran home. When Jiang Tian returned to the door of the house, he saw a lot of blood dripping on the ground. Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel tense. Walking into the room, he saw that his grandfather was busy with Xiao Wukong with his back turned to him. Jiang Tian walked forward and saw that the bloodstains had fallen from Xiao Wukong's head, and now Grandpa was bandaging Xiao Wukong. "Grandpa, what's the matter? Why is Xiao Wukong bleeding so much?" "Oh, it's all my fault. I carried Wukong up the mountain in a carrying basket, and he kept yelling Yaha in the carrying basket. I don't know where Wukong got the strength to jump from the carrying basket. It came out, fell straight down, and just hit his head on a rock." Listening to Sun Wuhan's tone, he blamed himself very much. Jiang Tian couldn't help sweating after hearing this. This little Wukong is too fierce, all scions are like this, so don't worry. Then Sun Wuhan continued, "This child is still young, and now I don't know if something will happen if I hurt my head. Oh, it's all my fault." Jiang Tian frowned when he heard this, as if he remembered something. By the way, Monkey King seems to have had his head dropped when he was a child. At the beginning, Monkey King was very irritable, but then he became very docile after he dropped his head for some reason. Jiang Tian only remembered that Sun Wukong had fallen, but he didn't remember how he fell. Now it seems that his grandfather threw him. Jiang Tian saw his grandfather constantly blaming himself, and couldn't help but feel a little bit unbearable. Looking at Xiao Wukong, except for the gauze wrapped around his head and a little blood, his face was still very rosy, and there was no sign of serious injury at all. Jiang Tian patted Sun Wufan's hand and said, "Grandpa, look, little Wukong's complexion is very good, there should be nothing serious." After Sun Wuhan looked at little Wukong's face for a few times, he nodded and said, "Well, it should be fine, I'm just afraid that there will be some after effects after the head falls. If I hug him, it won't fall hurt." Jiang Tian laughed wildly in his heart, "Grandpa, you fell so well, you fell so well, this fall gave you a cosmic hero. If you don't fall, we will all be finished with you." Thinking about it now, this Monkey King is the hero who saves the world. They still underestimated the scion's recovery ability and resistance ability. Xiao Wukong was a little out of spirit on the first day, but he was alive and kicking on the second day, and started fighting with Jiang Tian. Just as Jiang Tian expected, the current little Wukong is no longer as irritable as before. He squeezed his little face and laughed haha, playing around with Jiang Tian. Seeing Xiao Wukong's round face, which looks a bit naive, it's so cute. 3 days later, the scar on Xiao Wukong's head had basically disappeared, which made them feel incredible. Zhang Tian looked at Xiao Wukong, enviously said, "This scion is really a cow petal character, not an ordinary person, Xiao Qiang Jin." Time flies, it has been almost 2 years since the little Wukong descended from the sky, and the little Wukong followed Zhang Tian to run all over the mountains every day, and he was not too tired. The potential shown by this little Wukong made Zhang Tian ashamed. At such a young age, he ran with Zhang Tian every day without exercise. He didn't feel tired at all. He only knew that when he was hungry, he would lie on the ground directly. And then said to Zhang Tian, "Brother Tian, I'm hungry. Ask Zhang Tian to find him something to eat." Zhang Tian was depressed. This little Wukong's food intake was unusually large, seeing that his little stomach actually wanted to eat 5 or 6 people's portions. It was really frustrating. He was like an idiot. Another 2 years later, under the guidance of their grandfather, the 2 brothers Zhang Tian and Wukong practiced arduously in this deep mountain every day. Little Wukong started to practice more than a year ago. Even though his body is only half the size of Zhang Tian's back then, his strength is a bit monstrous. Not to mention the past, but today, Zhang Tian is carrying a piece of stone and wood weighing about -caddies, but Xiao Wukong is actually carrying -caddies. Zhang Tian is ashamed. It's all about what it is, it's too shocking. Over the past few years, Wushan's strength has grown to a critical point, and he can only bear a weight of -caddies at most. Compared with the growth rate at the beginning, Wushan's strength is simply a tortoise's speed, but he didn't, because he found that although the strength has not increased, but the meridians are getting stronger and stronger. Even though he has not started to practice internal strength, the tenacity of the meridians is constantly improving, which is of great benefit to his future practice of internal strength. Stonewood is a rare tree species that Zhang Tian accidentally discovered in the valley. It is as big as a basketball and weighs hundreds of caddies. This made Zhang Tian ecstatic. Finally he could no longer use those dirty and hard wood. Although this stone wood is heavy, it is not as hard as stone. Now, in addition to exercising his body, Zhang Tian also practiced a palm technique, cracking sun palm derived from 9 Yang Kung Fu. Split sun palm has 5 styles, namely, split sun shines all over, split sun double radiance, split sun breaks the roof, split sun burns the earth, and split sun burns the sky. Although it's just a move and doesn't have much power, but after practicing 9 suns kung fu in the future, using the palm technique to arouse the true energy is a big killer. Although he doesn't know what kind of killer weapon it is, but his grandfather said before, as long as the 9 Yang Kung Fu reaches the 4th level, it will be a big leap. That is to say, the cracking sun palm can only be used after the 4th level of 9 Yang Kung Fu, otherwise, if the internal strength is not enough, it will be counterattacked, which is very troublesome. Regarding Sun Wufan's martial arts skills, Zhang Tian really can't compliment them. What's the matter? According to Zhang Tian's words, if you play it out, you are afraid of being known by the grandfather in the previous life, and you are afraid of being kicked out of the house by that grandfather. You really can't lose it from that person. Xiao Wukong saw that Zhang Tian was playing palms there every day. It looked very fun, and in his opinion, it was much more fun than what his grandfather taught him, so he also started to swing around in a decent way, but the palms, it's really a bit complicated, so Wukong has learned it for a long time and only learned %% of it. Zhang Tian didn't plan to teach Wukong this set of palms at all. He knew very well that such complicated palms were beyond what little Wukong could understand now, and he couldn't learn them. But Wushan still taught the splitting sun palm to little Wukong Gaku. Needless to say, it was another depressing start. Little Wukong learned %% of his palm skills after only 2 days of learning under Zhang Tian's guidance, and the rest were just some methods of using internal strength. Zhang Tian was very depressed. It took him several months to learn this set of palm techniques. The more Zhang Tian thought about it, the more depressed he became. If I go down, I am afraid that I have not developed my internal skills and become obsessed. Later, Jiang Tian started some ordinary breathing methods. Seeing his brother sitting motionless, Xiao Wukong followed suit. He sat there, but soon fell asleep, making Jiang Tian dumbfounded. After Tian told Wukong the method of breathing, but Wukong couldn't learn it anyway, and every time he fell asleep shortly after the beginning, Jiang Tian laughed wildly. Finally, there is something you can't learn, ha ha ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 4-9 Yang Skills. Chapter 4-9 Yang Kung Fu. This year is the 8th year Jiang Tian has been here. For ordinary people, how many times can there be 8 years in a lifetime? For Jiang Tian, it was a blink of an eye, and he didn't feel the passage of time. Every day is very fulfilling. Although there is no entertainment in the previous life, practicing exercises every day has brought him a lot of fun, not to mention that with Xiao Wukong around, teasing Xiao Wukong every day is an indispensable part of every day. Although the current little Wukong has an older brother who came out of the big divat in the 21st century, he still retains that innocence. Jiang Tian did not want to change Wukong's character, because that is not the Monkey King he wanted. Sun Wukong was a nearly perfect man in his impression, so Jiang Tian just teased him every day, and didn't teach him too many things other than martial arts. At noon, the sun shines on the earth most thoroughly during the day, and the temperature is already the highest of the day. At this time, Jiang Tianzhang was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform next to the place where Wukong fell. This place was the place Jiang Tian was looking for that absorbed the most sunlight in the entire mountain forest. As early as 4 years ago, Jiang Tian's meridians had already met the requirements of his previous life's practice of 9 suns kung fu, but in order to protect his own life, he gritted his teeth and insisted not to practice until today. In fact, he had tried to practice 9 suns kung fu before. When he first started to practice the mental method of 9 suns kung fu, he found that the aura in this world was too strong. Jiang Tian felt a strong aura from the very beginning. He was so scared that he stopped immediately. That hot feeling brought him a strong sense of shock. He never thought that the aura in this world is so violent. He didn't practice internal skills before and didn't discover it. He only felt that the aura was very strong. But found that it was far beyond his imagination, the aura was so irritable and difficult to control. Although it is said that 9 Yang Kung Fu is difficult to get started, it is compared to after the true energy enters the body, but now, the spiritual energy is like fire when you start to use the mental method, which is intimidating and you dare not approach it. Jiang Tian was heartbroken for a few days because of this, and when he was about to despair, he remembered a set of martial arts mentality given to his grandfather by a friend of his grandfather who visited his house when he was a child. Strictly speaking, it is not a martial arts method, but a health-preserving method. It is not offensive. It is a health-preserving method created by the old man after seeing the dominance of 9 suns kung fu. Jiang Tian also learned the exercises, but after more than a month of practice, he found that this mental method was not helpful to the 9 suns kung fu. Later, Jiang Tian gave up and devoted himself to the 9 suns kung fu and completely forgot about it. I learned what my grandfather said when he passed on this set of health-preserving methods. When Jiang Tian was about to give up, he thought of this mentality method. The mentality method of health preservation is a set of mentality method of health preservation that is extremely docile and conforms to the will of heaven. Sitting quietly on the ground. You don't need any movement at all, you don't even need to feel the aura around you, just sit so quietly, and meditate in your heart. Now, Wushan regards that mental method as the introductory mental method for practicing 9 Yang Gong. As expected, within half a day, Jiang Tian felt the spiritual energy around him slowly flowing, very docile, completely free of the restlessness before, which made Jiang Tian ecstatic. In this way, Jiang Tian used this set of health-preserving methods that he thought were useless before, to keep warming his body and meridians, so that the tendons and meridians could adapt to the aura of this world as soon as possible. After practicing the method of keeping in good health, Jiang Tian was not in a hurry to practice 9 Suns Kung Fu, which lasted for 4 years. And today is the day when he is going to formally practice 9 Yang Kung Fu. This is Jiang Tian's decision after repeated confirmation and various tests. His current body has completely adapted to the aura of this world. Because the aura is too strong, when he is cultivating, he can clearly feel the aura that is as hot as fire around him, so Jiang Tian calls the aura he sensed as fire energy. Jiang Tian closed his eyes slightly, sat cross-legged, put his palms up on his knees, discarded distracting thoughts, and silently recited the first paragraph of the first formula of 9 Yang Gong, Meditation Ju. Half an hour later, Jiang Tian started the first formula, Induction Ju. This mantra is very important. Sensing Ju is used to sense the surrounding fire energy. Gong, that's impossible. If you can't feel the energy, how can you refine her? Jiang Tian is not worried at all about sensing the fire attribute aura, because he sensed it a few years ago, and his whole body has been warmed by the fire energy for several years. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had not been trained in the induction art. After knowing that Jiang Tian's body was not a water-type physique that was opposed to fire, his grandfather directly used his own true energy to guide Jiang Tian's meridians, allowing him to it saved a lot of time, and now Jiang Tianze is also very careful about the part that he has never experienced before. Not long after, Jiang Tian felt a fiery energy surrounding him, as if someone suddenly held a torch in front of him. The temperature suddenly rose a lot, and Jiang Tian felt slightly nervous. Slowly guide the surrounding aura, and after the fire energy fully touched the body, he felt the temperature of the whole body rise several degrees again. Jiang Tian was overjoyed. Successful, successful! The moment he was distracted, he felt his body cold, and all the fire energy around him dissipated immediately. Jiang Tian went crazy, and all previous efforts were wasted, so he had to start from the meditation Ju again. About half an hour later, Jiang Tian felt the warmth again, and Jiang Tian hurriedly carried out the last mantra of the first weight, Yin Yang Ju. The most dangerous part is this part of the Yin Yang Ju. If there is a little carelessness and if it is not controlled well, the fierce fire energy will directly destroy the meridians. Paralysis is considered light, so it can only be a little bit. This is an extremely difficult step. It took Jiang Tian 3 years with the help of his grandfather to get the first stage of introducing Yang into the body. Body cultivation is complete. This step is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also frightening. Now Jiang Tian is already frowning and sweating all over his body. At this time, the meridians in Jiang Tian's body were being baptized by fire energy, and he felt that the meridians were being baked by the scorching fire energy, which made him feel so uncomfortable. He still remembered that when his grandfather helped him practice this step in his previous life, he also suffered from such pain and discomfort, but that was because his grandfather had already touched most of the numb points on his body, but now it was different. The pain transmitted to every part of his body made him suffer a lot, but compared with the previous life, the pain has been reduced a lot, all thanks to his physical strength now. In this pain, Jiang Tian slowly practiced the first level of 9 Yang Kung Fu. Gradually, he became a little numb to the pain, which actually accelerated his speed a lot. Finally, after more than 3 hours of painful torment, the fire energy can finally run unimpeded in the tendons. Jiang Tian was directly paralyzed on the ground after finishing his work, and sweat flowed out like money. After feeling the situation on his body, Jiang Tian yelled that it was not good, so he quickly picked up the bucket of water he brought when he came, and picked it up. The bucket man drank violently, and after a short while, half of the bucket was drunk and the remaining half was drunk. Jiang Tian put down the bucket, his legs trembled, and he fell directly to the ground, letting the sweat on his body flow out. "I'm going," I almost collapsed and died. Jiang Tian feels hot all over his body now, with a numb feeling, especially in the meridians, but the pain is slowly relieving, and after a while, after the pain disappears, a rush of the warm air spreads throughout the body from the meridians. Zhang Tian grinned. He knew that he had succeeded. Not only was he successful, but he also gained a lot. Now he could feel a trace of true energy. In his previous life, he had to practice for several months. How could he not be happy? And in the previous life, he was in pain for a few days under the restoration of his grandpa's Genkai, but now, he sensed Genkai just after he successfully induced Yang. Half an hour later, the sweat on Zhang Tian's body stopped flowing, and his physical strength recovered a little. Zhang Tian stood up hard, lifted the wooden bucket, and slowly drank the remaining half of the water. Hey, it's so fucking enjoyable, this feeling is so refreshing, although it's just such a trace of true energy, but the long-lost feeling is really wonderful. Zhang Tian howled excitedly. Zhang Tian looked up at the slanting sun, picked up the barrel and walked home. Although his physical strength was pitiful, his joy inevitably gave him a lot of strength. On the way, Zhang Tianshun took care of a male deer he met, grabbed 2 deer legs, put them on his shoulders, and walked home in a smooth manner. When he was still more than 10 meters away from the door, Zhang Tian saw little Wukong running towards him. Brother Tian, you're back, where have you been, why didn't you take me with you? Xiao Wukong asked after seeing Zhang Tian who had come back, but his tone didn't mean to blame at all. Seeing Wukong approaching, Zhang Tian lifted the buck on his back and threw it in Wukong's direction. Little Wukong, go on. Seeing his elder brother throwing something over, Xiao Wukong hurriedly caught the deer with both hands, pushed the deer on his head with both hands, and quickly followed Zhang Tian. Brother Tian, wait for me. Zhang Tian stopped when he heard Xiao Wukong's shout, and said to the little Wukong who was wearing the deer, Little Wukong, hurry up and kill this deer. Today I will eat a whole roasted deer. I am so hungry. Go quickly. Haha. Little Wukong's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the food, and he walked excitedly to the river to clean the deer. If Zhang Tian didn't order, Xiao Wukong would really put the whole deer on the grill like this. He has done this stupid thing more than once. Zhang Tian is still very relieved of Xiao Wukong's barbecue skills. He has eaten the barbecue dafa that he has taught himself many times. Grilling meat by yourself, although Xiao Wukong never shirked it. Obviously, 1 deer is not enough for the 2 brothers to eat. There are 3 animal skulls on the ground and a fish skull bigger than a basketball. Wushan ate a deer, plus half a 100 jin fish, and his food intake increased 5-fold. Every day after that, at noon, Zhang Tian had to practice his internal strength in a sunny place. This first stage of practice was definitely a long one. With the passage of time, the meridians gradually adapt to the fire energy. The further you practice, the shorter and shorter the time will be. It will not be considered complete until you can use the energy to move back and forth in the meridians at will. Then there is the morning sun's first movement of the second level, that is, to integrate the energy in the meridians into the meridians of the body and turn it into the 9 yang true energy, which is the real entry. Little Wukong was very curious when he saw that his elder brother meditated for several hours each time. Sometimes he imitated his elder brother to meditate, but soon fell asleep. Little Wukong didn't seem to know what failure was. Meditating with Wushan, over time, the time for Xiao Wukong to meditate gradually increased from the initial 5 minutes to half an hour. Zhang Tian didn't know if Xiao Wukong had meditated on his mind when he was meditating. At least Xiao Wukong's concentration was getting stronger and stronger, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. Time passed by quickly, and 2 years passed by inadvertently. Little Wukong was still as pure and cute, and he was also the object of Zhang Tian's teasing every day, and he completely became a tonic in Zhang Tian's cultivation life. In the past 2 years, Zhang Tian has successfully broken through the first stage of 9 Suns Kung Fu and entered the second stage of Chao Yang's first movement practice. Now his meridians have successfully transformed the fire energy into his own 9 Yangs of energy. For him who was practicing 9 Yang Kung Fu for the second time, this speed was a bit slow, but the power displayed was beyond Zhang Tian's imagination. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Ever since Nine Suns Kung Fu entered the second level, Jiang Tian found a huge change in his body, not to mention the internal strength. Just looking at Jiang Tian's body shape, in the past, that body seemed to be the shrinking size of a gorilla version, the whole body is muscle. Because he put too much emphasis on the increase of strength before, and didn't think too much about it, the lines of the muscles really didn't have the slightest sense of beauty. The hilly muscles seemed to hide endless explosive power, which looked terrifying, but the whole person looks very uncoordinated, with a big body and a small head, which is also a problem that Jiang Tian has always had a headache. When Jiang Tian practiced to the second level of Nine Yang Kung Fu, he discovered that when the true qi was circulating in the meridians, there was a nameless energy permeating the meridians from the muscles. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but when I found that my clothes were gradually getting bigger, I suddenly realized that I had become slim. I had been practicing all day long and didn't pay much attention to the changes in my body. This clothes became the only reference for his body shape changes. Undoubtedly, this is the biggest surprise given to him besides Nine Suns Kung Fu in the past few years. The inexplicable energy running in the meridians should be the energy generated during the exercise in the past few years and was absorbed and stored by the muscles. Now under the guidance of Zhuyang Zhenkai, those energies are also absorbed by the meridians little by little. The energy stored in the muscles has disappeared, and there is no strong muscle feeling before, but the huge power contained in the muscles has not been lost in the slightest, and it is more solid than before. Soon Jiang Tian had another question: why didn't Xiao Wukong and Grandpa do this? Little Wukong trains every day, but he doesn't see that he is like himself. His muscle shape is growing reasonably, but he is getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Tian thought for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. Later, he asked his grandfather, who couldn't tell the reason. The only thing that can explain it is my own problem. It is very likely that my physical exercise has reached a certain level. The cells in the muscles can no longer absorb energy, so the energy can only be attached to the muscles. Every time the strength increases, the energy also increases a little, but the bearing capacity of muscle cells is limited, so it seems that the muscles are getting bigger and bigger. In other words, if one day the muscles can't bear the ever-increasing energy, then his body is likely to be broken by the energy because he can't bear it. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian was afraid for a while, wiped his cold sweat, and said happily, "I was almost killed by myself, and it would be a bit useless to die like that. Fortunately, I started to practice Nine Suns Kung Fu, otherwise I am afraid I don't know how he died." Jiang Tian sighed that good people have good luck. If not for his good character, he would have gone to drink tea with Hades. Jiang Tian took the palm-sized mirror that he found from his grandfather. He couldn't tell the age. Jiang Tian saw that the person in the mirror was clearly himself from his previous life. Before that, he couldn't figure out why there was no shadow of his previous life. He thought it was just his soul reincarnated on some unlucky guy. Now that he thought about it, it was probably absorbed by that muscle energy changes the body. Now the muscle lines of the whole person have returned to the normal body shape. Although the appearance is much more handsome than before, the contours of the face are much clearer, and the temperament has changed a lot, but he is sure that it is him. He looked like when he was 15 or 16 years old in his previous life. He was still very narcissistic back then, and he had to look in the mirror several times a day, but later he grew up and didn't care so much about his appearance. Now Jiang Tian's body is only about 11 years old, but he already looks like a boy of 15 or 16 years old. Jiang Tian fell in love with himself for a while, then went to Wukong to practice. He wanted to confirm one thing. The body can absorb energy, and the meridians can absorb the energy stored in the body, and the growth of internal strength is very fast when practicing in this way, which is almost the same as that during meditation, and the purity of the absorbed internal strength is also higher than that of meditation. Under this condition, the growth of skill is rapid. Jiang Tian forgot one thing: the energy in his body is the remaining energy after 7 or 8 years of his cultivation. Even if the energy will slowly disappear with time, it is unlikely to be able to. A lot can be absorbed in a short amount of time. Sure enough, although Jiang Tian is now increasing his physical exercise almost every few days, the energy in his body does not feel any increase, but Jiang Tian's physical strength seems to be gradually becoming stronger again, which should be the benefits of practicing internal strength or self-evolving under the practice of internal strength. Since practicing the second level of 9 Yang Kung Fu, the increase in strength is also the largest. It is easy to lift more than 600 caddies of stone and wood, but now is not the time for him to be happy, because Xiao Wukong is already starting the 400 Jin stone and wood. After practicing the second level of 9 Yang Kung Fu for a year, he finally broke through at the end of the second month of the second year. This made Jiang Tian ecstatic. He didn't expect his realm to improve so quickly. Back then, it took him 3 years to break through, and the third level took 5 years. The current speed is really fast and a bit unbelievable. But it's reasonable to think about it. The aura of this earth may be much richer than the earth in the 21st century. I didn't feel anything when I grew up here, but now I have the practice of 9 Yang Gong as a reference. Obvious contrast. Now that he has Zhiyang Zhenkai in his body, Jiang Tian also started to practice the lightness Kung Fu Taiyun Zone. Practicing Taiyun Zone is not difficult, the main thing is to control the qi, and to open up a few small meridians. The reason why I started to practice Taiyun Zone now is because the internal force of the second level of 9 Yang Kung Fu was not enough to open up those meridians at all, and it was necessary to get through the third level of 9 Yang Kung Fu first. Only the meridian of heavy work method will work. It took Jiang Tian one night to open up those small meridians, and it took him more than an hour to use his true energy to run those meridians again. If it wasn't for the night and he couldn't see clearly, Jiang Tian would have rushed going out to try out light work. He has a feeling that this Taiyun Zone will definitely have unexpected surprises. Although Taiyun Zone lightness Kung Fu is not difficult to practice, there is one move that is the most powerful, that is treading swallows in the air, that is, a person lifts up the true energy in the air to the soles of the feet and then releases the true energy. It's like stepping on something in the air, but he can lift his breath again and fly again. It feels like a mysterious feeling that makes people fly freely in the air. In the previous life, it was because he tasted the wonderful taste of lightness Kung Fu, and treading swallows in the sky was also his goal all the time, so he played the first few layers with great proficiency. Taiyun Zone pays attention to the lightness of the body, and does not confuse the opponent with the changeable footwork. After reaching a certain level, you can completely play out your own set of lightness skills. In his previous life, he had practiced Taiyun Zone for several years, but he still couldn't learn that move, so he could only use the ordinary movement method of Taiyun Zone. Every time I see my grandfather flying around in the air like a fairy, I am envious to death. The main reason is that his inner strength is not deep enough. Early the next morning, before Xiao Wukong woke up, Jiang Tian took him in his hand and ran out. Poor little Wukong was dreaming that he was eating, when he heard a loud noise from the table, and all the food on the table disappeared. "Hey, why am I here? Brother Tian, why am I here?" Little Wukong touched his head and looked at Jiang Tian blankly and asked. At this time, Jiang Tian turned his back to Xiao Wukong. After hearing Xiao Wukong's question, he turned to face Xiao Wukong and asked, "Didn't you follow me out just now? As soon as I went out, you asked me to wait. Waiting for you, have you forgotten?" When Xiao Wukong heard it, he couldn't help scratching the back of his head, his face was full of doubts, and he said to himself, "Really, I was obviously eating. I was here after hearing a loud noise, it's strange." After hearing Xiao Wukong's words, Jiang Tian couldn't help laughing, "Ha ha ha! Come on, little Wukong, let's compete to see who can reach that mountain first." When Xiao Wukong heard that his brother was going to compete with him, his eyes lit up, and the tired look on his face disappeared, so he quickly started warming up, looking extremely excited. Jiang Tian looked at Xiao Wukong like this, quite speechless, a militant, an absolute violent maniac. When he talked about competitions and food, he immediately became energetic. All scions are like this. Okay, Wukong, I'll run after counting to 3, 1, 2, 3. I saw that Jiang Tian had already run out before counting to 3, and little Wukong, who was doing warm-up exercises, hadn't responded yet. Come here, Jiang Tian is already more than 10 meters away. Jiang Tian quickly jumped on the tree on the ground at a very high speed, and ran towards the mountain in front by the shortest route, constantly borrowing strength from the obstacles on the road. Jiang Tian's speed continued to accelerate. Little Wukong also followed suit. He jumped onto the branch and used his hands, feet, and tail together. His movements were much more agile than Jiang Tian's, just like a monkey, but the speed was much slower. 10 minutes later, Jiang Tian was already lying on a branch on the top of the mountain. 5 minutes later, Xiao Wukong finally arrived. Brother Tian, you are so fast, I still can't catch up with you. Xiao Wukong looked at Jiang Tian excitedly and said, but there was no sign of tiredness on his face, and he calmed down after taking a few breaths. The post-workout look. Jiang Tian yelled in his heart that he was abnormal. He had rested for some time after running so fast. Jiang Tian didn't use lightness kung fu, he was just warming up just now. Although he had also practiced Taiyuanzong in his previous life, he would inevitably feel a little uncomfortable practicing it now. Jiang Tian used his true energy on the tree branch to walk through the meridians for a week, and then directly chi flowed to the meridians of his legs. He pushed his left foot a little harder and jumped into the air. Just like this, Jiang Tian was already 10 feet off the ground with a light jump. Rise! Jiang Tian had already thought of such an effect before, but after personally experiencing it, he was still pleasantly surprised. When he landed, Jiang Tian thought about it, luckily reached his feet in the air, hurried on his toes, and slowly raised his body after a few meters. Down. As expected, haha. Just now Jiang Tian successfully used treading swallow in the air when he used lightness kung fu, which made him ecstatic. Originally, his current internal strength was not enough to perform that move, but Jiang Tian's physical strength jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. He just used a little bit of true energy at the moment of takeoff. He transported all his true energy to the soles of his feet before he successfully used the swallow in the air. He originally wanted to use the swallow in the air again, but unfortunately, his true energy was exhausted and he almost regained his breath. Fortunately, he did it in time. Got it. Jiang Tian rested on the spot for a while, and the exhausted Genkai quickly recovered. With a sudden force on his feet, with the sound of swish, Jiang Tian rose up from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he had already risen to more than 20 meters. He finally slowed down when he was about to reach a height of 30 meters. Jiang Tian made several flying kicks in a row when he landed, and almost fell to the ground when he couldn't find the landing point when he kicked out the last kick. Fortunately, he patted the ground with his hands in time, and after a backflip, he landed firmly, kicking up a large cloud of dust. He was almost embarrassed in front of Xiao Wukong. And Xiao Wukong was very excited watching it, and yelled loudly. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Abnormal Physique. Chapter 6 Abnormal Physique. Seeing Wukong running over, Jiang Tian quickly stood still, hastily patted the dust on his body, and then looked at the running little Wukong with his hands behind his back, not letting the little Wukong see his embarrassment. Wow! Brother Tian, you are so amazing, your martial arts have improved again, and you can jump higher than Grandpa. Jiang Tian was very helpful after hearing this. That's right, this is my family's unique knowledge, Brother Tian, of course it's amazing, it's just a play. Really? Will it be even better in the future? What is a family tradition? What is playing house? Xiao Wukong looked at Jiang Tian with question marks all over his face. Jiang Tian felt a headache when he saw the question mark on Xiao Wukong's forehead. Well, the family inherited unique skills are martial arts that only belong to me, that is to say, I am the only one in this world who can master them. Is the family tradition very powerful? Of course, this is my family's unique knowledge, can it not be amazing? Then I want to learn too, Brother Tian, teach me, I want to learn too. Little Wukong looked at this picture and said foolishly. I've already said it was passed down in my family, so how can I pass it on to you? It's really. Of course, Jiang Tian will not explain to Xiao Wukong what family biography is, explaining to Xiao Wukong is asking for trouble. Should I let Xiao Wukong also learn 9 Sons Kung Fu? Although family martial arts cannot be passed on to outsiders, it is different now. If Xiao Wukong learns 9 Sons Kung Fu and becomes more powerful, it will also be good for his future. A kind of guarantee, but if it disrupts the original development direction and makes Xiao Wukong's strength worse than before, it will be a tragedy. In fact, Jiang Tian really considered teaching Xiao Wukong 9 Sons Kung Fu before, otherwise he would not have taught him cracking Sun Palm. Jiang Tian couldn't help thinking that the powerful enemies that will appear in the future will be more perverted than the next. In his impression, whether it is Goku, his future sons, or Vegeta, they have basically died, and the earth has also been destroyed. But later everyone came back to life with the help of Shenlong. And Clint died more than once. If it weren't for Sun Wukong and his friends, he wouldn't know how many times he had been reincarnated. List him as a local person, if Shenlong accidentally leaves himself behind, it will be a big game. Well, generally speaking, the stronger little Wukong becomes, the better it is for me, my life matters. After I no longer have the burden in my heart to pass on the family secrets, I feel a lot more comfortable. When I saw Xiao Wukong, I couldn't help but feel very depressed. Jiang Tian said to Xiao Wukong depressedly, who told you that you are a scion, you are a super scion and you are the biggest. Jiang Tian waved to little Wukong and said, come here, little Wukong, let me see if you can learn my family's unique skills. Little Wukong was very excited when he heard that Brother Tian was going to teach him powerful martial arts. Jiang Tian sat cross-legged on the same spot, and said to little Wukong, you sit in front of me just like me. He learns Wu Tian to meditate every day, and this posture has been imitated 7 to 8 times. As for the details, Jiang Tian did not explain to him in detail. Jiang Tian saw that little Wukong had already sat down, so he said to him, close your eyes now, don't think about anything in your heart, wait a while, no matter what is in your body, don't move or talk, even if it's the same if it hurts, otherwise you won't be able to practice. After Xiao Wukong heard this, he wanted to speak. Jiang Tian said again, okay, don't talk, give me your hands. Jiang Tian and Xiao Wukong faced each other with their palms facing each other. As soon as their palms touched, Jiang Tian withdrew his hands. This little Wukong doesn't know how to use internal skills, even if I alternate palms with him, I can't detect anything. Jiang Tian stood up, walked behind Xiao Wukong and sat down cross-legged. Seeing that Xiao Wukong's palms were still hanging in the air, he couldn't help thinking of playing tricks on him. Little Wukong, remember to wait a while and don't say anything, don't do anything, I'm going to start. Jiang Tian placed his palms on several important points on the back of little Wukong, channeled the true energy of 9 suns, and slowly probed into the body of little Wukong. A few minutes later, sweat began to seep from Jiang Tian's forehead. Zhen Qi searched in Xiao Wukong's body for a long time, but he couldn't find a meridian that could flow Zhen Qi in Xiao Wukong's body. The other meridians were also pitifully small, and those meridians were small and thin. Wukong's weak meridian can't bear the violent qi. He is not sure if those are the meridians now, and the meridians of Xiao Wukong are far from those of ordinary people. If it is not known how powerful Xiao Wukong will be in the future, with the current physique of Xiao Wukong, in the world, then it's just a piece of trash, not as good as ordinary people. Jiang Tian frowned, unable to figure out what was going on, saying that Xiao Wukong was still young, it was unreasonable. Even a child of 2 or 3 years old, his meridians were not fully developed, but he was not like this little Wukong, who was sensitive to Genkai. No reaction at all. After much deliberation, Jiang Tian came to only one conclusion, and that was his scion physique, otherwise he couldn't explain it at all. Jiang Tian really had no way to do it now. Since his physique was resistant to true qi, it was impossible to cultivate his inner strength. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, but he also felt helpless. I really don't know where their powerful power is hidden. Could it be that all the power is hidden in the muscles? Jiang Tian thinks it is really possible, otherwise he can't explain it clearly. The energy absorbed by the human body is limited. It is very likely that Xiao Wukong's physique is constantly evolving by relying on the energy absorbed by the body. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian couldn't help sighing that this little Wukong's physique is really abnormally tight. He is too interested in studying the physique of science. In the past, I didn't practice internal skills, and the true energy couldn't be released, so I couldn't check the structure of Xiao Wukong's body. Now it's different. Although it's far from being able to detect every corner of the human body as soon as the true energy enters the body, but the body is generally structural exploration is still possible. Jiang Tian raised his true energy again, and put his hands on Xiao Wukong's back. This time, he no longer aimed his Genkai at a specific A-cup ointment, but spread his Genkai to the entire surface of little Wukong's body. He didn't believe that a scion's physique was so arrogant. Is there no place that can absorb true energy? Soon, Jiang Tian's forehead began to sweat again. With his current cultivation base, it is very difficult to control such a large-scale diffusion of Genkai. Just when Jiang Tian was concentrating on carefully looking for where the Genkai fell in Xiao Wukong's body, the Genkai attached to the surface of Xiao Wukong suddenly and slowly disappeared. At first, he thought it was because he hadn't controlled it well, and it was running again. Not long after the infuriating disappeared even faster. Jiang Tian was stunned. Impossible, I'm already very careful, my control isn't that bad, is it? I didn't notice any reaction from little Wukong. Jiang Tian raised his true energy again, this time he did it much slower, observing the direction of the true energy while he was moving. This time he put more energy on little Wukong's body. Soon, he found that the true energy began to slowly disappear shortly after entering little Wukong's body. Jiang Tian was very puzzled. Jiang Tian stopped and asked Xiao Wukong, "Little Wukong, did you feel any changes in your body just now? How did you feel?" Little Wukong kept the original posture, opened his eyes and said to Jiang Tian who was behind him, "Well, I felt very comfortable just now, as if something flowed into my body, and then I seemed to be very hungry in my body, and I really wanted to eat." Jiang Tian, how many times have you felt this way? Twice. I'll go, I said. Why the infuriating energy disappeared inexplicably. I thought it was because my control ability was really so poor. It turned out that I was really absorbed by this kid. Jiang Tian was really speechless. He patted little Wukong and said, "Little Wukong, what were you doing just now? How did you absorb my internal energy? Didn't I tell you not to do anything?" When Xiao Wukong heard it, he was very puzzled, and said, "It's strange, I don't know, it feels like I have a lot of mouths in my body, and I ate a lot of delicious things." Jiang Tian frowned. He knew that little Wukong would not lie, and he probably would not be able to absorb the method of infuriating energy. It might be absorbed automatically. Jiang Tian looked at Xiao Wukong and asked, "Little Wukong, did you feel any specific changes in your body just now, that is, which parts of your body are different from usual?" Little Wukong thought for a while and replied, "The whole body is hot, as if I have eaten a lot of food and am very full." After hearing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but patted his forehead, speechless. "Okay, you close your eyes, remember, don't do anything." Jiang Tian once again channeled his true qi. This time he did not send his true qi to his whole body as before, but concentrated it at a local location. Jiang Tian singled his palm to Xiao Wukong's back, and felt the heartbeat of Xiao Wukong before slowly sending out his true energy. This time, he slowed down a lot, wanting to see how Xiao Wukong's body absorbed the true energy silently. Jiang Tian sent the Genkai to Xiao Wukong's back continuously for nearly 5 minutes, and all of it was absorbed without a doubt, but he still didn't find out why the Genkai disappeared, it just disappeared out of thin air. Jiang Tian didn't believe in evil, and put his hands on Xiao Wukong's arms and thighs. Without exception, Xiao Wukong's body was accepted as it was ordered, and all the true energy was absorbed. Jiang Tian was stunned. Now it was certain that Xiao Wukong's perverted physique relied on his body to absorb energy, which was weird and silent, and the speed of absorption was getting faster and faster, to the point of being a little perverted. It's really perverted. Fortunately, his physique can't cultivate internal strength, otherwise, it would be really against the sky. With the characteristics of internal strength absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, coupled with this perverted physique, isn't it better to cultivate than that rocket? Fast? It's estimated that the rockets can't match it. That, little Wukong, all right, put your hands down. Little Wukong opened his eyes and asked excitedly, have I practiced well? It's just so comfortable. Oh, that, how could it be so fast? I just want to see if you can practice my unique technique. Experiments have proved that you can't practice it. Jiang Tian said regretfully to little Wukong. Little Wukong didn't look depressed when he heard it, and said, that's it, okay. Anyway, as long as Brother Tian knows it, haha. Jiang Tian couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and in order to give Xiao Wukong more strength, he said to him, it's just that you can't practice now, if you work harder in the future, you can practice. After hearing this, little Wukong said excitedly again, really? Well, I also want to practice hard like Brother Tian. After speaking, he ran away to practice by himself. Jiang Tian said dumbly, I really have a personality. Looking at the figure of little Wukong going away, I couldn't help but think of Monkey King. Perhaps, it's not the physique of the scions. It may be that the internal structure of people in this world is different from mine. That night, after Sun Wufan was asleep, Jiang Tian pressed on Sun Wufan's neck to make him fall asleep, and he channeled his true energy into Sun Wufan's body. After a while, the true energy slowed down. Slowly absorbed. Jiang Tian can finally be sure that the internal structure of people in this world is the same as that of little Wukong, although the speed of absorption is far less abnormal than that of little Wukong. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Boomer. Chapter 7 Boomer. The current little Wukong is far more powerful than Jiang Tian's original impression, and now the little Wukong's body can be said to be truly invulnerable. This undoubtedly hit Jiang Tian a big blow. Jiang Tian himself could also be invulnerable, but it had to be under the third layer of protection of Zhuyang Zhenkai. Jiang Tian's physical strength is almost twice as strong as that of little Wukong, but his physical resistance is not as good as that of little Wukong. Every day in sparring, Jiang Tian beat Xiao Wukong until he was seriously injured before giving up, in the name of giving Xiao Wukong some combat experience. However, Xiao Wukong's recovery ability is really abnormally tight. Even though his whole body was seriously injured, he basically recovered almost the next day. The physical strength is getting stronger and stronger, and Xiao Wukong's self-learning ability is too strong. If Jiang Tian didn't use his internal strength, it would take a little effort to defeat Wukong, but Jiang Tian could live with his own conscience, so he just fought with Xiao Wukong directly. Seeing Xiao Wukong's body getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Tian also felt that his future was more secure, and he gave his grandfather an explanation. He took good care of Xiao Wukong and made him stronger. Sun Wufan passed away when Jiang Tian was 12 years old, leaving the two brothers to depend on each other. Originally, Jiang Tian cut off little Wukong's tail before this, but Sun Wuhan still did not escape his fate. He was bitten by a poisonous snake while going up a mountain, and died of poisoning soon after. Jiang Tian also felt sad for this grandfather who raised him for more than 10 years, and Xiao Wukong was listless for several months. According to Jiang Tian's estimation, Xiao Wukong is already very strong now, and it should be very easy to defeat Xianren as long as he trains hard for another year or two. Taking Jiang Tian's current third level of 9 Suns Kung Fu as an example, defeating Xianren is really a piece of cake. Now Jiang Tian's skill, the explosive power of pure flesh, can easily blast 1,000 Jin boulder into pieces. Little Wukong also often tested his strength against the huge boulder, but it was a pity that he exhausted all his strength and only opened a small crack in the heavy boulder. For Jiang Tian, internal force is the guarantee of his survival. As long as the internal force is pure enough, the destructive power can be infinitely doubled. Of course, the premise is that he can control the true energy. Now Jiang Tian's 9 Yang Kung Fu has been cultivated to the 3rd level, not far from the 4th level. Although 9 Yang Kung Fu is difficult to practice, judging from the practice here in the past few years, every pass has been relatively smooth, and no bottlenecks have been encountered. The physiques of the two are very abnormal, they have long been to the point where the cold and heat do not invade. Jiang Tian is not too concerned about the changes of the 4 seasons, so he does not pay too much attention to the passage of time. Every day is not only practicing, but also practicing, carefree. When he was tired, he would tease little Wukong when he was bored, and then continue to practice. Only he knew the fun of it. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Without the care of Grandpa, it can be said that the entire mountain forest has become their home. They sleep when they are tired from practicing every day, and they go to find some wild game and wild fruits when they are hungry. Anyway, they will not be hungry if they are in the mountains. The 2 brothers occasionally go home once or twice a month, sometimes only once every half a year. They prefer to stay in the big lake in the deep mountain. A giant fish several meters long and very tasty. The noon sun shines directly to the bottom of the lake, and the fish in the water are clearly visible, and Xiao Wukong is now lying on a huge cut wooden board. The length and width of the board are about 7 or 8 meters, and it looks like a small boat. That is one of the places where the 2 brothers sleep at night. Of course, this is Jiang Tian's masterpiece. At this time, Jiang Tianzhang was sitting cross-legged by the lake, sweat was dripping out continuously, his entire face was tense, as if he was enduring great pain. After more than 2 hours, a faint yellow light suddenly appeared on Jiang Tian's body. After a while, Jiang Tian's tense expression gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. About half an hour later, Jiang Tian opened his eyes, stood up in the air, separated his hands to the sides, and used the luck method of cracking sun palm to let the true energy flow to his hands. With a thought in Jiang Tian's mind, he saw that the palms of his hands were surrounded by a faint yellow gas. Seeing the flame-like arrogance in his hands, Jiang Tian was very excited inside. He wanted to shout but held back, because as long as he was distracted, the arrogance would disappear, and he hadn't been able to fully control it yet. After feeling the internal qi released for a while, Jiang Tian thought, and slowly retracted the genkai into his body, and the light yellow gas also disappeared in his hands. Jiang Tian stood with his feet side by side, kicked his left foot hard on the ground, and disappeared instantly with a whoosh. Jiang Tian was flying upwards quickly, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, and did not slow down until the height reached 300 meters. To slow down. When he climbed to the limit and was about to land, Jiang Tian made a move of stepping on a swallow in the air. There was a stone under his feet, and his toes seemed to have a point of strength. He disappeared in the original place in the blink of an eye, and reappeared at a height of 500 meters. In the air, tap your toes again, and with a sound of whoosh, you will move 200 meters laterally, and then tap again, and you will rise another 100 meters in an instant. It landed rapidly from a high altitude, as if a booster was installed, and it was a move of the 1000 catalyst fall in the Qinggong Taiun zone. Crack! With a sound, a gust of dust was stirred up, and the surrounding leaves were flying all over the sky. Jiang Tian did not land on the ground, but when he fell 1 meter above the ground at extreme speed. I used treading swallows in the air and returned to the air, having a great time playing. Jiang Tian kept switching between stepping on swallows in the air and stepping on flat clouds in the air. It looked like he was walking freely in the air, extremely elegant and unrestrained. Flying is no different. 5 minutes later, Jiang Tian, who had exhausted his true energy, finally fell from the sky. Fortunately, he hung on a tree. Otherwise, without the protective body of true energy, he fell from a height of 5 meters. Not dead but half disabled. I'll go, I almost played myself to death. Jiang Tian calmed down on the tree, and exercised his mind, trying to recover some of his true energy. A few minutes later, Jiang Tian kicked his feet, and the Dian tread Pingyun in ladder cloud was used, and it landed lightly on the ground. Ha 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 ha! Back on the ground, Wuxian couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart any longer, and laughed out loud, with a small amount of real energy in his laughter. The sound resounded through the entire mountain forest, startling a large number of insects and birds, and the entire forest was suddenly filled with the screams of various wild animals. This loud cry not only woke up all kinds of strange creatures, but also woke up the little Wukong who was still drooling in a deep sleep, and almost rolled into the lake. Haha, I just practiced to the 4th level of 9 Suns Kung Fu's Scorching Sun like Fire, and the Taiun Zone I used surpassed the 7th level of 9 Suns Kung Fu. Grandpa really dare not imagine, I am liking this world more and more, haha. Jiang Tian saw the little Wukong sitting on the lake looking at him with his mouth wide open. He was really proud. He drew up his true energy, and with a move of Pingyun Yudu, he flied lightly to the little Wukong. Just a few hours ago, he would have to touch the water surface twice to reach a distance of 20 meters like this, but now, he can easily do it with a move of Pingyun Yudu. It seems that it flew over. After seeing Jiang Tian coming, Xiao Wukong kept walking around Jiang Tian, and after a few laps, he scratched the back of his head. Very puzzled, Jiang Tian asked, "Brother Tian, where are your wings? I clearly saw that you were flying just now. Why are your wings missing?" "Haha, little Wukong, I'm not a birdman, I don't have wings, but Brother Tian, my martial arts has reached a certain level, and now I can fly in the sky," Jiang Tian explained to little Wukong cheekily. After hearing this, little Wukong's eyes lit up, and he asked joyfully, "Is that when I was as strong as Brother Tian, I could fly?" "Well, as long as you work hard, you will be able to do it soon, but today I am in a good mood, so I will let you fly once." Jiang Tian picked up little Wukong and kicked his feet violently, with the sound of, the two of them were already tens of meters high in the air. Jiang Tian made another move of treading swallows in the air, and then rose more than 10 meters upwards, and then used the move of touching the clouds to flatten the clouds. It slowly fell to the ground. "I'm really not really angry, and I have to have a degree of pretending." Regardless of Xiao Wukong's small body, he still weighs more than 150 kilograms. Jiang Tian really doesn't know where that weight comes from. A kid who looks only 7 or 8 years old actually weighs more than 100 kilograms. That figure doesn't look fat, which is really puzzling. Jiang Tian has only one explanation for this, and science are like this. Jiang Tian couldn't imagine that from the 3rd stage of 9 Suns Kung Fu 3 Suns Kitai to the 4th stage Scorching Sun like Fire, the skill power has increased by as much as 5 times. This span is really too big. He's not quite used to it yet. Half-year later. What? Boom! I saw that Xiao Wukong was facing the plane that was about to land with a stick, hitting the wing firmly. Fortunately, the plane was only a few meters above the ground, and it would definitely end up in a plane crash not far away. Strange, why is this big bird still smoking? Little Wukong walked over, looked at the downed plane, scratched the back of his head, and looked puzzled. Bang! Bang! What? I saw that something seemed to be moving in the eyes of the big bird. Little Wukong stepped forward, held the golden cudgel against the glass window, and tapped lightly a few times. Crack! The bulletproof glass that can prevent the sniper rifle was lightly smashed by Xiao Wukong with the golden cudgel. Help! 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 Hey! After hearing the strange cry, little Wukong backed away 5 meters away, holding the golden cudgel in his hand and facing the person inside the glass window. Seeing that the glass was broken, Bulma quickly climbed out of the driver's seat. Oh! It hurts, my hand! Monster! Little Wukong couldn't help saying these words after seeing Bulma's full view. After hearing this, Bulma was taken aback, looked behind her, and was sure that the kid on the other side was talking about herself, and couldn't help but annoyed. You are the monster, and your whole family are monsters, humph. Little Wukong saw that Bulma didn't seem to be hostile to him, so he put away the golden cudgel in his hand, walked towards Bulma a little warily, looked at Bulma curiously, and examined her around. Are you a woman? My brother, I said that only women would curse. After hearing this, Bulma was furious again. What do you mean that only women can swear? Little Wukong rolled his eyes and said, Little monster, why are you here? Is there a village in this deep mountain? Little Wukong was sure that Bulma would not pose any threat to him, so he let go of his guard and retorted to Bulma, I am not called a little monster, I am Monkey King. Who are you? Why did you come here? Bulma looked at little Wukong and replied, My name is Bulma. I'm from the city. I'm here to look for things. Are you a resident living near here? Of course, little Wukong didn't know what a resident was, so he scratched the back of his head and looked at Bulma suspiciously. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Dragon Ball. Chapter 8 Dragon Ball. Hey, Bulma, are you here to find my brother Tien? Little Wukong looked at Bulma and asked. Bulma replied, Your brother? Your brother? Who is your brother? I know him. What should I do with him? Little Wukong frowned and questioned, Well, my brother Tien said that there will be a woman coming here, is that person you? Woman? Impossible. It's my first time here. Besides, I don't know you, brother Tien. I came here all the way, but I came here looking for things, not people. So that's the case. Then why do you keep following me? Little Wukong asked suspiciously. Bulma rolled her eyes when she was asked, Obviously you are the brat who just follows me and twitters. Bulma continued to walk forward, and Xiao Wukong followed closely behind with a golden cudgel, sometimes in front and sometimes behind, and stopped from time to time to ask Bulma some inexplicable questions. He was so restless. He was really a monkey. People can't be at peace, but fortunately Bulma has a strong adaptability, otherwise he would have lost his temper. Looking at the radar in his hand, Bulma suddenly thought of what Xiao Wukong said just now, and thought to himself, then the Dragon Ball is not in this kid's house, is it? Bulma pressed the radar a few times with his hand, only to hear beep, beep, beep. I saw several small yellow light spots in the thing constantly flashing, and one of them was beating at the highest frequency, and the arrow indicated clearly the direction they were walking in now. Could it be that the Dragon Ball is really in this kid's house? If so, it will be easier to deal with, then give him some money to buy the Dragon Ball, hee hee. After making up his mind, Bulma put the radar back satchel. When Xiao Wukong saw it, he asked, Bulma, what is that thing, how can you call it? Bulma patted her satchel and replied, This is called Dragon Ball radar, it was invented by this lady, it's amazing. Half an hour later, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar again and pressed it, only to see that the yellow light spot was very close to him, and Bulma asked little Wukong, Wukong, is your home coming soon? Little Wukong replied, That's right, it will be soon, and we will be there after 2 more turns. After a few minutes, Bulma saw several wooden houses. Little Wukong opened the door and went in. Little Wukong led Bulma into the hall, and said to the table in front, "Grandpa, I'm back." Seeing the actions of little Wukong, Bulma felt very strange. There was nothing in front of him except these things on the table. It was really weird. But soon, Bulma's eyes were attracted by a small box on the table. I saw the yellow light emitting from the unclosed box. Bulma hurriedly went to have a look. Wow, Dragon Ball! Bulma picked up the yellow beads on the table and exclaimed in surprise, "It's a Dragon Ball, it's a Dragon Ball, it really is a Dragon Ball, it's a 4-star Dragon Ball, haha." Seeing that Bulma took the bead away, little Wukong couldn't help being furious, stretched out his hand to snatch the bead back, and said angrily to Bulma, "You are not allowed to touch Grandpa's things, hum." Bulma looked embarrassed at little Wukong, fixed his eyes on the Dragon Ball and said, "Wukong, I have something to discuss with you, okay?" Little Wukong didn't betray her, he took the bead and put it on his right leg and took 2 steps behind him. Staring at Bulma angrily, now he knew that Bulma wanted to steal something from Grandpa, of course he wouldn't give her a good look. Seeing the appearance of little Wukong, Bulma said again, "Well, Wukong, I will buy your Dragon Ball with money, okay, a lot of money." Little Wukong shouted, "I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want anything, this is what Grandpa left us, I won't give it to you." Bulma couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and asked, "Where is your grandfather, Wukong?" Little Wukong put the bead on his chest and replied, "My grandfather was bitten to death by a snake." Bulma groaned, and thought to himself, "So Wukong just called this Dragon Ball, hee, really stupid." Bulma suddenly remembered something, and asked Wukong, "Wukong, what about your brother, why don't you see him?" Bulma planned to start with brother Wukong, since this kid can't get the Dragon Ball, then there should be a chance to find his brother, anyway, he can't get it. Seeing that she was looking for his brother, little Wukong couldn't help asking curiously, "Why are you looking for my brother? Didn't you say you didn't know him?" Bulma's eyeballs rolled quickly, and she replied, "Hee, maybe I misremembered, I came to find your brother Tien, hee, please call him quickly." Hearing what she said, Xiao Wukong put away his posture and returned to a friendly state. Since he was looking for brother Tien, he must be a good person. "Okay then, I'll ask brother Tien to come back." After finishing speaking, little Wukong ran out of the house, followed closely by Bulma. Little Wukong walked out the door with the Dragon Ball in his pocket, and shouted towards the back mountain behind the house, "Brother Tien, come back soon and someone will look for you, Brother Tien, come back soon and someone will look for you." Little Wukong yelled 3 times in a row, and the shouts resounded throughout the forest. After shouting, little Wukong turned his head and said to Bulma, "Okay, my brother Tien will be back soon." Bulma looked at the direction where little Wukong was yelling just now, and asked little Wukong a little uncertainly, "Wukong, where is your brother? I didn't see him answering you." Little Wukong pointed to a mountain and said, "Brother Tien is practicing in that mountain, and he will be back soon." Bulma looked at the mountain that was more than 10 miles away, and was taken aback for a moment. After realizing it, he shouted angrily to little Wukong, "Don't be joking, how could your brother hear you from such a distance?" After hearing this, little Wukong scratched the back of his head, and said uncertainly, "I don't know, brother Tien asked me to call him that. Anyway, every time I call him like this a few times, brother Tien will come back." Bulma found himself completely speechless about this brat. It's the only way to do it now. Who told me that I have to ask someone now? If his brother didn't hear it, I have to go to him by myself. Wushan is practicing lightness kung fu in the mountains and forests. After several months of practice, he is finally able to vacate in the air for a short time. Since then, Wushan's daily practice of lightness kung fu has far surpassed physical training. Goten doesn't have much use anymore. After hearing Xiao Wukong's call, Wushan directly made a move in the air, treading swallows in the air, and then touching clouds, and flew home quickly with a whoosh. Flying all the way, I only borrowed strength from the tree twice, but never landed. It took only a minute or so before I saw the two people outside the house. Little Wukong, who was roasting a wild boar, suddenly raised his head, looked in the direction Wu Shenfei was coming from and said, "Ah, my brother Tian is back." After hearing this, Bulma jumped up, looked around and said, Where? There." Little Wukong pointed to the sky. Bulma looked at little Wukong's fingers, and saw a black spot flying towards her in the distance. The black spot was getting closer and clearer, and Bulma's mouth also began to change slowly. "Day," a little excitedly said, "God, God." As Goten got closer, Bulma's expression slowly changed. I saw a person flying towards her in the air, the long hair in the shawl fluttering in the wind, a handsome face as if cut by a knife, deep eyes, bare upper body, and perfect muscle lines all over the body, although that the clothes are a bit tattered, but they look even more dusty. "Isn't this a fairy?" When Wushan was about -meters above the ground, he recovered his true energy after a move of point crossing the flat cloud, and landed lightly on the ground. After seeing Wushan's face clearly, Bulma felt that he was going to faint, so he quickly shook his head to keep himself awake. After Wushan saw Bulma, he couldn't help being a little excited, knowing that it was time to leave here. Wushan looked at Bulma in front of him, with long blue hair, a melon-shaped face, light red lips, a delicate and slender figure, coupled with that attire, although he did not have the face of a fish or a wild goose, or the face of a closed moon and a shameful flower, but also very pure and refreshing. Wushan thought to himself, "It really is a beautiful girl. I haven't seen a woman in more than 10 years, and now seeing such a beautiful girl." Wu Tian's heart beats several times. After seeing Wushan, little Wukong said to Wushan, "Brother Tian, this woman is looking for you. Is she your friend?" After hearing what little Wukong said, Bulma ran over quickly, hugged Wushan's arm and said, No, then, Brother Tian, I have something to discuss with you, but there is no rush now, we finish eating, let's talk about the meal. After Bulma hugged Wushan's arm and smelled the man's breath, she almost fainted, and leaned her face on Wushan's shoulder, her face flushed. Wushan was startled by Bulma's action. This girl is too unrestrained, although Wushan is very willing to be hugged like this, but he always feels very uncomfortable, making him a little red in the face. Quickly put Bulma's take it away. After Wushan broke away, Bulma finally realized that she was a little rude. She took a small step back and looked at Wushan shyly. "Hello, my name is Bulma." Seeing Bulma's shy look, Wushan couldn't help but like it, walked over, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Hello, my name is Sun Wushan." After Xiao Wukong saw it, he scratched the back of his head again, not knowing what was going on. Seeing Wushan stretching out his hand, Bulma didn't understand what it meant, but with her IQ, it was not difficult to guess the meaning, and imitated Wushan's way and stretched out her hand to hold him together. For some reason, Goten had the urge to hug Bulma in his arms just now. This girl is too emotional. I shook hands just now, and since my heart beat faster, I haven't seen a woman for a long time. Wushan smelled the aroma of roasted wild boar, and with a thought, he disappeared in an instant and sat opposite to Xiao Wukong. Seeing that Bulma was still standing there, Wushan called out, "Bulma, come and sit down, too." After hearing this, Bulma ran over quickly, walked to Wushan's side, and sat down directly regardless of how dirty the wooden bench was. After Bulma sat down, a sense of happiness welled up spontaneously. After Wushan saw her sitting down, he asked her, "Bulma, why did you come here? No one has ever been to such a remote mountain like this. How dare you, a girl, come here?" After hearing Wushan's question, Bulma replied softly, "Well, I'm here to find something." After Bulma finished speaking, he took out 2 yellow beads that were the same as those in the arms of little Wukong from his satchel. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Early the next morning, little Wukong started his day's practice outside his room. Little Wukong was moving the set of cracking sun palm that Wushan taught him, but it was full of power, and there was a faint sense of energy flowing in his palms. Wushan was a little surprised when he saw it. He didn't know how little Wukong developed the sense of qi. After watching it for a long time, Wushan guessed that it is very likely that little Wukong cultivated the sense of qi from the matching breathing method in cracking sun palm. Wushan jumped into the shadow of Xiao Wukong's palm in a flash, and also used the cracking sun palm to confront Xiao Wukong. Wukong's cracking sun palm is from the shallower to the deeper, from the beginning of the trial partner training, and slowly upgraded to the battle. I was so happy, the speed was getting faster and faster, the palms were facing each other, and there was a loud noise like thunder. Bulma, who was sleeping soundly, was also woken up by a strange sound. She walked out the door yawning in her pajamas, and saw the two brothers Wushan and Wukong fighting, which was very exciting. From the beginning of the airflow in the palm of the little Wukong, to now the airflow is flowing all over the body with the movement of the body, the progress is really fast, and there is a faint yellow light flashing on Wushan's body. Although Wushan didn't use his true energy, his current cultivation was able to arouse the surrounding spiritual energy with any random movement, so that he could use it. Looking at the handsome and heroic figure in front of him, Bulma felt that he was about to get drunk, his cheeks were glowing red, and his eyes never moved when placed on Wushan. The little Wukong next to Wushan was directly regarded as air and completely ignored. Half an hour later, the two brothers received their kung fu at the same time, raised their heads and opened their mouths and shouted loudly, only to see a grey gas shot out of Wushan's mouth, and shot into the air with a sound of disappear. That grey gas was the impurity in Wushan's body, which was turned into turbid gas and spit out. This can only be done after a person who has cultivated internal skills has reached a certain level, but Xiao Wukong only screamed and didn't anything shoots out of his mouth. Seeing them stop, Bulma hurried into the house, took out a towel and ran over to Wushan. Wushan took the towel, a little uncomfortable. This treatment is too good. Thank you. Goten looked at Bulma and thanked him with a smile. When Xiao Wukong saw Brother Tian finished wiping, he snatched the towel and wanted to wipe it off his face. After Bulma saw it, of course he didn't agree, and quickly snatched the towel from little Wukong's hand, and said to little Wukong, "Don't you have a towel yourself, use your own." Little Wukong couldn't help being puzzled, and said, "I used this one yesterday." After hearing this, Bulma felt the urge to cry, and went into the room after yelling. Last night Bulma gave Wushan a bath with his own towel. After Wushan finished washing, Wukong also jumped into the bathtub directly. Of course, he used the same towel, but Bulma used the towel that Wukong had used. When I was a child, after eating the so-called nourishing breakfast made by Bulma, I set off on Bulma's motorcycle. Although he ate breakfast, Xiao Wukong is even hungrier now. Because he ate the breakfast just now in one bite, and he really didn't feel that he had something to eat. Even Wushan didn't feel any difference after eating that breakfast, at least he didn't feel that there was something more in his stomach, but it was better than little Wukong, and he could still control it. After Wushan saw the motorcycle, he was very excited. He hadn't touched this modern tool for many years, and it still feels good to the touch. The operation is basically the same as the one in the previous life. After a few tries, he regained his feeling. Wushan was riding a motorcycle, with the accelerator at the maximum, and the speed definitely exceeded km per hour. Although this speed was too slow for Wushan, he was still immersed in the madness that was left in the last life. Bulma hugged Wushan tightly in the back seat, while little Wukong was sitting on the hood, his hands tightly grasping the hood. His chubby little face was constantly deforming with the change of wind direction. Looking at it, it looks a little bleak. There is no way, the seat of that car can only accommodate one person, so, without saying anything, I know that it can only be Xiao Wukong who suffers. As for why it is necessary to use motorcycles instead of flying planes, this is entirely Boomer's decision. After running for 2 hours at an average speed of 150 km per hour, Bulma finally couldn't take it anymore and told Wyushin to stop. After Wyushin stopped, he shouted cheerfully, "This car is really amazing, it's so stable at this speed. Wow, I'm exhausted, Brother Tien, why don't you seem to be tired at all?" Bulma looked at Wyushin and said. Wyushin despised Bulma for a moment, and said, "On this level, it's really too trivial for those of us who practice martial arts." At this time, the little Wukong was also holding the pole of the motorcycle with both hands, and his tail was not idle, hooked on the tail seat at the back. It seemed that the little Wukong had not yet adapted to this walking method. Wyushin touched the motorcycle, and said to Bulma behind him, "Bulma, can you modify this car to make it faster? It's too slow now, it's really uncomfortable to drive." Bulma rolled her eyes when she heard this, and said, "At most, you can only add kilometers. If you go faster, there will be problems." Wyushin was overjoyed and said, 50 is 50, anyway, it's better than now." Boomer took out the tools from his backpack and was about to start working. At this time, little Wukong jumped out of the car, looking listless. He seemed to have only half his life left, and hissed to Wyushin, "Brother Tien, I'm so hungry." When Wyushin heard Xiao Wukong say he was hungry, his stomach started to growl. He just drove to visit Zhuang, but now that he was thinking about business, he was really hungry. Wyushin looked around and said to little Wukong, "Then go and see if there is a whole beast." After hearing this, little Wukong jumped excitedly into the woods and disappeared immediately. Wyushin looked at Bulma's petite back and was busy there, and praised Bulma for being great. After hearing that, Bulma worked even harder. 10 minutes later, I saw a big thing on little Wukong's head, and a big turkey was pulled by his tail. After Wyushin approached, he could see clearly that there was a big turtle on the head of Xiao Wukong. Wyushin sweated profusely and asked little Wukong, "Little Wukong, how do you eat this big turtle?" As soon as the tortoise heard that Wyushin wanted to eat it, it was so frightened that it shrank and instantly, trembling on top of Xiao Wukong's head. After Xiao Wukong heard it, he hurriedly said, "Oh, this turtle is not for food, it asked me to take him home." The tortoise on little Wukong's head heard it, stretched out half of his nipple, and quickly corrected it, saying, "I'm not a tortoise, I'm a sea turtle." Obviously, this sea turtle takes its identity very seriously. When the sea ghost made a sound, Wyushin was startled, and he shouted, "I'll wipe it, you monster." Little Wukong and Bulma were very calm, and they didn't react as much as Wyushin. Bulma looked at the turtle and asked suspiciously, "It's strange, you are a turtle, why are you here?" Seeing that someone finally knew his species, the turtle replied with a face full of beef, "Then, that's me, because I lost my way." Seeing that Wukong was still holding the turtle, Wyushin thought it was indecent and funny, so he said to Wukong, "Put it down, little Wukong." After Xiao Wukong put the turtle down, the turtle said to Wyushin, "Thank you, it's much more comfortable." Then he said, "I am a sea turtle in the sea. I lost my way when I was looking for food a year ago. I have been looking for a year now. I have been looking for the way back to the sea. This kid said to take me back to the sea. The little Wukong came over and asked Bulma, "Bulma, what is the sea?" Bulma knocked on the head of Xiao Wukong and said, "You idiot, Dahai promised him without knowing it, really." Bulma turned around and said to the turtle, "But you are going in the opposite direction. This place is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the sea." Bulma said, holding a meter. After Xiao Wukong heard it, he knew where the sea was, and said, "Haha, then I will take you to find the place called the sea now." After hearing that, the turtle was very happy and said, "Really?" Bumeza punched Xiao Wukong on the head again, and said, "Are you kidding, the sea is completely opposite to where we went." Hearing what they said so much, Wyushin can now be sure that the sea turtle should be the pet of the old lecherous ghost turtle fairy. Wyushin made up his mind and said, "Forget it, let's send this turtle back to the sea first, we are not in a hurry anyway, okay Boomer." Booma heard what Wyushin said, so he followed Wyushin and said, "Okay, I will listen to you." In Bulma's heart, Wyushin is the main focus of everything, and of course it is impossible to refute his decision. After the turtle heard it, he pointed at Wyushin and said, thank you for taking me home." Wyushin said to Wukong, "Little Wukong, kill your big bird quickly, eat it and go on the road." On a trail leading to the East China Sea, I saw a motorcycle running fast, but the people on that car were rather strange. There is an extra turtle on the back of little Wukong, there is no way, there is really no place to put the turtle, so the only way is to ask little Wukong to find a rattan to carry the turtle on his back. The appearance of Xiao Wukong carrying the turtle on his back reminds Wyushin of the appearance of the turtle fairy, which looks a bit funny. 5 hours later, they finally saw the boundless blue sea, and smelling the sea water made them feel much refreshed. Little Wukong jumped down, untied the turtle, looked at the endless sea and said, "Wow, this is the sea. It's so big." The turtle quickly dived into the sea, and then reappeared after a while, and said to them, "Thank you very much for saving your life, I will thank you, just wait here, don't go away, I will be back soon." After the turtle finished speaking, he swam into the deep sea. Bulma looked at Wyushin and asked, "Brother Tien, should we wait?" Wyushin nodded affirmatively and said, "Wait a while, don't rush for a while." After Bulma hummed, she held Wyushin's arm and walked to the side and sat down, watching little Wukong playing by himself on the beach. Wyushin looked at Bulma holding his arm, and didn't pull it away again. Anyway, if he lets go now, he will be hugged by her again soon. Besides, apart from being a little uncomfortable, it feels good. Seeing that Wyushin didn't pull his hand away again, Bulma was extremely excited, leaning her head on Wyushin's shoulder, greedily inhaling the aura emanating from Wyushin's body. Because of practicing internal strength, the aura emanating from Wyushin's body has a natural fragrance, which makes people feel very comfortable. Bulma slowly fell asleep smelling the charming intoxicating fragrance. About 10 minutes later, I saw a black shadow appearing on the sea. Wyushin's eyes are very good. When he looked closely, he was a short, bald old man, standing on the shell of a sea turtle, with a long white beard, a bright light on the top of his head, and a pair of dark glasses. One by one, it seems to be humming a ditty. Wu Tian listened intently, but couldn't hear what was being sung at all, but the tune had a crazy feeling. Looking at him like that, life should be very nourishing. When the Gaixian saw the 3 people on the shore, he waved to them politely. Wyushin saw it more clearly this time, with colorful shirts, white shorts, slippers, and a wooden stick in his hand. The most important thing is the long and pointed bald head, which is very conspicuous, and the sunglasses, looks a bit coquettish, and you can tell it's wretched at first glance. Wyushin carefully examined the legendary martial artist, but the turtle fairy didn't look at Wyushin. After landing, he took aim at Bulma at the first sight. Wyushin clearly saw the sunglasses of the old ghost turtle fairy. There was a flash of light. After glancing at Bulma, the turtle fairy turned his eyes to Wyushin and the others and said, "Is it you who saved my turtle?" Little Wukong looked at the turtle fairy strangely and replied, "Yes, Grandpa, we brought the turtle back." The sea turtle had nothing to do with little Wukong, but he didn't give up, and corrected him aggrievedly, "I'm a sea turtle." End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Somersault Cloud. Chapter 10 Somersault Cloud. Wow, Grandpa has such a personality. Bulma, who had just woken up, exclaimed after seeing the turtle fairy's attire. Indeed, this Gaixian looks 78 years old, and there are probably not many old men like him who dare to dress like that, and those who dare to wear it, the thoughts in their minds are probably beyond ordinary people's thinking. Little Wukong was also very curious about the turtle immortal, especially the turtle shell, so he went up to knock on the turtle shell, and it made a hollow sound. Little Wukong looked at Gui Xianren and asked doubtfully, "It's strange, why does your tortoise look different from that tortoise?" Bulma. After hearing this, Wushan's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't burst out laughing. This little Wukong is really a wonderful flower. This, kid, I'm not a turtle, I just have a turtle shell on my back, and I'm human just like you. Gui Xianren explained, and he didn't mean to blame little Wukong, because he was born with Wukong. I saw innocence in my eyes. Oh, so that's the case. I said why it's different. Who are you, Grandpa? Gui Xianren replied, I am Gui Xianren, the owner of this turtle. Gui Xianren, what a strange name. Gui Xianren ignored Xiao Wukong and asked the turtle, who saved you? The turtle raised the gun, looked at Xiao Wukong, and replied, that's the little boy, if it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I would have died of thirst in the forest. Gui Xianren looked at Xiao Wukong and laughed, so it's you, you're such a kind boy. As a reward, I have to give you a gift? Well, what should I give you? Gui Xianren stood there, his head spinning quickly, trying to think about what he didn't need, so that he could give it away, but he stood there thinking for a long time, and all kinds of pornographic magazines, videos and so on flew through his head. Bring! Little Wukong listened to Gui Xianren's speech, half of which he couldn't understand. He only knew that the old man seemed to want to give him something good. Seeing that Gui Xianren was in a daze, he didn't bother him. Ah! If you have it, I'll give you a phoenix. Gui Xianren, who had been thinking for a long time, finally made a sound. Gui Xianren turned around, faced the sea, held on to the crutch, and shouted to the sky, come on! Phoenix! After hearing this, Bulma exclaimed in surprise, Phoenix? Is it an undead phoenix? Wow, good, I never thought you would have an undead phoenix. After hearing this, little Wukong was full of doubts and asked Bulma, Phoenix? Bulma, what is a phoenix? It's a bird that doesn't die. Will such a bird come? Well, it's quite appropriate to call it phoenix. Wushan was also very curious. He didn't expect that there would be a mythical beast like a phoenix. Well, is the phoenix immortal? I'm really looking forward to it, but there are dinosaurs in this world, so it's not surprising to have a phoenix. Everyone looked expectantly at the sky where Gui Xianren was pointing, wanting to see what the phoenix looked like. After a few minutes. Well, this. The turtle fairy started sweating on the back of his head, and shouted again into the air. At this moment, the sea turtle next to him said to Gui Xianren, Gui Mianren, that, didn't your phoenix died of poisoning a few years ago? Gui Xianren touched the back of his head, feeling very embarrassed, it seems so, then. Only to see that Gui Xianren shouted to the sky, somersault cloud, come quickly. After Wushan heard it, he was shocked and finally stood up. After a while, everyone heard a gust of wind coming from behind. Yes, this way. After hearing the sound, the turtle fairy hurriedly turned around. They saw a yellow cloud flying quickly in the sky, and soon stopped in front of them. Looking at the flying yellow cloud, everyone thought it was amazing. How could this cloud be controlled by people? When Xiao Wukong saw the cloud, he was the first to go forward, looked left and right, felt curiously, looked at the cloud and said in a daze, oh, this cloud is so soft, how can I eat it? Suddenly, several black lines appeared on Wushan's forehead. Gui Xian came over and explained, this somersault cloud is not for eating, this somersault cloud is a means of transportation, for sitting, you sit on the somersault cloud, you control the somersault cloud, then you can fly in the sky and go anywhere you want. Little Wukong's eyes brightened when he heard that the Gui Xian said that he could fly in the sky. He had long wanted to fly freely in the sky like his brother Tian. Can I fly in the sky by sitting on this? That's right, but not everyone can sit on this somersault cloud. Only a pure and kind-hearted person can ride it as he pleases. After Wushan heard this, he turned his head and said to Gaixianren, "Well, that Gaixianren, then you can demonstrate it first. I think you are a very pure and kind person." Guixianren was very helpful when he heard it, and said, "Well, okay, then I'll give it a try. Alas, I haven't done any activities for a long time." The turtle immortal stretched his limbs, and then jumped up with a touch of his toes, and saw that the turtle immortal passed through the clouds directly, fell down with a plop, and fell to the ground, with his 5 bodies facing the ground, his glasses dropped to the side, the left foot is still hanging on the somersault cloud, which looks very funny. Ha ha ha! Wushan snorted and walked over, looked at the somersault cloud and said, "It seems that the somersault cloud also depends on its weight. If it is too heavy, it will fall off the somersault cloud, right, Gaixianren?" When Gaixian heard this, he looked up at Wushan for a moment, and felt that this young man is a talent to be made. Gaixian stood up, pinched his beard, and said very seriously, "Oh, yes, I forgot to say that's it, little brother, I never thought you would have such a high understanding. I wonder if you are interested in practicing martial arts with me. If you tell the weight of Xiao Wukong's small body, I don't know what expression Gaixianren will have." Wushan didn't expect that Gaixianren would have such a reaction. This Gaixianren can be regarded as a big alternative, and quickly replied, "Hee, thank you in advance, but I am not very interested in martial arts. I practice martial arts just to strengthen my body, that's all. I see you here. If you want to practice, you must practice hard in retreat. I can't bear the pain, so I won't trouble you." Seeing Wushan's resignation, Gaixianren said that it was a pity that he realized Wushan's talent. "Oh, why won't this somersaulting cloud go away?" Wushan turned around and saw that little Wukong was sitting on the somersault cloud. It turned out that Wushan had already jumped on the somersault cloud when Wushan and Gaixian were flattering each other. But he sat on it for a long time and did not see any movement from the somersault cloud. Seeing that little Wukong actually sat on it, Gaixianren was very surprised, and said to him, "You just need to control that somersault cloud with your mind, and you can go wherever you want." Little Wukong scratched the back of his head and asked, "What is mind?" "It's just that you think about how to walk in your heart, and the somersault cloud will move with your thoughts, in." Before the Gaixian could finish speaking, the little Wukong had already flown a long distance on that somersault cloud, so it can be seen that looking at the little Wukong is still very smart. Gaixian looked at the little Wukong who was sitting on the somersault cloud and went away, with his mouth open, not knowing what to say. He said to Wushan and the others, "Okay, I will give this somersault cloud to that kid, I should go gone." Seeing Gaixian walking towards the sea, Wushan hurried to catch up and said, "Oh, wait, Gaixian, you can't do this. Although it is said that Xiao Wukong is the main savior of this turtle, but we also brought him here. We also deserve credit, so why don't you send some gifts or something?" Guixianren pinched his beard, thought for a while, and thought it made sense. "Well, that's right, but I don't have anything to give you." Wu Tian chuckled and said, "Well, actually, we didn't want any gifts, but we just thought, since everyone is destined, it's better to leave something as a souvenir before leaving, don't you think so?" Guixianren was relieved after hearing this, and nodded. Wushan said again, "Well, I see, for example, your glasses are very good, and your crutches, oh, forget it, if you don't have crutches, it will be inconvenient for you to move, and if your glasses are gone, the sun will not hurt your eyes, then I will be guilty. What can I do?" Turtle immortal, Wushan pretended to look around on the Gaixianren, pointed at the Gaixianren's neck, and said, "Yes, your bead is very beautiful, that's all. Anyway, you are an old man wearing this bead is very ugly. If those women see it, they will definitely think you are not a good person. What do you think of Guixianren?" Gaixian touched the bead and said to Wushan, "Does it really give people a bad feeling?" "Of course, have you ever seen someone wear such a big bead around their neck?" Gui Xianren touched the bead and said reluctantly, "Okay, then I." Before the Gaixianren finished speaking, Gaixianren felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then he saw that the bead that was still on his neck just now was still in Wuxian's hand. Wuxian tore off the rope from the dragon ball, and it was a 3-star ball. Wuxian said to Bulma behind him, "Bulma, go on." Seeing Wuxian throwing something to her, Bulma quickly caught it. After seeing the object clearly, she exclaimed happily, "Wow, yes, Dragon Ball, it's a 3-star ball." Seeing Bulma's joyful look, the Gaixian couldn't help feeling regretful. He thought, this bead must be very valuable. At this time, Xiao Wukong also came back riding the somersault cloud. After Wuxian saw it, he wanted to try the somersault cloud. He lightly jumped on the somersault cloud with his feet lightly. Seeing that Wuxian was also standing steadily on the somersault cloud, Gaixian couldn't help but drop his eyes when he saw it. Wuxian said he to Immortal Gui, "Thank you very much, Immortal Gui. Thank you so much for your gift, we are very satisfied. Oh, by the way, Immortal Kali gave you this somersaulting cloud." Immortal Gui was very surprised, looked at Wuxian and said, "Young man, how do you know? This is indeed what I got from Immortal Kali." Wuxian replied, "Oh, I heard that the celestial beings on Kali Tower can make somersaulting clouds." Gui Xianren nodded and said, "So that's the case, well, the gift is for you, I should go too, goodbye." "Goodbye, Grandpa Gaixian." After Gaixian left, Wuxian also jumped off the somersault cloud. In fact, when he jumped onto the somersault cloud, he started to sink. Above, it didn't fall down. Little Wukong ran over, laughed at Wuxian and said, "Brother Tian can sit too, haha." Wuxian also laughed, looked at Xiao Wukong and said, "Little Wukong, this somersault cloud will be your car in the future, and you can fly in the future." Seeing that both his brothers could sit on it, Bulma walked over and said, "I want to sit too." After speaking, he jumped on the somersault cloud, bang, ouch! I saw that Bulma fell directly from the somersault cloud, and fell on all fours. Ha ha ha! The two brothers laughed. Wuxian smiled and said, "Bulma, it seems that your thoughts are not pure enough." Bulma was furious, and kicked the somersault cloud, saying, "What kind of shit, I won't let such a kind and lovely girl sit, what a shit, humph. Okay, it's time for us to go." Wuxian walked towards the motorcycle. Bulma quickly followed. Wuxian turned his head and said to Little Wukong, "Little Wukong, you just sit on your somersault cloud and follow us." "Okay, hey." End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Transformation. Chapter 11 Transformation. Along the way, Little Wukong kept muttering about Wuxian and the others' slow speed, flying in front of Wuxian from time to time, then quickly accelerated and disappeared, and then flew back quickly. Wuxian had the urge to catch Little Wukong and beat him madly, and even increased the horsepower to the maximum, but it hurt Bulma in the back seat. Strange, why is there no one in this village in broad daylight? After the three of them walked for another 10 minutes, they heard intermittent noises in front of them. Wuxian concentrated his energy, pricked up his ears and listened carefully, and he could hear clearly as if he was at the scene. "Well, I really think something is wrong, someone is crying." After hearing Wuxian's words, several people quickened their pace, and a few minutes later, they saw a red giant in the crowd, and some people in the crowd were screaming and crying. "Your Excellency Oolong, you look so tall and mighty, how can our children be worthy of you? You should let our daughter go, please." After Wuxian heard it, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Oolong? Hey, it should be that little pig. When I got closer, I saw the giant with a pig-shaped face, flushed, and ferocious fangs, which was very scary." Wuxian said to the Little Wukong next to him, "Little Wukong, look, that monster is doing bad things now, you go up to me and destroy him." Little Wukong, who was still watching the excitement from the sidelines, didn't know why. After hearing Wuxian's order, he replied in relief, "Ah, it turns out that it is a villain. Well, let me go and collect that monster. Wukong took out the monster. Ruyi stick rushed over. Little Wukong jumped vigorously, passing the crowd in the air, imitating Wushan, and stepping on the air one by one, landed coquettishly in front of the oolong, and loudly said to the oolong, "You monster, dare to do bad things, look! I took you!" When the oolong heard the voice, he was startled, thinking that he had encountered a tough character. When the oolong turned around and saw that he was just a kid, he held his stomach and laughed loudly. "You, this brat actually said that he wanted to take me in, it's so ridiculous, haha, I can crush you to death with one finger, you should hurry home and feed yourself, haha. Humph, I see that you are not strong at all, let's see how I can knock you down." After speaking, he kicked Wolong. Just as Wolong was about to speak, he found that his body was rising rapidly, and a sharp pain came from his stomach. When the oolong flew into the air, it suddenly changed its shape and fell to the ground. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but screamed when they saw the huge oolong being kicked away by the child. After everyone saw the falling thing, they all gathered around. Is this Lord Oolong? Is Master Oolong dead? After seeing the falling thing, little Wukong scratched the back of his head, and said very puzzled, "How did this monster become so small? It's so weak. I just used a little bit of strength. It's too inexperienced gone." The oolong, who had turned back into his real body, got up, clutched his belly, and howled. After seeing Xiao Wukong, he seemed to see a ghost, and wanted to escape, but when he saw that he was surrounded by people, he quickly came back and knelt down. Little Wukong begged for mercy, "Hero, spare your life, I will never dare again." Bulma came over and examined the oolong. "What, it turned out that you turned that monster into a monster, you little pervert, Xiao Wukong, hurry up and clean him up." When the oolong heard that he was going to clean him up, he shuddered, his small body couldn't help shivering, the place where he was kicked just now was still in severe pain, how can he not be afraid now? Oolong yelled for mercy, but his eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, everyone felt a flash in front of them. The original oolong turned into a bat, and the bat flew away before everyone could react. Up! Ah, that oolong has escaped, little Wukong, hurry up and chase after him. Buma was the first to react when he saw the oolong running away, and shouted to little Wukong. Wukong was also very angry when he saw it. He didn't expect the oolong to be so cunning, so he called Somersault Cloud and chased after him. Wushan looked at the little Wukong who was chasing after him, turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, you can look for the Dragon Ball here, I'll go and have a look." Without waiting for Bulma's reaction, Wu Tian kicked his feet and chased in the direction where oolong was escaping. Seeing Wushan leave, Bulma stamped her feet on the spot reluctantly. She was very afraid of losing Wushan even for a second, afraid that Wushan would never come back until Wushan died. After the figure completely disappeared before his eyes, he reluctantly turned around and left, took out the Dragon Ball radar and went to look for the Dragon Ball. After all, Wushan's Qinggong is no better than Xiaokong's Somersault Cloud. When he saw Xiaokong, he had already caught the oolong. Wushan walked over and looked at the oolong, it was just a humanoid piggy. The oolong couldn't help shivering when he saw Wushan. He felt that Wushan in front of him seemed to be more terrifying than little Wukong. Oolong instinctively approached little Wukong, so as to stay away from the terrifying Wukong. "Sky! Hey, you scoundrel, do you want to run again, don't you? If you run again, I will really be rude." Seeing Wolong's movement, Xiao Wukong increased the strength of his hand a little bit, and it hurt so much he yelled. Wushan looked at the oolong being carried by Xiao Wukong, and couldn't help thinking, this little Beiji's transformation technique is so stupid, I don't know if I can practice it. It hurts so much, I won't run anymore, you let go first, you barbarian. Wu Tian walked over and patted the oolong on the head, and said to him, "You little pervert, you deserve it, since you are deceiving people like this, you will be cut alive by the villagers later." After hearing that, Oolong couldn't help trembling all over. He knew that he was definitely doomed this time. If he robbed someone else's daughter, he had to kill him. The whole village has been bullied by him. Now that he has been killed, they still don't know what the consequences will be. The most important thing now is how to get out. That, two heroes, please let me go, I will give you a lot of money, okay? I beg you to let me go. Seeing that the Oolong must be playing tricks again, Wyushan said to the Oolong with a smile, "Look at your piggy eyes, you want to run away again, don't even think about running away, you can't run away, fall into our hands, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can find you out, he. After hearing Wu Tian's words, Oolong stopped immediately. His plot was completely seen through, and he couldn't beat others. Now that it is in the hands of others, he can only admit defeat. "Little Wukong, you throw him on the ground first, I have something to ask him." Of course, little Wukong obeyed Wyushan's words unconditionally, and threw the Oolong to the ground, and the Oolong screamed loudly after being thrown. "You savages, you are all savages, ah, it hurts me to death." Wyushan sat down next to the Oolong, patted the Oolong and said, "Oh, don't bark, little Wukong doesn't use any strength at all, besides, your pig skin is so thick that it won't hurt you even if you fall." Upon hearing Wolong's words, he was very dissatisfied with Wyushan's words, hummed a few times, sat up and turned the pig's head aside, and ignored Wyushan. Wu Tian picked up the stone on the ground and squeezed it in his hands, and said to Wolong, "I'll ask you a few questions, if you answer them well, maybe I'll let you go." Upon hearing this, Oolong was overjoyed and said, "Really? Of course, let me ask you, where did you learn this transformation technique?" After hearing that, Oolong was shocked, and said after a while, This is an ability I have had since I was born, and I am the only one in this world who knows it." After Wyushan heard this, he knew that the pig was lying. "Humph, I think you don't want to live, okay, I'll give you to the villagers, and there will be roast pork tonight." Oolong was shocked. Don't, what do you want, what I said is true." Wyushan laughed and said, "You pig, you should think that I don't know that you lied to me. I have seen people who can transform like you before. You'd better explain it honestly, or you can imagine consequence. I don't know if your mouth is hard, or is this rock hard." Oolong saw that Wyushan crushed the stone in his hand as if he was kneading dough. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back, and was pushed back by the little Wukong behind him. The behavior of these two brothers looks very much like the scene of the underworld persecuting good people. Okay, let me tell the truth, I learned this transformation technique in the transformation kindergarten." Wyushan nodded, and asked again, "Then do you know where this transformation kindergarten is? Also, can anyone learn this transformation technique?" Oolong shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was kicked out by the academy. I don't even know where the address of the academy is. Anyway, it's hard to find that place." Wyushan frowned after hearing this, thinking, "This pig, he must be lying to me again. How could his academy not know where it is?" "Ah, don't be like this, I really didn't lie to you, I was really driven down the mountain by the teacher, so I don't know the address of the college at all." Wolong saw Wyushan crush the stone in his hand again, thinking that he didn't believe himself. He explained again in horror. "Well, that pig head, besides being able to transform yourself in the academy, have you learned anything else?" Wu Tian saw that the Oolong didn't seem to be lying, so he changed the subject and asked. "No, it's a transformation kindergarten. Of course, only the transformation technique can be learned, so stupid." As soon as the Oolong finished speaking, the pig's head was slapped by Wyushan again, and he groaned and yelled when he slapped the ground. "You pig, don't you want to live, don't you look at the occasion, with your IQ? You still have the right to call others stupid. Since you don't know the address of the college, and you don't have any skills, it seems that you have no value to use. Let's give you to those villagers. Don't do this, please, give me some time, I will definitely remember. Cut, when you think about it, the daylily is cold, I know someone must know it, how can I use you? Wushan didn't want to get entangled with this oolong any longer, so he asked Xiao Wukong to hold him. Oolong went back to the village. After returning to the village, everyone saw that little piggy did not really believe that he was the terrible oolong lord just now, but someone suggested that the oolong should be burned, but fortunately under Wushan's persuasion, he did not do so. This made Wolong very grateful to Wushan. And Bulma took out a dragon ball, and said happily to Wushan, "Look, brother Tian, I found the dragon ball, it's the 6 planets." Wushan looked at it, and it really was a 6-star planet, and he exaggerated again to Bulma. Bulma counted the dragon balls in the satchel and said, "We have 5 dragon balls now. We just need to find the remaining 2 to complete the task. I didn't expect to collect 5 so quickly." End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Hey, that, Beiji, let me tell you, why are you such a daring pig? Are you not afraid that one day you will be caught and roasted? Wushan looked at the Krolong teased. That oolong shouted at Wushan angrily, "My name is Oolong, not Beiji, how many times do you want me to remind you? Do you know that it is very impolite to change someone's name casually like this?" Wushan couldn't show any face, and said, "Cut, what face do you need for a pervert like you? All names are the same, I think Beiji sounds very nice, isn't it, little Wukong?" Little Wukong touched the back of his head, thought for a while and said, "Well, Oolong is not good, but Beiji is also quite strange." Bulma also followed suit, "That's right, Oolong is too ugly, Beiji is better." That Oolong was crazy, now his life was in someone's hands, and he couldn't beat him, and he couldn't escape, so he had to let it go, and sat there without making a sound, poking a pig's mouth. Seeing the oolong like that, Wushan thought it was very amusing, and said to Xiao Wukong, "Little Wukong, you will hunt a wild boar later, I haven't eaten pork for a long time, I'm so greedy." When Xiao Wukong heard about eating, his eyes lit up, "Okay, I want to eat pork too." After speaking, he patted Oolong on the shoulder, laughing loudly. Oolong couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted, "Can't you take care of my feelings? You will hurt people's hearts if you do this, you savages." Wu Tian patted the Oolong's head, and said with contempt, "You have the right to speak, you are a prisoner now, you know, besides, who here is as brutal and lustful as you?" "That's right, that's right." Oolong was depressed for a while, looked at Wu Tian and said, "Then let me go, anyway, you are a burden to take me with you, you might as well let me go." Wu Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, "You want to be beautiful, let me let you go and harm other girls." This, it won't happen, I promise I won't do such a thing again." Oolong quickly criticized. Wushan looked at Wolong with a strange expression of believing in you, and asked Xiao Wukong and Bulma, "Little Wukong, do you believe it? Bulma, do you believe it?" The two shook their heads in unison. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." "Hear it, I really want to believe you, but the minority obeys the majority, you just follow us, don't worry, I won't roast you, but the premise is that you are obedient." Even he himself didn't quite believe what Oolong said, so he sat in the car and wailed again. "Then where are you taking me?" Oolong's voice was much softer, as if resigning himself to fate. After Wushan heard it, he also had doubts, and said to Bulma, "Bulma, where is the next stop?" Bulma drove the car, and replied to Wushan, "Our next stop is Jiangguo Mountain. The Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball near Jiangguo Mountain." "What, you are going to Jiangguo Mountain, are you crazy? Don't you know that it is a place that no one dares to go to?" Wolong was very excited when he heard that he was going to Jiangguo Mountain. Little Wukong was very puzzled and asked, "Why?" Oolong seemed to be very afraid of Jiangguo Mountain, so he calmed down and said, "There is a demon living there. Everyone who has been to Jiangguo Mountain has been killed, and no one can come back alive. That person is very terrifying. Known as the King of Demons." Little Wukong didn't take it seriously, and asked again, "Is that person very powerful?" Of course, no one has ever been able to escape from his hands. They were all killed. Anyway, he is an extremely terrifying person. Oolong was trembling all over, trying to persuade him. When Xiao Wukong heard that there was a powerful person, he couldn't help but excitedly said, "Then I want to meet him even more, and then I will let him knock him down." Bulma didn't take Wolong's words to heart at all. In her eyes, Wuxin was the most powerful person in the world. After Wolong heard it, he shouted, "You madman, the Bull Devil King is beyond your imagination. If you want to die, don't drag me." Little Wukong is looking forward to the fight with the Bull Demon King more and more. For him, there is no such word as fear. 2 days later, they entered the desert. Wuxin was sleeping in the back seat with Bulma in his arms at this time, and Xiao Wukong was also asleep in the front seat, drooling from his mouth, and the role of Oolong also changed. From a prisoner to a prisoner, the driver is driving the car in the direction of the Frying Pan Mountain. Not to mention how aggrieved Oolong was, he had already cursed them tens of thousands of times in his heart. If Wolong hadn't tapped him twice on his waist, he would have transformed into a long time ago and ran away. Now he can only move his hands and feet, but he has lost feeling in his waist, so he has no choice but to obediently drive them, accepting the drudgery of being a driver honestly. He has been driving for more than 8 hours in a row now, and he can't bark because Wuxin also tapped him on the back of his neck. Now no matter how much he shouts, there is no sound, and he doesn't dare to stop, because this is a desert. The desert is the most unpredictable, and there will be sandstorms at any time to bury them alive. Regarding these common senses, I guess the few people here are the most abundant, so I can only keep driving. I thought I was looking for an oasis and stopped. It's a pity that his luck is too bad. It's almost dark now, and the oasis is still gone. Bang! Ah! Hey! Damn Oolong, how did you drive? Ouch, my waist! Bulma pressed his waist and cursed, but Wuxin was fine. He happened to be on top of Bulma. The worst was little Wukong, who flew out and hit the windshield. But the Oolong was bleeding from his forehead, his hands were waving wildly, and he was yelling mm. Wuxin saw how pitiful he was, so he opened the acupuncture points on his body. As soon as the acupoints were untied, the Oolong collapsed on the car, and said weakly, "I'm exhausted, you bastards, you are abusing me, you are better off, sleep there, I am almost exhausted, if you want. It's not that I can't move, where will it be like this?" Wu Tian felt a little embarrassed when he heard Oolong's complaint, and said, "Okay, isn't it just a drive, it will benefit you then." It was good for Oolong to hear it, so he stopped making trouble, turned his head to Wuxin and said, "You have to count on what you say. Ouch, it hurts me to death." Little Wukong jumped out of the car, covered his head and said, "Oh, it really hurts, my somersault cloud is safer." Wuxin looked in front of the car, only a stone was stuck in it. Wuxin lifted the car aside with his feet, asked Oolong to turn on the fire. It was not broken, and the car could still run normally. Bulma looked at the surrounding environment, and said, "We have already left the desert, and now there are rocks in front of us. Why don't we spend the night here today?" Wuxin looked up, it was already half dark, and he was hungry now, so he said, "Okay then, you can put the car away." Bulma took out the universal capsule, threw it on the ground, and with a bang, that luxurious little house appeared again. Everyone walked in one after another, only Xiao Wukong was still jumping around outside. He just woke up full of energy, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. At this moment, only the sound of a locomotive was heard coming here. Little Wukong looked towards the sound, and saw a desert speeder flying towards him very fast. Soon, the car stopped in front of Xiao Wukong. I saw one with long hair, a long knife across his waist, and a small animal like a squirrel on his shoulder. The man jumped out of the car and waved to little Wukong. Little Wukong asked the man, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer the little Wukong, and said to the little Wukong, "Little ghost, tell your adults to come out." "Do you know my brother Tian?" Xiao Wukong asked the man. The man looked at Xiao Wukong, he smiled and said, "We'll get to know each other soon, he. Little Wukong patted his head, and said to the man, "You talk so strangely." At this time, Wushan and Wolong, who were in the house, also came out when they heard the noise outside. The man saw Wushan and the others, and said, "Okay, let's all come out, then I will introduce myself. I am the king in this desert, and I am also Yamsha, a hunter in the desert. Take out your money and the universal capsule." As soon as Wolong heard what he said, he disappeared in place and hid in the house. Little Wukong asked the man, "What is a hunter? Can it be eaten?" The oolong hiding behind the door heard it and shouted, "Idiot, hunter means robber, come in quickly, or he will kill you." "What is a robber?" Wushan couldn't listen anymore, and said to Xiao Wukong, "Little Wukong, don't talk too much, a robber means a bad person, he is a bad person, you should get rid of him soon." "Oh, so you are a villain, you want to steal our things, aren't you?" Little Wukong took out the wish stick and said to Yamu. When Oolong saw the little animal on Yamsha's shoulder, he was very surprised, pointed at him and said, "Aren't you that crybaby, Yapuru?" When Yapuru saw the Oolong, he made a face at him, and said, "The perverted Oolong, la." Yamcha saw that Xiao Wukong was about to fight. He laughed and said, "You little devil, do you want to fight with me? Don't think that I will show mercy if you are a child. You should hurry up and get rid of all valuable things. Hand it over, so as not to suffer from that flesh and blood." Little Wukong didn't listen to his nonsense anymore. He took the Ruyi stick and hit Yamcha with it, and Yamcha jumped away in a flash. "It seems that you are unwilling to give up, so let me, the king of the desert, show you who is the strongest man in the world." Just when Nyamucha was talking nonsense, Xiao Wukong flew over again and kicked Nyamucha away. This is the martial arts concept that Wushan usually taught Xiaokong. Unprepared, let him die. Yamcha covered his stomach and shouted to little Wukong, "Despicable, since you sneak attack me, you kid, then accept the wrath of the king of the desert, ah!" Yamsha quickly ran towards Xiao Wukong, and in just a few face-to-face time, he punched Xiao Wukong more than 20 times in a row, but he easily dodged all of them. Seeing that he couldn't hit little Wukong, Yamcha stepped back, looked at little Wukong and said, "Hey, I can't tell, you little devil is really good at it, so just take my move." Yamcha drew out the long knife pinned to his waist, and slashed at Xiao Wukong again. Yamcha's sudden knife forced Xiao Wukong back a few steps, but soon after Xiao Wukong regained his strength, he smashed the long knife with his wish stick. Dang! Seeing the long knife cut off at the sound, little Wukong turned around again, pointed the Ruyi stick in his hand at Yamcha, and shouted, "Ruyi stick, long!" I saw that the wishful stick grew rapidly and hit Yamcha's stomach straight, and it was not until more than 10 meters later that Xiao Wukong put away the wishful stick. "Your Excellency Yamsha, are you all right?" Nyapuru flew over after seeing Yamsha being knocked down. Little Wukong put the Ruyi stick back into the bucket, thinking that Nyamucha was knocked down, but Nyamucha got up quickly. Yamcha wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Little devil, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, so, just take a look at my unique move." Yamcha let go of his steps and put his hands up, wolf, tooth, wind, fist. I saw that Yamsha's speed was several times faster than before. When Yamsha's fist was about to hit little Wukong also quickly fought back. The speed of the two of them was so fast. Yamsha's speed is fast, but he was easily dodged by little Wukong. Yam Sha didn't hit little Wukong with a single punch. Instead, he was hit by little Wukong. There was a kick in the stomach, and Yamcha flew into the air, flying towards Wushan's direction quickly. Little Wukong, watch carefully, don't smash the flowers and plants. After Wushan finished speaking, he looked at Yam Sha flying over, stretched his foot, and kicked Yam Sha's ass. I saw that Yam Sha flew up again and flew back in the direction it came from. It didn't fall until it flew more than 100 meters. Your Excellency Yam Sha, Your Excellency Yam Sha, are you all right? End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Restless True Chi. Chapter 13 Restless True Chi. Oolong saw that Yam Sha was knocked down by Xiao Wukong 2 or 3 times, and walked up to Xiao Wukong to praise him vigorously. At this time, Bulma, who was going to take a bath, also came out wearing a bathrobe. Wushan praised Bulma when he saw it, and looked at Bulma with fixed eyes. She was really beautiful. When the Oolong saw it, his eyes sparkled and his mouth watered. Seeing Wushan looking at her like this, Bulma was shy for a while, and her blushing cheeks were even more bloody now. Wushan looked at it and scratched his heart. Whether he could see it or not, he felt uncomfortable. He kept in mind what his grandfather said in his previous life. Great benefit. Seeing that the Oolong was already drooling, Xiao Wukong was surprised to see it, looked at the Oolong, and asked strangely, Beiji, why are you drooling? After hearing this, Wu Tian looked at Oolong. He really looked like a pig brother, and clapped his hands at the Oolong's head. Beiji, what are you looking at? You can't throw a pig. Oh, Oolong touched the back of the head that was hurt by Wushan, and said angrily, you violent maniac, why did you hit me again? Can't you be gentle? Wu Tian rolled his eyes. Gentle? You're still gentle, you don't touch your pig's mouth, but your virtue is still gentle, throwing a pig. Oolong stretched out his hand to touch it, and saw that the pig's mouth was wet. He couldn't help being embarrassed. Hee, I can't help it. Little Wukong pulled Oolong's clothes again. Look, there are all over the ground, are you hungry too? When Bumaka saw it, he was very disgusted, and shouted at Oolong, you bastard, wipe the floor clean for me, or you can sleep outside tonight. Oolong was very annoyed, and shouted at little Wukong, Wukong, you are really talkative, annoying guy. Little Wukong was puzzled, scratched the back of his head, and looked at Wulong. Seeing Wulong's appearance, Wushan thought it was funny, pulled the pig's ear and said, Beiji, you can just turn up your lust, and now you are still swearing, I really convinced you, hurry up and clean it up, otherwise just cut off your pig ears, so I can add food tonight. Oolong quickly covered his ears, snorted at Wushan a few times, but remained silent. He was afraid of this Wushan. He knew that this Wushan's kung fu was much better than that little Wukong, and what I'm most afraid of is that Wushan will give him a few clicks when he is in a bad mood. That would be really sad. Okay, little Wukong, call me when we eat later, I'll go out to practice. Wushan walked out of the room and looked at the sun that had already set to the west. Although the sun had already set, the temperature in the desert was still very high. The heat of the sand. Start today's practice with 9 Yang Kung Fu. After more than an hour, Wu Tian recuperated his Kung Fu, and obviously felt that compared with usual, his Genkai was running much more abundantly and much faster. Even a trace of Genkai in the meridians was obvious. The sky is already very dark now, but for Wushan, he can see clearly. With a kick of his feet, he flew towards the house. His Qinggong is getting more and more proficient now. Going down, it is estimated that it is not a problem to vacate several miles in a row, but it is much slower than running on the road. At this time, I only heard Xiao Wukong calling him. Wushan flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Wukong. Little Wukong saw Wushan who suddenly appeared, looked at Wushan and said, Brother Tian, it's time to eat. Wushan nodded, and followed Xiao Wukong into the house. The smell of meat came from the kitchen. He knew that Bulma was preparing dinner in the kitchen. He saw Bulma wearing an apron and serving dishes outside. Wushan thought in his heart, it is really a good choice to be a good wife. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, a few of them were chatting and watching TV in the living room. Wukong, what are you doing at Frying Pan Mountain? Let's go find the Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball? What is Dragon Ball? Oolong asked suspiciously. Little Wukong took out the 4-star from his bosom, and said to Wolong, this is it. Oolong looked at the dragon bead seriously, very puzzled. This bead is very beautiful, but what are you looking for? Is it very valuable? Little Wukong answered Wolong. Bulma said that as long as you find 7 of these Dragon Balls, you can call out Shenlong, and Shenlong will grant you any wish. Ah, there is such a thing, but I'm not interested in this Dragon Ball. I'm only interested in girls. I also have some wishes to fulfill. Let's not go there. There is a bull demon king in Frying Pan Mountain. The big devil is here, you can't get the Dragon Ball. Wolong tried to persuade little Wukong without giving up. Little Wukong said indifferently, don't be afraid, I will defeat him when the time comes. Oolong was very speechless, thinking that he must find a chance to escape by himself. There is a big demon king on the Frying Pan Mountain. Although Xiao Wukong and Wushan are very powerful, he still feels that it is impossible for Xiao Wukong and the others to belong to the Bull Demon King. The opponent, if he doesn't escape, he will definitely die. Bulma watched TV with Wushan. The TV in this world is similar to that of the 21st century. It was really boring to watch, just about to get up, but there seemed to be someone outside the door. Turn down the volume on the TV and listen carefully. Did you hear that, Pu Yalu? They say that brother or something like Dragon Ball can call out Shenlong, and can fulfill any wish. Nyamucha squatted under the window and said furtively. Yeah, yes, Your Majesty Yamcha. Yamcha whispered again, then, we will find a way to snatch the Dragon Ball, but we have to wait for them to fall asleep before we can do it. That kid is quite powerful. Humph, so it's Yamcha, that bastard, who wants to steal my Dragon Ball. Let's see if I can't kill you. Wu Tian was about to go out to clean up Nyamucha, but found that he had already retreated. I'll wipe. Not long after Wushan sat down, he heard 2 more faint footsteps coming from outside, stopped outside the house, and only heard, Axio, hurry up, it will be difficult to handle if you are discovered by then. A male voice replied, don't push me, I'm adjusting the time. Wushan couldn't help frowning, isn't it Yamcha? Who is that? They also stole the Dragon Balls? Well, it seems so. I remember that many people are thinking about the Dragon Balls. Is it the Red Ribbon? What about the Legion? Wushan quickly ran up to the 2nd floor, jumped to the top of the building, looked down, a man and a woman. The man was busy with a square object. Since Wushan was looking down, he couldn't see what it was. Wushan tapped his toes lightly, floated down lightly, and stopped just above the girl's head. Damn it, it turns out that this guy is planting a bomb, bastard, he wants to blow us up. Wu Tian was so angry when he saw it, he decided to scare them to death. Goten lowered his body a little more, and stopped when he was about to touch the ground. Goten blew lightly on the woman's neck, and then quickly floated away. The woman seemed to feel something at that time, and twisted her neck, thinking that there was a wind blowing, so she ignored it. Seeing that the man didn't respond, Wushan blew on the woman again. The woman couldn't help trembling all over, and slowly turned her head to look back, when Wushan quickly floated away in front of her eyes. She only felt a black shadow drifting past quickly in front of her eyes, and disappeared in an instant. Ah, she was about to yell, but fortunately she covered her mouth in time. She patted Ashiu who was working, and looked around again with her eyes, but there was nothing. Okay, don't touch me, it will be fine soon. That Axio was still busy with his work, and was very impatient with the woman's urging. The woman looked around carefully for a while, but she really didn't find anything. She thought it was her own illusion, so she didn't think about it too much, but she still had lingering fears and was sweating all over. She was about to turn her head to see Axiu. I also felt a gust of wind blowing by, and quickly disappeared. The woman was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, she covered her mouth, but one hand was tightly grasping Axiu's body. Axiu was just caught by the woman, his hand couldn't help shaking, and he stuck the bomb that was going to be stuck on the wall to his hand. This is over, I told you not to touch me, now it's stuck to my hand, it's over, Axiu said in horror. Then throw it away quickly, let's go, there seems to be a ghost here, the woman tremblingly said. No, it's stuck tightly now, there's only 1 minute left, it's over. The woman looked at it, and sure enough, the time was already under 1 minute. She looked around and said in fear, then, take your time, I'd better go back to the car. Just as she was about to leave, Wu Tian appeared like a ghost, flashed before her eyes again, the woman could see clearly this time, a ghost was floating. Ghost! At this moment, Bulma, who was in the room, heard the sound, and his heart tightened. What's outside? Little Wukong, go and have a look. As soon as Axiu heard the cry, he was frightened, and ran away quickly, and shouted to the woman behind him as he ran, Awu, run, they are coming out. After running for a while, he found that Awu was still sitting on the ground, so he hurried back and dragged Awu to continue running away. After Wushan saw them running away, he chased after them, and swayed in front of that Axiu a few times, but unfortunately, that Axiu didn't know if he was running too fast or something, but he didn't find Wushan. Wushan was a little depressed, directly tripped that Axiu with a vigorous force, and then quickly backed away a few meters. Ouch! Ghost! Axiu cried when he saw the black shadow flying in the air in front of him. Axiu was obviously much bolder than that Awu. Although he was so frightened that he could hardly stand up, he still supported Awu, who was already a little delirious, and fled in another direction. Wushan followed them again, followed closely behind them, and made sharp screams from time to time. Ghost! Wushan turned his head and found that it was Xiao Wukong who was chasing him, and asked Wushan, Brother Tian, why are you here? Who is that? It's 2 little thieves who came to steal things. Let's go, we're going back. After speaking, he yelled into the sky again, and the yell resounded throughout the desert. Frightened and fell to the ground. Wushan's feet quickly disappeared into the night. Oh, it's so hot, why is it so hot? Buma complained in the car. Wushan looked forward, and the sky not far away was already half red. Is Frying Pan Mountain coming soon? The oolong who was driving the car trembled when he heard it. Okay, it seems so. Are you sure you want to go? Maybe you won't be able to come back after you go. When Bulma heard that it was coming, she was very happy. Wow, it's finally coming, no wonder it's so hot here. Go on, Beiji, I will guarantee you not to die. Wushan assured Wolong. After Wolong heard this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Although he didn't know how powerful Wushan's martial arts were, he learned from little Wukong that Wushan was much better than little Wukong, and Aju's life was somewhat guaranteed. Yes, but that is the Bull Demon King, are you sure you can defeat him? You talk nonsense, be careful, I will hit you. As he got closer and closer to the Frying Pan Mountain, Wushan felt that the Genkai in his body was a little restless. What's going on here? It's a feeling I've never experienced before. It's as if my true energy is working by itself. Wushan hurriedly calmed down the Genkai in his body. The Genkai in his body seemed to be summoned by something, very restless. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 New 9 Yang True Qi. Chapter 14 New 9 Sun's True Qi. The car slowly approached Frying Pan Mountain, and the surrounding air became hotter and hotter. Now everyone is soaking wet, Only Wushan sat there with his eyes closed, looking very calm, without any sweat dripping from his body, which made the few people in the car envious. In fact, the most uncomfortable thing now is Wushan. I don't know what's going on. The closer he gets to the frying pan mountain, the more irritable the Genkai in his body is. Now he is forcibly resisting the restless Genkai in his body. If it is not good, the meridians will be burned. Just when they stopped the car, Wushan finally temporarily stopped the momentum of his qi, and tapped several times on his body, sealing several main acupuncture points. Everyone looked at the frying pan mountain surrounded by flames, and couldn't help but feel palpitations. Wushan even felt that the sealed acupuncture points in his body were about to be washed away. Is this the frying pan mountain? No wonder it's so hot. This is a mountain roasted on the stove, so how can we get in? Seeing the raging fire, Bulma felt a little discouraged. Wushan observed for a while and said, this should only burn the mountain, and the castle inside should not be burned. If the somersault cloud driven by Xiao Wukong landed from the sky, it should be possible. After hearing this, Bulma's eyes lit up. Yes, Brother Tian is still smart. Turning his head, he said to little Wukong, Wukong, it's up to you this time. You must find the Dragon Ball. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball should be in the center of the castle. Okay, no problem, I will definitely find the Dragon Ball. Little Wukong promised. Just when little Wukong was about to summon Somersault Cloud, there was a sudden bang-bang vibration on the ground. The oolong was the most eye-catching, and shouted, it's over, the Bull Demon King must be coming, why don't you run away? After speaking, he ran into the car and hid. Sure enough, soon a giant appeared in front of them, angrily charging towards them with a big axe. The Bull Demon King looked huge, but his speed was extremely fast. He swung the axe and chopped down at several people. Wushan hugged Bulma and stepped aside, but Xiao Wukong rushed towards the Bull Demon King with a wish stick. Little Wukong kicked hard at the Bull Demon King's chest, but unfortunately the Bull Demon King only took a few steps back and stood firm. The Bull Demon King looked at them angrily and said, you hateful thieves, it is not so easy to steal my treasures from the Bull Demon King, just watch me cut you in half. When Xiao Wukong heard that he was the Bull Demon King, he asked the Bull Demon King, are you the Bull Demon King? Don't you look very strong? But we are not here to steal, we are just looking for Dragon Balls. When the Bull Demon King heard this, he became even more impatient, you dare to quibble, you take your life. Ah! Little Wukong didn't hesitate, looked at the giant axe that was coming, turned around quickly, ran along the arm of the Bull Demon King, and kicked him on the head again. Little Wukong's strength is great, but he is also a little weak against the innate supernatural power of the Bull Demon King. After all, the figure is there, and the Bull Demon King is a martial artist. Little Wukong did a backflip again, then bounced up quickly, and flew towards the Bull Demon King. There was a burst of violent fist bombardment on the Bull Demon King's stomach, and the Bull Demon King was beaten back several steps in a row. In terms of armor and body protection, it should have been put on the ground just like that. Seeing that those blows had no effect on the Bull Demon King, little Wukong quickly jumped up again, stretched out his right foot and kicked the Bull Demon King in the stomach with 5 points of strength. Boom! The Bull Demon King couldn't resist the strong strength of little Wukong, soared into the air, was kicked several meters away by little Wukong, lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and howling. Seeing that little Wukong had defeated the Bull Demon King, Bulma shouted and cheered, and the cowardly Oolong also jumped out of the car after seeing the Bull Demon King was miraculously defeated, and looked at little Wukong in disbelief. The Bull Demon King stood up, shook his head, looked at the somersaulting cloud that Xiao Wukong was sitting on, and shouted, little ghost, is that somersaulting cloud you are sitting on? Where did you get it? Little Wukong seldom wondered, yes, this somersault cloud was given to me by Grandpa Gaixian, how did you know? After hearing this, the Bull Demon King was very surprised, what? Teacher Wushan gave it to you, so do you know where the rest of Teacher Wushan is now? Teacher Wushan? Who is Teacher Wushan? The Bull Demon King hurriedly explained, Teacher Wu Tian is Gui Xianren, do you know where he is? Oh, this, I know, Grandpa Gaixian lives in the sea and lives with the turtles. After hearing this, Bulma patted little Wukong on the back of the head and said, Idiot, how can a person live in the sea? He should live on a small island in the South China Sea. The Bull Demon King was very happy when he heard this, and said with a smile, Really, what happened? That's really great, ha ha ha. Child, I want to ask you something, okay? Bull Demon King looked at little Wukong and begged a little. The Bull Demon King explained to little Wukong, it is said that the fire in the Frying Pan Mountain can only be extinguished with a banana fan, but that banana fan is in the hands of Gui Xianren. Can you borrow that banana fan for me? When the fire is extinguished, I will give you many treasures. After hearing this, Xiao Wukong was very happy, okay, but I don't want your baby, I just want Dragon Ball. The Bull Demon King didn't expect little Wukong to agree so readily, he laughed and said, No problem, as long as you bring the banana fan, I'll give you everything. Alright then, I'll go find that banana fan. At this moment, Wushan's Genkai could hardly be suppressed anymore, he wanted to vent all the Genkai in his body. He said to Xiao Wukong, Okay, Xiao Wukong, go get the plantain fan quickly, I have something to do, I have to go into the city to have a look, don't put out the fire before I come out. After speaking, he untied the acupoints on his body, kicked his feet, and flew towards the castle, and then made a move of stepping on the flying swallow, and quickly rushed to the fire city, and disappeared in front of everyone in a moment. When Buma saw it, he yelled, Brother Tian, why are you going there? It's dangerous inside. Oolong also found it strange that Wushan was crazy, is that guy dying? He dared to go in like this. And Yamcha, who was hiding behind the stone, opened his mouth even more when he saw it, with an unbelievable look, then, that guy can fly, is he stronger than that guy named Wukong? Now Wushan rushed in at a risk, relying entirely on his body's instinctive judgment, he knew that only in this place could he solve the problem of irritability in his body, and if he didn't solve it, he didn't know what would happen next. Wushan found the castle, and quickly flew to the top of the tower in the castle. Wushan sat cross-legged on the top, and there was no need to specially draw up the Genkai, only to see that violent Genkai circulated on its own. Going in a true spirit. Just when the Genkai was circulating on its own, a large amount of fire energy suddenly poured in from outside the body. At this time, Wushan's body was surrounded by fire energy. Wushan felt that the Genkai was moving faster and faster, and the surrounding the fire energy is also increasing, and the temperature is also getting higher and higher. He quickly suppressed the speed at which his true energy was running, not allowing it to accelerate any further. Soon, Wushan discovered that the fire energy that had just poured into the meridians was not of the same nature as the fire energy he had absorbed before. This fire energy was obviously much more irritable. Wushan didn't know what was going on, but now the most important thing is to refine that inexplicable fire energy. Just when Wushan was about to get lucky again, he found that the true qi in his body was mixing with that fire energy, and saw that the two streams of gas were spinning rapidly in Wushan's danshan. Suffering, the intense pain from the meridians made him almost faint. This meeting is much more uncomfortable than when he started to practice the first level of 9 Yang Kung Fu, and it is much more uncomfortable when introducing Yang into the body. Wushan knew that if he didn't hold on, he would really be burned by these two energies. Now the two energies are completely fighting to the death, and the body's meridians and danshan are the battlefield. It would be great if Zhuyang Genkai swallowed that fire energy, but if Zhuyang Genkai was swallowed by that fire energy, it would be a big blow, and it might be burned on the spot. Of course, Wushan himself can subdue him, but it will take a lot of time to refine it. Now Wushan tried his best to forget the pain transmitted by the tendons, and slowly channeled all the 9 Yang Genkai from the whole body to the Danshan. Soon, the battle situation changed significantly. Not long after, that inexplicable fire energy was added to those tendons that had been transferred away from the true energy. Fortunately, without the dominance of the fire energy in Danshan, it was just more violent energy, so Wuxin quickly split a few streams of 9 Yang true Qi, and killed the invading fire energy. The Zhu Yang Genkai in Wuxin's Danshan had completely gained the upper hand under the reinforcement just now, so he put the fire energy in the meridians together, and prepared to solve them together. Soon, Wuxin felt that the pressure of Zhu Yang Genkai was greatly increased, but he still had the upper hand. The only thing he could do now was to protect the meridians. As long as there were no accidents, Wuxin would be able to help Zhu Yang Genkai in the Danshan slowly consume that fire energy to death, and then devour it. The time passed by like this. And Wuxin is now trying his best to compete with the fire energy, and he has no way to control everything outside. Wuxin has been in the castle for a day and a night, and everyone waiting outside is already worried to death. Gui Xianren and others think that Wuxin cannot survive in such a high-temperature place, but Xiao Wukong denies them. He could feel that Brother Tian was still inside, and he also knew that Wuxin didn't seem to be afraid of fire. He knew that Wuxin might be practicing inside. He had seen Wuxin sometimes meditating and practicing for a day. Time. Originally, Bulma asked Xiao Wukong to enter the castle, but when Xiao Wukong flew into the air, he didn't dare to enter again, because he found that now the whole castle was surrounded by a fireball, and he couldn't get any closer. After Wuxin absorbed the last trace of fire energy from the Danshan, he also put the fire energy from the meridians into the Danshan, and the fire energy was quickly swallowed up. He knew he had succeeded. Energy is like the leader of a group, and now that the leader has been subdued, those who are younger are of course no problem. At this time, the Zhu Yang Genkai in his body was no longer the pale yellow it was before. After devouring that powerful fire energy, it was upgraded gorgeously, and it was upgraded to the dazzling golden yellow. Genkai, the lethality has obviously become stronger geometrically. After running the new Zhu Yang Genkai in his body for a week, Wuxin slowed down the speed of movement. He originally thought of closing his power like this, but thinking that the fire energy here is so abundant now, it would be better to go here first. After practicing for a while before going out, there may be unexpected breakthroughs. In this way, after Wuxin practiced continuously for a day, he finally completely refined all the meridians in his body with the new Zhu Yang Qi, and now his 9 Yang Gong has been cultivated to the 4th level of perfection. Realm, as long as the time comes, you can quickly break through to the 5th level. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 The Turtle School Qigong. Chapter 15 The Turtle School Qigong. Wuxin breathed out a few mouthfuls of stale air after finishing his work, and there was a cry of hunger from his stomach. He touched his stomach, and it was warm. Although his stomach was very hungry, his whole body was very comfortable. I wipe, where are my clothes? Wuxin clutched his second child and looked around. Except for the flames, he soon found that there were residues from the fire where he was sitting just now, probably his clothes. Wuxin was speechless, looking at his body. His whole body was flushed, as if he had just taken a hot bath. It was probably burned by fire, but I couldn't feel any pain on my body, and my clothes were burned, but there was nothing wrong with my body. Haha, I didn't expect such a big harvest this time. Wuxin used all his strength to mobilize his true energy, only to see that his body surface was covered by a layer of golden gas, and the surrounding flames flew towards Wuxin quickly. Wuxin stretched out his hand to move towards the flame, and the flame followed suit, flowing with the gesture of Goten's hand swinging. Wuxin was amazed. After thinking about it, he took his true energy into his hand, sucked it hard, and sucked the flame into his palm. Looking at the flame on his hand, he couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, magician, since it doesn't burn people at all, I didn't expect to absorb the fire energy, since it still has this function. Ha ha ha, I'm so angry. Wuxin touched the burning fire again, but felt a little hot, like taking a hot bath. Ha ha ha, brother has also become a magician. Wyushan played there for a while, and his stomach began to growl again. Wyushan stepped on his feet lightly and flew slowly out of the city. After a while, he arrived at the gate of the city and found that the sky was already completely blackened. Dizzy, how did the time go by so fast when I practiced? It was dark all of a sudden. How embarrassing it is to go out naked now. Wyushan vacated there in distress. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he shouted towards the outside of the city, Little Wukong, come quickly. At this time, everyone who was having dinner at the Bull Demon King's house suddenly heard Wyushan's voice ringing in their ears, but they couldn't see it when they looked around. They thought they had seen a ghost. He rushed out of the door, summoned Somersault Cloud, and flew towards the castle quickly. Seeing the Somersault Cloud, Wyushan hurriedly shouted, Little Wukong, here. When Xiao Wukong saw Wyushan's naked body, he couldn't help being confused, and asked, Brother Tian, are you taking a bath? Stop talking nonsense, and find a suit for me quickly. Oh, I'll go right away. Little Wukong flew back with a whistling sound on the Somersault Cloud. Little Wukong went back and said to the Bull Demon King, Uncle Bull Demon King, can you give me a set of clothes? Clothes? What do you want clothes for? It's what my heavenly brother wants. When Bulma heard that it was Brother Tian, she excitedly shouted, Is it really Brother Tian? Where is he? Oh, he's at the gate. Really? Well then, I'll get Brother Tian's clothes, you take me with you. After speaking, he went to get Wyushan's clothes. But, you can't ride somersault clouds. Bulma didn't take it seriously and said, It's fine if you carry me behind your back, hurry up. Little Wukong thought about it too. Alright then. Brother Tian, I'm here. Little Wukong shouted to Wyushan from a distance. Little Wukong, you are too slow, give me my clothes quickly. Because the little Wukong carried Bulma on his back and jumped directly in front of Wyushan, as soon as Bulma got off, he jumped directly at the person she had missed for 2 days. Brother Tian, you finally came out, I want to kill you. Wyushan suddenly petrified, he didn't expect that since it was Bulma. When Bulma was hugging Wyushan, the little Wyushan's reaction was so great, he immediately pushed on Bulma's body, causing Wyushan to I don't know what to do. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Bulma's reaction was also a bit slow, she quickly let go of Wyushan, and walked aside covering her eyes. God, Brother Tian, why don't you wear any clothes, you scared me to death. Wyushan was also very embarrassed, quickly put on his clothes, and said, Well, what, my clothes were burned, who knew it would be you? Wyushan was very speechless to that little Wukong, and blamed him, Little Wukong, the one you didn't see was naked, why did you bring Bulma over here? Little Wukong didn't know why, so he said, It's Bulma who insisted on following, and there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, brother is very speechless to you, okay, Bulma, let's go back. Going back to the residence of the Bull Demon King, he saw that the dining table was full of all kinds of food. Wyushan greeted everyone, then picked up the thigh meat closest to him and gnawed it wildly. Little Wukong also continued to gnaw on that piece. The meat that was just left uneaten. After everyone watched the two brothers gnaw for half an hour, finally, Wyushan stopped, patted his stomach and burped. Seeing everyone looking at him, he was really embarrassed. Hey, that, I haven't eaten for a day, I'm a little hungry, Wyushan looked at the leftover bones, he couldn't help being surprised, he couldn't believe that he ate them, he was almost 20. The amount of servings has increased, and the appetite has increased. After hearing this, Bulma was full of doubts, Brother Tian, is there food in the castle? What? What kind of food? I don't know. I don't have time to look for food. I wake up practicing in it and it's dark. Even if I have it, I don't know when I will find it. I'm starving to death after going in for a day. Gone. After Wolong heard it, he shouted, "What a day, you have been in for more than 2 days, okay, you are not sleeping in it." Wushan was dumb, and looked at Buma questioningly, and Buma nodded in affirmation. It was Xiao Wukong who also made a sound, biting the piece of meat, and said vaguely, "Yes, yes, Brother Tian, you have been in for 2 days. Wushan didn't know, he had been practicing in the castle for more than 2 days, and he was a little embarrassed to see the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Only now did he realize that the turtle fairy was also sitting on the seat, and that he was wearing strange equipment. The little girl, probably Kiki. Haha, that, maybe I remembered it wrong, haha, then what, Gaixianren, you are here too, haha. The next day, Wushan took a late sleep, and when he got up, it was already high in the sun, and he had made up for the sleep of the past few days. "Well, Gaixianren, are you sure you can put out the fire in that castle?" The Gaixian said very arrogantly, "Of course, it's a trivial matter to put out this fire." Guixianren went to the wall, stretched out his hand and climbed up. Both hands went up, but the foot hooked for a long time but failed to hook up, and said to Wu Tian who was behind, "Well, Wu Tian is here to help." Wu Tian really felt that it was a bit embarrassing. The old man had this kind of virtue. He went up and kicked the turtle fairy's ass, and saw the turtle fairy flying up lightly. It was okay that Gaixian was really unexpected. When he fell, he stood firmly on the edge of the wall with both feet. "You young man doesn't know how to respect the elderly, alas, you are really old." Immortal Gui began to take off the clothes on his body after sighing for a while. The thin figure was exposed, and there were a few rheumatism plasters on the back, plus a large band-aid on the top of the forehead. Really, is he too individual? Guixianren separated his feet, clenched his fists, and hummed. He saw that Guixianren's originally very thin body grew several times suddenly, and he definitely looked like a macho among macho. It's really abnormal, with his muscles, the absorption of energy is really abnormal. Gaixian stepped with both feet, moved his hands forward, concentrated, and moved his hands slowly. At this moment, Wushan only felt that the energy from Gaixianren's body gathered from his feet to his upper body to his hands, and the energy suddenly increased to an unbelievable level, and gradually the energy became stronger and stronger. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. Just when Gaixianren used all the energy in his body, an energy ball the size of a basketball appeared in his hands, and then Gaixianren borrowed strength from his waist with both hands and pushed forward suddenly, only to see the energy balls flying rapidly. Fly towards the volcano. Boom! After a loud noise, the dust billowed in front, and the frying pan mountain had turned into a flat land, and even the castle was blasted to pieces. At this time, the turtle fairy turned back to the original wretched old man. Wushan really didn't understand, how could the old man have so much energy in his body? Wushan was hit again by the physical strength of the people in this world. Although I can say that I can instantly kill the turtle fairy in terms of strength, but I guess I can't compare with the turtle fairy in terms of physical strength. Guixianren touched the bald head in embarrassment and said, "He then, the power is not controlled well, and your castle is destroyed." The Bull Demon King hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter, as long as the fire is extinguished, the castle can still be rebuilt." At this time, Bulma had already run into the scumbag old castle to look for the Dragon Ball. Wushan walked up to Gaixianren and asked him, "Gaixianren, how did you send out that Kampai Kigong? Did you gather the chi from your whole body and then send it out?" Gaixianren nodded and said, "Well, that's right, that's it, but it takes 50 years of practice to use this Kampai Kigong like me." As expected, I thought there was some trick. While they were talking, the little Wukong was already imitating the posture of the turtle fairy and fiddling there. After several failures, little Wukong raised his hand again and shouted intently, "Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong." I saw that Xiao Wukong's body was just like that of Gaixianren just now. The energy in his body was instantly condensed in his hands, forming a light ball slightly smaller than that of Gaixianren just now. Boom! I saw the hill in front of Xiaokang after being hit by the energy light ball, it was directly reduced by half. Wow, I succeeded. Xiao Wukong laughed happily after successfully launching Kamei Qigong. Gaixianren on the side saw his eyeballs protruding. It's incredible, this grandson of Sun Wuhan is really amazing, if he trains again in the future, he might surpass me. Wushan didn't take it seriously when he heard it. He knew very well that at the moment when Xiao Wukong used Kamei Qigong just now, more than half of the energy was wasted without being controlled properly. According to this calculation, the current little Wukong should be a little stronger than Gaixianren, and there are many skills that little Wukong has not fully mastered, so he looks a little weak. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 The Dragon Appears. Chapter 16 The Dragon Appears. Bulma, look at Dragon Ball radar, how long will it take to arrive? I'm exhausted. Wushan lay on the seat and asked Bulma, a little bored. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed it a few times and said, well, according to the display on the radar, there are still about 30 miles to go. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. Thinking that the 7th Dragon Ball was in front of them, the speed of the car increased a bit. 5 minutes later, sitting in the car, you can see the huge castle in front of you from a distance. Fuck, the rich man, it should be that Chowder, that dwarf who fantasizes about ruling the world. I didn't expect that he really has some capital. Then those two people last time should be the subordinates of the Chowder. Wow, it's so big. If only I could make this castle my own, and then marry a girl from the castle, that's what I want to pursue in my life, Oolong said eagerly. It's big, but the decoration is too tasteless. All the houses are exactly the same. There are not many trees and flowers. I don't know how to do some greening. It's a failure, it's a failure. At this time, Chowder, who is sleeping in the baby room, is dreaming of his dream of ruling the world. There are also a few dolls and cute little puppets beside the bed. Your Excellency Chowder, Your Excellency. A hasty call woke up Chowder, who was sleeping with a doll in his arms, from his dream. The miscellaneous rice wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and shouted angrily, Ashu, you bastard, didn't you tell you not to disturb my sleep? Do you want to be cut into 8 pieces by me? Axia quickly replied, No, I didn't intend to wake up Your Excellency, I came to wake you up because of the latest information about Dragon Ball. When Chowder heard that it was about Dragon Ball, he even forgot to put on his clothes, and ran out in the little Mickey Mouse red pajamas. Mixed Rice excitedly said, Is it my Dragon Ball? Yes, Lord Chowder, those people are just outside the castle, look. Ha ha ha, okay, my Dragon Balls are finally here, okay, I'm going to go out and clean them up myself. Then he laughed and walked out the door. After seeing it, Axia yelled at the Mixed Rice, Wait, Mr. Mixed Rice, please wait a moment. Well, is there anything else? Mixed Rice looked at Axia impatiently. Axia pointed at the body of Chow Pot Rice and said, Then, should you change your clothes, your elegant image may be affected if you go out like this. Mixed Rice looked at himself, his face turned red in an instant, he quickly covered his chest with his hands, and threatened Axia, Get out of here, get out, if I look like I am now, you dare to be outside nonsense, I will cut you into 8 pieces. The car drove towards the castle for another 5 minutes, and finally saw the gate of the castle. At this moment, Wushan found 3 voices running towards them quickly. Drive slowly, there is a situation, it seems that something is coming. Soon, they found that there were 3 robot-like things rushing in front of them, blocking Wushan and his way. Haha, welcome to my castle as a guest. I am the famous Chowder. The owner of this place will soon be the owner of this world. Now obediently take out all the Dragon Balls on your bodies. The voice came from the shortest robot. Although they couldn't see their appearance clearly, it felt weird to hear the voice, and the machine was really small. After hearing this, Bulma was very annoyed. Humph, so you already knew that we have Dragon Balls, and you waited for us on purpose. Haha, that's it. Now that you know how good I am at chowder, hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls, maybe I'll let you guys be my subordinates. Hey, who cares about being your subordinate, if you don't give it to you, what's the matter with you? Okay, stop talking, little Wukong, beat them out of that turtle shell for me. Wushan said to the thug Little Wukong. Little Wukong took out his wish stick and said to them, Humph, you three villains also want to snatch my grandpa's Dragon Ball, then I will defeat you. Little Wukong ran towards the smallest robot, and as soon as the Ruyi stick was stretched out, he smashed it vigorously. The mixed rice was also unlucky. People. Just like that, the miscellaneous rice was smashed so that his whole body smoked, and then he hit the two robots next to each other with a stick, and within a few breaths, the three people who were still arrogant just now were maimed on the ground. Little Wukong put away the wish stick, and said very bored, Why are you so weak? I just moved, and you fell down, it's not fun. Wushan walked over, kicked the mixed rice robot a few times and said, Well, come out, if you don't come out, the robot will explode, it's already smoking. Chowder, who was planning to hide inside, quickly opened the door when he heard it was going to explode, and jumped out. Seeing that the miscellaneous rice was a little shorter than Little Wukong, wearing a green dress, with two large characters fried rice written on the chest, Wushan couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Wushan squatted down and suppressed a smile, pointing at the two characters of mixed rice with his finger, said, Then what? What is this word? Bulma ran over, looked at it and said, Well, it's fried rice. Wow, ha ha ha, fried rice, ha ha fried rice. The more Wushan thought about it, the more he found it funny. Well, kid, you're called fried rice, haha you're the one who wants to grab the Dragon Balls, haha. The mixed rice turned red when he heard it, and shouted, I don't call it fried rice, I call it mixed rice. After Wushan heard this, he laughed again, haha, well, you are called mixed rice, but your occupation is to cook rice, even if you are fried rice, do you think you have the ability to grab the Dragon Ball? Do you think it's great that you know how to cook rice? Mixed rice was very ashamed and angry, and said, I am not fried rice, I am the owner of this castle, the only ruler of my world, you can't treat such a noble me like this, please let me go, otherwise I will forgive you. Wushan patted the mixed rice on the head, and said, Go ahead and daydream, you're the only one who wants to rule the world, and you don't even look in the mirror. Axiu, you two bastards, quickly clean them up for me. Chowder yelled at the two people who were still hiding in the robot. After hearing the order, Ashu and Awu ran out quickly, took out their weapons and pointed at Wu Tian. Wushan didn't plan to come for real with them, because they thought that the three live treasures of Dragon Ball walked up to the robot of mixed rice and stepped on it with their feet. With a flick of his foot and a strong kick, the robot was sent flying hundreds of meters away. When Ashu Awu saw it, she was frightened and trembled for a while, how could she dare to go forward? Wushan walked towards them again, and when he saw Wushan approaching, the best pair of Ashura and Wu hid behind the mixed rice in the first place. After seeing the mixed rice, I really wanted to trample those two subordinates to death. When I saw Goshen approaching, I was trembling non-stop, for fear that I would be trampled flat by Wushan, but I wanted to avoid it. It was found that the clothes were tightly grabbed by the two people behind him. You, what are you doing? Don't come here. Wushan walked over, touched the head of the mixed rice and said, Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, I still want to eat your egg fried rice, how can I be willing to kill you? Well, now take out the Dragon Balls. When Chow Pot heard that he wouldn't kill him, he felt relieved immediately, but when he heard about Dragon Ball, his face changed again, and he said in a panic, I don't have Dragon Ball. Goten was not angry either, Oh, you don't have Dragon Balls, so I made a mistake, alas, well, then the three of you are useless, so let's kill you. So as not to cause trouble for us in time. No, don't kill us, Your Excellency, I know where the Dragon Ball is, don't kill us, I'll take you to find the Dragon Ball. Seeing Wu Tian approaching them, he hurriedly said. When Wu Tian heard this, that's a good relationship, come here and tie up that fried rice guy and that guy named Awu. As soon as Axiu heard that he was going to tie up the mixed rice, he was dumbfounded. He didn't dare, because he was afraid that he would be cut into 8 yuan by the mixed rice. No, that's fine. Wu Tian walked towards Axiu again. Don't, I'm tied. Axiu mustered up the courage to take out a rope from his arms, and walked towards the mixed rice, but the mixed rice didn't resist, but stared fiercely at that Axiu, and Axiu directly and selectively ignored the murderous eyes. Axiu moved neatly, and quickly tied the hands of the two of them. After Wushan saw it, he said to the gold medalist Xiao Wukong, Little Wukong, you go and tie him up, and let them take us to find the Dragon Ball. Xiao Wukong took the lead and tied up Axiu tightly, holding 3 ropes in his hands, pulling the 3 of them non-stop. Okay, fried rice, you 3 lead the way, Bulma, let's go. Little Wukong drove the 3 of them, and followed them to the castle. The mixed rice was walking on the side, but his eyes were rolling around, thinking about how to get out, and Axiu had already sweated on the side. Repeatedly, he was afraid that Wushan would kill him, but he was even more afraid of the punishment of the mixed rice. The punishment of the mixed rice was simply inhumane to him. After walking for 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the gate of the castle. Wushan suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said to Bulma, Bulma, look at where that planet is. Just after Wushan finished that sentence, Chow Pot Rice quickly kicked on the wall, and they were quickly blocked by a stone wall in front and behind, just separated from Chow Pot Rice and his gang. Wushan yelled, careless, I didn't expect this fried rice guy to be scheming. Wushan turned to the gold medalist Xiao Wukong and said, Little Wukong, blast me away from this wall. Little Wukong took the lead and punched the stone wall directly. Boom, I saw that there was no trace left on the wall, and the wall was much harder than ordinary walls. At this time, little Wukong was standing in front of the wall. Standing still, he raised his fist at the waist and blasted it quickly. Boom, I saw that the very hard stone wall was blasted out by Xiao Wukong's small fist with a half-meter-sized hole. Little Wukong was the first to go out. Well, there is no one. Wushan went out to have a look, where there was still half a figure, and the mixed rice was not a fool. Of course he would not stand there waiting for you, and what was in front of him was a stone wall left by the mixed rice. Little Wukong, continue to smash that broken wall. Little Wukong stepped forward, just about to break through the wall. He felt that the soles of his feet were suddenly suspended in the air, and everyone fell down in an instant. Ouch, ouch, it hurts to death. When Wushan was about to hit the bottom, he channeled his true energy in time, and he also took Bulma into his arms. Looking up, the roof was already tightly closed. Okay, you all move to the corner and wait for me, I will blast the roof away. Wushan soared into the sky again, and was about to blast upwards, but the roof opened by itself, and 2 people and things fell down. Wushan dodged and looked up at the stone gate again. Closed. Damn it, this fried rice is really fun with the mechanism. Looking at the thing that just fell, it turned out to be the desert thief Yamcha. After Wolong saw it, he shouted, Ah, aren't you that crybaby Yapuru? Why are you here? Humph, what am I doing here for you, dead pig? After finishing speaking, he ran towards Yamcha. Bulma was also very surprised, and said to Yamcha, Who are you? Why are you here? Oolong, do you know them? When Yamcha saw Bulma, he immediately stiffened as if struck by lightning, and fell to the ground hard. Your Excellency Yamcha, Your Excellency Yamcha, are you all right? Oolong looked at Yamcha and said, Humph, he is a robber in the desert. They wanted to rob us last time, but they were defeated by Wukong. So that's the case, but this person is really strange, although he looks good, but he looks stupid. At this moment, a screen suddenly appeared on the wall, and what was on the screen was the mixed rice that was just a prisoner. Haha, hello everyone, we met again. I am very happy to see you. Now that I know how powerful I am, I told you to give me the Dragon Balls so I don't have to suffer. Now I decide to go by myself, got it? Wu Tian floated over, and said to the camera, that fried rice guy, you'd better let us out quickly, or you'll feel better later. The sudden appearance of Wushan was really frightened by Nana miscellaneous rice, he was terrified of Wushan. At this time, he was not afraid of Wushan's threat, and said fiercely to Wushan, "Humph, it is impossible for you to escape, there are 108 traps here, let me see how you can escape, I will punish you to stay here for a lifetime, to see if you dare to offend the noble Risotto again, then let you sleep now. Chowder is on the operation panel, click it." When Wushan looked up, he saw a lot of yellow gas coming out from around the wall. "I'll wipe it, since it's poisoned." Wushan quickly held his breath, and looked at Bulma and the others. "Well, what is this? I really want to sleep." Ah! It turned out to be a drug. It seems that this fried rice guy wants to steal the Dragon Balls after we are all fascinated. This fried rice guy is smart, so I will make you happy. Well, why hasn't that kid fallen asleep yet? Is it because the drugs are not enough? As soon as the mixed rice was finished, he saw Goten fell to the ground. Haha, it's done, let's go down and get the Dragon Ball. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 The Dragon Appears. Chapter 17 The Dragon Appears. Ha ha ha. This is what happens when you go against my mixed rice. The mixed rice was very proud of seeing the few people who were fascinated to the ground. His eyes scanned the crowd, and finally settled on Wushan. Well, I found you. Chowder Rice carefully passed several people, bumping to Wushan's side, with a look of satisfaction beyond words. Looking at Wushan, thinking of all the things Wushan had done to him, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Chow Pot Rice looked at Wu Tian fiercely, and said, "Hey, you unreasonable person, you didn't expect to fall into my chow chow, take it with me, and see if I don't trample you to death, hum." Chowder raised his right foot and stepped on Goten. Boom! However, when that foot went down, it stepped on an empty space, and the place where the foot landed was still 1 foot away from Wushan's body. Chowder took another step forward, and stepped on Wushan again. Boom! The foot was still only 1 foot away from Wushan, and the mixed rice was stepped on again, which made him very annoyed, and then he took another step forward. After 3 or 4 consecutive times, he still did not step on Wushan. Drive him crazy. And Ashiu and Awu in the back were already hugging each other, trembling all over. They saw that Wu Tian's body was lying on the ground when the rice was stepped on, and he also moved away in an instant. Yes, it's just that the mixed rice didn't notice it. And the mixed rice didn't give up at all, chasing Wushan from one corner to another, and finally returned to the same place, without even touching Wushan's clothes, which made the mixed rice exhausted to death. Just when the miscellaneous rice was bending over to breathe, Wushan's body slowly began to move. After seeing it, Ashiramai, who was behind, was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground, only to see that Wushan's body was straightening, stood up very slowly, without moving his eyes away. "Live, come alive!" The mixed rice saw that Wushan stood up slowly, with half a smile on his face, and his face was twitching constantly. Hey, you're awake!" Suddenly, Wushan opened his eyes suddenly, looking at the mixed rice, an inexplicable aura burst out from Wushan's eyes. Ah! I saw that the mixed rice was hit by that momentum, flew out, and fell on Awu Axiu's body. Ah! Wushan made another dodge, and in an instant he was in front of the rice dumpling that had fallen on the ground, and several people screamed again and again in fright. "Fried rice, what were you doing just now? You seem to be very excited, can you tell me about it?" Yushin looked at the mixed rice with a smile, and asked with a malicious expression on his face. This. Yushin grabbed the mixed rice from the ground, helped him stand on the ground, patted his face, and said, "You child, why are you so careless? Alright, let's go find Dragon Balls." After speaking, he tapped the mixed rice a few times, and the mixed rice was petrified there. Wu Tian said to Ashiu, who was still hugging Awu, "Well, Ashiu, come here." When Ashiu saw Yushin, his whole body seemed to be filled with lead, and his legs were trembling non-stop. Yushin hooked his index finger at Ashiu, only to see that Ashiu's legs didn't move, but drifted inexplicably towards Yushin's place. Ashiu was touched by this strange incident and almost fainted. "Your Excellency, is there anything you can do? We can help you," Ashiu tremblingly said to Yushin. Yushin put away his smiling face and said, "Well, of course there are, please bring me that one planet, thank you hehe." "Ah, good. Although Yushin had a smiling face, Ashiu really couldn't think of how to smile under such circumstances. "Oh, forget it, I'll do it myself, so I don't need to bother you." When Ashiu heard this, he quickly knelt down. Don't do this, Your Excellency, please forgive me, please forgive me." "Strange, I didn't say I wanted to kill you guys, why are you so nervous?" As soon as Ashiu heard it, it turned out that he had misunderstood it, and the hanging heart was relieved. "But well." "Ah!" Ashiu yelled, thinking that Wu Tian had changed his mind. Yushin tapped Awu's body a few times, then Awu collapsed on the ground, and Ashiu yelled even more. "Okay, stop barking, and I didn't kill her, please, what do you want to do with your dog's acupuncture points?" Yushin thought for a while, and thought it would be better to take him with him. "Well, you don't need to tie this fried rice with you. You can just hug him or carry him on your back. I'll follow you. Remember not to play tricks, this mixed rice will be moved by me." "No, only I can save him now, if you play tricks, it will be your responsibility if he dies." When Ashiu heard this, he felt his legs go limp, and he almost sat on the ground, shaking his legs. He quickly carried his mixed rice on his shoulders, and said respectfully to Wu Tian, "Your Excellency, please come with me, bring it on. Haha, this way we won't be afraid of someone making trouble." Wu Tian happily followed Ashiu's footsteps. As soon as he entered the room, Yushin thought he had walked into a little girl's room. It was full of colorful toys, filled with all kinds of toys that girls like. "Fuck me, is this fried rice really his hobby?" Yushin glanced around the room, and saw a small red box next to the bed. Yushin walked over, picked up the box, but it was also a very unique box, opened the box, and sure enough, there was a planet in it. The Dragon Ball kept flashing yellow light. "It's finally done." Yushin looked at the last Dragon Ball, and couldn't help but exhale. Looking for the Dragon Ball is really exhausting, and this physical work is definitely not his hobby. Yushin walked over, grabbed the mixed rice from Ashiu's shoulder, held it in his hand, looked at the mixed rice and said, "In order to thank you for your planet, I, the most charitable person in this universe, decided to allow you watch from the sidelines while making a wish, let you also admire the demeanor of the dragon, ha ha ha." Chow Pot Rice saw the Dragon Ball in Goshen's hand, his eyes were already red with anger, and he kept turning, unable to move, wanted to curse but couldn't speak. This was the greatest shame in his life. Yushin got the last Dragon Ball, feeling very happy, humming a little song all the way to Bulma and the others. By the way, if you want to make a wish later, you have to think about the lines first. Yushin returned to the secret room. At this time Bulma and the others were still soundly asleep. Yushin lifted Bulma up and shouted at her, "Bulma, Bulma, Bulma, wake up!" After Yushin yelled more than a dozen times, Bulma still didn't respond, and ran to Xiao Wukong again and yelled a few times, but still didn't respond. "Fuck, do I have to call the dragon out to make a wish and wait for them to wake up? But I can't bear it, at least I have to show them the Dragon Ball that everyone is looking for together. Wushan thought for a while, and decided to try with Zhuyang Zhenkai, first of all, of course, to use the oolong as an experiment. When Wushan mentioned the oolong, he pulled and pinched the oolong's ear. Wushan pulled the pig's ear, pressed the oolong's pig's head, and instilled the qi of 9 yang into it for a few seconds. Finally, the oolong couldn't breathe and finally woke up. Yawn. The oolong looked at Wushan in a daze and said, "What are you doing, making noises for others to sleep? Can you stop being so annoying?" Then he fell down again. Wushan didn't bother to care about the oolong, he walked directly in front of Buma, put his hands in front of Buma, and channeled his true energy, and after 10 seconds, Na Buma also woke up in a daze. "God, Brother Tian, ouch, I'm so dizzy. Don't sleep, wake up quickly, I have found all the Dragon Balls, and I will summon the dragon soon." When Buma heard that Wushan had found the Dragon Ball, his spirit was shaken, he shook his head, and said pleasantly, "Really, did you find it?" Wushan replied, "Really, then, here you are, you take it, and I will wake up little Wukong." Just as Wushan was about to wake up little Wukong, he saw that little Wukong had already sat up by himself, in a daze. "Okay, let's all get up, now we are going outside, and the dragon is summoned. Hey, Beiji, don't sleep, if you don't leave, we will leave by ourselves." Just listening to the oolong as if he didn't hear it at all, he snored again soon. "Forget it, little Wukong, you can drag that oolong down together, and take those two down as well, but don't wake them up." With one left hand and the other with the right, little Wukong hugged Nyamucha and oolong, and with a flick of his tail, he lifted Nyapulu up again, and followed steadily down. When Wushan saw it, he praised the little Wukong for his skill. Several people walked out of the castle and found a spacious place to stop. Wushan was a little excited and said to Bulma, "Just here, Bulma, take out the Dragon Ball." Little Wukong also threw those people on the ground, throwing the oolong and screaming, "Ouch, it hurts to death." The oolong still didn't understand the situation at all, and yelled from the side. Wushan put all the Dragon Balls on the ground, his hands were shaking a little. "Well, there's still one left, what's going on?" Wu Tian shouted. "Ah, I'm here." Little Wukong hurriedly took out the 4-star and handed it to Wushan. Wushan exhaled, it is very easy to make mistakes when he is nervous. Goten looked at Bulma, "Bulma, are you sure you don't have any wishes?" Bulma was a little shy when Wushan asked him that question, and said, "No more, just make a wish." "Okay then, I'm going to call out Shenlong." Wushan settled down, as it was a historic moment. Wushan was a little trembling when he spoke at this time. Just when Wu Tian was about to yell out, Oolong, who was still screaming in pain, yelled out, I have a wish." Wushan couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw that it was an oolong, and said contemptuously, "You have a fart wish, and you have no right to speak at all." Upon hearing this, Oolong said in a big way, "What? It's so unfair. I also have a part to help. I just want a cute girl." Wushan completely ignored the oolong, and glanced at the little Wukong who was squatting on the ground. The little Wukong looked at the few Dragon Balls that were constantly shining with curiosity, but he was much calmer than Wushan. And the miscellaneous rice standing aside was already full of anger at this moment, and looked like his whole body was swollen, probably fattened by anger. Wu Tian straightened out his thoughts, and shouted at the pile of Dragon Balls, "Shenlong, come out!" I saw that the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly burst into light, and with a buzzing sound, all 7 Dragon Balls flew into the sky. Soon, the color of the entire sky began to change drastically. After a while, the wind and thunder blew up, and the entire sky became dark. Not only their position, but the entire world seemed to be shrouded in darkness. After bursts of lightning and thunder, a long shadow quickly flew towards Wushan and the others in the thundercloud. Wushan only felt a very powerful force flying towards them, and soon, the snake body, lizard legs, phoenix claws, antlers, fish scales, fish tail, and long tiger whiskers floating from the mouth floating in the air, with a pair of red eyes shining brightly, looking a little cautious. This is the legendary dragon. Now the entire sky is occupied by the body of the dragon, and it is completely impossible to see where the tail of the dragon is. Seeing that Bulma was already frightened by the appearance of the dragon and was about to collapse on the ground, Wushan lost a burst of true energy on Bulma in time to calm her down. The little Wukong was much calmer than them, looking at the dragon with a curious look. When the dragon appeared just now, Wushan felt a burst of coercion from the dragon, but the impact on Wushan was really negligible, and this little coercion could only affect those mortals. It turns out that this is the Shenlong, and it's nothing more than that. Except that it looks a bit similar to the legendary Eastern Shenlong, there is nothing special about it at all. With my current strength, I will kill this Shenlong. It's not difficult, the title of Dragon Slayer seems to be very resounding. Wushan looked at the dragon, and he couldn't help thinking that he didn't pay attention to the sacred dragon at all. Of course, it was just his thinking, and he would never do something like old Piccolo. Things come. The dragon closed his eyes, let out a muffled snort, looked down at the people on the ground, and said slowly, "Well, tell your wish, no matter what kind of wish you have, I can help you realize it, but there can only be one desire." Wushan saw that the dragon had a feeling of contempt for him, which made him very upset. With a light tap of his feet, he slowly floated up and flew towards the dragon until he was about half a meter higher than the dragon's head. It was time to stop. Seeing Wushan flying up, the Shenlong said to Wushan, "Tell me your wish." Wushan looked into the eyes of the dragon, and said without fear, "Is it possible to help me realize any wish?" The dragon tapped its head and said, "Yes, but it can only be a wish." Wushan snorted and shouted, "Then what if you can't realize one of my wishes?" Wushan wanted to use this to annoy the Shenlong so that he could use aggressive methods against it. He is not sure whether his wish will be fulfilled by the Shenlong. He really doubts that this seemingly weak what kind of dragon. It's a pity that the Shenlong didn't seem to feel angered at all. No, it should be said that the Shenlong had no feelings at all. The Shenlong replied very calmly, "Say it, tell me your wish." End of this chapter. Chapter 18 The Golden Cudgel and Space Ring. Chapter 18 The Golden Cudgel and Space Ring. At this time, after coming out of the secret room, Yamcha, who had been in a coma for a long time, was also awakened by the coercion of the dragon, and standing next to Xiao Wukong, he looked like a child who was frightened, and grasped tightly. Holding on to little Wukong's arm, "It's only a mother." Wushan looked at Shenlong's expression, it didn't look like he was fooling people, so he settled down and began to express his wish. Facing the Shenlong, he said, "Okay, Shenlong, you have to listen clearly, don't miss anything, and don't be in a hurry to realize your wish after I say it, just ask me if you have any questions. Tell me." Wushan cheered up, looked serious, looked at the dragon and said, "My wish is very simple, I believe it should be a piece of cake for you. Well, my wish is to get two things." As soon as Wushan talked about playing and looked at the dragon, there was no reaction, his heart beat faster, and he continued, "Let me talk about the first thing first. The first thing is to get a space ring." Wushan was afraid that the dragon would not understand, and explained, "The so-called space ring is a storage ring that can hold everything in the world. The ring is equivalent to a storage bag, but the space inside is infinitely large. Can hold a lot of items, and it must be able to change in size at will with my thoughts, allowing me to access items at will, and it must be able to integrate into my body. Well, the size of the space inside the ring depends on the size of the ring. Your ability has grown, anyway, the bigger the better." Wushan swallowed his saliva, looked at the dragon, and then said, "Oh, also, the material must be the hardest and most indestructible material in the entire universe." After Wushan finished speaking, he looked at Shenlong again, only to see that Shenlong's expression was still not the slightest wave, looking at Wushan, as if waiting for Wushan to finish speaking. Okay, now I say that the second thing I want to get is a stick that can change into any shape at will according to my thoughts, and can become bigger, smaller, heavier, and lighter at will. It must be the hardest and most indestructible material in the universe, anyway, it is the best material in the entire universe. Well, that's it, I've finished my wish, Shenlong, please make it come true for me. After Wushan said his wish, he looked at Shenlong nervously. Now his spirit is extremely excited, waiting for Shenlong to give him an answer, afraid that Shenlong will say I'm sorry, I can't make your wish accomplish. After hearing Wushan's wish, the Shenlong looked at Wushan and said, well, I understand your wish. Then he closed his eyes. Tens of seconds later, the Longan broke free again, and said to Wushan in the same tone for thousands of years, well, your wish is very difficult, please give me some time. When Wushan heard the first half of Shenlong's sentence, he felt chills from his head to the soles of his feet. When the Shenlong finished speaking, Wushan felt like shouting loudly. He knew that since Shenlong said such words, there was a high chance it's likely to happen. How can I keep him from getting excited? Time passed by every minute and every second, and the longer the time dragged on, the more nervous Wushan became. Wushan stood in front of the dragon head foolishly, waiting for the return of Shenlong with a serious face. I remember when I watched Dragon Ball before, Shenlong always said this wish is very simple every time he appeared. Why did it become difficult once it came to me? Is my wish really difficult? Can you tell me? Don't make trouble for me, boss. 5 minutes passed, but Wushan seemed to have passed 50 years, so long and difficult. Suddenly, there was a shock in the air, and after a flash of light, the dragon finally opened its eyes. In front of Wushan, 2 objects suddenly appeared, suspended in the air, a ring emitting yellow-golden light, and a metal rod also emitting yellow-golden light. Wushan was overjoyed when he saw it, knowing that his wish had come true. Anna suppressed the excitement in his heart, and grabbed the 2 treasures with both hands. After taking it in my hand and fully feeling the existence of the treasure, my heart that had been hanging was finally let go. At the same time when Wushan's wish came true, in the vast universe, there was a mysterious light that instantly landed in the temple of the gods far away in the heavenly realm of the earth. On the body of the god of heaven, the god of heaven sprayed a mouthful of divine blood immediately. After the god of heaven came back to his senses, his expression was extremely terrified. This was the punishment of the universe for him. Okay, I'll help you realize your wish, alas. The sudden sound really startled everyone. It turned out to be from the Shenlong, but the voice of the Shenlong clearly resembled the voice of an old man in the twilight years. It was not as thick as before. Wushan was very confused, especially the last sigh before leaving. Hey, what's going on here? Could it be that this is the after effect of Shenlong fulfilling people's wishes? Wushan looked at the 2 treasures in his hands, and he didn't have much interest in the changes of Shenlong. How could he know that in order to help him realize those 2 wishes, Shenlong forcibly transferred the 2 growing treasures in the galaxy? The planets in the universe were destroyed. Not only that, but also several atmospheric veins between the galaxies were destroyed. For a small character like Shenlong, such audacity cannot be tolerated by the universe. The reason why Shenlong has such ability to do it is entirely the ability given by the person who created him. Of course, it is the God, and the God is that the Mike people are a special race in the universe, able to create many incredible things, and that God did not limit some relevant laws to limit the dragon when he created the dragon. They were worn out. Now the punishment brought down by the law of the universe has taken away 90.00% of the life energy of the dragon, and the creator, that is, the person who gave life to the dragon, the God, has also been taken away half of the blood, so punishment is not insignificant. The operation of the universe has its own set of laws, no God should be offended, and those who violate it will be punished. And Wu Tian, who was the person involved, was groping up and down with the 2 treasures he had just obtained, and his joy was beyond words. As soon as the dragon disappeared, the sky returned to its previous clarity, as if the darkness just now had never happened before, and the few people on the ground were already sitting on the ground exhausted. Seeing the sky recovering, Wu Tiankai came to his senses, and shouted at the place where the dragon ball disappeared, "Well, Shenlong, thank you, next time I have time, I'll treat you to tea." As soon as the sky recovered, the 2 treasures in Wuxin's hands also showed their real bodies. The golden ring on his left hand was a dragon-shaped ring, and upon closer inspection, it was clearly the appearance of the divine dragon just now. Damn it, that dragon is too narcissistic. But the style of the ring is really cool. The lifelike dragon has a circle around its body, and every detail can be clearly seen, as if it were a ring. After coming back to life, there is still a breath left by the dragon. Not bad, but the narcissistic dragon left behind its own aura, I have to erase it when the time comes. Wuxin sent the ring to Wuxin's finger, but found that the ring was too big. When Wuxin was about to scold his mother, the ring suddenly became smaller, so small that it just fit on Wuxin's finger. Haha! Let me tell you, that Shenlong doesn't look like a brain-dead dragon. Wuxin thought silently that the ring was getting bigger, and the space ring was gradually getting bigger. Wuxin turned his attention to the ring again, and suddenly a scene appeared in his mind. The size of the space, I can see that the whole space is chaotic, without any breath. At a glance, the word chaos appears in my mind inexplicably. The whole space is mysterious and mysterious, anyway, Wuxin can't understand it. Wuxin looked at the stick in his hand, and with a thought, the stick entered the chaotic space in an instant and floated in the chaotic space. Wuxin used his thoughts to make the stick move in the chaotic space, and all of them were realized one by one. I tried a few more things today and had a great time. Since this ring looks like the dragon, let's call it the dragon ring. When Wuxin named the ring, Wuxin obviously felt that the ring reacted, as if it was responding to his words. Haha! It's so cool! With this interspatial ring, no one will know that I robbed a bank. It's so cool, ha ha ha! Wuxin put away his true energy and slowly landed on the ground. At this moment, Buma and the others saw Wuxin coming down and ran over quickly. Brother Tian, what wish did you make? Bulma ran over and asked. Little Wukong also looked at Wuxin, very curious. Wuxin smiled at Bulma, and with a thought, suddenly a stick appeared in Wuxin's hand. Ah, is this the one? What, you got this by making a wish? Oh, it's too wasteful, really. Buma complained when she saw the bland stick. Hey, don't underestimate this stick. I'll demonstrate it to you later, and then I'll know what an artifact is. It's much more powerful than little Wukong's wishful stick. When Xiao Wukong heard it, his eyes lit up immediately. Really? Is it really powerful? Wuxin carefully looked at the stick that Shenlong gave him, and saw that the stick was covered in dark gold, and the stick was naked without any decoration. Well, the material looks quite solid, but the naked body is too simple. It would be nice if there were some embellishments. While Wuxin was talking, the Ruyi Golden Cudgel and Journey to the West that he had read before appeared in his mind. As soon as Wuxin finished speaking, a miracle happened, and he saw the stick suddenly and slowly changing in his hand, and finally became the Ruyi Golden Cudgel in his mind, which completely copied the Ruyi Golden Cudgel. A few people were stunned. The stick, oh no, it should be the Ruyi Golden Hoop stick, but the monotonous stick before was gone, replaced by the very beautiful Ruyi Golden Hoop stick with gold and yellow at both ends, the star sea cloud map. The middle is still the dark gold before, but there are more words Ruyi Golden Cudgel. Those words seem to grow inside, and there is no slight discomfort when holding it. The dark gold and the yellow color blended perfectly, which surprised Goten. Haha! Ruyi Golden Cudgel, from now on you will be called Ruyi Golden Cudgel, I like it so much, haha! The ruyi golden cudgel buzzed in Wyushan's hands as if he had understood Wyushan's words. Everyone was even more amazed. Wyushan grasped the golden cudgel, and meditated in his heart that it became heavier. The golden cudgel was like his body, and slowly began to get heavier. Little Wukong approached, looked at the golden cudgel and said, "Oh, it seems really powerful." "Tch, you can see this, brother, let you see what is truly powerful." Wyushan threw the golden cudgel into the sky, and the golden cudgel hit the ground firmly after hitting a few times in the air. Wyushan shouted at the golden cudgel, "Golden cudgel, long!" After hearing Wyushan's order, the golden cudgel was crazily growing upwards. Bigger. The ever-growing golden cudgel began to grow rapidly again, and Wyushan stopped until it was 5 meters thick, but Wyushan did not stop the golden cudgel and lengthened it. A few minutes later, the power transmitted from the golden cudgel to the ground. After a muffled sound, the ground shook, startling several people. "I'm just kidding, this is breaking the sky." When Buma saw it, he swallowed his saliva, and said to Wyushan, "Brother Tian, please put away this golden cudgel, it has been pierced into the atmosphere just now, it will be very troublesome if it destroys the atmosphere." When Wu Tian heard it, he felt it made sense, and with a thought, the golden cudgel instantly became 2 meters in size. Wyushan looked at the golden cudgel very proudly, "Little Wukong, look at my golden cudgel is much better than yours." Before Xiao Wukong could answer, the oolong on the side interjected, "Cut, what, isn't it just going to grow bigger and longer, what's so great about it?" Hearing what the oolong said, Wu Tian's heart moved, thinking about the appearance of the 9-toothed nail rake, the golden cudgel instantly changed its appearance, it was the weapon of martial Tianpeng, the 9-toothed nail rake. Wyushan looked at the 9-toothed rake, "Well, even if it becomes like this, the nature of the artifact will never change, it's still so domineering." Wu Tian took the 9-toothed rake and walked up to Wolong, and said, "Beiji, what do you think of this rake? Is it a divine weapon?" The oolong looked at the 9-toothed rake, and his eyes almost fell off. He only felt that there was a mysterious aura on the rake that was attracting him. Wyushan joked again, "Why don't I give you the 9-toothed rake?" Then he handed it to Wolong. Holding the 9-toothed rake, Oolong looked at Wyushan with excitement on his face and said, Are you really going to give it to me?" After Wolong saw Oolong's reaction, he was dumbfounded. He thought that Oolong would despise the 9-toothed rake, but he didn't expect that since Oolong would have such a reaction, Wyushan certainly couldn't give it to him. "Well, of course. As long as you can handle it, he's yours." When Oolong heard this, he immediately screamed. The 9-toothed rake was in his hands now, which meant Wyushan agreed, and he cried out in surprise. Just when the Oolong was excited, he felt that the 9-toothed rake in his hand was getting heavier and heavier, and finally fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Wu Tian hurriedly picked up the 9-toothed rake, and sarcastically said to Oolong, "Oh, what a pity, it was originally intended to be given to you, but it's a pity, your strength is too weak." Oolong was extremely distressed, and shouted, "Humph, you must be the one who made the trick, you insidious villain, let me try again, I'm sure I can do it." After speaking, he stretched out his hand to go. Wyushan was willing to do what he wanted, quickly dodged, and the golden cudgel returned to its original shape, and said to the aggrieved Wolong, "Beiji, you can't be so shameless, okay, there is only one chance, and you don't have it. Take it easy, who can be blamed?" Wolong dared not speak out against Wyushan, and glared at Wyushan angrily. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Becoming an Old Taoist Priest in Kindergarten. Chapter 19 Becoming an Old Taoist Priest in Kindergarten. Wyushan put the golden cudgel into the dragon ring, looked at the people around him, and saw that the mixed rice was sitting on the ground at this time. His face had changed countless times, and the cold sweat on his face was mixed with the looming smile. With a runny nose, eyes looking at the place where the dragon disappeared, and muttering in his mouth, he looked in a trance, like a helpless child who lost his mother. Wyushin walked over with a smile, trying to unlock his acupuncture points. Chowder, who was feeling sad, felt a very terrifying aura rushing towards his face, as if he was being stared at by a devil. Cold sweat fell like rain, and with a jolt, he squeaked and rolled back bit. After waking up, he found that it was the face of the person he least wanted to see. It was a devil's face, even more devil than a devil. He didn't know where the courage came from. He stood up and yelled at Wyushin. "You demon, it's you who blasphemed the dragon, it's you who drove my dragon away." Wyushin was very surprised by the reaction of the mixed rice. He obviously didn't unlock the acupoints for the mixed rice, but now he can move freely and talk. "Well, fried rice, how can you talk?" Wyushin asked suspiciously. After hearing this, mixed rice moved his hands and feet, and he was able to move as expected. He was pleasantly surprised. "Hey, I can move. Strange, are you scared by the dragon so that your acupoints are automatically untied?" Wu Tian looked at the mixed rice and guessed. At this time, Chow Pot Rice was completely awake. Seeing Wyushin, he immediately moved away a few meters away, his face trembling, and his eyes looked at Wyushin viciously, his face full of hatred. "Cut, you fried rice guy, do I have any grudges against you? You should be grateful to me for giving me this kind of look. If it weren't for me, would you have seen that dragon? Meeting me is the greatest thing in your 18 lives. This is your chance, don't be dissatisfied." "Well, little brother, I don't want your thanks anymore, since your acupoints are automatically unlocked, then bye-bye." After speaking, Wyushin turned around laughing and walked away. "Oh, by the way, thank you for that dragon ball, haha." Mixed rice looked at the demon going away, thinking about all the encounters from meeting Wyushin until now. All kinds of sadness came. "The more I thought about it, the more I felt wronged." Tears flowed out of the corners of my eyes involuntarily, biting my lower lip, woo-woo crying, like a child who has been wronged. Wyushin walked towards Yam Sha again, and Yam Sha already knew how terrifying Wyushin's strength was. Seeing Wyushin walking towards him, his heart tightened, thinking that Wyushin was coming to clean up him. Seeing Yam Sha's nervous look, Wyushin gave him a strange smile. That smile was mostly teasing, and Yam Sha felt tense all over when he smiled, unable to move. Goten didn't go to Rena Yam Sha, but went to Yapuru who was hiding behind Yam Sha. When Yapuru saw Goten walking towards him, his hair all exploded in fright, and he stood there. They didn't know what to do, but Oolong, who was standing on the other side, looked at them gloatingly. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I'm very kind. Okay, no matter how you see me, it's like seeing a ghost. Really, is your name Yapuru?" Yapuru nodded instinctively, shivering non-stop. Wyushin asked again, "Then you and that dead pig both came out of that kindergarten called transformation, didn't they?" Yapuru looked in the direction Wyushin pointed, and it turned out that the dead pig that Wyushin said was the Oolong, so he nodded. When Wolong heard that Wyushin had given him a nickname again, he yelled at Wyushin, very dissatisfied. Wyushin ignored the Oolong's protest, and asked Yapuru again, "Well, what, let me ask you something, do you know where the address of your transformation kindergarten is?" "Ah? I know. Yapuru was a little stunned when he heard Wyushin's question. He didn't know what Wyushin was doing when he asked the address of the transformation kindergarten. Wyushin was overjoyed when he heard that, and said with a smile, "That's great, then tell me the address quickly." After a long time, when Nyamucha saw that Yapuru didn't respond, he was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat, and shouted to Yapuru who was behind him, "Yapulu, tell him quickly." Yapuru finally came to his senses, swallowed his saliva. Wyushin only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a map appeared in front of him, hanging in the air. It turned out that Yapuru had transformed. This is okay. Wyushin looked at the map. Although he could read it, he didn't know where it was at all. After looking at it, he asked for help from Bulma on the other side, waved to Bulma, and called her come over. Bulma, help me write down the address on this map, I'll go to that place later. Bulma glanced at the map and said, well, that's fine, I'll remember it. So fast, so you can write it down? Wyushin asked in surprise. Bulma proudly said, of course, I am a genius girl, and memorizing this map is too easy. Okay, you're smart, Yapru, thank you, I'll treat you to tea when I'm free. Seeing Wyushin going away, the two of Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. Well, now that the Dragon Balls have been found, the wish may come true. Then where are you going to go? Wyushin said to Bulma. Bulma couldn't help being disappointed when she heard that. Now she doesn't know what to do. If her previous plan was to go home after finding the Dragon Ball, it's different now, because now she puts her whole heart on Wyushin in her body. She didn't know what Wyushin was thinking, and she was in a state of ups and downs. She didn't know why since she met Wyushin, she seemed to be a completely different person. Seeing Bulma standing there with his head bowed, Wyushin understood a lot, walked over to Bulma and said, well, if you are free, you can follow me for now, I still have some things to do. Please. Really? Bulma asked in surprise. Seeing Bulma's delighted expression, Wyushin smiled and said, well, my next stop is to find the transformation kindergarten, but I couldn't find it myself, so of course I can only take you there. Next we need to send little Wukong to Guizyanran first, and then we will see how to arrange the itinerary. After hearing this, Bulma's heart was already full of joy, and the previous depression was immediately resolved. Little Wukong came over and said to Wyushin, Brother Tien, am I going to practice with Grandpa Guizyanran? Are you practicing together? Wyushin sweated profusely, that, I don't want it anymore, I will go find you after you practice with Guizyanran for a while. Wyushin thought for a while, and then said, forget it. I still don't want to go, Xiao Wukong, you can go alone, anyway, you are faster alone. Wyushin wondered if he would also make a somersault cloud. When Wyushin thought of that wretched old man, he was a little speechless. Asking Xiao Wukong to practice at his place didn't know if it would mislead Xiao Wukong, but he also had his own things to do, and he wanted Xiao Wukong to follow the original plan like the original Monkey King. Going down the route, he doesn't want to change little Wukong too much, now is the best time to separate. Wyushin looked at Wolong again, and asked, that Beiji, where are you going? Oolong saw that now that the Dragon Ball was found, he could finally get out of the clutches of the clutches. Thinking that he could return to his previous life again, he was in a good mood. Of course I'm going back to my own home, hee. Wyushin walked over and pinched the pig's ear and said, you still want to go back to your old Gao village? If you want to go back and be roasted by those villagers, then I will support you. Oolong couldn't help trembling when he heard it, and the two pig ears drooped down in frustration. Wyushin patted Oolong on the head, and said to Xiao Wukong, little Wukong, you should also take that Beiji, lest he go to harm other girls again. After hearing this, Wolong was very reluctant, and refused, I don't want to go with him, Wyushin completely ignored Wolong's thoughts, okay, little Wukong, take Beiji and go, we are leaving too. Little Wukong walked up to Wolong and said to Wolong, Beiji, let's go. Xiao Wukong summoned Somersault Cloud, jumped on it alone, and looked at Wolong who was still staying aside. Wyushin walked over, grabbed the eyeball and turned it around, and was about to imagine the escape too long, so he threw it at Xiao Wukong. Little Wukong continues. Ah, how could you do this? The two of them sat on somersaulting clouds and disappeared in front of their eyes in an instant. Looking at the figure going away, Wyushin suddenly felt as if he had taken off a heavy burden all over his body, and now he had finally shaken off little Wukong, turned around to look at Bulma and said, okay, Bulma, let's go too. Oh, by the way, Bulma, which direction is the transformation kindergarten? How long will it take? Bulma thought for a while and said, "Well, there are still thousands of kilometers to go from here. At our current speed, it will take about 2 days to get there." "What? It will take 2 more days, my god, this is too slow." Wushan really didn't want to stay in the car for a few days like this. He was envious of that little Wukong's somersaulting cloud now. Bulma said again, "No, I just said that now, let's see where there is a flight capsule for sale. If you fly, you can arrive in 3 hours. Hey, I thought I'd have to spend a few days in this nasty car, but then again, your car is really slow." 5 hours later, Boomer piloted the plane and began to slowly descend. Seeing Wushan, who was sleeping soundly in the co-pilot seat, Bulma was fascinated by watching Wushan, who was sleeping soundly. Sitting in the driver's seat and watching Wushan, who was sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but start to fantasize, completely forgetting his body. Although Wushan fell asleep, as a martial arts practitioner, he still had a strong sense of the transformation of the environment. Wushan slowly opened his eyes, and found that the plane had stopped. Looking to the side, Nabuma was staring at him in a daze. Wushan shook his hand in front of her eyes, but there was no response. "Bulma! Ah, God, Brother Tien, you're awake!" Bulma woke up when Wushan called out, and she didn't dare to look at Wushan, her face flushed. Goten was already used to Bulma's expression. He looked outside the plane and asked Bulma, "Are we there yet?" "Well, it should be. According to the map of Nayapuru, it is near this location. Since there are too many trees here, we can only go down and look for it." The two got off the plane one after another, looking at the lush trees. There was no way to go at all. Wushan concentrated, and the true energy flowed to both ears. After a long time, Wushan hugged Bulma and flew towards the direction where he heard the sound. 10 minutes later, they finally found the transformation kindergarten hidden in the forest. The transformation kindergarten is really well hidden. If it wasn't for my little brother who can fly, when would I have to find it? Walking into the transformation kindergarten, the kindergarten as a whole is quite big, with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants everywhere, and all kinds of strange birds and animals. Seeing the arrival of the two, those small animals were not surprised, but after looking at them, he went on his own. After seeing such a good environment, the two couldn't help feeling better. "Wow, it's so beautiful here. I didn't expect Beiji to study in such a beautiful place before. I'm so envious." While Bulma was admiring, he saw a huge bird flying from the sky, covering the whole sky at once. Wushan looked intently, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the bird was very strange. Reality. Sure enough, when the big bird was about to land, it suddenly shook, and the original big bird disappeared, but an old Taoist priest wearing Taoist robes stood there. Wushan was shocked when he saw it. The old Taoist priest holding the whisk was clearly an ancient Chinese Taoist priest. Just at that moment, Wushan had already regarded the old Taoist priest as a god. In addition to being excited, I was shocked. At this moment, the old Taoist waved his hand to the surrounding birds and beasts, and all the animals changed drastically. All kinds of humanoid animals, although they were still animals, all of them could speak and chirp. Left here. It turned out that what the two of them saw just now were the transformation of these people, and now they have been dismissed by the old Taoist priest. The two were even more shocked after seeing it. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The old Taoist was also very surprised to see the arrival of Wushan and the two, because since the establishment of the transformation kindergarten, no outsiders have visited except those students. It is also the rule of the college that no outsiders are allowed to enter the college. "I don't know how the two of you came to our school," the old man asked the two of them solemnly and seriously. Before the two could answer, the old Taoist said, "What do you want to do here?" His tone was very rude. At the beginning, Wushan still had a heart of admiration for this old Taoist priest, but as soon as this old Taoist uttered his words, the image of that master of Taoism suddenly dropped to the extreme. Buma felt very uncomfortable seeing this old man so shameless and asking such unreasonable questions, and said, "Humph, you old man, you are so impolite, you don't care how we got here. Anyway, if you have something to ask, the person in charge of your school is gone." "Humph, I am the teacher and the principal of this school. What do you need to ask me?" Wushan carefully looked at the old Taoist. After watching for a long time, he didn't feel even a trace of powerful aura from the old Taoist, except that he could change his body. Like ordinary people, his Taoist uniform was probably a coincidence. Out of true anger, he instantly cut a cut in the old Taoist's sleeve, but the old Taoist didn't react at all. Although he was very upset with this old Taoist priest, but now he is asking for help after all, and it is not easy to lose face. Wushan stopped Buma, took a step forward, and said politely, "Hello, principal, we are from the city, I'm looking for the principal to ask you for something, I don't know if it's convenient for you now." The old Taoist still had the same tone, looking at Wushan very warily, "If you have anything to say, just say it, but I'm afraid it won't be able to help you." Wu Tian smiled lightly, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I know that your transformation kindergarten is dedicated to teaching the art of transformation, so I want to come and learn the art of transformation from you." Wushan's face was full of sincerity, but unexpectedly, as soon as Wushan finished speaking, the old Taoist took a big step back, and angrily scolded the two of them, "Humph, I said you are uneasy and kind, it really is, you want to, it is impossible to ask for my family's transformation technique. You have come to the wrong place, please go back." Wushan didn't expect that the old Taoist would have such a reaction at all, and he couldn't figure out the meaning of the old Taoist's words. Wushan didn't give up, and said, "Here, principal, why don't you teach me the transformation technique? It's not here. School? Tuition is not a problem, I can afford whatever you want. As for the money issue, with Bulma around, Goten doesn't have to worry about it at all." "Humph, don't think about it, even if you give me more money, I won't teach you, you guys go away." When Bulma heard this, she was even angrier than Wushan, and scolded the old man, "Humph, is it amazing for you to transform into a kindergarten? If you don't teach, you don't teach. Who cares?" Wu Tian said, "Brother Tian, let's go. We don't care about his shitty school, I think there must be a better school than this." Wushan narrowed his eyes and looked at the old Taoist, wondering why the old Taoist was so disgusted with them. Although the result was unexpected, it was not something he could control. After hearing Buma's words, Wushan smiled at her, to the old Taoist priest. Seeing Wushan walking towards him with a sudden smile on his face, the old Taoist backed away involuntarily, but Wushan was faster than him. After he reacted, Wushan's hand was already on him. On the shoulders. Wushan patted the old Taoist on the shoulder and said, "What kind of principle, although I don't know why you refuse to teach me the transformation technique, but I'm curious, you seem to have a lot of hostility towards us, why is that?" The old Taoist didn't want to answer Wushan's words at all, and tried his best to date Wushan's harassment, but found that he couldn't shake his hand no matter what. "Well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you anymore, just do it yourself, bye." After finishing speaking, Wushan took Buma away. Before leaving, Buma was still very angry, and hummed to the old Taoist a few times to relieve his anger. Seeing Wushan and the others walk out of the school gate, the old Taoist said disdainfully, "Humph, you humans also want to learn my transformation technique, go ahead and dream." As soon as the old Taoist finished speaking, the clothes he was wearing turned into ashes and fell on the ground, his whole body was bare and unobstructed. Seeing that his clothes had suddenly turned into ashes, the old Taoist jumped up in shock. After realizing it, he cursed and hissed in the direction of the school gate, very angry. The old Taoist's clothes are of course Wushan's masterpiece. Before leaving, he wrapped his true energy around the clothes, and when the true energy lost control, he would run away violently and tear it up. Crazy, this principle must be abnormal. No wonder he taught a pig like Beiji. Brother Tian, shall we leave like this? Of course not. I must find out why this old Taoist dislikes us so much. Let's stay nearby first and then make plans. Anyway, it's getting dark now. Of course, Wuxian couldn't return empty-handed. All the actions of the old Taoist were worth investigating, and Wuxian was very curious about this. Human? Isn't this old bastard a human? Why does this old bastard hate humans so much? Humph, there must be something wrong. In the middle of the night, Wuxian flew quickly over the woods and rushed to the transformation kindergarten. He was going to visit the old Taoist priest at night. Wuxian stood on the roof of the building that turned into a kindergarten, and carefully looked at the surrounding environment. Following the breath of the old Taoist priest, he found the house of the old Taoist priest very soon. Wuxian rushed to the door of the room, but found that the window of the old Taoist's room was tightly closed. Wuxian could only use his hands to slowly dig out a small hole the size of a fist in the wall. Looking into the room, I saw the old Taoist priest sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, holding a milky white jade pendant in both hands. Seeing that the old Taoist priest looked very pious, and the jade pendant still radiated white light from time to time. Seeing this, all idiots know that the jade pendant must be a treasure. I'll rub it, baby, this old bastard actually has such a baby, and it can still shine, how much is it worth? At this time, the old Taoist opened his eyes, looked at the jade pendant in his hand, sighed for a while, then put the jade pendant in his arms. Then went to bed, clutched the jade pendant in his arms and began to sleep. Wu Tian got up his strength and sent it to the old Taoist priest, who tilted his head and passed out. Wu Tian quickly opened the window and jumped in. After a brief scan of the house, it was just an ordinary room with nowhere to go out. Walking to the bed, he took out the jade pendant from the old Taoist's arms. Wuxian took the oblate jade pendant and observed it. The whole jade pendant was not modified at all, it was just a piece of bare jade, but it looked like a jade pendant. Find something strange. I didn't find anything special. When I was about to put away the jade pendant and confiscate it, a burst of warmth came from the jade pendant. Wu Tian almost screamed out. It was a cry from the depths of his soul. Wu Tian felt that he had never felt that way before. After sobering up, he began to examine Yupi again. Looking at the white light slowly emanating from the jade pendant, I saw traces of lines appearing on the jade pendant with the flickering white light. Wu Tian gathered his eyes and probed towards the lines, and slowly, the lines appeared. It's getting clearer and clearer, but Wuxian can't see the structural intention of the lines at all, but he can be sure that the lines must be man-made. Suddenly, Wuxian felt dizzy for a while, and then a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and the whole person appeared in a white and hazy space. Looking at the suddenly transformed space, Wuxian was very surprised. At this time, the space in front of Wuxian shook for a while, and a figure appeared, which was clearly the old Taoist priest lying on the bed. Really frightened Wuxian, thinking that this old man was really a master, but soon found that the old man ignored him at all, as if he hadn't noticed him. Hey, what's going on here? Wu Tian was full of question marks. It was too late for him to think about it, but the old Taoist started to move in front of Wuxian. I saw that the old Taoist looked the same when he moved, in the shapes of rabbits, monkeys, trees, houses, and so on. This is clearly the transformation technique, and beside the old Taoist priest, there is another text hanging there, as if growing in the air, mysterious and mysterious. Watching the old Taoist priest's various changes, Wuxian slowly lost consciousness. Countless shadows kept appearing in the mind, and the two of them entered a state of ecstasy. I don't know how long it took, the old Taoist priest in front of Wuxian slowly disappeared, and the last paragraph of text slowly began to fade, and Wuxian also began to wake up. The hazy space in the room has disappeared, and it reappeared in the old Taoist's room. Wushan looked at the old Taoist priest who was still lying on the bed, completely unaware of what happened just now. He closed his eyes, but the experience just now was very clear. He recalled it in his mind, just like watching a movie. I don't know how long it took. Wushan opened his eyes again, and a few large characters kaleidoscopic art appeared in his mind. Is this the transformation art, that is the kaleidoscopic art? Wushan was ecstatic, standing there and said stupidly, haha, I didn't expect this transformation technique. Oh no, it should be kaleidoscopic art, and it will be hidden in this jade pendant. It's incredible. At this time, Wushan felt an inexplicable energy coming from the jade pendant. Wushan was startled, and just about to use his true energy to resist, but found that the energy was not hostile at all, so he gave up the idea of getting rid of it, and watched the white and transparent air emanating from the jade pendant, quickly enveloping him. Realize the true body of heaven. Not only did this gas not have the slightest hostility, but it also quickly sank into Wushan's body as if he had returned to his homeland, and the nine-yang true qi didn't show any resistance. After the gas had completely entered the body, Wushan used his true energy to search for the gas, but he searched all over his body but couldn't find the mysterious gas, as if he had never come out. Absorbed by Zhuyang Zhenkai. I was puzzled. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand again, the milky white light was gone, and the color began to gradually dim from milky white, no different from ordinary jade pendants. All the energy in the jade pendant entered Wushan's body and disappeared. Wu Tian looked at the jade pendant and studied it for a long time, and when nothing happened, he threw the jade pendant into the dragon ring, so that he could study it in the future. It's strange, now the whole body has undergone earth-shaking changes, but I can't tell what has changed, and the strange energy gas has disappeared. It's so strange. Wushan looked at the bed with doubts on his face, and he was really shocked when he saw it. The original old Taoist priest had disappeared, but a big, naked bird was lying on the bed. Wushan looked at the naked big bird was speechless for a long time. Damn it, it turns out that this is the real body of the old Taoist priest. I said why I hate us so much, and what human beings are you talking about? It turns out that you, a bird man, are really not human. Looking at the big bird in front of him, combined with the old Taoist's previous words and deeds, he finally figured out what was going on. Now that Wushan got the kaleidoscopic art, he didn't want to stay here for a while, so he disappeared into the room in a flash. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Gravity Devices. Chapter 21 Gravity Devices. Wushan stood on the roof of the transformation kindergarten with his eyes closed, carefully recalling everything that happened in that hazy space just now. Soon, images appeared in Wushan's mind, and they flowed quickly in his mind, many of which were things and species that he had never seen before. Wushan was dazed for a while by those massive images. He finally caught the animal he was familiar with. How could he let it go? And with a thought, he chose the fast-moving tiger. In an instant, Wushan felt that his body was surrounded by an inexplicable energy, which was clearly the energy on the jade pendant before. The energy disappeared in an instant, and Wushan's perspective also became lower at this instant. Wushan looked forward, his vision completely changed. The scene in front of him was actually seen clearly, except for the different colors. It was like daylight. He transformed into a tiger, feeling the changes in his body. Everything was so novel. Looking down at the two tiger claws, the light from the moonlight on the claws seemed to illustrate the lethality of those claws. Wushan didn't feel any discomfort on the tiger's body at all, as if he was a tiger himself. Wushan excitedly howled to Tian Tian to vent the joy in his heart. Wushan was constantly demonstrating the images in his mind, all of which were realized one by one. Some rare and exotic beasts described in Chinese characters can be found, such as unicorns, phoenixes, and Chinese dragons. The jade pendant was full of curiosity, but when he took it out for a look, no matter how he tried it, there was no movement from before. At this time, Wushan was hovering in the air, just like the 5-clawed golden dragon he had just seen. Its whole body occupied a large area of the sky, and the shape of the dragon's head was similar to that of a dragon, but it looked more domineering and mighty. Fierce and sacred. Haha, I've become a dragon too. My 5-clawed golden dragon is much more handsome than the dragon in the heaven. Next time I see that dragon, I won't scare him to death. Wyushan wanted to fly with the body of the dragon, but found that the speed was still the speed of his original body. With that huge body, it seemed extremely slow, which made Wyushan extremely depressed. As expected, the technique of kaleidoscopic changes only changes shape, but its own ability will not increase. By the way, can I only change the images that already exist in my mind? Impossible. When Wu Tian thought of this, he quickly changed back to the original, and landed lightly on the ground. Thinking of Bulma's appearance in his heart, just as the thought came to him, the energy appeared and disappeared in an instant. Wyushan looked down, and sure enough, he had already turned into Bulma's appearance. Wyushan was excited again. Wyushan tried to make his body bigger, and the body continued to grow and shrink with his thoughts. As long as he could think of it, he tried it. Wyushan had a great time playing in that mountain. The rocks and trees in the forest were horribly tossed by him, and the beasts in the forest were trembling with shock from Wyushan's actions. After waking up, Bulma saw that Wyushan was not in the room, so she went out to find Wyushan. Goten heard Bulma's voice and realized that the sky was already bright, and after turning into a parrot, he flew towards Bulma. "Brother Tian, where are you, God?" "I'm here, Bulma." Bulma turned around to look, but there was half a figure there, and he searched all around but couldn't find it. "It's behind you, by the way, do you see it?" Bulma looked at the parrot that was waving its wings and beckoning to her, pointed at it and shouted, "Okay, so it's your parrot who is playing tricks on me. Humph, let's see if I can't fix you properly." After that, he slowly and tentatively stretched out his claws and walked towards Wyushan. Wyushan didn't expect Bulma to react in this way. He wanted to scare Bulma, but he was the only one to blame. He insisted on changing into a parrot. Not scaring Bulma, Goten felt bored, so he thought of changing back to his original state. Seeing Wyushan who appeared suddenly, Bulma was taken aback, patted his chest and said, "Oh, Brother Tian, why did you run out suddenly? You scared me to death." "Tch, didn't I say hello just now? Don't you believe me? Then I'll do it again." After finishing speaking, Wyushan turned back into a parrot, waved his wings again, and called Bulma. Bulma was stunned, looking at the parrot, but quickly realized, hugging Wu Tian who had transformed back to his original form, he said happily, "Brother Tian, why did you suddenly transform?" Wyushan covered his hair, and said with a light smile, "You don't even look at who Brother Tian is, just this little transformation technique, brother. I only need to use one night to refer to Beiji and their transformation. You can learn from the changes of time." After hearing this, Bulma was even more happy, completely lost the ability to analyze. Wu Tian said what he said. "Brother Tian, you are so amazing, I admire you more and more." After Wyushan heard it, it was very helpful. Although he didn't rest all night, for Wyushan now, he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, and it didn't affect him at all. "By the way, Bulma, have you ever studied the gravity device?" Wyushan sat in the car and asked Bulma who was driving. "Gravity device, yes, it is just a very simple gravity conversion. Now in the city, many research institutes have gravity test rooms." "Oh, I'm not talking about the kind of gravity space used for research. What I want is a kind of gravity device that is easy to carry. For example, if the gravity device is made into a watch that can be worn on the body, then a person's body weight will change accordingly under the influence of gravity device." Bulma shook his head after hearing this. "This is the first time I've heard of this kind of gravity device. It probably doesn't exist, but it doesn't matter. I'll help you research it when I get back. My father is also a scientist and likes to study strange things. My dad is one of the best scientists of this century. Wyushin was overjoyed when he heard it. He was either afraid that Bulma would not be able to do it, or he was afraid that it would take too long, and he might not be able to do it in a short while. Oh, by the way, which direction is your house in, Boomer? How long will it take? My home is in Zidu. Well, there are still thousands of kilometers to go from here. At our current speed, it will take a few hours to get there. My God, this place is too big. You said this is your backyard? Isn't it a park? Or a zoo or something? Bulma said with certainty, yes, this is my backyard. Looking at the backyard that is a little more beautiful than the garden. And there are all kinds of large animals running around, and some robots are busy everywhere. Wyushin is very envious. This rich people are different, their backyards are made like parks, and they are so beautiful. Bulma, how many people live in your family? Wyushin asked, looking at the huge building. 3, just my parents and me. Wyushin couldn't imagine the life of these rich people, just 3 of them, living in such a big house. It's really beyond the imagination of a turkey like him. Bulma, it's too extravagant for the 3 of you to live in such a big house. Bulma thought for a while and said, no, we just live on the top floor. My father's research is basically kept in my house. Except for the top floor, the rest is my father's research room. After Wyushin heard it, he understood that Bulma's father was a Frankenstein, and the things he studied were weird, so it was normal to have such a big laboratory. Oh, I said, it turned out to be a laboratory, haha. Well, no one. Bulma took Wyushin into the room, but there was no one in the room, when a robot came over. Miss, you are back. Seeing the robot, Bulma asked it, well, where are my parents? Master, they are in the inner courtyard. Brother Tien, come with me, and I'll take you to introduce me to my parents. After Wyushin followed Bulma through a gate, he was stunned by the sight in front of him, thinking that he was in the backyard again, but when he saw those lively little animals jumping around, he knew that this was the inner courtyard they were talking about. Not only the animals have become smaller, but there are also various insects that Wyushin has never seen before, and the flowers and plants are much more beautiful than those in the backyard. Corruption, it's really too corrupt. Is it necessary for only 3 people to live? The 2 walked in the inner courtyard for a while, and then saw an old man walking towards them on a bicycle. After seeing it, Bulma said to the man, Father, I'm back. Oh, it's Bulma, you're finally back, you've been away for so long, why are you here now? Bulma walked over and took the man's arm and said, I didn't say I was looking for Dragon Balls, of course it will take a lot of time. The man looked at Bulma and said, it's strange, how did I find that you seem to be different from before? No way, come on, let me introduce you to my friend. I met him when I was looking for Dragon Ball. His name is Wyushin. Wyushin walked over and called, hello, uncle, I am a friend of Bulma, and my name is Wyushin. Hello, I'm Bulma's father, Brive. By the way, Dad, where is my mother? Oh, your mother, it should be nearby, you can look for it. Wyushin patted Bulma on the shoulder, pointed at the figure standing on the other side, and saw a middle-aged woman with yellow hair holding a sprinkler watering the flowers, still humming with a ditty. Wyushin originally thought that he could finally live a normal life for a few days, but he didn't know that it was just the beginning of a nightmare. Nabuma's mother was so enthusiastic, she took Wyushin to introduce her to her friends, mainly because those friends of Bulma's mother were also of the same age as Bulma's mother, and it took only a few days. It's enough to torture Wyushin, he has now seen the power of women. He originally wanted to ask Bulma to go out with him to see how the world was different from his previous life. But Bulma and his father were helping him study the gravity device every day, so there was no time to accompany him. On the 3rd day, Wyushin excused that he was going to practice Kung Fu, and Bulma's mother didn't bother him. Wyushin flew to a hill in the suburbs and took out the Ruyi golden cudgel. He had a kind of enlightenment when he was in the Chowder Rice Castle, and he had no time to verify it. Wushan searched for a long time before he found that it was more suitable. The place. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Wu Tian held the golden cudgel, channeled his true energy, and slowly felt the process of the transmission of true energy through the golden cudgel. Under the blessing of Wushan's internal energy, the golden cudgel made a muffled buzzing sound. Wushan transported his true energy to the extreme, holding the golden cudgel in his hand, and swept forward violently. So. Under Wushan's continuous swipes, streaks of pale yellow qi flew along the golden cudgel and shot towards the ground, leaving scars like knife cuts on the ground. Although this kind of effect was completely expected by Wushan, after seeing it, his mood was different. The internal energy and external energy in the martial arts have reached a very high level, and according to Nine Suns Kung Fu, only after reaching the 6th level can the small successes be able to send out the internal energy. Compared with it now, it is simply a world of difference. I don't know what will happen when the 9 Suns Kung Fu breaks through to the 6th level 6 Suns meeting head. What kind of power is it? Since Gaixianren's Kampai Qigong gathers the energy of the whole body and then sends it out, then my true qi should be easier to control. Why do I have to borrow objects to release it? Wushan once again mobilized the Genkai and circulated the Genkai all over his body to his hands. When all the Genkai gathered together, he felt that he had no way to do it. No matter how Wushan waved his hands, there was still no response. I don't understand, when using the golden cudgel, there is gas energy, but why can't it emit energy with bare hands like Gaixianren? Is it because the internal strength is not deep enough? Then why is it so easy to borrow the golden cudgel? Wushan closed his eyes and recalled the scene when Gaixianren issued Kampai Qigong at that time, analyzed every movement of Gaixianren, and after repeating it several times, he came to a very simple conclusion: even if the energy is gathered together and then punched out forcefully, there is no problem. It was found that there were too many tricks, and the little Wukong was the same, and there was no special change in his body. The irritability made his thoughts more and more chaotic, and Wu Tian simply began to use the 9 Yang Gong mental method to practice. Half an hour later, the previous restlessness had calmed down, and the alarm clock switched, slowly recalling the body changes when Gui Xianren and Xiao Wukong lost their anger. Is it related to physique? Their bodies can store a lot of energy, so they can easily gather the energy of the whole body? Is this really the case? The more Wushan thought about it, the more likely it was. Although my own body can store very little energy, it can still be mobilized and gathered to a certain point. Thinking of this, Wushan stood up, took a step with his legs, closed his eyes, and controlled the few energies in his whole body with his thoughts. Apparently, Wushan underestimated the difficulty of gathering energy. He tried a dozen times but ended in failure. At this time, he was already sweating profusely, and his energy was a bit exhausted, so he had to sit cross-legged and exercise his skills to recover. It's too much suffering, but it seems to have a little reaction, and the true energy in the body seems to be showing signs of being twitched. Finally got some eyebrows, and Wushan's mouth showed a little smile. True Qi. True Qi, just now I was suppressing the true Qi to urge, so how about I use the real Qi to stimulate the energy of the body? The more Goten thought about it, the more excited he became, as if his idea had been confirmed. Standing up, transporting Zhuyang Genkai, and mobilizing the energy of the body, he soon found that the running Zhuyang Genkai suddenly slowed down a lot. Wushan didn't care so much, he still tried his best to mobilize with energy. Since the energy stored in the body is too little, it is basically absorbed by the tendons, so it is extremely troublesome to activate. When the energy is half concentrated, it all flows back, and Wushan has no choice but to give up. It's still not enough physical energy. This physique is a big problem. Although it is very strong without relying on firing energy bombs, this is a long-range skill to save life in the future. Wushan circulated the Genkai through the meridians, transported it to his palms, and the golden genkai enveloped his palms again. Although the true qi can be expressed outside the body, yes, if I transport the true qi out of the body, and then use the method of mobilizing the body to gather the true qi outside the body, wouldn't it be fine? Haha, I'm really a genius. As soon as he thought about it, Goten tried his best to use the 9-yang true qi again, only to see that Goten was surrounded by a layer of yellow aura, which looked like the aura emanating from a super scion, but it was very loose. With the thought of Wushan, the light yellow aura on his body suddenly disappeared, and a golden light ball as big as a bowl appeared on the palm of his hand. Wushan knew that he had succeeded, so he couldn't help laughing out loud. The ball of light in Wushan's hand seemed to be controlling the true energy in his body, and he smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! The moment the ball of light came into contact with the ground, there was a sound of seam, and a small hole the size of a basketball was blown out of the ground. After seeing the effect, Wushan was a little disappointed. It's a bit small. There is no way, the aura energy emitted is really limited, and it is difficult to control. Although it was successful, I always felt that something was wrong. When it was just sent out, the true energy in the body didn't show signs of moving at all. The real energy bomb should be driven by the energy in the body. Goten tried several times in a row, but the effect was still the same. Prompt: urge, since the energy of the physical body is not enough, then I can use the method of stimulating the power of the physical body to stimulate the true qi. The meridians can absorb the energy stored in the physical body, so the physical body can also absorb the true qi of the meridians. That's right, if you don't use your true energy anymore, I'm such a pig, I only thought of it now. Wushan no longer thought about the relationship between genkai and the body, and thought about gathering the energy of the whole body to his hands. Wushan only felt that the genkai in his body was released in an instant, and quickly gathered between his palms along his body. So, at this time, the same golden ball of light appeared on Wushan's hands, the size of a basketball, and Wushan could feel the power of the flashing energy in the ball of light. Wushan moved his true energy into his palms, and the moment his true energy and the ball of light resonated, Wushan used his true energy as a driving force to push the light ball far away. The ground shook violently. Bang! I saw that the bombing of the place just now resulted in a big hole with a size of 3 meters. Although it is far behind Gaixianren, it does not mean that Gaixianren is stronger than Wushan. With Wushan's current strength, he can kill him instantly. Gaixianren, as for the difference in the lethality of the Qigong bullets, he is also unclear. Ha ha ha, finally succeeded. Wu Tian gasped and laughed. The true energy in his body was less than 1/3 at this time, and he didn't control the moment when he sent out the ball of light just now, wasting a lot of energy in vain. Goten lay on the ground, giggling non-stop. Although it was successful, it still couldn't cooperate well. The genkai is a bit unsustainable. I'm afraid that after breaking through the 6th level of 9 Suns Kung Fu, I can release energy bombs at will, but now I can't. Very good. Finally, I was not thrown away by little Wukong. Wushan made a few more attempts, and stopped after completely exhausting the energy in his body. Now he has found the direction, and the rest is to be proficient in the activation of energy bullets. Although he was very tired, but after he had a direction, the joy after the harvest completely offset the physical fatigue. Today may be the happiest day in his life. After Wushan recovered, he planned to go back. He wanted to digest today's harvest well. With a kick of both feet, he flew towards Bulma's house with the remaining genkai in his body. Brother Tian, where did you go? I've been looking for you for a long time. Wushan, who had just landed at the gate, found Bulma running towards him. Wushan replied, I just went outside to practice. Don't you see your mother's annoying appearance? I really can't bear it. After hearing this, Bulma also pursed his lips and smiled. Brother Tian, we made your gravity device for you, now, look. Wushan took the watch from Bulma and said pleasantly, why is it so fast? I thought it would take a long time. Seeing Wyushin's happy look, Bulma felt that the hard work of the past few days was really worth it, and the fatigue of the few days was instantly melted away by Wyushin's smile. Bulma pointed to the watch and explained to Wyushin, "This is the switch key, this is the gravity plus key, and this is the minus key. The multiples of gravity are displayed on the screen, and now it can only be added to 100 times the gravity at most." 100 times? Boomer, you are too powerful. I thought it would be great if you could make 10 times. You are indeed a genius girl. After hearing Wyushin's praise, Bulma was very happy. Wyushin tried to press the plus button, and he didn't feel much after his body shook. Wyushin continued to press it, and he didn't feel a little heavy when he pressed it until the gravity reached 5 times. Wyushin tried to walk a few steps, but he still felt a little relaxed. After pressing it twice, Wyushin couldn't help but groaned, and it was a bit difficult to walk. "Hoo, 8 times the gravity, let's do this first, and then add it slowly after getting used to it." Wyushin was very satisfied with this gravity watch, walked up to Bulma, and said to her, "Bulma, you can make me 10 more of this gravity device, I will be useful in the future, I don't think there are too many." Bulma nodded to Wyushin and agreed, "Brother Tian. Are you driving the gravity device now? Didn't you turn it on when you were practicing? I usually drive it like this, and I'll just get used to it in the future. This is very good for the growth of skill." After a few words, Wyushin couldn't bear the exhaustion, plus the previous exhaustion, he was a little out of breath when he spoke, and wanted to use his Genkai to offset the fatigue, but found that the Genkai was running extremely slowly, so he had no choice but to give up for now. After turning off the gravity device, Wyushin seemed to be liberated, feeling extremely comfortable. "Bulma, I may go to practice tomorrow, so you can go shopping with me today." After hearing this, Bulma's expression changed immediately. "God, Brother Tian, are you leaving so soon, can you take me with you?" After hearing Bulma's pleading, Wyushin couldn't help but soften his heart, and said, "No, I'm going to practice, not to go to the mountains and rivers, and it's useless if you go. I'm practicing all day long, so I don't care about it." "You?" After hearing this, Bulma's eyes were already red. "Oh, then I won't go." After Wyushin saw it, he couldn't bear it very much, and stretched out his hand to pull Bulma into his arms. Bulma was stunned for a moment by Wyushin's sudden action, but soon his face was covered with a happy rosy glow. Wyushin whispered in her ear, "You can accompany me to stroll around Zidu these 2 days, I have a lot of things to buy, okay?" Bulma nodded hastily in his arms, she didn't know how to speak anymore. In the following time, Bulma took Wyushin to play wildly in Zidu for a few days. Wyushin's dragon ring was already filled with a lot of things, such as food, play, clothes, pistols, machine guns, cannons and so on. He has done some of them, and he doesn't need to pay anyway. Although all of them are useless to him, they are people from the 21st century after all, and there is a plot about guns and ammunition. At this moment, I saw Nabuma holding Wyushin's hand tightly, and his face looked much worse than usual. "Bulma, that's it, don't give it away, I will come back to see you when I have time." Wyushin was a little bit sad when he saw Bulma, he really couldn't understand how that Bulma loved him so deeply, he was not the Bulma in his impression at all, his arrival made this girl's character it has been completely changed, even if it is not what I want to change. All those aggressive and willful shortcomings are gone, and some are only gentle and virtuous. Of course, these are just in front of Wyushin, but it is enough. Bulma said softly to Wyushin reluctantly, "Brother Tian, you have to come back to find me sooner." Wyushin looked at Nabuma and said, "Well, I will. Maybe I will come back in a month. I will come back to see you as long as I finish my work and have time. After I'm gone, you have to continue to help me research the gravity device, thousands of times, 10,000 times, anyway, the heavier the multiple, the better." Wyushin kissed Bulma, then let go of her hand, jumped into the air and flew away. If he didn't leave again, he was afraid that Bulma would grind him, and he didn't know when he would be able to get away. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Kaylee Immortal. Chapter 23 Kaylee Immortal. Wushan turned on 8 times the gravity, and started the road of penance after coming out of Bulma's house. According to the data given by Bulma, the distance from Zidu to Kailata is more than 1,000 kilometers. 8 times the gravity, after more than 5 days of adaptation. Although Wushan was unable to fly in the air, Wushan's full-speed gallop was half of the normal speed. In the process of cultivating these few days, Wushan obviously felt the strengthening of his body, which was much better than carrying the stone and wood before. It felt like he jumped directly from the stone civilization to the interstellar civilization. Number 15 days later, Wushan is already trying 10 times the force of gravity. With his current speed, he is no different from ordinary people. However, he can't use lightness kung fu at all. The true energy in his body is running very slowly, and the pressure is too great. As long as the real chi is activated, the real chi will be out of control and run wildly in the tendons. Hey, what a pain! I really don't know what the effect will be when it reaches 100 times the gravity, but now the 10 times the gravity is making life hard. It was noon at this time. Wushan sat cross-legged on the ground, and channeled the Genkai of the 9 suns. The Genkai in the Danshin was slowly rotating and sent to all the meridians, but the speed was much slower than before. It takes 3 hours to run a full cycle at the same speed, but Wu Tian's perseverance is still good, so he discovered the benefits of practicing 9 suns kung fu under gravity. Although Wushan's internal strength has not increased at all, it can be said that he has regressed a bit. According to the fire energy he absorbed in Jiangguo Mountain before, his internal strength is enough to break through to the 5th level of 9 Yang art. The true qi in his body began to be slowly purified under the pressure of gravity. Now the Genkai in his body is only about 3/4 of what it was in its heyday. The unexpected upgrade of Genkai surprised Wushan. It is extremely difficult to improve the purity of Genkai. Now under the pressure of gravity, he began to the purest spiritual energy extracted by Wushan. All the spiritual energy absorbed into Wushan's body has been tempered under 10 times the gravity. The more this internal force is reduced, the more pure his skill is, and the lethality of true energy is exponentially enhanced. In the process of Genkai being gradually purified, Wushan found that the color of Genkai was also slowly changing. Feeling it directly, even if there is a little bit of commotion, he can feel it instantly, and that true energy is a part of his body. Since comprehending the skill of the energy bomb in Zidu last time, Goshen's understanding of his own chi and body has improved a lot. The comprehension of the energy bomb is completely his own understanding of his own chi. As far as I know, it is a unique skill combined with the characteristics of the world's physical body to absorb energy, which completely subverts his previous understanding of chi. Consciously or unintentionally, the sky guides part of the true energy to infiltrate into the flesh. Wushan didn't know to what extent his Genkai could be purified. Anyway, as far as he knew now, the purer the Genkai, the more benefits it would have. The growth of true chi is far faster than the growth of the body. And every time an energy bomb is fired, it must be combined with the inside and outside. He is most afraid that the growth of the body will not keep up with the internal force, so the energy of the body is not at all. Like the meridians, he has been baptized by the pure internal force, so Wushan now needs to return the internal force to the body every day, as if the muscles of the body and the meridians have established a circulation, allowing the true energy to permeate back and forth between the two. This kind of cultivation method also has great benefits, and the ability to absorb energy has increased sharply. Although it is said that people in this world still do not have the abnormal ability to store energy like people in this world, it undoubtedly provides him with a way of cultivation. The shortcut can be said to be internal and external cultivation, integrating the two together to achieve the point of simultaneous cultivation. The current Wushan no longer has the so-called distinction between internal cultivation and external cultivation in cultivation. Now practicing internal strength is cultivating the body, and the internal strength is also strengthened when the body is forged. Although it is just the beginning, and it is extremely troublesome to cultivate, after a period of adaptation, a bridge will naturally be established between the meridians and the physical body. In this way, compared with people in this world, his previous disadvantages of the physical body are likely to become the current advantages, but one is to store energy in the physical body, and the other is to use the meridian danshan as a storage place, and Wushan he knows how to be lucky, and he believes that no one in this world knows better than him about qi. After going through 10 times the gravity, Wushan was finally able to barely take off in the air, but the genkai in his body was consumed a lot. After flying less than 1 kilometer in a row, there was very little genkai left in his body. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this power has been refined to such a degree. It's a pity that the suppression of the true energy consumes too much. I really look forward to the 6th level. Although it can't be said that the real energy is endless, it's 100 times better than it is now. Hurrying while cultivating is also an excellent way of cultivating. Wushan continued to walk westward for another 5 days, and finally approached the holy land of Kelly. Another day later, Wushan saw the shadow of the tower going straight into the clouds from a distance. Wushan even increased his horsepower, and rushed towards the Kali Tower quickly. Wushan looked at the endless Kali Tower, and was shocked. In terms of the height of this tower, except for the gods, he really couldn't think of anyone with such a heaven-defying ability. Wushan sat cross-legged at the bottom of the tower, ready to start climbing the tower after recovering the true energy in his body. When he was 2 hours old, Wushan received his skills, his eyes flashed. He looked at the top of the tower and jumped vigorously, and with a whoosh, he was above meters, and then he stepped on the swallow in the air and went up again. Flying for tens of meters, then a little bit beside the tower, and then flying several hundred meters, just like that, Wushan was galloping towards the top of Kali Tower at a very fast speed. After repeating it countless times, Wushan didn't know how high he had flown, but he still couldn't see the top of the tower. Now he began to feel that his true energy was not enough. I rub it, it's really high, it's already dozens of miles high. Wushan gritted his teeth, and finally chose to turn off the gravity device. If the true energy is not replenished at such a high altitude, if he falls, he will definitely fall directly into hell. As for which floor to go to, it depends on the geology. After removing the gravity, with a little luck, the genkai in his body began to circulate crazily. This is the first time he has removed the gravity in more than a month. Now the whole person seems to have lost weight, light, very uncomfortable. Wushan kicked hard on the side of the tower, and disappeared instantly with a swoosh, flying upwards at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. Just now Wushan kicked with all his strength, and he has been flying upwards for 2 minutes. Now the speed still hasn't slowed down. Wushan is also very surprised by this result. I really didn't expect that, since the speeds before and after are so different. Wushan kicked against the side of the tower again. After 3 times in a row, he finally saw the top of the tower. This is also due to Wushan's excellent eyesight. I saw that the top of the tower was not very big, and now it looked bigger than the body of the tower. A little older, Wushan couldn't help slowing down the speed of his upward flight. After 1 minute, I finally came to the top of the tower. I saw that there were 4 big holes in the body of the tower. I am afraid that the hole is the entrance for people to enter. With Wushan's character, of course he wouldn't go to the entrance of the cave. Wushan stopped at the side of the tower, which was more than 10 meters away from the entrance of the cave, and then with a move of stepping on the clouds, he stepped lightly towards the top of the tower. It seems that there are stairs in the sky. Wushan walked up unhurriedly, and after a while, he reached the edge of the top of the tower. Wushan looked into the tower and saw a big fat white cat looking at Wushan with an incredulous face. After Wushan saw the fat cat, he knew that it was the Immortal Kali Tower, Immortal Kali, and Wushan waved to him, "Hi, Immortal Kali." Wushan walked slowly towards the Kali ferry in the air. Seeing that Wushan was able to walk in the air, the Kaylee fairy was surprised and speechless. He opened his cat's mouth and looked at Wyushan. Come. In Kaylee's cognition, there is some kung fu to be able to fly in the air, but Wyushan is like flying in the air, which is the ability of a god. How can this not surprise him, although he doesn't know Wyushan what is his identity, but in his opinion, he is just immortal, and he, the so-called immortal, is also shocked when he sees it. Wyushan couldn't help feeling proud when he saw the surprised look of Kaylee Immortal, looked at him and shouted, "Hey, big white cat, are you Kaylee Immortal?" Immortal Kaylee was startled when he heard that Wyushan was close at hand. He quickly jumped 2 steps back, swallowed his saliva and said to Wyushan, Of course I am Immortal Kaylee, meow." Seeing the timid look of Kaylee Immortal, Wyushan became playful again, "Are you really Kaylee Immortal? The only immortal in this world?" When Immortal Kaylee heard that he was the only one on earth, he couldn't help being proud and said, "Of course it is. There won't be another immortal in this world besides me, meow." Wyushan shook his head and said, "Well, I don't believe it, you are still an immortal like you, and you don't look very powerful. The words of an immortal should be very powerful. If you say you are an immortal, then you will show off to me gesture. If you beat me, then I will believe you." When the Immortal Kaylee heard this, he jumped back a few steps, "Meow, don't mess around. Immortals don't have to be skilled in martial arts to be able to do it. I've been here since I was born. There is no one else besides me, meow." Wyushan said in relief, "Oh, so you were born here, so you became a fairy here. Doesn't that mean that you are useless as a fairy? Doesn't that mean that anyone can do it?" Immortal Kaylee was unhappy after hearing this, and said, "Meow, of course not. I was born with the ability of an immortal. I have to inspect every move on the earth every day. Not everyone can do this." Wyushan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked at Kaylee and said, "Do you mean to go down to the tower every day to inspect?" "Meow, of course not, I can see all the places on earth from here. Come, you come with me." Immortal Kaylee's tone was very proud, and he led Wyushan to the jar in the corner. Immortal Kaylee lifted the cover of the altar and said to Wyushan, "Look here, you can see whatever you want, meow. It's so amazing." Wyushan looked at the Kaylee Immortal in disbelief. Wyushan walked over, only to see an empty jar, thinking of Buma in his heart, and soon a figure of Buma appeared on the water surface. At this time Buma was busy with tools. Wyushan yelled amazing. Wyushan thought about little Wukong again, and when the picture changed, he saw little Wukong in the jar swimming in the water. Seeing the astonishment on Wyushan's face, the Immortal Kaylee beside him was stroking the cat's whiskers, very proud. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Wyushan turned around, looked disapprovingly at the proud Immortal Kaylee, and said, "Cut, don't you just have this jar? If I had one, I could also inspect the earth. Meow, you don't understand this. If I didn't cast the spell, you wouldn't be able to see it at all." Wyushan was very disappointed when he heard this. He was still thinking about how to get one from the fat cat, but he didn't know that it had to be processed. Wyushan looked at Kaylee Immortal and said, "That's too rubbish, can you teach me?" "That's impossible. I'm born with it. I can't teach you." After the Immortal Kaylee finished speaking, he took out a green bean from somewhere, threw it into the air, and stretched out his tongue, blah 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 chewed up. After Wyushan saw it, his heart fluttered, and he floated in front of Immortal Kaylee in an instant, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, "Nashi, Immortal Kaylee, what did you eat just now? It looks delicious." While speaking, he searched around Kaylee Immortal. Immortal Kaylee was extremely depressed, and couldn't stand Wyushan's greedy behavior. Suddenly another fairy bean appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Wyushan and said, "Don't look for it, hey, I'll give you one." Wyushan's eyes brightened when he saw it, and he picked up the fairy bean excitedly. He fixed his eyes and saw that it looked exactly like an ordinary broad bean. Looking at the broad bean in his hand, Wyushin doubted whether the broad bean was really the legend. It's the fairy bean in the middle. I really can't understand how much energy this little broad bean has. Wyushin put the fairy bean in his mouth and chewed it slowly, except for a faint fragrance, there was no special taste. Wyushin swallowed the fairy bean slowly, and suddenly felt that the chewed fairy bean it turned into strands of energy, which spread throughout the body in an instant. Wyushin only felt that his whole body was instantly filled with an inexplicable energy, and the true energy in his meridians was instantly full, just like drinking blue potion or red potion. His state was instantly full, and his whole person was instantly satisfied. Ah, cool, it really is a great artifact in Dragon Ball. Although it won't increase the power, it is definitely a life-saving elixir. No, it should be more effective than the legendary elixir. It is said that no matter how much you suffer, as long as there is still a breath left, it will recover immediately, but this big fat cat doesn't seem to know it, it only knows to use it to fill its stomach. It's really a waste of money. You fairy bean is really good. The fatigue in my whole body has disappeared now. I really deserve to be a fairy. Immortal Kaylee was very pleased when he heard it, and proudly said, "Meow, this is just a small snack that I usually use to pass the time, it's nothing, there is a big jar in that jar." Before the fairy Kaylee finished speaking, Wyushin disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already holding the jar containing the fairy beans that the fairy Kaylee pointed to just now. Wyushin excitedly opened the lid of the altar, and the whole jar was full of fairy beans. When Wyushin saw it, he immediately felt that his life was completely guaranteed. One of the fairy beans in the jar could save his life. One life, now he is equivalent to thousands of lives out of thin air. Wu Tian hugged the jar tightly, looked nervously at Immortal Kaylee and said, "Well, Immortal Kaylee, do you want more of this fairy bean?" Immortal Kaylee didn't care about Wyushin either, he didn't care about the fairy bean at all, and Wyushin at this time was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the market. "Meow, you can take it if you want, it's just some fairy beans, meow." As soon as Immortal Kaylee finished speaking, Wu Tian immediately took the whole altar of fairy beans into the dragon ring. Seeing the fairy beans inside the dragon ring, Wyushin felt relieved. At this moment, Wyushin felt unprecedentedly comfortable and indescribably relaxed. The 9 yang qi in his body seemed to be purified, and at that moment began to transform. After Wyushin felt it, he was ecstatic, and quickly closed his eyes to inspect the changes in his body. Immortal Kaylee saw Wyushin standing there with a smirk suddenly, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. It was very strange, but he didn't bother Wyushin, walked to the side of the tower alone, looking at the endless clouds, look at the scenery. A few minutes later, Wyushin finished watching, and his joy was beyond words. His current Zhuyang Genkai has transformed again, it is more than twice as strong as before, and it is now at the peak of the 4th level, and can break through to the 5th level at any time. Originally, Wyushin wanted to break through to the 3rd level 5 levels of realm, but after he thought about it, there is basically no obstacle to the breakthrough of the realm now. As long as there is enough time, he must have the confidence to break through. It's just the speed of time, and there is no rush. Wyushin suppressed the joy of improving his realm, and walked towards Immortal Kaylee. "Immortal Kaylee, is there only a few of your fairy beans, is there any more?" Immortal Kaylee said speechlessly, "Meow, no, what you just took is already what I planted this year, and those are enough for me to eat for a long time." Wyushin couldn't help being a little disappointed after hearing this, and asked Kaylee again, "Do you mean that you have this jar of fairy beans every year?" "Meow, those are my stock for the past few years, I just planted a few, and I will give the rest to those in need below." When Wyushin heard this, he was a little excited, and said to the Kaylee fairy, "Do you mean that you can plant more fairy beans?" Immortal Kaylee nodded, "Yes, it's useless to plant too much, meow." "Then can you give me some fairy bean seeds, I will also learn from you to plant fairy beans." Immortal Kaylee shook his head and said, "Well, it's impossible, these fairy beans can only be cultivated on the top of Kaylee Tower." Originally, Wyushin just asked this question, and he also thought that it must not be so easy to obtain the fairy bean. Immortal Kaylee, who was rubbing the cat's paw, suddenly remembered something, turned around and asked Wyushin, "By the way, who are you? What are you doing in Kaylee Tower?" "Oh, my name is Sun Wyushin, I'm just here for shopping. Why are you so nervous? You don't have anything valuable." After finishing speaking, Wyushin took out the canned meat he bought earlier from the dragon ring, took out a can of beef, looked at the Kaylee fairy, found another can of canned fish, and threw it at the Kaylee fairy. Immortal Kaylee saw Wyushin throw something at him, quickly caught the flying can, and looked at Wyushin warily. "Don't look at me like that, okay? That's something to eat. Don't be ignorant of a good heart." Wyushin then circulated his genkai to cover the can in his hand. 10 seconds later, Wyushin lifted the lid of the can, bursts of hot air came out, and the smell of meat soon spread around. As soon as the immortal Kaylee smelled the smell of meat, his saliva flowed down. Wyushin sniffed the smell of the meat vigorously, and after being satisfied for a while, he took out a pair of chopsticks from Longja and started eating. The expensive canned beef weighed only 2 catties, and Wyushin killed it in 2 or 3 strokes. This amount of weight is really trivial to Wyushin now. After eating, he found that Kaylee Immortal was looking at the can in his hand and pondering. Wyushin walked over and helped him uncover the can, and the smell of fish inside immediately wafted out. Meowing endlessly, she snatched it from Wyushin's hand, ignored Wyushin, and ran to the side to enjoy it alone. Wyushin wandered around in this tower, and when he came back, he saw that Kaylee Immortal was licking the empty can with his cat's mouth, walked over, and said, "Immortal Kaylee, it seems that you like this can very much, then I'll give you some." Meow hearing that Wyushin was going to give him canned food, he was so surprised that he was speechless. Wyushin picked thousands of canned food from the dragon ring, and after a thought, a mountain of canned food appeared in front of Wyushin, with various flavors. The top canned food on the market, but its value can't match the value of a fairy bean, not to mention that there are tens of thousands of canned food in Wyushin Long Ring, and a large amount of other food. The eyes of the Kaylee Immortal were already filled with the pile of cans, looking at the mountain of cans meowing non-stop, and the 2 cat paws were moving violently, looking at those cans. He didn't know what to do. Lower paw. Wyushin opened another can and ate it by himself. Those cans were indeed delicious, otherwise he wouldn't have bought so many. Wyushin thought it was very funny when he saw the appearance of Kaylee Immortal, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Said, "Immortal Kaylee, let me discuss something with you." Immortal Kaylee quickly wiped off the saliva on his mouth, turned his head and said, "Well, Your Excellency Wyushin, what's the matter with you? I would like to ask you a favor. Can you plant more of your fairy bean? You can plant a few more. Anyway, the more the better, I will bring you a lot of cans every year." "Really, are you really going to send me so many cans?" "Of course, you just need to give me fairy beans, the more the better, I want as many as I have." Immortal Kaylee said happily, "Okay, no problem." After receiving the promise from Kaylee Immortal, Wyushin was also overjoyed, and took out hundreds of cans of canned food from the dragon ring. After seeing Kaylee Immortal, he felt like he was going to faint. Wyushin really couldn't stand Kaylee's obsession with the canned food, so he dragged Kaylee to the 2nd floor. "Okay, Immortal Kaylee, I want to ask you, where is the super divine water?" "Super holy water? Are you looking for super water?" Wyushin nodded and said, "Well, it's super divine water, not super holy water." Immortal Kaylee's expression became serious after hearing the super divine water. Looking at Wyushin, he was puzzled and said, "How do you know about super holy water?" "I just announced to the outside world that there is super holy water." Wyushin couldn't help but give him a blank look. "Pull it down, your super holy water is a scam, you pretend I don't know. As for how I know, it doesn't matter, you just need me to send it to someone with super holy water, the place will be fine." Immortal Kaylee scratched his head, looked at Wyushin, and said, that super divine water should be useless to a person like you. What do you want that super divine water for? Of course I know, I have my uses, and it's very important to me. Immortal Kali hesitated and said, do you know that although the super divine water has the ability to make people stronger, it is extremely dangerous, and it is almost certain to die. I know all about it, but the super divine water is not necessarily for drinking, I have some other uses. Immortal Kali felt relieved when he heard it, and said, meow, it's not good for drinking, then I'll take you there, but you must not drink that super divine water. Okay, I get it, I said it's not for drinking. Well, then you come with me. Immortal Kali took Wyushin to a corner, pointed to the jar placed on the ground and said, you just need to go in from here and you can go directly to a maze in the north. In the depths of the maze is the super god water. It's a place, but there is darkness guarding the super god water, it's very difficult to get the super god water, but I think it shouldn't be a problem for you. Wyushin looked at the mouth of the altar more than 10 centimeters in size, completely speechless. Well, Immortal Kali, don't you think the mouth of this jar is too small? How could a man as big as me get in? Do you have a bigger jar? Immortal Kali shook his head and said, meow, don't look at the small mouth of this jar, but it can hold a lot of things. All the people who came here before went down here, and many of them are bigger and bigger than you. So you can rest assured, meow. Wyushin looked at Kali and said, then, how do I get in? You just need to jump in from here, didn't I say? Wyushin lifted his breath lightly, hovered over the mouth of the altar, looked at Immortal Kali and said, Immortal Kali, do you have any hints? Or is there anything to pay attention to? Immortal Kali supported the cat's whiskers, thought for a while, and said, well, although it's very dangerous inside, it should be fine for you, and you must not drink that super magic water. Wyushin tried to descend slowly. When the solace of his feet just entered the mouth of the altar, a huge force that Wyushin could not resist emanated from the altar. Before Wyushin could react, he had already landed on a field of ice and snow inside. Son, the portal, it's nothing. Just as Wyushin was about to start, Immortal Kali's voice came from above his head. Your Excellency Wyushin, remember not to drink that super divine water. After you get the super divine water, come back here, and I will pick you up. Wyushin was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, stepped out of that vicious circle, and looked at the surrounding environment. Wyushin looked at the mirror-like ice blocks around him, and couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of nature. Wow, it's so beautiful, but it's a bit cold. Wyushin stretched out his hand to touch the huge ice block, only to see that Wyushin's fingers were frozen as soon as they touched the ice block, and quickly transported his true energy to his frozen hand. I'll wipe it. It's too dangerous. If you accidentally fall on this ice cube, it will be over. Wu Tian used his true energy to cover his whole body, and the feeling of freezing before disappeared immediately. I don't know if the ice cubes here can be regarded as 1,000-year-old ice. If you take it back, you can probably sell it for a lot of money. Take a few pieces back. This thing is a treasure for traveling. Along the way, Wyushin found that there were many rhombus-shaped ice cubes hanging in the air, which looked like giant diamonds. Wyushin knew that it was definitely the essence of the ice cubes, so Wyushin collected those ice cubes with more perfect shapes. After entering the dragon ring, I didn't think about whether it would be useful to him. Anyway, he thought it looked good, so he took it all away, and it didn't take up much space in the dragon ring. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Super Divine Water. Chapter 25 Super Divine Water. Oh my god, it's been a day, why is it still ice? There is nothing here, how do I find it? Just when Wyushin was complaining, there was a sudden strong wind on both sides of the ice road. So, after a gust of wind howled, a tornado suddenly appeared not far from Wyushin, the wind became louder and louder, and the surrounding ice cubes were smashed by the tornado. Even the ice cubes that were as hard as steel on both sides of the road could be crushed easily, but the tornado disappeared without a trace as soon as it touched Wushan's true energy of 9 suns. After Wushan saw it, he frowned. It's weird, is the wind like this? The tornado rolled towards Wushan at an extremely fast speed, and Wushan had no time to dodge, and soon, the tornado engulfed Wushan, but Wushan was still floating in the air very calmly, with the protective energy still on his body. It kept running, and after the experience just now, Wushan didn't pay attention to the terrifying and lethal tornado at all. A few minutes later, the tornado suddenly became bigger, and all the surrounding ice blocks were swept into the tornado, and then rushed towards Wushan strangely. Wushan saw the ice cubes flying around, stepped on the void, and disappeared in the same place instantly. Wushan floated high in the sky, watching the tornado underground. The tornado seemed to realize that Wushan had disappeared, and the tornado dissipated quickly, and then the ice surface began to crack, and a few tens of seconds later, an ice monster as tall as 10 meters high emerged from the ice. Woohoo! Seeing Wushan high in the sky, the ice monster opened its mouth and spit out countless ice cones to hit Wushan. After seeing the speed of the ice pick, he sneered, took a few steps in the air, and dodged easily. Wushan didn't want to get entangled with the ice monster, so he quickly disappeared into the air with a move of taping the clouds, landed on the ice road again, and continued on his way. Wushan knew that although that kind of big ice monster did not pose any threat to him, it would be really troublesome to eliminate it. Now that there are all ice cubes here, it can be said that even if the ice monster is shot into powder, it can be quickly revived, might as well just leave and let the ice monster not find him. But Wushan still made a mistake in his judgment. Although he got rid of the ice monster behind him, there were still countless ice monsters waiting for him in front of him. Even if he could escape the first one, he couldn't escape the second one. To face the 1000th one, I was fed up with the endless entanglement of ice monsters. Wushan had no choice but to stop, and the ice monster slapped Wushan with his palm when he saw Wushan. Wushan quickly flew into the air when he saw the huge palm. Since you are so entangled, then I will send you to hell. Goten takes out the golden cudgel from the dragon ring. Golden cudgel, long. Wushan took the long golden cudgel and swiped at the ice monster's body forcefully. With the sound of catch, the ice monster was cut off by the waist. Wushan didn't stop there, he raised the golden cudgel and said, "Golden cudgel, hammer, big." The golden cudgel turned into a hammer and then quickly grew in size until the front end was as big as the ice monster. Wushan swung the hammer and smashed it hard at the head of the ice monster. Bang! After a loud shock, the ice monster was smashed into pieces by the golden cudgel. Wushan took the golden cudgel back to Longja and looked at the pile of crushed ice. Tens of seconds later, as Wushan guessed, the broken ice cubes began to melt together bit by bit. Wushan flew forward after seeing it. He didn't want to keep entangled with the ice monster like this. But the more Wushan wanted to get rid of the ice monster, the more the ice monster would entangle him. In less than 5 minutes, another tornado appeared in front of Wushan, and after the tornado passed, the ice monster appeared again. I rub it, it's really endless, golden cudgel. The ice monster was ruthlessly crushed by the golden cudgel again, and Wushan ran for several miles, but unfortunately, no matter where he went, the ice monster would appear there. Banana, you bastard, will it not disappear as long as there is ice? Wushan looked at the ice monster that reappeared, very depressed. As long as this iceberg is still there, the ice monster will never disappear, that is to say, it will always haunt Wushan. Wushan looked at the ice monster, frowned and thought about how to get rid of it. Undead man, just now you seem to be afraid of my Zhu Yang Qigong, so let you try my 9 Yang Qigong. Wushan landed on the ice, with his feet spread out in a figure horoscope shape, his palms facing the ground, his energy sinking into his dantian, and he quickly gathered a part of the energy in his body into his palms, only to see golden yellow spots appear on each of the 2 palms, When Wyushin felt that the two small energy clusters were similar, Wyushin moved his hands together and pressed the two energy clusters together, and the energy cluster quickly became larger. Nima's ice monster, look at Grandpa's 9 Yang Qigong. Wu Tian mobilized the true energy in his body, and quickly shot the golden energy that was the size of a blue ball in his hand towards the ice monster. Bang! So! After a loud noise, the huge ice monster that was standing and preparing to attack Wyushin was already blasted into a huge hole more than 10 meters wide, but the corpse of the ice monster didn't even see the powder. It is estimated that it was melted by that energy. Wyushin looked at the huge pit, and was afraid that the ice monster would come back to life again. After waiting for more than a minute, there was still no movement on the ground, and he was definitely killed by the 9 Yang Qigong bomb. Haha, fight with me, see if I don't blow you to death. Wyushin waited on the spot for a few minutes, but no ice monster appeared. After confirming that there was no ice monster reappearing again, Wyushin took the opportunity to continue on his way. The ice wall in front had already been blasted into a big hole by Wyushin, and after walking more than 10 meters, there was a turning point, so the 9 Yang Qigong was passing through it just now. When the ice monster hit the ice wall again. When Wyushin passed by, he took a look. The big hole was pierced so deep. Anyway, it was pitch black at first glance. After seeing his masterpiece, Wyushin was very proud. Well, that's not right, it seemed that there was a wind blowing from the hole just now. After walking a few meters, Wyushin backed up again, and stopped when he reached the entrance of the cave. A gust of cool wind blew from the entrance of the cave and past Wyushin. Although Wyushin couldn't feel the coldness, he felt the change in the meter energy is obvious. Damn it, it wouldn't be because I was pierced through the entire iceberg by one of my 9 Yang Qigong. Wyushin tapped the ice with his feet, floated to the entrance of the cave, and walked along the entrance of the cave. After walking about 10 meters, he felt that the air changed, and the coldness in the iceberg before was gone. The ice wall was pierced, but it was only an ice wall about 20 meters thick. Wyushin stood on the edge of the cave entrance, looking at the darkness in front of him. After more than a minute, Wyushin basically got used to the light, and saw that there seemed to be a huge cave in front of him, a closed cave, with a little light none. Through the pierced ice wall passage, you can basically see the surrounding cave walls. Wyushin raised his true energy and flew forward slowly. Phew, I finally got out of that iceberg. Although it's not very good here, it's good for a change of environment. Wyushin flew down slowly, looking at the darkness around him, without a single sound, as if time stood still inside, and Wyushin's scalp was also a little hairy. After another half an hour, Wyushin obviously felt that the temperature had begun to change, as if he was about to reach the bottom of the cave. Just when Wyushin was happy, suddenly his eyes went dark, he couldn't see anything, it turned into darkness completely, and the protective chi on the body surface seemed to disappear little by little. Wyushin was shocked, he hurriedly strengthened his Genkai to the surface of his body, and the moment his Genkai was strengthened, his eyes could see again. Before Wyushin could rejoice, there was darkness again immediately, and the protective chi on the body surface was turbulent again. Wyushin tried his best to move the Genkai all over his body to the surface of his body, and suddenly his whole body became extremely bright. It is like a luminous body, illuminating the surroundings brightly. This time Wyushin saw clearly what was going on. He watched the black gas flying towards him outside of the true energy, but when he got close to the 9 Yang true energy, the true energy was drowned. It's not that the true energy is swallowed up, but that it's not covered by the black energy. I'll go, what the hell is this? Wyushin descended slowly, the black thread of gas seemed to fill the entire space. Could this be the darkness that Immortal Kaylee mentioned? It seems to be nothing more than that. There is the sound of water. Now that there was the sound of water, Wyushin was not afraid, and quickly flew towards the source of the sound of water. After more than a minute, Wyushin finally landed on the ground. Wyushin was overjoyed, knowing that he had reached the place where the sound of water came from. At this time, the black gas around Wushan gradually disappeared, and then returned to the normal darkness. Under the illumination of Wushan's nine yang true qi, it appeared abnormally bright, and the surrounding environment had a panoramic view. Wushan looked around, and saw a small pool not far from him, which was filled with a liquid of unknown color. Wushan was overjoyed when he saw the liquid, and ran over to take a serious look. The entire pool is only about 3 meters in diameter, and there is no liquid flowing in the pool, nor is there any source of water. Suddenly, Wushan saw water patterns moving in the pool, and quickly stepped back a few steps. After a burst of splashing water, a stone with human facial features protruded from the center of the small pool. After Wushan saw it, he was very surprised. "Are you here to find Chaishan Shui?" the stone monster looked at Wushan and asked. Wushan looked at the stone, not afraid of it, nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to find Chaishan Shui." "Is there all Chaishan Shui in this pool?" The stone monster replied, "That's right, these are super divine waters, and these super divine waters are all the super divine waters that have been produced since the birth of this world." Wushan's eyes brightened when he heard this. All the super divine water since the birth of the world is just a little bit. If this is the case, then this super divine water should be very precious. Then can I order the super magic water here? Can. After getting the stone monster's answer, Wushan smiled and said, "Haha, then I'm not welcome." Wushan revealed the dragon ring, and as soon as he thought about it, the dragon ring began to absorb the super divine water in the small pond. The stone monster didn't react at all when he saw it, until the dragon ring absorbed 2/3 of the super divine water in the small pond. Wu Tian stopped. Wushan didn't have the nerve to suck away all the super divine water in this pool. After all, it was someone else's territory, and he took it away. I don't know if the stone monster will fight him desperately. 2/3 of its super divine water should be enough. Looking at the super divine water suspended in the dragon ring, Wushan was very satisfied with the delivery this time. Wushan saw that the stone monster didn't respond, and he didn't pay attention to it. After getting the super divine water, he didn't want to stay here for a while. He felt uncomfortable and depressed here. "Well, thank you, I'll treat you to tea next time." After speaking, he kicked his feet vigorously, left the spot, and flew towards the exit. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Somersault Cloud Ziobai. Chapter 26 Somersault Cloud Ziobai. Wushan kicked his feet and flew upwards quickly. With the experience of coming, Wushan returned to the teleportation place when he came in less than 2 hours under the full-speed flight of Qinggong. Wushan shouted to the top, "Immortal Kali, Immortal Kali." At this time, on the top of the Kali Tower, the Kali Immortal was lying on the ground and sound asleep, and the ground was full of various empty cans. Wushan waited for a few minutes and saw that there was no response from above, so he took out the golden cudgel from the dragon ring, held the golden cudgel with one hand. Golden cudgel, long, the golden cudgel quickly became longer. 10 minutes later, the golden cudgel is still rising. Half an hour later, the golden cudgel was still rising. Wushan does not believe in evil, and continues to let the golden cudgel rise. For an hour, Wushan was about to fall asleep on the golden cudgel. He looked at the top of his head, and there was no end to it. At this time, Wushan had already turned the golden cudgel into a diameter of 2 meters. Eyes lying on the golden cudgel, it was really boring, and soon fell asleep. 5 hours later, Wushan opened his eyes and found that he was still on the golden cudgel. Looking at the light above his head, he really couldn't understand how there was such a high place. A few hours have passed. Even if we reach the moon, we should have arrived. Wushan really didn't want to waste any more, and shouted to the top again, "Immortal Kali, Immortal Kali." At this time, the Kali fairy on the top of the Kali tower woke up slowly after hearing the cry. "Meow, who is calling me?" Immortal Kali looked around in the tower but found no one. When Immortal Kaylee saw the canned food on the ground, he suddenly remembered, and quickly ran to an altar in the corner to look, only to see Wushan lying on the ground, under a pillar. "Your Excellency Wushan, are you back?" Goten opened his eyes and saw a huge cat face looking at him, startling him. "I'll wipe it, don't be so scary, please, connect me quickly." Immortal Kaylee replied, "Okay." Right away after finishing speaking, I put the wooden stick in my hand into it. "Your Excellency Wushan, you can come out just by grabbing my wooden stick." Wushan looked at the wooden stick that suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly put the golden cudgel into the dragon ring, and grabbed the wooden stick with his right hand. The moment he just grabbed the wooden stick, Wushan felt his body shake, and then appeared in the Enter Kirita. Looking around, his face was full of disbelief. "Oh shit, I just flew for a few hours and didn't arrive. Why did you just pull me up and I came up?" The Kaylee fairy said proudly, "Of course, I've already been told that I'm a fairy. Without my help, if you fly like this, you won't be able to make it for the rest of your life." Wushan was speechless, and said in a big voice, "It's not you, haven't you heard me calling you for so long?" Immortal Kaylee was very embarrassed when he heard it. "Well, I'm sorry, I was taking a nap just now, meow." Immortal Kaylee said again, "By the way, Your Excellency Wushan, have you found your super divine water?" "Of course, do you want it? I can give you some." Wushan generously said to Kaylee, and then took out a ball of super divine water from the dragon ring, which was wrapped in Wushan's true energy, emitting a strange light. After Immortal Kaylee heard it, he quickly took 2 steps back. Although the super divine water looked beautiful, he had seen too many people die because of the super divine water, so he would definitely not try it. "Meow meow, no need, I don't need that." Immortal Kaylee thought in his heart, "I won't be as stupid as you humans." Meow. Immortal Kaylee cherishes his life very much. Although he is an immortal, his physique is better than ordinary people's strong. "Oh, by the way, Immortal Kaylee, what, do you have a lot of somersaulting clouds? Give me one too." Wushan didn't mean to be polite at all, he wanted to ask the Immortal Kaylee for advice. But the Kaylee Immortal was very generous. "Yes, meow, but not everyone can sit on that somersault cloud, only those with a pure heart can sit on it. In my opinion, it is very unlikely, Your Excellency. Sit on it." Wu Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Cut, you fat cat knows what a fart, brother is a very pure person, quickly call your somersault cloud, and I will prove it to you." Immortal Kaylee didn't quite believe Wushan's words, so he waved the wooden stick towards the outside of the tower, and saw dozens of yellow somersaulting clouds flying in the distance. Wushan was amazed when he saw the big ones. Many of them were different from little wukongs, some were big and some were small. The dozens of somersaulting clouds gathered together, like clouds. Wushan praised the majesty, straightened his waist, jumped down towards the somersaulting cloud, and stood firmly on the somersaulting cloud. The Kaylee Immortal was very surprised to see that Wushan could really stand on the somersault cloud. After Wushan stood still, he looked at Immortal Kaylee proudly, "Look, you know how pure and kind I am, there are not many people as pure as me now." Immortal Kaylee didn't want to see Wushan boasting there, coughed a few times and said to Wushan, "Then Wushan, Your Excellency, you can choose one from among them." Wushan couldn't help but blushed when he heard it, and flew up Kaylee Tower with a move of treading swallow in the air. Wushan looked at Kaylee Xianren and said, well, although I can sit on it, but my friends can't be as pure as me, right? Give me a somersault cloud that doesn't have so many requirements." Immortal Kaylee stood there without saying a word after hearing this, pinching his beard and saying, "If you can sit on this kind of somersault cloud, it will be easy to handle, and I will satisfy you." Immortal Kaylee waved his stick towards the sky again, and saw a black somersault cloud flying towards him quickly. "Anyone can sit on this black somersault cloud, so I give it to you." Wushan was overjoyed when he heard this, and jumped onto the black somersault cloud. Wushan slowly withdrew his true energy, but he did not fall down. Wushan was very excited, and shouted at the somersault cloud, "Somersault cloud, let's go!" The black somersault cloud carrying Wushan disappeared instantly with a whoosh sound, and Wushan's excited shouts could be heard in the distance. Immortal Kaylee couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. As soon as the Kaylee fairy turned around, Wushan's voice rang in his ears. Wushan jumped in front of Immortal Kaylee, and said to him, "Well, Immortal Kaylee, do you have other kinds of somersault clouds? You see, the black one represents evil. You want such a pure me sitting on that evil somersault cloud, it's a bit unreasonable." Immortal Kaylee was speechless after hearing this. "Meow, there are no more, only these two kinds of somersaults." Wushan scratched his hair, and said to the Kaylee Immortal, "Did you make these somersaulting clouds yourself?" "Meow, of course, only Immortal Kaylee can make it in this world." Wushan ignored the proud expression of Kaylee Immortal. "That means you made the color of the somersault cloud yourself." Immortal Kaylee was even more proud. "Meow, yes, the yellow ones represent justice, and the black ones represent evil, meow." Wushan was stunned. In his impression, it seemed that white color represented justice. "Then can you make me a white somersault cloud? White is neither righteous nor evil. It's just right for me." Immortal Kaylee thought it was right after thinking about it. "Okay then, just wait a bit." Immortal Kaylee waved his stick, and he just plucked a large white cloud from the sky. Wushan was very envious when he saw it, and said to the Kaylee fairy, "Also, make the somersault cloud several times bigger, at least it must be as big as two people can lie down." Immortal Kaylee picked up a few more clouds from the sky after hearing this, and saw that Immortal Kaylee was chanting some incantations. Immortal Kaylee waved his stick again, and a freshly baked somersault cloud was created like this out. Wushan was so envious of Kaylee's magical skills. He was so satisfied with the somersaulting cloud that was several times bigger than little Wukong. "Okay, it's done according to your request, you should be satisfied now." Wushan jumped on the white somersault cloud, but he didn't fall off it, and lying on it was much more comfortable than lying on the bed. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm satisfied, I'm really satisfied, I am so pure and want to sit on this kind of somersault cloud, ha ha, so what, from now on your somersault cloud will be called Ziobai." Turning his head to look at Kaylee Immortal, said, "Thank you, remember to help me plant more fairy beans, then, goodbye, wow." Wushan disappeared into Kaylee Tower in an instant riding the big somersault cloud. Seeing that Wushan had finally left, Kaylee Immortal couldn't help but yawned again, picked up the canned fish, lay down on the ground and ate again, very happy cozy. Wushan lay comfortably on the somersault cloud, wearing sunglasses, earphones plugged into his ears, so comfortable, I wonder who in this world has such enjoyment. Wushan was driving 10 times the gravity at this time, but the somersault cloud completely ignored gravity. It's convenient to have somersault cloud. You don't have to take that smelly and uncomfortable car or plane anymore. At the altitude of several hundred meters, Wushan stopped the somersault cloud. Wushan just thought of whether it is possible to stop the somersault cloud at high altitude to practice, but there is a very serious problem. He was crazy, so he wanted to verify whether the somersaulting cloud was really completely motionless. Just like that, Wushan foolishly lay on the somersault cloud to verify the performance of the somersault cloud. After 5 hours, Wushan finally didn't want to wait there any longer, because he found that the somersault cloud hadn't moved even a little bit. He originally thought that the somersault cloud would be like those ordinary clouds usually move with the wind, but this somersault cloud is still high-end. Wushan looked at the current sky, and it was already night. Wushan drove towards the direction of Zidu on somersault cloud. Half an hour later, Wushan jumped from the sky above Bulma's house. Wushan was already familiar with Bulma's house, and he didn't see anyone on the way in, so Wushan went directly to the top floor. Wushan saw that Bulma's room was brightly lit, and walked over directly, just about to knock on the door, thinking of giving Bulma a surprise, he gently put his hand on the door panel, and the door opened gently. As soon as Wyushin entered the room, he saw Bulma sitting in front of the window in a daze. Wyushin slowly floated over and stretched out his arms to embrace Bulma. Just when Wyushin was about to embrace Bulma, Bulma suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "God, Brother Tien, you're back." Wyushin was very surprised. Unexpectedly, since Bulma still has the ability to predict, he hugged Bulma and said, "Well, I'm back, are you okay?" Bulma choked up and said, "Well, I'm fine, I miss you so much, I smelled your breath just now when you entered the door, I thought it was my illusion." Wyushin was speechless for a moment. It turned out that his own body odor was causing the trouble. Wyushin let go of Bulma and said, "Bulma, get me something to eat, I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten properly for more than a month." When Bulma heard this, she felt distressed, and hurriedly called the robot nanny to prepare to go. "Okay, I'm going to take a shower first, my whole body is dirty." End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. At noon, the fierce sunlight shone directly on the already noisy western capital, making the western capital even hotter this summer. I saw a white cloud enjoying the sunshine at a height of several thousand meters. Baptism, as if asleep, motionless. As the saying goes, people are refreshed on happy occasions, and Wyushin's internal strength at this time is much more refined than it was 10 days ago. After getting the 3 great artifacts from Kali Immortal, it rained for 2 days after Wyushin returned to Bulma's house, and today it finally cleared up. High altitude. After running the internal energy for a week, Wyushin finished his energy. Looking at the scorching sun, he felt dizzy for a while. Today's weather is the best for him. The fire energy in the high altitude is more intense than that on the ground, and is more pure than the ground, but it is a pity that such good weather does not happen every day. Wyushin took out the super divine water from the dragon ring, looked at the liquid that looked like mercury. At first Wyushin thought it was a mistake. After he saw the body of the super divine water clearly, after taking it to Bulma for testing, it was confirmed that it was an ultra-high density energy body, not liquid metal. So Wyushin heaved a sigh of relief, otherwise this time it would be a waste of time. Now looking at that super divine water, I think of mercury, and I can't help but feel hairy. During the time Wyushin was in a daze, the super divine water in the bottle decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. I wiped it, and it lost 1/3 so quickly. Fortunately, I have already separated it. It seems that this super divine water is afraid of heat. It evaporates quickly when it is exposed to the sun. Fortunately, there is no temperature in my dragon ring. Wyushin lifted the cap of the bottle of super divine water, frowned and closed his eyes, raised his head as if he was on the execution ground, and drank the small bottle of super divine water. When the super divine water was swallowed, it was like drinking saliva. There was not much reaction. I just felt that the super divine water that was drunk into the stomach quickly disintegrated and spread to all parts of the body, as if seeing it with the naked eye. He felt the super divine water flowing to every corner of his body. This feeling was extremely clear. He could feel every move of the super divine water. This made Wyushin very surprised. Clear feeling. This super divine water is really extraordinary. Just when Wyushin was amazed, at the same time, Wyushin felt pain from all over his body at the same time. He knew that the super divine water had worked, so he quickly mobilized the Zhuyang Genkai and started to run slowly. As time went by, more and more beads of sweat appeared on Wyushin's face. The slight pain just now began to turn into tingling pain, and finally turned into colic pain. His whole body seemed to be being stirred by a meat grinder. In the midst of the colic, the characteristics of the super divine water finally burst out, and the body began to change after being stimulated, which made Wyushin terrified to the extreme. This my physique is changing, my god, how is it possible? My physique is fire attribute, and now I am slowly changing to water attribute physique, how can this happen? Wyushin endured the severe pain, don't understand why there is such a big change. Could it be that super divine water is an energy body of water attribute? The more Wushan thought about it, the more he realized that it was true. Surprisingly, super divine water was produced in the land of icebergs, and the water attribute is also a natural thing. It's a big blow this time. I didn't think about it before, and I didn't think that there would be such a big side effect. What should I do? Just when Wushan discovered that the innate attributes of his body had been reversed, he started to fight back, channeling the true qi blocked by the pain, but the numbness after the severe pain made him feel a kind of fear, because he just endured the pain. When I was in severe pain and wanted to mobilize my true qi, I found that the meridians that should have an instinctive reaction could no longer be felt at this time, and it was like being thrown into a bottomless abyss by a huge boulder. How could this be so fast? I can't even feel the meridians. If it was fear just now, it is despair now. You must know that 9 Yang Kung Fu is originally a Yang attribute exercise, and now he has been reversed into a Yin water attribute physique. This makes him how to practice in the future. In addition to the 9 Suns Kung Fu, let alone the exercises of the feminine attribute, even no one in his entire family has that kind of exercises. If the physique is changed, the 9 Yang Kung Fu must not be cultivated, so how can one survive in this world? After Wushan tried several times, he was still unable to sense the existence of meridians, but he could still feel the flow of true energy deep in the danshan. This movement of Genkai made the whole danshan hotter and more uncomfortable. Wushan simply let go, stick to the danshan. The true qi keeps rolling in the danshan, but he doesn't give up sending true qi to the meridians. Wushan slowly discovers that when the true qi flows from the danshan to the meridians, it's just that he can't feel the meridians, and the meridian does still exist, but he couldn't sense the meridian before and thus couldn't feel the flow of true energy. Now after repeated attempts, he finally found some hope, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In this way, the true qi in the body is continuously transmitted from the danshan to the meridians of the whole body. Although there is no feasible route, it is the only way to rescue it. The cramping pain from the combination of ice and fire finally relieved a lot, and the meridians that disappeared before became conscious a little bit, and every time the true current flowed by, it would intersect with the cramping pain caused by the super divine water. The meridians that have just recovered have a boiling feeling of being half-cooked and then extinguished by water, which is extremely uncomfortable. Compared with the previous colic, he would rather suffer twice the colic than the current torture. He really realized what it means to die. After more than 5 hours of desperate resistance, Wushan's Zhuyang Genkai finally gained the upper hand and completely reversed the situation. During the process of being changed by the super divine water, he forcibly reversed the situation. Wushan finally heaved a sigh of relief, felt the meridians in his body, and felt that the whole world was under control again, but the real test began now, and Wushan seemed to be half-cooked, constantly having the heat was blowing out. And the water had also lost a lot, but now he still didn't dare to relax, enduring the discomfort in his body, and forcibly circulated the 9 Yang true qi. From time to time, Wushan uttered terrifying wailing sounds. Wushan tried his best not to yell out, but the severe pain and discomfort in the meridian and physical body merged together, reaching every cell, and the wailing sound was completely exhausted. It's out of his control, it feels like a scream from his own body. And as time passed, that terrifying howl turned into intermittent moans. After more than an hour, the colic and discomfort in the body have been relieved a lot, and the harvest after the sacrifice is huge. Now the meridians in the body have established a strange connection with the body. The qi will automatically send true qi to the body, and then return to the danshan of the meridians, just like you have me in you, and you in me. If it continues like this, as long as there are no major accidents, the meridians and the body will not distinguish between you and me. Wushan sat up and felt the changes in his body. He felt that the muscles all over his body were still wriggling. Although he didn't have the heart-piercing pain before, he still felt an indescribable discomfort. Penetrating back and forth on the squirming muscle, it seems to wash every cell in the muscle. After the Genkai infiltrated a little bit, the discomfort on the body also eased a little bit. Wushan saw that the speed of the Genkai permeating into the body was too slow, so he deliberately wanted to guide the Genkai, but when he thought that the true Qi was running by himself, he was afraid that it would affect the transformation of the real Qi on the body. After 3 hours like this, the Genkai in his body finally stopped moving, and Wushan hurriedly mobilized the Genkai, and when it just reached the first meridian, since the Genkai in his body directly reached the body through the body, the meridian is better than he expected, Wushan almost screamed out. If it were changed before, Wushan would have to slowly infiltrate the body after the meridian has been running for a week. Now that the true energy has directly passed through the body and finally reached the body. The meridians, how can this not make him excited? The time is more than doubled. Now Wushan's physical body and the strength of the meridians can be said to have reached a perfect fit. In the past, when he cultivated, he had to consider the penetration of the strength of the physical body, but now the body and the meridians are completely synchronized. Haha, although the enhancement of the physical body is not as strong as imagined, it has given me a big surprise. Compared with the previous physical body, it is really different. Is this the feeling of a perfect fit? As long as there is a trace of true energy, the strength of the whole body will be inexhaustible. Wushan was feeling the wonderful feeling of true Qi flowing in the meridians and the body, and unconsciously entered a mysterious state. Wushan subconsciously exercised the fifth layer of Nine Suns Kungfu Heart Ju, but he was not blocked by anything, so he easily entered the fifth stage of Nine Suns Kungfu Scorching Sun Shines. Wushan didn't stop after breaking through, the Zhuyang true Qi in his body was still circulating. Wushan just circulated the true Qi following that feeling. Unconsciously, Wushan's true Qi continued to flow. Being purified, it is much purer than when it just broke through. 2 hours later, after waking up from the mysterious feeling, he opened his mouth and exhaled a big mouthful of stale air, hitting the air, making a crackling sound as if he was going to burn the air. Wushan felt his mind clearer than ever before, feeling every change in his body, and screamed at the sky. After entering the fifth level of 9 Yang skills, all the previous consumption was compensated at one time, and the fatigue disappeared without a trace. Ha 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 ha, it's the fifth level, it's not easy. Wushan lay on the somersault cloud, looking at the crooked moon in front of him. He couldn't help thinking about it, stood up and opened his hands, and with a movement of true energy all over his body, a golden ball the size of a basketball appeared on Wushan's palms instantly. The energy bomb is extremely bright, and then put the palms together and prop up the energy bomb with one hand. Looking at the violent energy inside, you can know how lethal it is. Wushan looked at the moon again and decided to get a bigger one. Crazy, the true energy in the body was transported. 1 minute later, looking at the energy bomb the size of a basket, I felt a little palpitated, and with both palms, I shot the energy bomb towards the moon in outer space. The moment after the 9 Yang Qigong was sent out, Wu Tian pushed out all the true energy in his body at once, making the energy bomb look like it was dragging a long tail. Pushed by the huge impact force, the somersault cloud fell directly to the ground from a height of several thousand meters, and Wushan quickly flew back to the original place on the somersault cloud. Looking at the Qigong bomb that was like a rocket rising into the sky, it quickly pierced through the atmosphere. I wanted to see if I could hit the moon, but shortly after leaving the atmosphere, the small energy bomb had already. I can't see it, I don't know if it's gone or it's too small, anyway, I can't see anything. Wushan waited there for 10 minutes, but there was no sound from the moon. Wushan couldn't help being disappointed. What Wushan is happiest today is the perfect fit of his body and meridians. Even the fifth level of 9 Yang Kungfu he is not so excited, so his cultivation speed is more than doubled. Wushan walked down from the somersaulting cloud, walking towards Buma's house step by step like walking upstairs at a height of several hundred meters, and even channeled the 9 Yang Genkai to protect his whole body when he got up. His whole body was shining with golden light, as if a heavenly Buddha had descended into the world. If someone on the ground saw it, he would be speechless in surprise. Wushan looked really coquettish like that. Yushin walked to Bulma's room with heavy steps, and when he opened the door, there was no one there. After searching for a while, he found Bulma in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. I saw Bulma busy on an airplane with various mechanical tools at this time. Yushin walked over and looked at Bulma, who was concentrating on working, and that Bulma wearing a peaked cap was even more petite and cute. "Ah, Brother Tian, you're back. Wow, it's late at night now. Ah, I'm so hungry." Yushin couldn't help being speechless for a while. This girl is really, she looks a bit workaholic. Wu Tian walked over to help her hair and said, "You must have been busy here all day, right?" "Yeah, it's all my dad. He asked me to refit the plane, but he asked me to do the job of picking up the plane himself. I'm so mad." Yushin thought of the spaceship of little Wukong in the back mountain of his home. The spaceship was well covered by him, but I don't know if it has rusted after so long. Godin looked at Bulma and asked, "Bulma, can you make a spaceship now?" Bulma frowned after hearing this, and said, "Not very sure, it should be impossible. With the current technology, it will take a while, and we haven't researched that aspect. If anyone can develop a spaceship, I will let you know." "I no longer know." Yushin thinks about it too, but judging from the progress of science here, the next step should be to develop towards the universe. Yushin scratched his forehead and said to Bulma, "If there is a spaceship for your research, can you research one?" Bulma nodded and said, "Well, with my current level, although it is unlikely, it should be possible as long as I study for a while. Then, if I go to find you a spaceship for your research, do you want it?" Bulma looked at Yushin in surprise, and asked in confusion, "God, Brother Tian, what do you mean? Do you have a spaceship?" End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Spaceship. Chapter 28 Spaceship. Yushin nodded and said, "Well, I know there is a spaceship, but I don't know if it can be repaired well, because the spaceship has been broken for more than 10 years. After hearing this, Bulma was very excited, and said excitedly, "Wow, really, it doesn't matter, as long as it hasn't rotted, there is a possibility of research." Bulma thought for a while, and said puzzledly, "It's strange, who made the spaceship? Why don't I know anything about the spaceship?" Well, the spaceship I discovered was not made by people on Earth." Bulma froze for a moment after hearing this. What wasn't made by the Earthlings? You mean the spaceship was made by aliens? Godin nodded, confirming. At this moment, Bulma was already speechless in surprise. Yushin said again, "I watched the spaceship land more than 10 years ago with my own eyes. That spaceship is actually Xiao Wukong's spaceship." After hearing this, Bulma was very puzzled. Why did he have something to do with Xiao Wukong again, and asked suspiciously, What is Xiao Wukong's spaceship?" "Brother Tian, what are you talking about?" Yushin explained, "Well, let's put it this way, in fact, that little Wukong is not from the Earth, he came to the Earth in that spaceship." "Little Wukong is an alien." "That's right, yes, little Wukong is an alien, but he doesn't know it himself, so don't tell him." Bulma breathed out. The secret was really exciting. I said, "Why does little Wukong have a tail?" It turned out to be an alien, but this alien looks the same as the people on Earth, haha. Yushin smiled and said, "Yes, there are aliens who are the same as human beings, and the spaceship is at the back mountain of my house." Bulma hugged Yushin's arm very excitedly. "Brother Tian, let's find that spaceship for me tomorrow, okay?" Wu Tian smiled and agreed, "Tomorrow, well, there is nothing wrong anyway, so I will take you to find it tomorrow." Seeing that Yushin agreed, Bulma was even happier. "Brother Tian, you are so kind, then we will set off tomorrow." After speaking, he excitedly kissed Yushin on the face. Yushin hugged Bulma's head and kissed the red lips fiercely. "Okay, it's time for us to eat, I'm starving." Bulma was already petrified. She didn't expect that Yushin, who has always been conservative, would take the initiative to kiss her, which made her so excited that she was about to jump out. Early the next morning, Bulma pulled Wushan, who was still asleep. "Ah Bulma, what are you doing, what time is it?" Bulma pinched Wushan's nose and said, "Brother Tian, get up quickly, didn't you say you would take me to find the spaceship? Get up quickly, it will take a long time to get to your house." After hearing this, Wu Tian said speechlessly, "Well, don't be in a hurry, I'll be there soon, don't be in a hurry, let me sleep for a while." After being rubbed by Boomer for a few minutes, he finally got up. Seeing that Bulma took out the flying capsule, he couldn't help but be very proud. On the plane, Bulma shouted to Wushan, "Brother Tian, come up quickly." Looking at Bulma, Goten shook his head with a smile and whistled into the air. Soon, the white somersaulting cloud flew in front of Wushan, and Wushan jumped on the somersaulting cloud and flew in front of Bulma, proudly saying, "Haha, I don't want to take your rotten plane because I have somersaulting cloud's woolen cloth." After Bulma heard this, he pouted and stopped talking. Wushan couldn't help laughing when he saw it, and pulled Bulma out of the plane. "Ah, God, Brother Tian, I can't, I can also sit somersault cloud, ha ha ha, let me just say, how can such a cute and kind girl like me not be able to sit?" Wushan really didn't want to hit her, so he patted Bulma on the shoulder and said, "Well, Bulma, this somersault cloud is not the kind of little Wukong, I don't need any kind-hearted people to do it." The two lay on the somersault cloud, and Bulma asked the sky, "Brother Tian, can you make me a somersault cloud too?" Wu Tian readily agreed, "No problem, I will ask Immortal Kali to give you the black somersault cloud." Bulma excitedly said, "Really?" The two of them sat on the somersault cloud slowly and flew to Wushan's house. 2 hours later. "Wow, it's been a few months, and I'm back again." Wushan was also a little excited looking at the dusty room, but he didn't linger too much. He stopped Bulma and flew towards the back mountain. Bulma hugged Wushan's waist tightly and screamed. Putting down Bulma, pointing to the small hill, he said, "It's over there, let's go there." Bulma looked around and saw only the hill with weeds in front of him. Where did the spaceship come from? But out of trust in Wushan, he also followed Wushan. When he was about to reach the edge of the hill, Wu Tian raised his right hand, and a 9-yang qigong sprayed out, flying towards the hill. Bang! After a muffled sound, the hilltop collapsed in as a whole. After Wushan saw this effect, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Just now I wanted to break a small hole to get in. I don't know if my qigong bomb is too powerful or the mountain is too fragile. It was blown over as a whole, and the spaceship hidden inside was also buried in underground. Seeing the puzzled expression on Bulma's face, Wushan simply pretended that nothing had happened, grabbed Bulma and told her to stop, and walked over alone. The dragon ring appeared, and his spiritual thoughts penetrated into the ground. With the thought, the spaceship that had been hidden underground for more than 10 years appeared in Wushan's dragon ring in an instant. Goten walked up to Bulma and released the spaceship that had just been put into the dragon ring. Looking at the spaceship, it has been placed for more than 10 years since there is no trace of rust at all. Wow, is this a spaceship? Why is it so small? I don't know, but the spaceship should be a single person. Bulma touched the spaceship and said, "Brother Tian, this is really a spaceship, but it's broken." Bulma fumbled here and there, but couldn't figure out what was broken. He took out tools from his bag and was about to dissect the spaceship. Wushan was speechless, and stopped. "Bulma, let's get the spaceship back first." "That's right, well, Brother Tian, put the spaceship away." After putting away the spaceship, Wushan looked at Bulma and said, "Okay, it's done. Next, should I get you a somersault cloud first, or go back to your home first?" Bulma thought for a while and said, "Anyway, your somersaulting cloud is so fast, let's go directly. By the way, Brother Tian, where did that somersaulting cloud come from? Who is Immortal Kali?" Wushan replied, "The Immortal Kali is the immortal on the Kali Tower, he lived on the top of the tower, he also made the somersault cloud." And the somersault cloud that Xiao Wukong gave to the Gaixian by the immortal Kali. I said, but the name of this Kali fairy is really strange. Oh, I knew I would go to Kylata first. Well, now I have to go back and walk thousands of kilometers. Goten slapped his forehead and called out. Bulma hugged Wushan's hand and said, it's okay, anyway, your somersault cloud is so fast, it will arrive soon. That's right, let's just go out for a drive, okay, let's go. Brother Tian, why is your somersaulting cloud so far from little Wukong's? I remember that little Wukong's is only a little bigger. Wushan proudly said, haha, I asked the Kali fairy to make me a bigger one. It's so comfortable and can be used as a bed. Yes, this somersaulting cloud is much more comfortable than lying on the bed. After an hour, Buma looked at the Kali tower and said in surprise, Brother Tian, that tower is so high, did you really climb up from there? How is it possible? That's right, climbing this tower means nothing to me. Brother Tian, I feel like I can't breathe, it's too high here. Seeing Bulma's uncomfortable look, Wushan said strangely, no, why didn't I feel it? Wushan thought about it, maybe it was because of his martial arts practitioners, he was not affected by those at all. It's coming soon, be patient. Wushan flew to the tower with Bulma in his arms, but he didn't find immortal Kali. Bulma looked at the extremely tall Kali tower and said anxiously, Brother Tian, this place is so tall. Meow, so it's His Excellency Wushan, why did you come back so soon, meow. The immortal Kali came down from the second floor and looked at Wu Tiandao. Seeing the lazy look of that Kali fairy, Wushan knew that he had just woken up, and said hello to the Kali fairy, hi, Kali fairy, we meet again, of course I have something to look for you. Bulma came over and said in surprise, wow, what a big white cat, haha, so cute. After immortal Kali heard that, the cat blushed, and didn't know how to reply. Wushan introduced to Bulma, this is the Kali immortal. Although it is a big white cat, it is still very capable. Don't underestimate this cat immortal. That Kali fairy listened very well, meow, you can't be so unreasonable, no matter what I say, you are a fairy, meow. Wushan walked over and put immortal Kali on the shoulders and said, well, immortal Kali, can you give me another somersault cloud? Meow, don't you already have one? Wushan scratched his head and said, well, that's not what I want, it's what she wants. Anyway, you have so many somersault clouds, so why don't you help her make a somersault cloud like mine? Immortal Kali shook his head and said, well, logically speaking, it's not allowed, but for your sake, I'll make one for her. Wushan was overjoyed and said, I know you are loyal enough, so hurry up. Brother Tian, come here quickly, I saw my parents, wow, there is also little Wukong. Wushan saw Bulma watching from the side of the jar, and he didn't look worried about the somersault cloud at all. Come here quickly, your somersault cloud will be healed soon. Bulma turned around and said happily, really, why are you so fast? Bulma ran over to see the Kali muttering something, and soon, another white somersault cloud was born. Wow, is this my somersault cloud? Wushan watched Bulma studying the somersault cloud and ignored her. Walked up to Kali Immortal and asked him, Kali Immortal, is the top of your tower leading to the God realm? Immortal Kali couldn't help being taken aback, and said with surprise on his face, you, how did you know? Wushan couldn't explain it to him at all, scratching his head and said, well, I read it in a book, it is said that the top of Kali Tower leads to the world of gods. Immortal Kali squeezed his beard and said, well, yes, above Kali Tower is the heavenly god realm, but how can anyone know the existence of the heavenly god realm? It's really strange, how come you know everything, meow? Wushan said very stinkingly, of course, what I know in this world is far beyond your imagination, and it is completely beyond your imagination at this level. Immortal Kali didn't take Wushan's words seriously at all, and didn't bother to talk to him. Wushan took out the golden cudgel from the dragon ring, shook it in front of Kali Immortal and said, "Then I'm going to the so-called Temple of Heaven for you to have a look." Immortal Kali completely ignored the golden cudgel. "It's not like you can go to the temple that day, meow, and it's also extremely dangerous. You must have the key to the world of gods to get to the world of gods, otherwise it's impossible." Went up. Wushan shook the golden cudgel in front of Kali Immortal and said, "You mean Ruyi stick? Then look at my golden cudgel, long." Immortal Kali saw that the golden stick in Wushan's hand suddenly became longer, and his eyeballs were about to protrude, and said, "You, where did your stick come from? How could there be such a stick? It's really incredible." Wushan proudly said, "My golden cudgel is much better than that Ruyi cudgel. Not only can it become longer, but it can also become bigger. The golden cudgel is big." Immortal Kali saw that since the stick could become bigger, the cat's eyes protruded again. Wushan really gave him too many surprises. He is powerful, not only knows everything, but also has some strange things, which cannot be viewed by ordinary people at all. "Immortal Kali, do you think I can go up now?" Wushan said proudly. Immortal Kali looked at Wushan doubtfully and said, "Your Excellency Wushan, I don't know why you are going to the heavenly god realm? Is there something you want there too?" Wushan was speechless, and felt that Kali's imagination was really rich. "Don't make wild guesses. I just want to see the world of gods. I don't like the things on it. It's not as real as you." End of this chapter. Chapter 29 The Temple of Heaven. Chapter 29 The Temple of Heaven. "Bulma, you go back first, I still have things to do here." Bulma said reluctantly, "Brother Tian, I'll wait for you here, okay?" Wushan shook his head and said, "You should go back, I don't know how long I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to practice elsewhere." Bulma, who was very happy just now, became resentful after hearing Goten's words. "Brother Tian, why do you still want to practice? You are so powerful. What's the use of practicing like this every day?" After Wushan heard Bulma's dissatisfaction, he supported Bulma's shoulders and explained to her, "Bulma, listen, there are many people in this world who are better than me now, and each of them can pinch me like an ant. Squeeze to death, and they are not friendly, and there will be a catastrophe on the earth in the near future, so I must hurry up and improve my strength now." Bulma was very puzzled and said, "Really? How is this possible? Here, there is someone stronger than you. Bulma, believe me, you have also seen Xiao Wukong's spaceship, those strong people come from the universe, so I may not spend much time with you in the future." When Bulma thought of Xiao Wukong's spaceship, he believed it a little bit, frowned and asked Wushan, "Brother Tian, are you talking about Xiao Wukong?" "Of course not, little Wukong, haha, he is kinder than anyone else, anyway, you will know in the future, all you have to do now is support me, okay?" Bulma nodded, "Brother Tian, when will you come back to see me?" Wushan thought for a while, and asked Bulma, "How long is it until the world's #1 martial arts conference?" "There is still half a year left. Are you going to participate in the world's martial arts conference?" Wushan shook his head and said, "No, little Wukong will go to participate at that time, and then I will look for you." Bulma nodded and said, "Well, remember to come, I will wait for you at the martial arts conference." Wushan kissed Bulma and said, "I will go, you go back." Wushan was also a little bit reluctant to see Bulma's leaving back. He came back to his senses, and said to Kali Immortal, "Okay, Kali Immortal, if there is nothing else, I will leave." "Wait a minute, Your Excellency Goten." Wushan stopped and looked at Immortal Kali. "Your Excellency Wushan, it is very necessary to tell you that when you yearn for the world of gods, you must pass the test of the lightning zone. This is extremely dangerous." Wushan nodded. He was never afraid of that kind of lightning at all, and the little lightning did not pose much threat to him. Immortal Kali continued, "But that's not certain. If you are lucky, those lightning bolts may not appear. Wushan rolled his eyes at Immortal Kali. Okay, I'm going up, so I won't talk nonsense with you. Immortal Kali yelled at Wushan, who had already flown away. Your Excellency Wushan, wait, I have something for you. When Wushan heard this, he folded his body and appeared in front of Kali again. Seeing Kali, he said, well, what did you just say you wanted to give me? I saw that the Kali fairy handed a bell to Wushan, saying, you take this bell up, and I will be your guide, so that you can see the gods. Without this bell, you will not be able to see the gods of. Hearing what Kali said, Wushan said speechlessly, Cut, I thought you had some treasure for me. It's just this broken bell. You should keep it for yourself. If the god doesn't come out to see me that day, I will kill you. Blow him out, but thanks anyway, bye. As soon as Wushan finished speaking, he disappeared in place and appeared on the top of Kali Tower. When Immortal Kali heard what Wushan said, he said anxiously, you can't be unreasonable to Lord Tianshan. Wushan walked to the middle of the top of the tower, and there was indeed a hole a few centimeters in size. Take out the golden cudgel from the dragon ring. The size of the golden cudgel is obviously a little bigger than the opening of the hole, after all it is not the original match. Wushan put the golden cudgel on the hole. Golden cudgel, get smaller. According to Wushan's will, the golden cudgel became the same size as the hole, and Wushan jumped on top of the golden cudgel. Golden cudgel, long. I thought that no matter how high the god realm was that day, it would be impossible to go anywhere, but now Wushan has been lying on the golden cudgel for more than 5 hours. Damn it, the way to the heavenly god realm probably has the law of space, otherwise, I'm afraid I've already reached the moon. Just when Wushan was complaining, he suddenly heard bursts of thunder and crackling sounds that sounded terrifying. Damn it, the sound sounds scary. This is the flash thunder that Immortal Kali was talking about. Wushan quickly mobilized the chi in his body to protect his whole body, and after 10 minutes, he saw the large layer of lightning net. It's really spectacular. Wushan hurriedly slowed down, and reached out to touch the lightning. As soon as the lightning touched Wushan's true energy, it automatically bypassed Wushan's hand, but it still felt a little numb, and Wushan was overjoyed. Haha, this thunderbolt really isn't that bad. Wushan was rising rapidly, and the lightning around him went around when passing Wushan's body, but Wushan still felt a little numb all over his body, and he got used to it after a period of time. Not long after half an hour of minefields, the heavenly temple suspended in the air finally appeared in front of my eyes. Looking at the Tianshan temple, which is only a few hundred meters in diameter, Wushan was speechless. Is this also called the Tianshan temple? Damn it, it's too shabby, and it really doesn't deserve the title of Tianshan. Wushan put the golden cudgel into the dragon ring, and walked leisurely towards the temple of heaven. Well, it really is one level higher than the immortals. It's suspended in the air. Although it's a bit shabby, it's at least much better than that of the Kali immortal. Wushan tapped lightly in the air, and instantly appeared in the center of the temple of heaven. Well, the environment is not bad, there are flowers and grass. Wushan felt the presence of 2 fairly powerful auras. Wushan looked towards the main hall, the door was open, and was about to walk inside, but was stopped by a voice. Who are you? Why are you in the temple of heaven? Wu Tian turned around and saw a fat black man standing in front of him, dressed as Asan. Wushan stepped in front of the black man, looked at him and said, Who are you? Do you live in the temple of heaven? The black man was taken aback when he saw Wushan's speed, and replied, My name is Bobo, and I'm a servant of the temple of heaven. What's the matter with you coming to the heavenly god realm? Wushan looked at this person who was regarded as teacher Sun Wukong and looked at him, but he didn't find anything powerful. Well, my name is Sun Wushan. I have nothing to do. I just wanted to come to the god realm to see what the god looks like that day. Na Bobo nodded and said, Oh, now that you see it, you should go quickly, you can't just come to the temple of heaven. Wushan ignored Bobo's words, and said, haha, are you kidding me? Fortunately, I have come to this goddamn heavenly temple. Even if I have to leave, I must at least meet the God of Heaven. You have to take me to visit the Temple of Heaven, otherwise I won't come in vain. Bobo asked Wushan again, then do you have a bell? No, what do you want the bell for? If you don't have the bell, you won't be able to meet the God, so you should go back. Wushan laughed and said, haha, you really think you are what the God is, and you won't die if you see it. Besides, you haven't reported to the God yet. As soon as Wushan finished speaking, the voice of the God came from inside the main hall. Go away, I won't see you. When Wu Tian heard it, he was excited. Hey, you are really attracted to me. Then he walked into the main hall. Seeing that Wushan was about to break into the Temple of Heaven, Bobo quickly ran over to stop Wushan. Wushan dodged, and Bobo dodged. Bobo quickly chased after him, and Wushan sped up his speed again. Bobo did not give up and chased Wushan again. Wushan was very surprised when he saw the speed of Bobo, and he almost caught up with his own speed under 10 times the gravity. Wushan stopped, looked at Bobo who was running towards him, and patted Bobo in front with his right palm. Luckily, bang! Bobo was slapped to the ground by Wushan's palm. Although Bobo's speed is good, it's a pity that his fighting skills are really bad. Wushan thought for a while, stood where he was, and said to the main hall with an evil smile, okay, then I won't go in, aren't you a god, hee, then I'll blow you up, come out. Wushan stepped slightly, with his left hand behind his back, exercising the energy of his whole body, and an energy ball the size of a basketball appeared in his right hand instantly. Wushan raised the 9-yang qigong with one hand, and said again, what kind of god? I give you a minute to come out to see me obediently, otherwise I will destroy your so-called temple of the god. When Bobo heard that, he was startled. Looking at the extremely terrifying energy bomb, he ran over and said anxiously to Wushan, Your Excellency, Wushan, you can't do this, you will destroy the world of gods. Wushan sneered and said, then it depends on your so-called god, since he dares to play a big game in front of me. The decision is entirely in his hands. 10 seconds later, I saw a green-skinned humanoid monster walking out of the temple that day, wearing a dress with the word God written on it, and holding a wooden staff in his hand. Wushan couldn't help sneering when he saw the appearance of the Nanak people. You came out, you are quite a big name, it's really disrespectful for you to do it as a god. Why do you still have a what about the word God? Are you afraid that others will not know that you are a god? The god was not annoyed that day. He looked at Wushan and said, Who is your excellency? Why did you come to the Temple of Heaven to make trouble? It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to come up to see what the temple looks like, hee, now I have seen it, it is really rubbish, it is nothing but this temple is so high. The face of the God of Heaven was not very good when Wushan said so, but Wushan didn't care about the face of the God of Heaven, and continued, also, your so-called God of the earth is really too bad. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive a few tricks in front of me, I'm really disappointed, alas. That day, the god no longer paid attention to Wushan's thorns, looked at Wushan and said, What is your purpose in coming to the Temple of Heaven? Wushan said impatiently, You are really nagging, I have already said that I am only here to visit the Temple of Heaven, do you want me to give you a Jiuyang Qigong? Is there anything in the place of shit that I can see? Wushan rolled his eyes, and said again, But I have changed my mind now, you just offended me, then accept my anger. After God heard it that day, he thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out where he had offended him. Wushan appeared in front of Tian Shen in a flash, and slapped Tian Shen in the stomach. Tian Shen was not jealous, and dodged Wushan's attack in time. War is inevitable. Just now, Wushan's move had startled Tian Shen. He didn't expect Wushan to be so powerful, and he was almost hit. If he hadn't dodged with all his strength, the consequences would have been disastrous, and his expression became serious. Hey, you are really a god, so let's continue. Wushan still retained his previous speed and strength. With fists and palms, he greeted the god unceremoniously. However, every attack of Wushan was dodged by the gods, and after 20 moves between the two of them, Wushan finally couldn't bear it anymore. "You're a good god, so let's take my last move." After hearing Wushan's words, the god, who was already a little breathless, hurriedly cheered up, fixed his eyes on Wushan, and waited for his next round of offensive. It was still the same speed as before, and it looked neither too fast nor too slow. God saw it that day and thought that Wushan had only this strength, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Just when he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a very strong wave the aura rushed towards him. That aura came too suddenly, there was no way to avoid it, and there was no way to avoid it. Cracking Sun and Zhuanghui. Wushan's shot is the second move in Cracking Sun palm, splitting Sun and Zhuanghui. Just after Wushan slapped that palm, 1/10 of the true energy in his body was taken away. Cracking Sun palm is powerful, but consumes a lot of internal energy. That day, the god was slapped by Wushan's powerful palm and flew tens of meters away, fell to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Bobo saw it, he hurried over, muttering something, and soon the god of heaven recovered from his injuries. Tian Shen stood up with a very dignified expression. He didn't react at all just now. His intuition was that he was directly hit by a powerful force. That force made him feel irresistible, and now he is also afraid for a while. Wushan was very satisfied with the effect, walked over, and said to the god, "Well, I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well. I wanted to compete with you, but I haven't done it for a long time. I can't control it, I'm really sorry." The two of them were completely ungrateful, looking at Wushan's guarded face. "Okay. Don't look at me with such an expression, okay, I'm a good person, I won't play with you anymore. Mr. Bobo, take me to visit the Temple of Heaven." Goten walked to Bobo's side and looked at him. Of course Bobo was reluctant, and he didn't reply when he looked at Wushan. Wushan said helplessly, "Well, I think you won't agree if you don't do something for this temple." Seeing the same energy bomb as before appeared in Wushan's hand in an instant, Bobo hurriedly shouted after seeing it, "Okay, okay, Your Excellency Wushan, I will take you to visit right now." "Hehe, that's what it is, why do you insist on forcing people to do things they don't want to do, you are really unkind." Wushan followed Bobo's footsteps into the main hall and watched all the way. That Bobo took Wushan to look at it from top to bottom. There is indeed a universe in the Temple of Heaven, so what is the time room and time channel? It's kind of magical. Walking around the Temple of Heaven was really disappointing, I didn't have what I wanted, and I really didn't want to stay in this place where nothing should happened. The biggest gain today was defeating this so-called god. Although the god of that day the strength is not very good, but it is indeed a god, and I get a lot of satisfaction in my heart. After Wushan greeted Bobo, he jumped down from the Temple of Heaven. Tian Shen and Bobo were relieved when they saw that Wushan had left, and they were really afraid that Wushan would tear down the Temple of Heaven if he was in a bad mood. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 The Great Breakthrough. Chapter 30 The Great Breakthrough. A few minutes later, Wushan saw the Kali Tower, and he did not encounter the lightning flash field again on the way, which is not surprising. After all, these two places are the two highest level places on the earth, which is a bit weird. It's normal. Goten descends into Kali Tower and finds Kali Immortal sleeping again. This big fat cat is about to turn into a pig. Wushan walked up to the Kali Immortal and squatted down, patted the Kali Immortal's stomach with his hand. Meow. Wushan originally wanted to wake up the Kali Immortal, but when he saw that Kali Immortal was enjoying himself, he increased his strength a bit, and slapped the cat's stomach. Meow, meow, meow. Seeing the immortal Kali meow after being photographed, Wushan couldn't help it, ha 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 ha. Immortal Kali, who was still sound asleep, was finally woken up by Wushan's big laugh, meow. Ha ha ha, Immortal Kali, it's raining, get up to pack your clothes, look at your cat, you know how to sleep all day long. The Kali immortal stood up timidly, with his back to Wushan. He kept wiping the cat's mouth. Your Excellency Wushan, why did you come down from the heavenly god realm so quickly? I told you to give you the bell to see Lord Heavenly God, you don't want it yourself. Wu Tian clapped to the Kali fairy and said, pull it down, your bell is useless. The god came to see me obediently when I was scared that day. The temple was too small that day. It's not as good as yours when it's down, although it's a little smaller, it's comfortable to look at. Meow, meow, you, since you scare God, you are really unreasonable. TCH, if it weren't for the fact that the temple was too shabby, I'd just blow the god away and live there by myself. The immortal Kali looked at Wukong speechlessly, and didn't know what to say. He couldn't look at him with the eyes of an immortal. Immortal Kali now has a deep understanding. Wushan looked at the sky, and it was already nightfall. Well, I'm going to stay with you tonight, alas, I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving to death. Wushan called Somersault Cloud to Kali Tower, now Wushan completely uses that Somersault Cloud as a moving bed. Immortal Kali completely ignored Wushan's existence, fell to the ground and began to sleep again. Immortal Kali, you seem to have gained weight, haha. 17 times, hoop, now try 20 times the gravity. Wushan tapped the gravity device 3 times in a row. Humph. Just when the confirmation button was pressed, Wushan fell to the ground. I wipe. Wushan trembled all over, stood up with difficulty, and hurriedly summoned his true energy. The Genkai had just flowed into the meridians, because the gravity was a bit beyond Wushan's ability to bear. The Genkai was heavily pressed back from the meridians back to the Danshan. Puff. A big mouthful of blood spurted out from Wushan's mouth, and Wushan quickly took out the fairy beans from Longja and ate them. It's dangerous, but fortunately there are fairy beans. Wushan didn't remove the gravity, nor did he reduce the gravity, it was still 20 times the gravity. 20 times, 20 times, hey! Wushan bears 20 times the gravity, heading towards the southernmost part of the earth, practicing while driving. This is the 3rd month since he started traveling south. And he has fully adapted to the 10 times of gravity not long ago. Gravity, now a big step, jumping to dash times the gravity. It seems that the dash times the gravity is already incredible, but if Xiao Wukong also comes to the dash times the gravity, I am afraid that I will be completely defeated. After all, the physical strength, the difference is there, so if you want to surpass a scion of the same level, you must put in several times more effort. 1 month later. Wushan looked at the endless sea and didn't know what to do. Damn it, the sea is probably more than 1,000 kilometers long. Now, if one of them doesn't control the force of gravity 20 times on their backs, they will be directly buried at sea. Wushan exhaled and fought hard. Wushan kicked his feet, and disappeared on the spot with a whoosh, and Wushan on the sea surface was performing lightness kung fu and heading south rapidly. Half an hour later, with a plop, Wushan's internal energy was exhausted and he fell into the sea. 20 times the gravity directly pressed Wushan to the bottom of the sea several thousand meters deep, and it took him more than 10 minutes to climb out of the sea. Wow, ha-ha! Wushan climbed up and swam directly to the south again. The speed was much slower than running on the sea just now. In this way, Wushan fell into the sea and continued to swim after exhausting his true energy on the surface of the sea. After exhausting all the energy in his body, he directly received a fairy bean, and continued to move forward after recovering. Sleep soundly. Under such repeated parades, it took Wushan a month to finally complete the sea route, and another month to arrive at the legendary venue of the world's Martial Arts Conference, Papaya Island. To put it bluntly, although the past few months of cultivation have been bitter, the harvest has been huge. Wushan's current body and meridian strength have been greatly improved, which is comparable to the results of the previous year of cultivation. Wushan didn't know how much time was left before the world's Martial Arts Conference, so now he was practicing in the sea every day. He believed that he would break through to the 6th level soon. Entering the 6th level of the 9 Suns Kung Fu, true Qi can run endlessly on its own. There is no time to practice, and I don't know how long it has passed. Wushan found that the number of people on the island gradually increased, and he knew that the day of the martial arts conference was not far away. Wushan's internal force became more and more pure with the increase of gravity. Although the purification of Genkai was very slow, every time the Genkai deteriorated, Wushan's combat power would be greatly improved. He didn't expect that the 9 Suns Kung Fu that he just broke through a few months ago would start to break through again. With the current speed of cultivation, he was very confident that he could make 2 breakthroughs within a year. The fairy beans in the dragon ring basically eat a few a day, and I stop when I am tortured until I can't breathe every day. I have seriously injured my whole body several times, and my Danshan has been seriously injured several times. If you don't rely on Xiandu, even if you give him 1,000 lives, it won't be enough for him to play. Now he can't imagine that Sun Wukong can walk freely under 100 times the gravity. Compared with him, he is really a sky and a ground. The gap between the two will be tears if you say too much. Now Wushan is in the 5th stage of 9 Suns Kung Fu, and the true energy can no longer be advanced. The only way to break through is to constantly purify the true energy, but now the purification of true energy is more difficult than the breakthrough of the realm. Wushan has stopped cultivating external skills except for a few hours of internal skills every day. He has to maintain a peaceful mind to find opportunities for breakthroughs. The 6th level is a major turning point for Zhuyang Kung Fu. If he breaks through smoothly, his strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. Being able to fly freely in the sky is Wushan's current goal. Although he can fly in the air now, it is not really flying, it can only be regarded as a superb lightness skill, and the loss of true energy has restricted him to death. Damn, every stop and go feels like he's had enough. As the time of the martial arts conference progressed, the Genkai in Wushan's body entered a state of dead silence, and the Genkai in the meridians became very slow. After removing the gravity device, he did not find the problem. Wushan, at first, I thought there was something wrong, but after eating a few fairy beans, I still couldn't find the answer. The only explanation for this situation should be a sign before the breakthrough. Wushan was at a high mountain on Papaya Island, and he blasted out a cave with his true energy. He didn't know how long the breakthrough would take. In order to avoid starving to death during the breakthrough, Wushan took the only after eating a fairy bean did he dare to retreat. Wushan moved his true qi into the meridians, felt the flow and changes of every trace of true qi in the meridians. Every time he circulated his true qi, he would stay for a while at the 6th acupoints, obviously feel the expansion of those acupoints. Wushan has already entered a semi-dormant state at this time, and the true qi in his body is also slowly circulating on its own, gradually losing the concept of time, and has completely cut off contact with the outside world, and only thinks about the meridians in his mind running route. Just when Wushan entered the semi-cultivation state, little Wukong and the others who were thousands of miles away were preparing to go to Papaya Island. Gaixian Island. The bald-headed Klin looked at little Wukong and asked doubtfully, "Wukong, are you not nervous at all?" Little Wukong held his head with his hands and said, "Why are you nervous? Tomorrow is the game, I'm so nervous." Wushan didn't care and said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a competition, it's not a big deal, I will defeat them one by one, haha." Kellen said contemptuously, "Humph, just brag, so many martial arts masters from all over the world have come to participate, you think it is a kid like us, what we are going to face is the masters from all over the world, I just hope to come, it's better not to lose too badly. All the masters in the world, then I'm not afraid," my brother Tian said, "there are only 2 or 3 in the world who can beat me, and I happen to meet them too." Little Wukong said expectantly. When Kellen heard this, he covered his stomach and laughed, "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, who do you think you are too good at talking big, although you are a little bit better than me, but don't say that, you are too ignorant, haha. Little Wukong scratched his head and said. Really? But that's what my brother Tian said. Kellen said again, humph, you say your brother Tian is amazing all day long. Is he really that powerful? Are you bragging yourself? Little Wukong lay on the ground, looked at the sun and said, yes, my brother Tian is the most powerful person in the world. He said that I will soon be the second most powerful person in the world. My brother Tian can defeat me with one hand. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard, number one in the world, ha ha ha. Seeing Klin laughing, little Wukong was puzzled, is this funny? Kellen laughed and said, you two brothers are too good at bragging. The number one in the world is obviously Teacher Wushan. Don't you think it's funny to say such things in front of Teacher Wushan's disciples, haha. Little Wukong didn't take it seriously, but my brother Tian said that I have already surpassed Grandpa Gaixianren. Ha ha ha, then why do you still practice here with Teacher Wushan? I just found out now that Wukong likes to brag so much. My brother Tian asked me to come here to practice. Brother Tian asked me to listen to Grandpa Gaixian. Brother Tian said that I will do whatever Grandpa Gaixian asked me to do. Ha ha ha. Kellen laughed again, and when he was about to speak, he heard the voice of the Gaixian coming from the Gaixian house. Gaixian yelled at the two lying on the grass, Wukong, Klin, get ready, we're leaving soon. When the two came together, they heard a cry from a distance, and watched the cloud flying towards them from a high altitude. A few seconds later, the somersault cloud stopped in front of the two of them, and Bulma jumped down from the somersault cloud. Seeing that it was Bulma, little Wukong shouted happily, ah, it's Bulma, why did you come here? Wow, Bulma, are you sitting on a somersault cloud? Bulma was also very happy to see little Wukong. Hi little Wukong, long time no see. Bulma proudly said again, look, little Wukong, my somersault cloud is much more beautiful than yours. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Little Wukong walked over and looked at the somersault cloud. Really, why is your somersault cloud white and bigger than mine? By the way, Bulma, can you ride somersault clouds too? After hearing this, Bulma said triumphantly, of course, how can a beautiful and lovely girl like me not be able to sit? Little Wukong looked in the direction where Bulma came from, but he didn't find Wushan, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, turned around to look at Bulma, and asked, Bulma, where is my brother Tian? Isn't he with you? Seeing Wukong mentioning Wushan, Bulma complained, Brother Tian, he went outside to practice a few months ago, but he said he would go to the venue of the world's martial arts conference to find us, so I came to find you ah. After hearing this, little Wukong shouted happily, really? Is Brother Tian going to participate in the world's martial arts conference? Bulma shrugged and said, that's not true. Brother Tian wouldn't participate in such a low-level competition. He just went to see it. Besides, with Brother Tian's strength, who can beat him? After hearing this, N.A. Kellen couldn't help but sneered and said, Cut, you all like to brag, how can you be the number one in the world? Bulletin Ma was dissatisfied after hearing this, who are you, little bald head? Kellen said arrogantly, I am the world's number one martial arts master, Kellen, the disciple of Master Wushan. After hearing this, Bulma covered his mouth and laughed loudly, haha, so he is the disciple of that old man. My brother Tian can knock him down with just one finger. Cut. Kellen didn't bother to tell them, so he walked towards the Gaixian house. Okay, little Wukong, let's go quickly, you sit on your somersault cloud, let's compare and see who is faster. Little Wukong was puzzled and said, ah, where are you going? Bulma gave him a blank look, of course it's going to Papaya Island, aren't you going to participate in the competition? Oh, yes, but I want to go with Grandpa Gaixian and the others. That's it, then okay, you guys come together, then I'll go first." After speaking, Bulma jumped onto the somersault cloud, waved his hands to Xiao Wukong, and flew towards Papaya Island on the somersault cloud. As soon as Bulma flew away, the turtle fairy quickly ran out of the turtle fairy house. His face was full of excitement. "Where? Where is it? Here, where is the person?" Little Wukong was very surprised to see the Gaixian looking around, so he asked the Gaixian, "Grandpa Gaixian, are you looking for something?" Gui Xianren walked up to little Wukong and whispered, "Well, Wukong, where is that little girl? Where did she go?" Little Wukong didn't know what the Gaixian was talking about. "Little girl? Do you mean Bulma? But Bulma isn't called a little girl." Gaixianren was too lazy to explain to him. "Yes, it's Nabuma, isn't she here? Where is she? Where did she go?" Little Wukong said, "Ah, Bulma said that she is going to Papaya Island, and he is going to find my brother Tian." Gui Xianren disappointed, "Oh, it's a pity, why don't you stay for a while? She is also going to the world's #1 martial arts conference." The Gaixian said again, "All right, little Wukong, go and change your clothes, we're leaving for Papaya Island soon." Bulma soon came to Papaya Island. Seeing people's eagerness, she searched all the hotels on the island but still couldn't find Wushan. "Lost." Sitting on the somersault cloud, Bulma said distressedly, "Why haven't you come yet? I don't know if Brother Tian really came to Papaya Island." At this time, Wu Tian just woke up from the state of semi-cultivation, and he is sprinting towards the 6th level of 9 Suns Kung Fu. Inside the cave, the originally dark area has been illuminated by Wushan's true energy, as bright as outside. After more than 10 days of silence, the true qi in Wushan's body finally slowly returned to its previous form yesterday. Wushan was fully circulating the 9 yang true qi, and the few vital points in his body that needed to be opened up were like the heart is beating continuously. Every time Wushan runs Tianzhen qi for a week, those acupoints will speed up and beat violently. Now Wushan is storing qi for the last time. If he wants to succeed in one-off breakthrough, Wushan is not in a hurry, let go. Slowing down the running speed of true qi, replenishing energy little by little. 3 hours later, Wushan's danshan produced a vortex of energy, and the true energy began to spin rapidly in the danshan. Wushan silently recited the 6th stage of 9 Suns Kung Fu, and controlled it in the danshan. The swirling genkai rushed towards several major acupuncture points in the body. Wushan was enduring the pain of his body being torn apart by genkai, and after more than an hour, he finally opened the first A-cup ointment. After successfully opening the first A-cup ointment, he was not in a hurry to hit the second A-cup ointment immediately, and rushed towards the second A-cup ointment only after he was fully charged. A few hours later, there was a muffled sound in Wushan's body, and the danshan in his body shook instantly, and the genkai in his whole body was instantly dispersed to all the meridians, and a trace of genkai that was completely different from before was generated in the danshan. Wushan's tense expression finally relaxed slowly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Wushan opened his eyes, and laughed in his heart. After more than 10 days of closed-door training, he finally broke through. Just now, the meridians in his body were doubled in size when the true energy diffused. More than that, all the entrances of the meridians in the whole body have been opened up, and it has reached the realm of unity of man and nature that martial arts practitioners dream of. The penetration of the meridians in the whole body forms a cycle. As long as Wushan himself does not die, there is still a trace of true energy in the danshan, and the true energy in his body will go on forever, which means that the true energy in his body will be endless. It has a long history. For ordinary martial arts practitioners, opening up the meridians of the whole body is considered the highest state of martial arts. With Wushan's cultivation level now, he can be proud of the world, but for the extraordinary skill of 9 Suns Kung Fu, but it is not the case. Although the meridians have been penetrated, this is only the beginning of 9 Yang Gong. From the 7th level of 9 Yang Kung Fu, it is to practice the connection between meridians and meridians. It is not considered a great achievement until every meridian in the body is cultivated into a cycle. Today, the 6th level of 9 Yang Kung Fu is only just the Xiaocheng realm in 9 Suns Kung Fu. Wuxian originally wanted to shout out the joy in his heart, otherwise it would not be his style, but when he found the only trace of the newborn Zhuyang Zhenkai in his body, he suppressed the excitement. If he didn't take advantage of it now, stabilize the newborn qi, and wait until the Zhenkai disappears, and I don't know how long it will take to activate it. Wu Tian hurriedly restrained his mind, and slowly guided that trace of true energy to circulate throughout his body, until the generated true energy was enough to circulate on its own, before letting go of his mind. When Xiao Wukong got out of the car, he saw Bulma standing at the door of the martial arts conference, and ran over quickly. "Hi Bulma, you are here, have you found my brother Tian?" Seeing that it was little Wukong, Bulma frowned. "I didn't find brother Tian, and I don't know if he will come." Little Wukong was not worried at all. "Haha, don't worry, brother Tian said he will come." After hearing this, Bulma felt that Wuxian would not lie to her, and her mood improved. Yet, maybe brother Tian was delayed by something. As soon as the Gaixian got out of the car, he began to look for the beauties around him. The half-protruding eyeballs were covered under the sunglasses. When he saw Bulma, his saliva was almost drooling, and he ran over quickly. As soon as Bulma turned around, she found that old turtle fairy standing beside her, almost close to her body. Looking at the obscene look on her face, Bulma slapped the bald head with the hat. "Pa, I saw the eyes of the turtle fairy being photographed," and he yelled. Bulma yelled at the turtle fairy, "Humph, you perverted old man, stay away from me." Xiao Wukong and others waited at the registration office for a long time but did not see Wuxian's figure appearing. Na Kelanyu smiled at Xiao air conditioning. "Humph, Wukong, look, your brother is afraid to come to sign up, haha." Little Wukong didn't take it seriously, and said, "My brother Tian will not come to participate. He said that there is no one in this world who can match him." Krillin rolled his eyes, ignoring Xiao Wukong's big talk. The next day, Bulma and Xiao Wukong waited at the entrance of the venue for more than an hour, but Wuxian never appeared. "Oh, why hasn't brother Tian appeared yet? The martial arts conference is about to start. Did brother Tian really forget?" Little Wukong walked over to Bulma and asked, "Bulma, do you mean that brother Tian came to see the martial arts conference?" Bulma was stunned for a moment. "Brother Tian didn't say anything, he just said he came to see us." "Ah yes, maybe brother Tian didn't come until after the end of the worlds, no?" "Smart." Little Wukong looked at Bulma, scratching his head very puzzled. At this time, the Gaixian came out and shouted, "Wukong, you go in quickly, the preliminaries will start soon." The Gaixian also went to the toilet, put on makeup and came out. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the preliminaries. All three of them advanced to the next round with absolute strength. Half a day later, Xiao Wukong and the others finally finished the preliminaries. When Xiao Wukong came out, he saw that Bulma was still waiting there. He walked over and asked, "Bulma, is brother Tian still here?" Bulma complained, "Well, brother Tian may not come until after the game." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, he heard a loud noise in the sky, which shook the clouds in the sky to pieces, and everyone on the island was startled by the sudden noise. When Xiao Wukong heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Haha, it's brother Tian, it's brother Tian, brother Tian is here." Bulma looked around. "Really, where is it?" Little Wukong explained, "The cry just now is brother Tian, it came from a far away place." "Wow, do you know where he is?" Little Wukong nodded and said, "I'll try, I can feel where brother Tian is." After speaking, he focused on searching for Wuxian's location. After a while, Xiao Wukong pointed to the front and said, "Over there, brother Tian is over there." As soon as Xiao Wukong finished speaking, he called out the somersault cloud, and flew towards Wuxian's direction with a whistling sound. Bulma quickly followed after seeing it. At this time, Wuxian was standing outside the cave, feeling the changes after the breakthrough, and transported the true energy out of his body, only to see that although the color of the true energy did not change much, it felt more surging. Wuxian felt the huge Genkai in his body, which was much stronger than before, and the Genkai circulating on its own made Wuxian extremely excited. In the future, you don't have to worry about the lack of true energy anymore. Wuxian's heart moved, and a bowl-sized 9-yang qigong appeared in his right hand, and another 9-yang qigong wave appeared in his left hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 The Powerful Little Wukong. Chapter 32 The Powerful Little Wukong. Controlling the two energy spheres with both hands to move closer to him, Wuxian looked at the two violent energy spheres, trying to fuse the two energies together. At the moment when the two energy balls collided, a strong energy was generated when they collided. Looking at the fused energy balls, the power seems to have doubled, but this effect of 1 + 1 = 2 is not what he is after. He said before that he was afraid of losing his true energy and dared not have too much energy on the energy balls. Now his own Genkai can be said to be in a steady stream, and he doesn't have to worry about the loss of Genkai at all, so he has a lot of thoughts about the energy ball in his hand. I don't know how compressed this energy ball can be, try it. Wuxian grasped the energy ball with both palms, concentrated all the energy in his body, and saw that the energy ball was even more radiant at this time. The energy inside was constantly exploding, and then combined again. Looking at the doubled energy ball, Wuxian was still not satisfied. Although the power was several times stronger, it was still under his control. Wuxian sent true energy into it, while compressing the energy ball. The blood vessels and muscles all over his body were already highlighted. It was very scary to look at, until the energy ball was compressed by Wuxian to the extreme, and when it reached the limit of his control, only then did he stop the movement of his hands. Wuxian removed the defense wrapped around the energy ball, and a super powerful aura instantly emanated from the energy ball, centered on Wuxian, and quickly dispersed around. Wuxian's hair and clothes were blown away by the powerful momentum. Dozens of miles away, little Wukong sitting on somersault cloud was so shocked that he couldn't move an inch, and he tried his best not to be overwhelmed, although the strongest energy was captured by little Wukong. She blocked it, but Bulma, who was behind Xiao Wukong, was still shocked by the energy and fell off the somersault cloud. Fortunately, the somersault cloud was spiritual and rescued her back. The energy ball jumped out of Wuxian's palm, seemingly wanting to break away from Wuxian's control, but it was completely within Wuxian's control. Looking at the energy ball far away from his palm, he increased his strength a bit. Wuxian was very satisfied looking at the energy ball the size of a shot put in his hand. I'm afraid this is more than 10 times stronger than before, let's see how powerful my strongest blow is. Super Jiang Qigong, let me fly. Wuxian threw the energy ball towards the sky vigorously with one hand. The energy ball seemed to understand Wuxian's words, and the powerful momentum contained in it burst out again, followed Wuxian's push and flew up into the sky at a very high speed, like a wild horse that has run free. Little Wukong, who had just gotten rid of the aftermath, was fixed there again at this time. Little Wukong felt the destructive aura brought by Wuxian's energy ball from a distance, and couldn't make any progress. Fainted directly on the somersault cloud. In just a few seconds, the Super 9-yang Qigong flew out of outer space and disappeared, and the speed was several times faster. Wuxian took a deep breath and was very excited. This energy is too strong. If another one is not controlled well, it will be over if it accidentally falls to the ground. After releasing the energy ball, Wuxian sensed that Goku and Bulma were not far in front. Wuxian disappeared in the same place in an instant. After a few seconds, he stood on Bulma's somersault cloud and helped Bulma up. Transported Jiang Genkai to Bulma. Not long after, Bulma woke up with a groan, and exclaimed happily after seeing Wuxian, "Brother Tian, you are finally here." Wuxian saw that little Wukong was kneeling on the somersault cloud a few hundred meters in front of Bulma, panting heavily, and Wushan drove Bulma's somersault cloud to fly to the little Wukong. Frowning and looking at Xiao Wukong, he said to him, "Little Wukong, what did you do? How did you practice in the past few months? It seems that you haven't made much progress." Little Wukong exhaled, and said to Wushan, "Brother Tian, you have become stronger again, and now I can't even resist." Wushan looked tens of miles ahead. There were obviously a few auras that far surpassed ordinary people, looked at Bulma and said, "Bulma, is the world's #1 martial arts tournament started?" Bulma nodded in Wushan's arms and said, "Yes, the preliminaries have been finished, and the main match will start in the afternoon." "I thought you would not come." Wushan explained, "No, I came here a few months ago, and I have been practicing in the front place." "Ah, really? Why didn't you tell me?" Wushan shrugged when he heard Bulma's complaint. "Okay, then let's go to the venue of the martial arts conference." Little Wukong regained his breath, and happily followed Wushan. After a while, the three of them came to the outside of the conference venue. Wushan walked slowly to the venue with Bulma in his arms, stepping lightly on the air. In the center of the venue, there were several staff members cleaning the martial arts stage, which was tens of square meters in size, and strangely dressed people passed by from time to time. Wushan looked at the inconspicuous venue, turned his head to look at Bulma and said, "Bulma, take me to dinner. I haven't eaten for more than 10 days, and my mouth has faded like a bird." After more than an hour of gnawing, the two brothers finally wiped out the meal worth hundreds of thousands. Wushan hiccuped and patted his belly and said to the little Wukong who had a big belly, "Little Wukong, you are so full, when will the competition start?" Little Wukong lay on the chair, thought for a while and said, "I don't know." Bulma was speechless immediately, and said helplessly, "Little Wukong, can't you concentrate on your game? The game starts in half an hour, can you eat like this?" Wushan joked, "Haha, little Wukong, don't be too serious, you might kill someone if you get serious." It was only at this time that Wushan realized that Xiao Wukong was wearing the very familiar martial arts uniform, and the one on the left chest had the word turtle written on it. Obviously it was the brand of Gaizan Liu. "But the style of the clothes is really ugly. Oh, little Wukong, your clothes are really ugly, can you change to another one before going on stage?" Little Wukong didn't feel anything when he looked at his clothes. "Is there any? This is what Grandpa Gaixian asked me to wear." Wushan was speechless, and no longer entangled with the clothes. He made up his mind to design a suit for Xiao Wukong in the future. At this time, Kellen was following the turtle fairy and saw the little Wukong lying on the chair, and shouted, "Oh, Wukong, the competition is about to start, why are you still eating here? Where did you go just now? Gone." Little Wukong patted his stomach and said, "Haha, haha, you have to be full to have strength." Wushan saw the wretched old Gaixianren, and greeted him, "Hi Gaixianren, we meet again, ah, and Beiji, long time no see." After Wolong saw Wushan, his heart trembled involuntarily, and he curled his lips at Wushan and said hello. When Gaixian saw that it was Wushan, he realized that Wushan was very different from a few months ago. "It turned out to be you, Wushan, long time no see." As soon as Kellen heard that his name was Wushan, he knew it was Wukong's elder brother. He walked up to Wushan and looked at it. After a long time, he said to Wushan, "It seems that you are not very good, and Wukong is also very good at it." Bragging. Wushan looked at the little bald head in front of him, with no nose, and those small eyes were full of cunning. Wushan stretched out his finger to hook Na Kellen, and said with a smile, "Little monk, come here." After Klin walked over suspiciously, Wushan stretched out his hand to touch the bald head. What Klin hates the most is that someone uses his head to talk about things. Looking at Wushan angrily, Wushan didn't care. "Haha, little bald head, your head is so bright, haha." After speaking, he swung a burst of energy and hit Klin. I saw that Klin suddenly flew backwards and fell more than 10 meters away, but he was not injured. After seeing Klin's embarrassment, little Wukong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Klin, you now know how powerful my brother Tian is." Originally, Klin didn't know what was going on, but now that Xiao Wukong said this, everyone knew that it was Wushan who shot Klin, but they didn't see how he did it. Na Kellen said angrily, "Humph, you are too despicable, since you attacked me." When he said that, he was very cautious in his heart, and looked at Wushan with a little fear, as if he had seen Wushan's power. Wushan looked at Kellen and laughed again. He didn't mean to care about it at all. He dragged Bulma to the venue. Gaixianren looked at Wushan's back, and frowned. He was already shocked by Wushan's sudden move. When Wushan's true energy was revealed, Gaixianren obviously felt a force that he couldn't compete with. Breath. Half an hour. Wushan hugged Bulma and squeezed to the front row of seats, watching those people on the martial arts stage fighting boredly. After watching Wushan for a while, he was really bored, so he jumped into the lawn with Bulma in his arms and sat down. After waiting for another half an hour, I finally saw Xiao Wukong and Na Kellen on the stage. "Humph Wukong, I won't hold back, I'll show you my true strength, don't lose too badly." Seeing Klin's stance, little Wukong said casually, "Haha, come on, I'll knock you down too." Krillin attacked first and ran towards Goku. Goku stood there at random. Kling jumped up a few meters away from Goku and kicked him right in the middle. Little Wukong moved his right foot lightly, Kling kicked in the air, Kling kicked on the ground, clenched his fist and hit towards little Wukong. Little Wukong blocked it with his hand, and the two of them were on the ground. In this way, you fought back and forth for several rounds, and Xiao Wukong easily took all of Kling's attacks, and he was always very calm. After Wushan saw it, he was speechless, and shouted to Xiao Wukong, "Little Wukong, is it fun? You are so weak and you still fight for so long. Hurry up and decide." Xiao Wukong heard Brother Tian's words, nodded, and said to Klin, "Klin, I'm about to attack." When Klin heard this, he watched the little Wukong's every move with all his strength, and saw that Wukong ran towards Klin quickly. Klin was shocked when he saw the speed of the little Wukong, and hurriedly used his moves to catch up. Little Wukong's speed was really too fast, and after Kellen managed to catch a few moves from little Wukong, he was kicked out of the field by little Wukong. The spectators outside the arena were completely stunned. They didn't know what happened just now. They looked like they were fighting evenly just now, but how did they see the little bald head fall out of the arena in the blink of an eye? Gaixianren was even more surprised when he saw it. He never thought that there would be such a big difference in strength between Klin and little Wukong, and the style of play that little Wukong just taught was not at all what he taught. The host stood in the center of the martial arts stage and shouted into the microphone, "Then, the next thing is the final highlight, the championship competition. We invite Monkey King and Chen Long." After seeing the two getting ready on the stage, he said again, "If the two of you are ready, then the competition will officially begin." After the sound of clang, little Wukong attacked first, clasped his hands tightly, and quickly attacked Gaixianren. Gaixianren also quickly defended, but he didn't expect that little Wukong's strength was so great, and it was very difficult to defend. Gaixianren thought that Xiao Wukong would use all his strength from the beginning, so he also became serious. After little Wukong dodged Gaixianren's blow, he used the power of the counter ball from the wall to fly towards Gaixianren. Seeing that Xiao Wukong had counterattacked so quickly, Gaixianren quickly crossed his hands to protect him. On the chest, after a bang, the Gaixian was hit hard by Xiao Wukong, rolled back a dozen somersaults, and almost rolled to the sidelines. "Who?" Little Wukong looked at the Gaixian who was sitting on the ground. He looked very relaxed, but the Gaixian was miserable. He didn't think that the blow would be so powerful. Guixianren looked at the calm look of little Wukong, and secretly cried out in his heart, "How could this Wukong have such a strong power? Unexpectedly, since I have to use all my strength to catch his blow, this is troublesome." Wushan was also very surprised when he saw Xiao Wukong's moves. Most of the moves that Xiao Wukong used just now were some moves from Cracking Sun Palm, and he used them flexibly. Strength, but Wushan didn't think he was inferior to himself. Gui Xianren stood up, put on a posture, and kept rolling his eyes. Little Wukong saw Gaixianren not moving for a long time, so he quickly attacked Gaixianren again. Seeing that little Wukong was rushing towards him, Gaixianren quickly jumped to the side to hide. He raised his foot and kicked Gaixianren's jaw, but Gaixianren didn't react and was kicked straight. In this way, time was slowly wasted under the active attack of little Wukong and the deliberate defense of Gaixianren. Wushan in the audience had already seen that Gaixianren wanted to exhaust little Wukong's physical strength on purpose. So he couldn't help sneering, and how did the Gaixian know that Xiao Wukong had only used half of his strength? Wushan couldn't bear to watch it any longer, and said to little Wukong on the stage, "Little Wukong, are you bothering? Quick and quick, this old man is consuming you for fun." When Xiao Wukong heard this, he immediately became serious, thinking that the old man was just like himself, and hadn't used his strength yet. Seeing that little Wukong's momentum suddenly changed, Gaixian couldn't help crying out. Before Gui Xianren could react, that little Wukong's fist had already hit him firmly in the stomach, and Xiao Wukong gave another flying kick, kicking that Gui Xianren into the air. After being abused by Xiao Wukong several times, Gaixianren was finally about to fight to the death. Enduring the pain in his body, he quickly stepped back more than 10 meters, took a step with his legs, and moved his hands together to gather qi. Turtle, Pi, Qi, Gong. I saw a white energy ball suddenly appeared in the hands of the turtle fairy, and the audience outside the venue burst into an uproar when they saw it. Little Wukong was very surprised to see that the man could use the Kampai Qigong of Grandpa Gaixianren. Seeing the Kampai Qigong flying towards him, it was too late to dodge. He picked up an energy ball like Gaixianren. Turtle Pai Qigong. As soon as little Wukong launched the Kame-style Qigong, the Kame-sensei's Kame-style Qigong was already in front of him. The two energy balls just collided with each other. With a strong push from Xiao Wukong, the Kame-sensei's Kame-style Qigong was directly thrown into the air. Bounced back. After the Kampai Qigong was issued, the strength of the whole body was basically exhausted. He didn't expect that Xiao Wukong's reaction would be so fast. He hurriedly put his hands on his chest, and the two Kampai Qigong hit each other firmly. On him. The Gui Xianren was also considered strong, and the two Gipai Qigong were also thrown into the sky and disappeared, but he was thrown out of the field, lying on the ground dying. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Little Wukong's Mission. Chapter 33 Little Wukong's Mission. Okay, Little Wukong, now go talk to Gaixianren, and I'll take you to Zidu later. Little Wukong didn't understand. Zidu? What is Zidu? What are you doing there? Wushan patted Xiao Wukong on the head and said, Bulma's home is in Zidu, we still have business to go to Zidu now, of course we will take you there. Wushan looked at the little Wukong who came back, and said to him, Okay, if there is nothing else, let's go now. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gaixianren and others coming out. Klin said to little Wukong, Wukong, you really don't want to practice with us, don't let me overtake you when the time comes. Little Wukong nodded and said, That's right, I'm going to practice with Brother Tian, I will work harder, and then you won't be able to beat me, haha. Kellen said again, Then, we will meet at the next World's Martial Arts Conference. Although you are a little stronger than me now, I will work harder to cultivate, and I will not show mercy when the time comes. Little Wukong smiled and said, Okay, then let's meet at the next World Martial Arts Conference. Wushan whistled to the sky, and the somersaulting cloud quickly appeared in front of them. Gaixianren was very surprised when he saw Wushan's white somersaulting cloud. Gaixian walked up to the somersaulting cloud, looked it over carefully, and said to Wushan, Wushan, you are somersaulting cloud. Wushan nodded and said, Yes, this is somersaulting cloud, it is the same as that of little Wukong, but the color is different. Did you get this from Kaylee Immortal? Yeah, that big fat cat gave it to me. Gaixian was relieved. No wonder you are so strong, so you have already been to Kaylee Tower, and it took several years for Kaylee to make this somersault cloud. It seems that Kaylee is really good. I value you very much. Just like me back then. Well, young people have a bright future. Wushan really couldn't stand Gui Xianren boasting there. Come on, I'm still the same as you, my strength has nothing to do with that Kaylee Immortal, if it was the same as you, then I wouldn't have to live. When Gaixianren thought of Wushan's cultivation, his old face blushed involuntarily. By the way, Immortal Gui, you said that it took Immortal Kaylee several years to make a somersault cloud? How do you know? Of course Immortal Kaylee said it, didn't he tell you? Wushan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Ha ha ha, so it's like this, I think he still values you more, and I'll tell you this secret, it seems that Immortal Kaylee also has great expectations of you, why don't we go to the Kaylee Immortal to drink tea and chat or something? Gaixianren was also very happy after hearing this, but he retorted to Wushan, Wushan, you are wrong, Kaylee Xianren has a lot of things to do every day, we mortals just disturb him once, no matter how much he values you, then Kaylee Rita is not where you want to go, you will be blasphemy. Wushan cast a glance at Gaixianren and said, Cut, what a pity, what is Kaylee Tower, I went to the world of gods, and the gods beat me up that day. Gui Xianren's eyeballs almost fell out when he heard it, and he looked at Wushan and tremblingly said, You, what are you talking about? Have you been to the heavenly god realm? How is this possible? Wushan proudly said, Cut, isn't the heavenly god realm amazing? Isn't it just a ruined temple, not as beautiful as my Buma's house, and that day god is also a piece of garbage. I wasted so much time. As soon as Bulma heard Wushan say my Bulma, he was already in a mess, and Wushan's arm was full of happiness. This. Gaixianren was completely at a loss as to what to say. He didn't really believe Wushan's words. He happened to know that there was a heavenly god realm on Kaylee Tower, but what Wushan said was so exciting that it was a bit overwhelming. Unbelievable. Wushan looked at the unbelievable look of the turtle fairy and ignored him. He jumped onto the somersault cloud with Buma in his arms, looked at the oolong on the ground and said, Beiji, do you want to go to Zidu? There are many beauties. Hearing that, Oolong was overjoyed and said, Really? I'll go. Wushan laughed and said, It's fake, ha ha ha, goodbye everyone, see you next time, bye. Oolong looked at Wushan who was going away, gritted his teeth and said, This violent man doesn't keep his word, hum. Buma snuggled into Wushan's arms and asked Wushan, Brother Tian, where is the god realm that day? The heavenly god realm is the place where the gods live. Bulma wondered, where the gods live? Isn't that Kaylee Tower? Are there other gods? Wushan explained, No, this world is divided into several levels. Now the place where we mortals live should be called the human world, and the place where the Kaylee fairy lives is called the fairyland, but there is a god above the Kaylee fairy. The world, that is, the gods who are one level higher than the immortal Kaylee, but the so-called gods and immortals in this world are rubbish. You have seen the immortal Kaylee before. If you have time, I will take you to see the temple of that day. Bulma was pleasantly surprised, Really? Ah, forget it, the temple is not as beautiful as my house that day, and the god can't beat Brother Tian that day, there is nothing to see. Wushan said again, There is another world in our universe called Hell, which means that people will go to Hell after death, but I have never been to that place, and I don't know if I will have the chance to go there in my life. Bulma was surprised, Hell? Is there really Hell? Wushan affirmed, Of course, there is not only Hell in this world, but in fact there are realm kings above the gods in this world, and there seems to be some great realm kings above the realm kings. I don't remember much. Anyway, there are many things in this world that you don't know. Bulma's face was full of surprise. Wow, so there are so many mysterious places on the earth we live in. Wyushin quickly explained, oh, this is not the case. Only the immortal realm and the celestial realm belong to our earth, and those high-ranking officials like realm kings and above all have their own planets. After more than an hour, the three of them finally returned to Sijibuma's house. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Buma's mother running over cheering. Seeing Wyushin, Bulma's mother excitedly said, Goshen, you're back, come quickly and I'll treat you to my latest researched cocktail, it's delicious. Wyushin was reluctantly dragged into the living room by Bulma's mother. The little Wukong was very surprised to see Wyushin being pulled by your woman, so he followed him in. Bulma had already treated her. This mom is speechless. As soon as Goten sat down, Mama Bulma was busy making her new cocktail. After a while, she came over with a blue cocktail, and when she saw that there was a child next to Wyushin, she was pleasantly surprised. Wow, whose child is this, so cute. Holding the quilt cocktail, Wyushin introduced to her, this is my younger brother, his name is Sun Wukong. Ah, you are that little Wukong, haha, hello little Wukong. Little Wukong also greeted her and said, hello, auntie. Wyushin tasted the cocktail made by Bulma's mother, not to mention, although she was a bit unbearable, but the wine mixed was very delicious, and he enjoyed drinking the cocktail very much. Drooling greedily. Bulma's mother gave Xiaowu another cup, and Xiao Wukong was already drooling, took the wine glass and poured it in. After drinking, he licked his mouth, it seemed that the taste was not bad, and he looked at Wyushin again in his hand. Wyushin quickly turned around when he saw it, avoided the sight of little Wukong with the wine glass in his hand, patted his forehead and walked to the side, which reminded him of the scene of Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. In the next few days, Wyushin and Bulma took Wukong like a child. They played with him all over the West, especially in the playground. After all, Wukong is still a child. Since he also likes to follow a group of children stayed together. Wyushin really can't stand that little Wukong wears the martial arts uniform with turtle characters all day long. He directly made some improvements according to that martial arts uniform. There are no other decorations on the clothes, just a simple black training uniform. If you talk about why it is black, because Wyushin himself only likes black and white, but now he is wearing white, and besides, Xiao Wukong is practicing all day long, and black is also more resistant to dirt. He only wore black, and he didn't think about Xiao Wukong's feelings at all, although it was impossible for Xiao Wukong to have any right to speak, and Wyushin would do whatever he asked him to do. Wyushin also modified his own clothes. In addition to the same style of exercise clothes as little Wukong, he also specially made dozens of sets of simple black and white hanfu. The style is the same as the ones he saw on TV before. The costumes of the heroes are ordinary, but some modifications have been made to make them look more simple, and with the flowing hair, they are really chic and elegant. Seeing how outstanding her man was, Bulma turned her head around again and almost fainted. Looking at Bulma in his arms, Wyushin wondered if he wanted to give Bulma some sets of hanfu. After a while, Wyushin picked up the costume design props and began to draw again. In fact, Wyushin has never studied the hanfu at all, but only watched it on TV before. The men's hanfu seems to be a little easier than teaching. Although the women's hanfu is extremely gorgeous and beautiful, it is relatively complicated. They are all one piece, so Wyushin can only design a hanfu that he thinks looks good and simple according to the general appearance of the hanfu. Soon, more than an hour later, the robot came over with the ready-made women's hanfu. Wyushin took it, looked carefully, and found that it was basically the same as what he wanted, and handed it to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, go and try." Bulma was also very excited when she took the clothes. Although Bulma had never worn such clothes, she quickly changed the clothes with her super high IQ. Wyushin looked at Bulma who was wearing the green and white hanfu, his eyes were bright, that set of simple hanfu on Bulma's body was absolutely perfect, beautiful, and refined. The only thing missing was the hairstyle on the other end. Seeing Wushan's eyes, Bulma couldn't help being shy for a while. She really has infinite charm. Goten stepped forward to hug Bulma, and kissed Bulma. Bulma, you are so beautiful. But Bulma put on the dress and was reluctant to take it off. When Bulma's mother saw such a beautiful dress, Bulma's mother was so surprised that she couldn't speak. She hurriedly made a set for herself. Once I wear it, it is very gorgeous and rich, and I went to a friend's house to show off in that hanfu. Wushan drew down several women's hanfu in his impression, and let them figure it out by themselves. What Wushan didn't expect was that his unintentional move made hanfu popular in this world, and once became the mainstream clothing for women. Wushan called Xiao Wukong to his side, looked at him and said, "Little Wukong, you are about to start practicing now. I have a task for you. You can practice while completing that task." Little Wukong asked suspiciously, "Brother Tian, didn't I practice with you?" "No, your current strength is too weak. You have to cultivate yourself first. When I feel that your skill can be cultivated with me, I will go to you, and I have a task to teach you." Wushan saw Xiao Wukong nodding, and said again, "The 4-heart ball that Grandpa left us disappeared when Dragon Ball made a wish. Your task is to find the 4-heart ball, understand?" Little Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said, "Well, I thought about finding Grandpa's relics before." Wushan smiled, took out a gravity watch from the dragon ring and handed it to Xiao Wukong, saying, "Little Wukong, take this practice with you, it will make your strength increase rapidly." As soon as Xiao Wukong heard that it could increase his strength, his eyes lit up again. He looked at it with the gravity watch, but he didn't understand how the gravity watch could increase his strength. Wushan said again, "This is called a gravity watch. As long as you practice with this in the future, you will catch up with me one day. If it breaks, you can come back here and ask Bulma for it." He also told Xiao Wukong how to use the gravity watch. After Xiao Wukong fully understood the usage of the gravity watch, Wushan directly adjusted the gravity watch to 5 times the gravity, and directly pressed Xiao Wukong to the ground. He gave Xiao Wukong dozens of fairy beans to save his life at critical moments, and let him set off directly from Bulma's house. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. As soon as Xiao Wukong left, Wushan also started his cultivation, flew to the suburban forest alone, and began to study his current strength. It is more than 30 kilometers away from Bulma's house to the suburbs. With the 6th level skill of 9 Suns Kung Fu, Wushan arrived there in more than 5 minutes at a high speed. This speed can be described as extremely terrifying, at least in today's situation. Moreover, when the Genkai in the body is fully exerted, it can be consumed and replenished between 5 and 5 at the maximum, so there is no shortage of internal energy at all, but Wushan is still not satisfied with the current situation. Although there is enough true energy, if you fight against people in the air, the consumption of true energy will be high. It seems that the 6th level is still not very safe. We have to find a way to break through quickly. Of course he didn't come to practice lightness Kung Fu today. To be precise, he came to practice flying skills. After the internal strength reaches the 6th level, due to the continuous supply of true origin, the previous lightness work is no longer suitable, it can be regarded as flying, and it is evolved from the lightness work Taiun Zone. Yes, his current flying technique can be said to be at its peak. Wushan is now supported by sufficient qi, walking in the air is no different from walking on land, and it can even be said to be safer than on land. At least the sky is boundless, and there are basically no obstacles, of course. Said within the earth. On the ground, he accidentally tripped over a stone. Sometimes when Wushan walks on the ground, he can't help his master's suspension, because out of a kind of self-protection of martial arts practitioners, whenever he steps on something, he will immediately take precautions and instinctively want to avoid it. Dodging, and over time a habit is formed. When shopping with Bulma, Wushan often couldn't touch the ground, and Bulma's arm felt light, like holding a ghost, which made Bulma feel very uncomfortable. And he also feels that this is not a good habit, and being too sensitive is not a good thing either. He can only explain that he himself has not fully adapted to everything in this world, and he has a kind of defensiveness towards everything, but these are a kind of mental training, which is quite mysterious to say, so he didn't deliberately. He really wants to change his past, at least for now, it doesn't have the slightest influence on him. Wushan sat cross-legged on the ground, channeled the true energy in his body, and felt everything in his body carefully. It was so novel. After penetrating the known muscles and veins of the whole body, the so-called number of cycles in the previous days no longer existed. Now, the true qi in the body is running all the time. If you want to break through to a higher level, what you have to do is not only to find the hidden meridians and acupoints in the body to build with the body, but also to constantly refine the true qi in the body, carry out repeated transformations on the meridians of the whole body, completely reborn, and finally open the entrance to enter the innate realm. And the 9th level of 9 Suns art, 9 Suns returning to 1, is the innate state in the legend. As long as Wushan breaks through to the last level of 9 Suns art, then he will achieve hundreds of years in his previous life. A realm of legends that no one can hope for. But for him now, this legendary innate state is not difficult. If there is no accident, he is very sure that he can do it within 5 years. If it was in his previous life, he might be so excited he is obsessed, but the current situation makes him unable to arouse too much passion. After running the true energy and turning around in the meridians for a few times, I started the 7th level of 9 Yang Kung Fu practice formulas, and slowly felt the impact of the 7th level of practice on the meridians, and the difficulty of cultivation was more difficult than before. It is more than twice as difficult, and the speed is very slow. Phew, it's finally over. This brand new way of cultivation has completely broken the previous model of internal strength cultivation, and the subsequent triple realm is more like cultivating the body, which is obviously the opposite of external strength cultivation. External exercises cultivate the body from the outside to the inside, but the later stage of 9 Suns Kung Fu also focuses on the body, from the inside to the outside, tempering the body with the refined heaven and earth aura. According to the secret book, in the end, after the 9 Yangs are unified, they can communicate with the heaven and the earth, and use the power of the heaven and the earth for their own use, which is the initial state of the unity of heaven and man. Thinking of this, Wushan's eyes lit up. According to this, the initial state of harmony between man and nature, that is to say, the innate state is followed by harmony between man and nature, and there must be more after that. Advanced cultivation techniques, the realm above the harmony of man and nature may be able to communicate with ghosts and gods. What a powerful existence that must be! Did there really exist so-called gods in ancient China? Oh, it's a pity. The highest skill in the family is the 9 Suns Kung Fu, and the 9 Suns Kung Fu is also a treasure of the martial arts world, which has attracted countless people's covetousness, and the legendary 9 Suns Kung Fu is probably there are secrets on how to cultivate to the unity of man and nature. Wushan thought about the last line of the 9 Suns Kung Fu secret book, and kept sighing, now I can only figure it out by myself. I hope God will protect me, break through quickly, and don't be blown away by others at that time. Hiccup. Wushan, no longer entangled in the problems of the exercises, stood up, took a good posture and began to use the cracking sun palm. His purpose today is to test the major problems in the exercises and moves after the 6th stage. Cracking sun palm is evolved from 9 Suns Kung Fu, and only splitting sun palm can truly exert the greatest power of 9 Suns Kung Fu. If it is other skills, it is considered to be peerless. The secret is also not comparable to the effect of cracking sun palm, perhaps it is more lethal, but only those who have practiced 9 Sun art can appreciate the magical effect during this period. As for cracking sun palm, without the blessing of 9 Yang Kung Fu, it can only be regarded as a first-class martial arts move at best, so the best choice is that the two skills must be supplemented by each other. Wushan deliberately suppressed the flow of Genkai. Under 20 times the gravity, without the traction of Zhuyang Zhenkai. Every move and every movement was extremely difficult. Forget it, this cracking sun palm will not be very effective after leaving the 9 suns true Qi Zhen. The moment Wuxian regained his Zhenkai, he felt his Zhenkai flowing quickly according to the posture he was in. The momentum was so great that a wave of Zhenkai flowed out of Wuxian's palm uncontrollably. So. The Zhenkai hit the ground, coupled with the incidental aura, the turf on the ground was swirled all over the sky. Wu Tian hurriedly slowed down the speed of martial arts, suppressing the restless Zhenkai. I didn't expect the effect to be so different after the breakthrough. After getting used to it slowly, Wuxian began to speed up, allowing the true energy in his body to flow with the posture of cracking sun palm. In the second half, 20 times the gravity was simply released, and the consequences of the instant gravity switch were serious. Unable to withstand the sudden change, a gust of hot air surged up from the body, and a mouthful of blood sword flew out, hitting there was a loud noise from the big tree tens of meters away, and the big tree was broken by the middle. Wu Tian didn't stop the movement of martial arts. After forcibly suppressing it, he fully adapted to it in just a few breaths, and later Wu Tian let himself act instinctively without any further force. Control. I saw that with Wuxian as the center, the surrounding objects began to rotate rapidly, as if a tornado was generated, and it continued to spread outward, but the tornado is not continuous, it happens from time to time, and it doesn't matter when it appears again. Whether it is the momentum or the damage caused, it is constantly increasing. At this time, Wuxian was the center, and the objects within a radius of -meters had been swept away, not a single blade of grass was left, and the surrounding trees and stones were also destroyed horribly. Wuxian opened his eyes after finishing the last move, and was shocked to see the scene in front of him. He never thought that practicing palm techniques by himself would cause such damage. Feeling the flow of Zhenkai in his body, he was recovering % of the Zhenkai consumed by the Zhenkai itself. Wuxian frowned when he realized this. Although the cracking sun palm has the best effect when combined with Zhuyang Zhenkai, it is probably not suitable in this world. Cracking sun palm is perfectly arousing Zhuyang Zhenkai every moment, and the spiritual energy rules in this world are too different from those in the previous life. Coupled with the fit of the body and the meridians, there is no need to mobilize it deliberately or carefully. It's big, but that's too much consumption, and it's hard to control the aura of this world. It seems that we have to think of a way to change this cracking sun palm. Going to do it while he was talking, Wuxian simply sat down, let the true energy flow in his body, and began to ponder the formulas of each palm and each style of cracking sun palm. However, every palm and every style in this cracking sun palm is mainly aimed at arousing the true energy of 9 suns, and it will be completely out of shape with a little change. It's just some second-rate skills. After all, a family with peerless skills will never practice other low-level skills too much. It's the same for everyone. This is troublesome. What I have been exposed to in the past are some simple moves. And now the cracking sun palm cannot be changed. Could it be that I can't create it myself? Wuxian frowned in distress, and gestured various palm moves in his hands. The basic palm technique that blesses Zhuyang Zhenkai was also made extraordinary. Looking at the shadow of the palm hitting in the air, his eyes light suddenly shines and slaps the forehead. Ha ha ha, it's really hard. Since you are still stuck in the thinking of the previous life, what you fight in this world is not some subtle moves, but real power and speed. All moves are scum in front of speed and strength. After figuring it out, all the knots in my heart were resolved at will. I stood up and formed a palm with my right hand, concentrated my true energy into the palm, slapped it hard, slit, and hit it in the air at an extremely fast speed. A stream of air visible to the naked eye was formed, and there was a sound of friction with the air as it passed by, the power of which could be imagined. Wuxian was overjoyed. Sure enough, it's not much worse than cracking sun palm, and it's more concentrated. In the next hour, under Wuxian's continuous verification, he had a general direction for his moves, and his mood improved a lot. The melee attack is already there, and now it is short of long-range attack. The long-range attack like Kamei Qigong is not suitable for controlling true energy, and the Zhuyang Qigong bullet is not suitable for creating according to Kamei Qigong. Wuxin made a palm once again, transporting true energy into the palm, as if activating 9 Yang Qigong. A palm shadow flew out and flew towards the sky. Looking at the palm-shaped energy group, he couldn't help shaking his head. In fact, it is just the palm-shaped 9 Yang Qigong. Standing on the same spot, Wuxin looked at the small ball of energy in his hand. The sword from his previous life suddenly appeared in his mind, and his mind changed again. Obviously it was the scene when his grandfather showed him the sword technique. The moment the sword swung out, a stream of sword energy that was hard to catch with the naked eye shot out from the sword body. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 9 Yang Divine Sword. Chapter 35 9 Sun's Excalibur. Sword Chi, Sword Chi. The sword energy shot out from the sword body kept echoing in Wuxin's mind, and the frown also relaxed, as if he had caught something. Looking at the energy ball in his hand, he channeled his true energy. The energy in his body surged towards his palm, and the sword in his mind was slowly transformed into an illusion. Wuxin held the long sword in his hand. He couldn't help being stunned for a while, controlled the energy sword in his hand and swung it a few times, then lost interest, and threw the sword in his hand to the ground forcefully. Bang! The flying sword didn't explode immediately when it hit the ground, and disappeared after leaping forward for more than 10 meters. Looking at the long ditch that was blown out by about centimeters, about meters long and gradually deepening, the effect completely exceeded Wuxin's expectations. Wuxin released another 9 Yang Qigong equivalent to the energy sword just now. Bang! It exploded the moment it touched the ground, forming a crater the size of 2 meters. It seems that the impact of this sword-shaped energy is indeed much stronger than that of the circular one. Although the destructive power of the circular energy is much greater, its lethality is not as good as that of the bladed sword energy. It's just that it is better to activate the energy like this. Strangeness. Wuxin kept fiddling with the energy in his hand, and all kinds of strange moves were displayed, and Wuxin finally chose the most suitable way to move. Use your fingers to gather qi instantly, then control the shape of the sword qi, and send it out instantly. At the beginning, Wuxin was still not used to it. It took several seconds to condense a sword energy. How many times would he die on the battlefield? However, after gradually becoming proficient, as long as the thought moves, it can be condensed in an instant. Among the 10 fingers, the sword aura condensed by the index finger is the most lethal, and the speed of the attack is also the fastest. With a thought, I saw the index finger was instantly wrapped by the yellow sword-shaped energy. Looking at the looming sword-shaped energy on the finger, like a flame, Wuxin was very excited, wishing to gather all the true energy on the finger. A few seconds later, under Wuxin's full power, the sword energy emitted an astonishing light, and the strong energy fluctuations were suppressed by Wuxin. In the small sword energy, Wuxin stepped forward slightly, fiercely pointing to a mountain ahead. Viewed from the side, the wobbly sword energy instantly turned into a huge golden long sword more than 1 meter long after it left Wuxin's finger, and flew towards the distant peak rapidly. Bang! The mountain peak was pierced by the giant sword energy, making a loud noise, but the sword energy did not dissipate completely, and continued to fly into the void until it disappeared. Looking at the half-cut mountain peak, Wuxin was very excited. This effect has completely exceeded his expectations. Not only is the speed much faster than Zhuyang Qigong, but the lethality is also enhanced. The most important thing is that the true energy in the body is consumed very little, and it is very flexible to control. Where to hit? Haha, I finally have my own originality. This sword qi is too domineering, much more handsome than that 9 Yang Qigong. Wuxin stretched out his right hand again, with the thought, 5 sword qi appeared in the 5 fingers instantly, and then he mobilized the whole body's true qi, which reached the level he could control in a few breaths, and the qi on the 5 fingers turned. With the 5 fingers together, the 5 sword auras instantly merged together, creating a slightly wider sword aura than before. The sword aura was obviously several times stronger than the previous one. Looking at the huge sword energy going away, I couldn't help but think in my heart, this sword energy is very similar to the 6 Meridians Excalibur. Damn it, I accidentally imitated it again. Next, Wuxian tried the sword chi fused with several fingers. After repeated research, the sword chi of 10 fingers was merged, and then he stood with his palms side by side. The sword chi he struck with all his strength was the most powerful and could be used as a big killing move. For one hand, the effect of using the thumb, index finger and middle finger at the same time is the best, which is only slightly weaker than that of the 5 fingers simultaneously, but the flexibility is much better. Looking at the sword chi on his fingers, his joy is self-evident. From now on, I will use this sword chi as my main attack, so I have to give it a domineering name, and the Zhuyang Qigong is also based on Kampai Qigong. The name always feels weird. After much deliberation, I thought of a dozen or so names, and finally felt that 9 Suns Excalibur was the most suitable and domineering enough. After more than an hour of pondering, I finally have a general way to move, and the train of thought is more clear. Now, the 9 Suns Excalibur has just started, and some of the acupoints in my hand need to be strengthened and cultivated. It can maximize the power of 9 Suns Excalibur. Wuxian is very satisfied with this 9 Suns Excalibur, although there is suspicion of imitating the moves of 6 Meridians Excalibur, but it does not affect Wuxian's mood. All compared with the increase in strength, it's really nothing. After all, life-saving is the most important thing. Besides, it's hard to say whether 6 Meridians Excalibur is stronger or weaker than his current 9 Suns Excalibur. Today's self-creation of 9 Suns Excalibur is undoubtedly the biggest gain recently. Wuxian's already extremely active thinking was beaten a few times with hatred, and many ideas came out of his brain, making him can't stay calm any longer. Since there are swords, why don't we need knives? Knives. In the previous life, there was a knife hidden in the hearts of many people, and he was one of them. It was a knife of the most affectionate and holy. The story of the knife made him unable to extricate himself from being addicted to it. Wuxian closed his eyes, and from the bottom of his heart, the appearance of the knife emerged. As time went by, the knife was slowly transformed by him, and the energy in the flying knife had changed from golden yellow to yellow. A trend changed towards dark gold. While the flying knife was slowly taking shape, Wuxian remembered the story about the flying knife again, recalling the power of that flying knife in his impression. While Wuxian is reminiscing, the energy in the flying knife that is being condensed and formed in his hand is also constantly changing with the fluctuations in Wuxian's heart, which is very amazing. More than half an hour later, a throwing knife about 10 centimeters in length and slightly wider than a finger appeared in Wuxian's hand. The surface color of the flying knife is dark golden, and the golden light appears and disappears from time to time. The energy inside the knife is like a lightning net, crackling and crackling. The intensity of the energy can be imagined. It is the result of Wuxian's condensed energy for half a day condensed flying knives. What a wonderful feeling, this knife seems to have a heartbeat. Wuxian looked at the flying knife in his hand, felt the beating of the flying knife, and felt that the flying knife was like a part of his body, which could be controlled by his thoughts. With the thought in Wuxian's mind, he let go of his hand. So, a strong energy emanated from the blade and spread in all directions to the west, creating a knife mark more than 1 meter wide on the ground. Wuxian was also almost hurt by the sudden energy, and quickly grabbed the flying knife again. With a movement of inner strength, he suppressed the energy emitted by the flying knife again. Just now Wuxian wanted to control the flying knife with his mind, but he succeeded. Unfortunately, he has no experience. The energy of the flying knife is huge, which is beyond his controllable range. Feeling the flying knife in his hand, the energy contained in it is 5 times higher than that of 9 Suns Excalibur. After all, this saber was issued from his inner emotions, injected with the energy of his whole body, and the so-called saber intent in his memory. Little Li Feidao Li Sunhuan is Wuxin's favorite and most admired martial arts character in his life. Back then, because he was obsessed with Xiao Li's flying knife, he had practiced flying knife for a long time, but was finally discovered by his grandfather and taught him a hard lesson. His grandfather discovered that he had fallen behind in the cultivation of Nine Sun's art because of that hidden weapon. From his grandfather's point of view, what a childish and stupid person could do. Afterwards, Wuxin could only practice blindly by himself in private, but he had practiced a good knife-throwing kung fu, but if he had to face a real hidden weapon expert, he would only be humiliated. Brother, Li Sunhuan's flying knife is not as bad as Li Sunhuan's, and I am a flying knife with condensed true energy. Brother Sunhuan, let me help you carry forward your flying knife skills in this other world. Wu Tian lightly pinched the handle of the knife with his fingers, and flew forward with all his strength, only to see the flying knife flew into outer space rapidly. Its speed was several times faster than that of the Nine Suns Excalibur, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why the flying knife is so fast is not that Wuxin has mastered the unique skill of Little Li's flying knife, but that the flying knife is Wuxin's best knife. His so-called Xiao Li Feidao is just wishful thinking. Not long after, a flying knife appeared in Wuxin's hand again, but its appearance changed into the color of his true energy, golden yellow, holding the flying knife with 3 fingers, and holding the flying knife from bottom to top, throwing it out. The speed is much faster than the Nine Suns Excalibur. It seems to be a very random throw, but the throwing knife is very powerful. It is the effect that Wuxin has experienced countless times. It seems that I will use Xiao Li's flying knife as a super killer move in the future, but with my current grasp of flying knife, I really can't do it well. Xiao Li's flying knife is a good example, not just talking, just kidding. I'll have to work hard on flying knives in the future. I can't insult Xiao Li's reputation of flying knives. With a thought in Wuxin's mind, the golden cudgel placed in the dragon ring appeared in his hand instantly, and the golden cudgel that had just appeared changed instantly again, turning into a small knife. Wuxin held the flying knife transformed from the golden cudgel in his hand, as if he had returned to a few years ago. The passion in his whole body was triggered again, and he flew towards the giant tree not far away, although Wuxin did not use internal force on top of the flying knife, but now with his skill and strong physical strength, when the flying knife is still about 10 centimeters away from the tree, the 2-meter-long tree will be crushed by the flying knife. The generated sword energy pierced instantly, and after passing through the big tree, it pierced through hundreds of big trees in succession. Wu Tian waved the flying knife in his hand without any scruples, and the sound of the flying knife piercing through the air spread throughout the forest, as if he had returned to the scene when he was obsessed with Xiao Li Feidao. When Wuxin stopped, unknowingly, he found that the true energy in his body had changed again. It seemed that the true energy had been watered and transformed again. Goten closed his eyes and checked the changes in his body. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Wuxin's mouth. The breakthrough just now brought his realm to a small level, saving him a lot of time to stabilize the realm he just broke through. Feeling the newly upgraded true qi, it was indescribably comfortable, and the true qi was transported in the body to start another refinement. 2 hours later, Wuxin finished his work contentedly. Feeling the Genkai constantly circulating in his body, he clenched his fists tightly, as if he could crush the whole world. Wuxin let go of his hands, exhaled softly, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly remembered something, his brows began to wrinkle slowly. Well, I didn't expect that after the 6th stage, the requirements for the purity of aura are so high. Although the aura in this world is rich, it needs to be refined repeatedly, which will waste a lot of time. In this case, the speed of cultivation will be greatly improved. It's slowing down. It seems that I need to find a place with rich but pure fire energy to practice. Wuxin thought for a long time. He was not familiar with this world at all, and the places he had passed were only 2 or 3, which could not be counted with one fist, so he had no choice but to give up and shook his head. Only then did he realize that the sky was dark. Night. It's really timeless to practice. In the blink of an eye, one day will pass. Go back and call Buma Cha-Cha. Find a place to practice. It's important to improve your strength. Lifting his breath, he was about to fly to Bulma's house, and quickly passed by the residential houses. Looking at the burning grass on the ground, Wyushan slowed down, and couldn't help but think of the frying pan mountain of the Bull Demon King. Immediately shook his head again. The frying pan mountain has been flattened by the Gaixianren now. And there is no frying pan mountain anymore. Besides, even if the frying pan mountain has not been blown up, the pure fire energy at that point is not of much use now. Suddenly, a name flashed in Wyushan's mind, which made him freeze there suddenly. Haha, yes, although I am not familiar with the location of this world, I still have a little impression of the important events that happened in this world. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Flaming Mountain. Chapter 36, Flaming Mountain. Wyushan looked at Bulma beside him. I told you not to come with me, I think you can't stand that boring life, you should go back. Bulma shook her head, lying on somersault cloud, pouted, I don't go back, I just want to be with you. Wyushan also lay down with her, stopped her in his arms, smelled the fragrance, and said softly, I'm sorry, Bulma, the time I'm with you is very short, I can't give you too much time, you won't blame me. Bulma turned her head to Wyushan, pouted, and said, Brother Tien, do you really want to practice so hard every day? Now you have to practice for a long time every time I see you I can't find anyone, and I don't know your situation, so I'm worried to death. After hearing this, Wyushan was very moved, hugged Bulma tightly and said, well, I'm sorry, I have to continue to practice like this, and I have to practice twice as much as I am now. Didn't I tell you well, our future enemies are not good men and women. Brother Tien, are those people you mentioned really that powerful? Are you so powerful that you are no match for them? Wyushan nodded and said, yes, it's beyond your imagination. But, it's not about you alone. Aren't there many martial arts masters? Why do you have to bear it alone? Wyushan looked at the sky, thinking of those existences against the sky in the future, he couldn't help but feel worried. Based on my current strength, it is very powerful, but it is only limited to the earth. If I improve my strength at the current speed, the opponent's scions in a few years' time may also be able to fight, but what can I do now? It's the 6th level, even if it's the 9th level, the demon Puyuna will be crushed to death with one finger. Brother Tien, Brother Tien, Brother Tien. Ah, what's the matter? What are you thinking about? I just asked you something, and Bulma shook her head just now when she lost her mind. Wyushan said embarrassedly, well, I was just thinking about something, what did you just say? Let me ask you, why do you have to carry everything on your body? Isn't there a lot of people? Like Gui Xianren. Wu Tian gave her a blank look, and said, pull it down, it's not that you don't know what kind of people those people are, even his apprentice Klin is better than him, but Xiao Wukong can help, he is very strong. Bulma frowned and said, is little Wukong very strong? It doesn't seem to be very strong, he is so far behind you. No, I'm not talking about the current little Wukong. I'm saying that in the future, he has infinite potential. His growth rate is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even I am extremely envious of him. Goten is very fascinated when he thinks of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. There are also Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and more importantly, Super Saiyan 4, the advanced level of that Saiyan. There seems to be no end. Wyushan had a sudden thought, looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, how about you come and practice with me? Bulma's eyes widened, me? Wyushan nodded and said, yes, there are many female martial artists, you can do it too. Bulma shook her head, I still don't want it. Seeing how fortunate you are in cultivating, I don't want it. Besides, what can I do if I practice? I can't help you. No, I can teach you my martial arts. Wushan just wanted to teach Buma about internal strength. But he forgot that people in this world cannot practice internal strength at all. That's right, no matter how good you are at studying, you are still an earthling, and no matter how much you practice, your achievements will be limited. By the way, Bulma, how is your research on the spaceship going? As soon as Bulma heard about the spaceship, his eyes lit up immediately. The spaceship is too advanced. I have only studied a little bit now, but in a short time, I believe I can build a spaceship by myself, but it may take a while. It took me 2 years to fully understand the technology. Wushan looked at Bulma's disappointed expression, and comforted him, don't worry, just study slowly, and if you build the spaceship, we will go to the universe to play together, just the two of us. Buma was overjoyed, hugged Wushan and said, really? Are we two going to travel around the universe? Yeah, just the two of us, we're going to travel around the universe in that spaceship, but you have to make sure that the spaceship is safe. I don't want to be buried in the universe, but this will be a few years later. So far, I still have to improve my strength first. Who knows if there will be some perverted guys in the universe? Bulma nodded happily, her mind was already imagining the scene of the two flying in the vast universe. Soon, Wushan saw the Gaixian house of the Gaixianren. It was the first time for him to come to the place where the turtle fairy lived, and when he saw the small island of the turtle fairy, he was very envious. This old pervert will enjoy it. Although the island is only a few miles in size, the surrounding scenery is very charming. It was noon at this time, and the turtle fairy was wearing sunglasses under the sun umbrella, holding a pornographic book in his hand, reading it with great interest, and didn't feel anyone coming at all. Wushan hissed to Bulma, and floated lightly behind Gaixianren. Wushan saw that he was really reading pornographic books. Wushan coughed a few times, looked at the book and said, is it pretty? Haha, it looks good, it's not bad, wow, this is so beautiful. Gaixian completely ignored the existence of Wushan, staring at the book and shouting cheerfully. Wushan couldn't stand the old pervert, he just kicked the chair leg, and then floated lightly to Bulma's side. Ouch! I saw that the turtle fairy was thrown on all fours, and the chair had already been turned into powder. Wushan just kicked the chair infused with qi, and it would collapse in the wind. Wushan stepped forward, laughed and said, haha, Gaixianren, what are you doing? Are you here to welcome me? You are too excited, ha ha ha. As soon as Gaixian heard that someone was there, he quickly stood up, completely gone from his wretched appearance just now. Guixianren pushed the broken sunglasses on one side, looked at Wu Tian and said, oh, then, that Wu Tian, it's you, why did you come to me? Wushan stared at the book in the hand of the Gaixianren, and asked him, Gaimianren, what is in your hand? When Gaixian heard this, he hurriedly hid the book behind his back, and said awkwardly, haha, that, it's nothing. Wushan smiled. Gaixian felt a gust of wind passing by, and looked at Wushan again, holding the book that was still in his hand just now. Tisk tisk, this figure is good. Gaixianren saw Wushan flipping through the book, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and giggled. Wushan looked at Gaixianren, gave him a thumbs up and said, great, Gaixianren, the taste is good. This, hee hee. Seeing the embarrassment of the Gaixianren, Wushan laughed again, Gaimianren, you are really young, you are still studying body art at this age. Upon hearing this, Guixianren yelled at the child's aura, ran over quickly, and snatched the book from Wushan's hand, haha, yes, occasionally study. After Gaixian settled down, he looked at Wushan with a serious look and said, oh, Wushan, what do you want from me? On the other hand, Buma despised the turtle fairy. Of course, with the face of the turtle fairy, he completely ignored Buma's gaze. Wushan didn't want to talk nonsense with him either, so he asked him, Guixianren, I'm here to inquire about your sister. Gaixianren was very surprised, my sister? How do you know I have a sister? Strange. Don't ask me that. Do you know where your sister is? I need to ask her about something. If you know, please tell me. Guizyanren was relieved. It turns out that you have something to ask her. What do you want to ask? Maybe I can help you. I have lived for hundreds of years. I know no less than my sister in this world. Wushan thought about it too. Maybe he didn't need to go to that mother-in-law Zanpu, and asked Guizyanren, do you know where the Flame Mountain is? Guizyanren scratched his bald head, stomped his feet there, and thought for a long time. Fire Mountain, Flame Mountain, this, I think I've never heard of it. I don't know where you heard it from. Wu Tian rolled his eyes and said, aren't you talking nonsense? You have to listen to what others say. Well, since you don't know, tell me where your sister is. Gaixian said, okay then, but my sister has a weird personality, she may ask you for something, anyway, you have to figure it out. If there is a sister, there must be a younger brother. With a younger brother like you, no matter how weird it is, well, tell me quickly. Guizyanren pointed to the front and said, she is just west of here, you fly westward on somersaulting clouds, about 3,000 kilometers away, there is a palace there, and she is the owner of that palace, but that is already it was more than 50 years ago, and I don't know if it's still there now. When Wu Tian heard this, he was speechless and said, let me tell you, Gaixianren, why do you two have such a long life? You are both hundreds of years old, and your character doesn't seem to be very good. Buma looked at Gaixianren and shouted, oh, Gaixianren, are you talking about west or east? Wushan listened and looked at it, but he didn't quite understand it. After the turtle fairy looked at it, he turned around in embarrassment, pointed in the opposite direction and said, hee, it's Xi, look at that, just go straight in the direction. Wushan was speechless, walked over and patted Gaixianren on the shoulder, and said, well, Gaixianren, it's better to study less about body art, look at you, it's all dementia, and he is also a few hundred years old, and he is watching some boring things. When Gaixian heard it, he was also embarrassed, touched his head and smirked there. He had nothing to do with Wushan, and felt that he fell into Wushan's trap every time, which made him feel very powerless. Outsiders thought that Wushan was there bullying the elderly. Wushan looked around, but didn't find Kellen and Wolong there, so he asked Gaixianren, Gaimianren, where is your apprentice? That little bald head, why didn't you see him? I called him to go shopping in the city. When Wushan heard it, he looked at Gaixianren with that strange look. You don't mean to ask your apprentice to buy those pornographic books for you, do you? Guizyanren blushed, turned around, and concealed himself. Well, of course not, I just asked him to buy some daily necessities. Just as Wu Tian was about to continue teasing the Gaixianren, suddenly you heard a female voice from the Gaixian house. Guizyanren, what do you want to eat today? Wushan looked at the beautiful woman who just appeared at the door, his eyes lit up, and his mind turned. There seemed to be such a number one person in Dragon Ball, but he couldn't remember clearly. Hi, beauty. Seeing Wushan greet him, the beauty also waved to Wushan and said, hi, hello. As soon as Wushan called out, Nabuma involuntarily pinched Wushan's waist with his hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Okay, we are leaving, goodbye both of you. Goten hugged Bulma's feet and flew westward. Gaixian stared at the two people in the sky dumbfounded. In addition to being shocked, Wushan's strength once again exceeded his imagination. I didn't expect Wushan to be so powerful. I really don't know how to cultivate. Sun Wuhan, you have taught a great-grandson. Lan Qi came over and asked Guizyanren, then, who was that person just now? Gaixian looked to the west and replied, his name is Sun Wushan, he is Wukong's elder brother, he is a very remarkable person. so he is Goku's brother. Somersault cloud, keep going west. The two sat on the somersaulting cloud and flew west quickly. It was more convenient to have a somersaulting cloud. After more than an hour, they finally saw a palace. Wushan stood in the air with Buma in his arms, as if walking on the ground, observing the terrain below. Under Wushan's true energy, Buma didn't have the feeling of floating in the air at all. The feet are as soft as if they are on somersault clouds. Wu Tian looked at it for a while and said, "Well, it should be here, let's go down and have a look." Well, this divination mother-in-law really enjoys it, since the palace is built in the lake. Walking in the palace, it is not as deserted as Wushan imagined, on the contrary, there are quite a lot of people here, just because the place is too big, the sparse pedestrians on the road are not so outstanding. Thinking about it, the divination mother-in-law's divination skills are so powerful, she must be well known far and near. There are a lot of people who want to divination in this world, and there is no one who doesn't want to know something. Wushan took Bulma Wangrenier and walked towards Wushan. When Wushan just approached the door, a creature that looked like a ghost floated to Wushan. Wushan was very surprised when he saw it, and asked the ghost, "Are you a ghost?" When the ghost heard this, he said happily, "Haha, yes, I am a ghost, welcome. Are you here to find the divination mother-in-law for divination?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "Yes, we are here for divination, I don't know if the divination mother-in-law is there." The ghost said, "Yes, then please wait in line here for divination. I will call you when it is your turn, thank you." Watching the ghost float away, Bulma said to Wushan, "Brother Tian, do we have to line up?" Wushan looked at the people queuing in front, not many, only a dozen or so. Let's see, there are only a few people, it shouldn't be long, anyway, we have nothing to do, just wait, after all, this is someone else's, it's better to follow other people's rules. Let's go slowly, you two, welcome to come next time. I saw the ghost who just went and came out leading two people covered in bruises, and I heard one of them say, "Oh, this is the 5th time, and every time the vampire is not defeated, let's go back and practice hard, I must defeat that vampire next year, I have already discovered his weakness." The person next to him retorted, "Bah, you say that every time you are defeated by others with a few tricks." Hearing what they said, Wushan then remembered that the divination mother-in-law here seems to be a competition for divination. The two waited there for about half an hour, and the people in front finally left to play. The first few waves of people came out with joy on their faces. It seems that this divination mother-in-law really has some skills. Wu Tian said, "Well, it should be. After all, they are people who have lived for hundreds of years. It should be a little bit expected, otherwise there would not be so many people coming. Not to mention, the characters of these two brothers and sisters are not good. But it is indeed a bit of a skill." At this time, the person that the ghost had just let in came out, and after sending the person away, he floated in front of Wushan and said, "Dear guests, I have kept you waiting, so please come with me." Wushan and the two followed the ghost inside while nibbling melon seeds, and soon passed through the arch, walked across the lake bridge, and arrived at a place where there was no light at all. The light at the entrance was magically blocked outside. The whole space seemed very eerie. The ghost quickly floated in and knew, come on, the guest is here." "Ah, here we come!" An old woman's cry came from the darkness. The trembling voice was very frightening. When Bulma heard it, she hugged Wushan tightly in fright. Wushan looked at the divination mother in the dark, and said boredly, "Come out, is it fun to be scary?" When the divination mother-in-law heard this, her face twitched involuntarily, and she floated out from the front. "I saw that little girl, dressed in a witch costume, sitting on a huge bead." Wu Tian said to the divination mother-in-law, "Well, you are the divination mother-in-law, your hat is really ugly." The divination mother-in-law said in a big voice, "Humph, I bought this for more than 100 million yuan, it is the most expensive hat in the world, it's not something a kid like you can appreciate. Wushan rolled his eyes. Well, I don't have eyes, I really don't see the value of your hat. The divination mother-in-law was very proud, and said to Wu Tian, you are here to divination. Yeah, I just don't know if you have that ability. The fortune-telling mother-in-law said proudly again, hey, there is nothing in this world that I can't predict. The premise is whether you have the fee for the fortune-telling. When Wushan heard it, it really wasn't free, and asked, how do you charge for it? You only charge 1,000 million yuan for each divination. If you give me -million yuan, I will give you free divination whatever you want. Wushan fainted, although he didn't know what 1,000 million was, but hearing that number seemed a bit scary. Bulma yelled, what? 1,000 million? Are you kidding me? Since you charge 1,000 million for a little divination, it's outrageous. Seeing the reaction of the two, the divination mother-in-law said, hey, I knew you had no money, so if you have no money, come with me. Just as Bulma was about to refute the divination mother-in-law, Wushan hurriedly stopped Bulma, let's see the situation first. The divination mother-in-law led the two of them out of the dark space and walked to a huge round martial arts platform. The divination mother-in-law sat on the ball and floated to the center of the martial arts platform, stopped, and said to Wu Tian, since you have no money, then you can defeat my 5 fighters. As long as you defeat 5 of them, I can divination for you for free. Wushan said indifferently, it's up to you, call them up quickly. The divination lady called to the building behind her, vampire, come out. After a while, I saw bats flying out of the window of the building. Wushan was surprised, vampires? There really are vampires. As soon as the bat flew over, it turned into a weird-looking person, which looked really ugly. Seeing the vampire coming out, the divination mother-in-law said to Wushan, well, as long as someone falls into the water, whoever loses, then the competition will begin. Wushan chewed the melon seeds and looked at the vampire, not paying attention to him at all. He saw the vampire worshipping here and there, and he didn't know what he was doing. Wushan still kowtowed his melon seeds very calmly, watching the vampire put on a show there. Even if there was some conspiracy, everything was a paper tiger in front of strength. After the vampire was messing around for a few minutes, he stood up and rushed towards Wushan. Wushan kicked the rushing vampire directly, and only heard a squeak, and the vampire was kicked by Wushan. The shore of the lake tens of meters away. Wushan continued to knock the melon seeds, and said to the divination mother-in-law, well, I won it. This. The fortune-telling mother-in-law looked at the vampire lying on the shore of the lake, and she was completely down. She didn't expect Wushan to be so strong. Okay, let's call the next one. The divination mother-in-law yelled again, to summon the next opponent. Okay, here he is, let's start the game. Wushan has already discovered the person hiding in the dark, although he doesn't know what method the person used to hide himself, but the aura of that person is so strong that it is difficult for Wushan not to find it. After the invisible man heard the start of the game, he walked towards Wushan quietly, preparing to surprise Wushan with a sneak attack. Wushan couldn't help but sneer. Seeing Wushan's ignorant appearance, the divination mother-in-law on the side sneered for a while, wanting to see Wushan embarrassing. Wushan dodged towards the invisible man, just like the vampire, and sent him a flying kick. The invisible man fell to the side of the vampire with a more graceful arc than the vampire, and they reunited together. Wushan now thinks of little Wukong. Like before, there is no need for such a little guy to do it himself. The gold medalist little Wukong will take care of everything. The divination mother-in-law was already so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She once again saw Wushan's strength. Wushan said to Granny Divination without difficulty, okay, stop playing, Granny Divination, you call out all the rest of you, I will solve them all at once, and you can even call a few more. Well, I don't care, you can call as many as you can. The divination mother-in-law swallowed her saliva, and said to Wushan, okay, right now, but your next match is not here, let's go to another arena. After finishing speaking, she sat on the ball and turned around and was about to float away. Wu Tian hurriedly called her to stop. Oh, wait, I don't have time to spend here with you, you should call them out. But the divination mother-in-law did not buy his account, and floated back and said, if you don't follow my rules, then I won't divination for you. If you don't follow me, it means you give up. Are you sure? Wu Shen didn't buy her account, and said indifferently, you can ask me to go with you, but then I won't be as merciful as I was just now, you can see my strength, your subordinates in my hands. It is even more rubbish than ants. After hearing this, the divination mother-in-law didn't take it seriously. Although Wu Shen was powerful, she didn't think Wu Shen could beat all his men. Wu Shen said again, I can tell you with certainty, if the rest of your men are still similar to them, then their end will be death, have you thought it through clearly? I'm not joking with you, are you sure? Can you afford to sacrifice? Granny Divination thought for a long time, and said, well, I admit, they are indeed not your opponents, but you must pass 5 of them, and then I will help you with divination. Pull it down. I've said it all. If your subordinates fight me, they will surely die afterward. You can just do the divination for me. The divination mother-in-law hesitated. Wu Shen was really impatient, you really don't look like your brother at all, that Gaixian is much more straightforward than you. The divination mother-in-law asked in surprise, what? You know my brother? Yeah, I know him very well, he is the one who asked me to come here to find you a fortune teller, for his sake, please quickly tell me a fortune teller. Well, so that's the case, but even if you know him, it's useless. Wu Shen was speechless, thinking that the solution could only be solved by violence. Wu Shen put away the melon seeds, clapped his hands and said, all right then, since you like fighting so much, then I'll finish them all at once. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Heading to Wuxing Mountain. Chapter 38, Heading to Marble Mountains. Wu Shen stretched out his right palm, with the palm facing down, and soon, a golden energy was produced in the palm of Wu Shen. With a thought in Wu Shen's mind, the energy began to spin crazily like a tornado, and released his true energy to blow Buma protected. The divination mother-in-law was unmoved after seeing it, she only thought that Wu Shen was playing a trick, so she also stopped to see what Wu Shen was going to do next, and looked at the movements of Wu Shen's hands with a playful face. The energy in Wu Shen's hand is continuously growing in rapid rotation at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the rotation of that energy drives the surrounding air, as if everything around is attracted by the small ball of energy in Wu Shen's hand. Normally, it starts to spin around madly with Goten at the center. The fortune-telling mother-in-law didn't show any strange emotions about the small movement at the beginning, until she saw that Wu Shen's energy ball became bigger and bigger, and the wind speed around it became faster and faster, so that she could only hug the ball around it. Only when she saw the beads suspended in the air did she know the power of the energy ball in Wu Shen's hand. Looking at the energy ball as large as a basket in his hand, he felt that it was almost done, so he stopped sending energy to his hand, turned the energy ball upside down, and played with the energy ball with 5 fingers continuously like a spinning basketball, causing the surrounding wind speed to increase again. Much faster. Wu Tianxi smiled and looked at the fortune-telling mother-in-law who was about to fall to the ground. How about it, fortune-telling mother-in-law, if you say this energy bounces, will your subordinates survive? The divination mother-in-law wanted to return to Wu Shen's words, but she was unable to open her mouth because of the whirlwind. Then if you don't say anything, I'm going to attack. Don't blame me for not reminding you when they are blown up to nothing. After finishing speaking, he wanted to raise the energy ball. The divination mother-in-law saw the situation and shouted vigorously, don't. Before finishing speaking, the divination mother-in-law fell from the beads, very embarrassed. After Wu Shen saw it, he felt that the game was almost done, so he stopped the rotation of the energy ball, and the surroundings became quiet, restoring the previous tranquility, but the surrounding trees were already crumbling. The divination mother-in-law struggled to get up. Her hat had already flown to nowhere, and her hair was blown away like a chicken coop. She jumped onto the bead, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And Buma next to Wushan was protected by Wushan, so he was not affected by the wind force just generated. In the eyes of the fortune-telling mother-in-law, this little girl is also a master, and there is nothing unusual under such a strong wind force. Can't help but start to guess the identities of these two people. How about it, will the divination mother-in-law continue? Wushan looked at her playfully and asked. No, no need, hurry up and stop what you're holding. Granny Divination felt palpitations when she saw the terrifying energy in Wushan's hand. Wushan couldn't help smiling, flicked the energy ball in his hand, and the energy ball flew towards the lake lightly like a balloon. Bang! After the energy ball entered the lake, it emitted that amazing energy, and the whole castle began to shake. After another loud noise, the sky began to rain heavily. It was like a torrential rain after a strong wind. The water in the lake is constantly bubbling out, and the road by the lake has collapsed. The divination mother-in-law was drenched in water, her face was frozen, she seemed to have not reacted yet, and her face was stunned. But Wushan, the person involved, was on the sidelines as if nothing had happened, eating melon seeds with Bulma. After a long time, the divination mother-in-law woke up. She was terrified when she saw the dead fish on the ground, and she was even more in awe of Wushan's strength. Okay, divination mother-in-law, then we can start divination. The divination mother-in-law's mouth twitched, feeling very uncomfortable. It was the first time he was threatened by someone like this, but when he thought of Wushan's force, the anger in his body disappeared without a trace. After all, life is the most important thing. Let's talk about it after I change my clothes. After speaking, he left the place quickly without waiting for Wushan's answer. Tell me, what are you looking for? After changing her clothes, the divination mother-in-law asked with her back to Wushan, stroking the huge bead with both hands. Wushan was also very curious. He looked at the magical bead and carefully sized it up. He ignored Granny Divination's question and asked instead, Grandma Divination, where did you get this bead? It's flying, it's amazing. After speaking, she wanted to reach out to touch the bead. When the divination mother-in-law saw Wushan stretching out her hand, she screamed, quickly hid with the bead, and said angrily to Wushan, you can't move. Wushan curled his lips, and said indifferently, cut, isn't it just a broken pearl, what can't be touched? Okay, let's get down to business, Granny Divination, help me find a place, I want to know how to get there. Seeing that Wushan didn't reach out again, he felt relieved, and asked, well, tell me, what is the name of the place? As long as you say the name, there is nothing I can't find. Wu Tian was skeptical about the divination mother-in-law, and didn't know how the fortune-telling mother-in-law did the divination. Huo Yanchan, I want to know where Huo Yanchan is. I saw the divination mother-in-law babbling and chanting spells into her bead. Soon, the bead was like a monitor, and the original smooth surface suddenly changed. Half an hour later, Wu Tian and the two of them were bored waiting. They were already chatting together while nibbling melon seeds. Wu Tian looked at the divination mother-in-law who was busy on the side, and was speechless. I didn't see the fortune-telling mother-in-law stop, and guessed that the fortune-telling mother-in-law was not bad, not as powerful as the rumors said. After a while, the divination mother-in-law, who was already covered in sweat, finally stopped. Wushan walked over happily after seeing it, and asked, so what, divination mother-in-law, have you found it? The fortune-telling mother-in-law couldn't help but blush when she heard it. Well, I didn't find out about the flame mountain you talked about. Logically speaking, I can divination for you as long as there is anything in this world. You are sure there are flames? Is it a place like a mountain? Wu Tian couldn't help being disappointed for a while, but after listening to the divination mother-in-law's words, he also began to be puzzled. In his impression, there should be something, so how could he not find it? After seeing it, Buma pulled Wushan's hand to express comfort, looked at the bead and said strangely, "Well, why does your bead feel like the jar of Kali Immortal, and you can see far away?" When Wushan heard Buma's words, he was shocked, and said in surprise, "Ha ha ha, how could I forget that big fat cat, ha ha, you are still smart." Kissed Bulma. Wait a minute, who did you just say?" The fortune-telling mother-in-law standing aside asked the two of them with a look of astonishment on her face. "Well, why are you asking this? Anyway, he must be 100 times stronger than you." "That's right, Immortal Kali is an immortal." Buma helped out. After Wushan saw the strange expression of the divination mother-in-law, he asked suspiciously, "Well, don't you also know that Kali is not a fairy?" The divination mother-in-law nodded excitedly, "Sir, Kali is my master, he gave me this bead, and taught me how to make spells." Wushan couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. He couldn't imagine that the divination mother-in-law was actually the apprentice of Immortal Kali. "What you said is true. That big white cat is your master?" The divination mother-in-law nodded affirmatively, feeling very uneasy. "Wow, you two brothers and sisters have a lot of good fortune. Why do you have something to do with Kali Immortal? No wonder you can live for such a long time." "Brother Tian, does Immortal Kali really know where the Flaming Mountain is? Will he be like that divination mother-in-law?" This shouldn't be the case. If Immortal Kali doesn't know, then no one really knows. Give me some confidence, okay?" While speaking, they had already arrived at Kali Tower, and the two sitting on the somersault cloud saw a white figure on the top of the tower from a distance, which was clearly the Kali Immortal. Wushan took Bulma into a somersault cloud, and said to Immortal Kali, "Hey, Immortal Kali, we meet again. What, are you welcoming us?" "Meow, Your Excellency Wushan, you are here again, I already knew you would come." Wushan was full of disbelief when he heard this. "Just brag, you just happened to be standing here, and I just happened to appear, so it's possible that you still have the ability to foretell." Immortal Kali helped the cat's whiskers, "As long as you are sitting on the somersault cloud, I can know where you are, and the somersault cloud is made by me." "Damn it, can't you, you bastard, aren't you spying on me? Hurry up and remove the monitor you left on the somersault cloud." Seeing Goten's surprised expression, "Forgive me, I can't do anything about it, it's something I was born with, and I don't know how to make it disappear, meow. This, you fairy is too rubbish. However, don't worry, I can only feel it if you are close to Kali Tower, and I can't feel it if you are farther away." Kali Immortal explained again. Wu Tian felt relieved when he heard this. He couldn't bear the feeling of being watched all day long. "By the way, Immortal Kali, this time I'm asking you for a place. Do you know where the Flame Mountain is?" Immortal Kali frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Well, I've never heard of this place." Wushan was speechless. "You don't know that you can use your jar to have a look?" Then he took Immortal Kali to the corner where the jar was placed. The Kali Immortal took a few glances at the mouth of the altar, shook his head and said, "Well, there is really no such place as Huo Yanshan. No, it won't be, is it true that I remembered it wrong?" Wushan stood on the spot, frowning. His memory of this was very vague, and he really couldn't remember what went wrong. "Then let me ask you, you really don't know where the aura is the purest in this world? What kind of energy does aura mean?" Wushan looked at Immortal Kali expectantly. He really didn't want to hear any more bad news. "Well, the place with the purest energy, there seems to be such a place. I remembered, it is the Five Elements Mountain. The energy in this place is the purest, and all the energy in this world must pass through that place." Really, then tell me how to get there," Wushan said excitedly. Immortal Kali walked to the mouth of the altar again, and after a while, "I found it," I found it in the 5 Elements Mountain. Ah, it's there. Wyushin opened his eyes wide and asked, Where? Where is the 5 Elements Mountain? Well, according to what is shown here, it should be on the other side of the earth. The exact location, starting from here. Before he could finish speaking, Wyushin had already called Bulma over and asked her to record the location. With Bulma around, he would not be afraid to find the place. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Fire Phoenix. Chapter 39 Fire Phoenix. Brother Tien, I'm so tired. As he said that, he lay directly on Wyushin's body. Looking at Bulma lying on his lap, Wyushin twirled her hair and said, Why don't we stop and rest for a while, and go on our way tomorrow? Bulma shook his head and said, It's better to say goodbye, it's the same when we get to rest, anyway, the somersault cloud is so fast. Somersault cloud is coming soon, but we don't know when we will be able to find the 5 Elements Mountain, and we don't have a specific address. I'm afraid we won't be able to find it in a while. In the end, he followed Wyushin's decision and went back to the ground to rest for a night. The next day, both of them started the journey again in high spirits. Bulma, please be sure, how long will it take to get to Wyuxing Mountain from this place now? Bulma took out a palm-sized electronic device from his satchel, manipulated it for a while, and then said to Wyushin, Well, according to the address given by Kaylee, it is about kilometers away from us, and we need it at the speed of a somersault cloud. About 4 hours. 4 hours, it's okay, I hope the address given by Immortal Kaylee is correct. 4 hours is just a blink of an eye to Wyushin. With a little practice, the time will pass, but now he has to take care of Bulma on the somersault cloud, and he must protect Bulma with true energy at all times, otherwise he will somersault Yun's current speed forward. Bulma simply can't last a few seconds, so he doesn't dare to let go to practice. The two sat on the somersault cloud and chatted. After getting tired, they unconsciously fell asleep, and the energy shield protecting the two of them did not disappear because of Wyushin's true energy, and Wyushin was not sure that it was completely safe. Under the circumstances, I have always set aside a mind to prevent accidents. In fact, Wyushin likes to sleep on the somersault cloud, but Bulma still can't overcome the obstacles in his heart. He often wakes up inexplicably when he falls asleep. This may be because Bulma himself is not like Wyushin. As a martial arts practitioner, the psychological pressure is much greater than that of Wyushin. Wyushin, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the change of the energy shield. The energy shield covering the somersault cloud was squeezed by an inexplicable energy to float. Although it was a slight change, at this moment the change was noticed by Wyushin, and he clearly felt that somersault cloud's speed had also changed. Wyushin obviously felt the change of gravity, maybe it was just a few tenths of a change, but now Wyushin is so sensitive to the change of gravity. As we continue to move forward, this change is getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding environment is also constantly changing. At the beginning, the sky above was full of blue sky and white clouds, but now there is no sky, and the surroundings are covered by various dim clouds, making it cloudy. One piece, it looked very depressing. The somersaulting cloud's speed became slower and slower, and in the end it simply stopped moving. No matter how Wu Tian urged it to move, the somersaulting cloud seemed to be dead and did not move at all. Wyushin frowned and looked around. He couldn't see anything except the clouds. He looked down to the ground, but still couldn't see anything. It was all covered by these clouds. Wyushin was very surprised. According to the past, if it is an ordinary cloud layer, as long as Wyushin concentrates his attention, he can penetrate the cloud layer, but now it has no effect at all, unless the cloud layer is really too thick. It is not what Wyushin can see through now. Either this cloud layer is different from ordinary cloud layer. Wyushin wanted to go out to investigate but didn't dare. After seeing the condition of somersault cloud, he didn't dare to leave Bulma on the somersault cloud alone. Although there was an energy shield to protect him, but without Wyushin's maintenance, the energy shield would soon be destroyed. disappeared, now it is very passive. Bulma, Bulma, wake up. What's the matter, brother Tien? Are you here? Bulma squinted her eyes and asked lazily. Bulma, it's not here yet, don't sleep, there's something wrong. Bulma finally opened his eyes slowly. What's the matter, brother Tien, why did you stop? Bulma asked Wushan suspiciously. Wushan looked up and looked around, look outside. Bulma looked around in bewilderment, and didn't react much at first, but when she saw clearly, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she leaned against Wushan. God, brother Tien, this place is so scary, what kind of place is this? Wushan shrugged his shoulders, I don't know, anyway, I can't move now, even somersaulting clouds. When Bulma heard that he didn't even fly somersaulting clouds, he immediately said nervously, then, what should we do? Wushan smiled and said, don't be nervous, the somersaulting clouds will stop flying, isn't there still brother Tien and me? When Bulma heard this, all the uneasy emotions calmed down immediately. As long as Wushan was with her, she would not be afraid of anything. In her eyes, Wushan was omnipotent. Okay, get up, let me see if I can fly out. Wushan embraced Bulma, and removed the outer energy shield. With a movement of true energy in his body, a yellow transparent energy shield surrounded the two of them. Wushan slowly flew up. Sure enough, as he expected, he was able to fly, but the gravity at this time is indeed a little stronger than before. The surrounding energy is also turbid and a little irritable. Wushan flew with Bulma for a while, the dark clouds around seemed to never disappear, and there was no end in sight. Wushan suddenly became fixed, as if he remembered something, he patted his forehead, and took out somersault cloud that had just been taken into the dragon ring. The two made it to the somersault cloud again, but the somersault cloud still didn't respond at all. Wushan surrounded the energy shield towards the somersault cloud, and wrapped the two of them together with the somersault cloud in the energy shield. The moment the somersaulting cloud was surrounded by the energy shield, it trembled as if it had come to life. Wu Tian was overjoyed, as he had imagined, under the blessing of his true energy, he could move unimpeded. Wushan looked at Bulma and said, hey, now I can fly again. Bulma was overjoyed after seeing it, and kept praising Wushan. Oh, by the way, Bulma, quickly take out your navigation and see if you've arrived. Bulma took out the navigator, pressed it a few times, and frowned, oh, it seems to be out of order. Wushan took the navigator from Bulma's hand, and saw the images on the screen flickering constantly, the frequency was so fast that it couldn't be used anymore. Your electronic product is really unreliable. Then what to do now? Wushan curled his lips, what else can I do, let's serve cold salad, just go straight. Flying forward slowly with somersaulting clouds, Wushan is always vigilant against the unfamiliar environment. Although he knows that there are basically no people in this world who can cause him harm, the power of nature is terrifying. But there is no strength to compete with nature. After flying for more than half an hour, my eyes suddenly brightened, and I finally walked out of the weird cloud world. It is a labyrinth of pillars, with no end in sight. The two exhaled and looked at the strange column on the ground. Suddenly, the sky in front of them changed, and there was a change in the air. A black air was born in the sky, which quickly condensed, and soon formed a huge and incomparable with a black face. He howled towards Wenshan and the others ferociously, a burst of howling shook and deformed the surrounding space. Bulma was frightened and hugged Wushan tightly, and Wushan was also startled for a moment, looking at the huge human face in the distance. He would not wait until the human face came over and then attack. Zhang, a 9-yang qigong was sent out. 9-yang qigong pierced through the face in an instant, and the face began to disintegrate as soon as it touched 9-yang qigong, and the sky quickly returned to its original appearance. Damn it, I thought it was so powerful, the thunder is loud and the rain is little, it's a waste of brother's expression. The two flew for a while, and the sky in front of them shook again. With previous experience, the two of them watched the changes ahead, thinking about what would happen. Soon, a burst of shouts of killing came from the front. The momentum was chaotic and vast, showing the large number of people. Looking around, I saw thousands of people rushing towards them with all kinds of cold weapons, obviously an army. Wushan was amazed when he saw the army rushing from afar. He was not afraid, and there was no reason to be afraid, but he was inconceivable by the army appearing in the sky. And Bulma hugged Wushan tightly, tremblingly looking at the menacing army ahead. Damn it, it's too fake. Wushan, the army in front of him, could tell at a glance that it was fake. Not to mention the unreasonable posture of running in the air. The most deadly thing is that when the soldiers were running, some people directly pointed at the people in front of them. Pass through. Too fake, too fake. Although the scene was very fake, just to be on the safe side, Wushan sent that army away with a 9-yang qigong. Later, more and more strange scenes appeared. After Wushan confirmed that those were illusions, he explained to Bulma that he ignored everything he saw with the naked eye, and injected another layer of true energy into the energy shield. Then ignored everything and drove forward at full speed on somersaulting clouds. Suddenly, Wushan felt the change from the energy shield, opened his eyes, but it was already a different scene, blue sky, white clouds. After seeing this, Wushan stopped somersaulting cloud and removed it. Energy cover, a fresh breath spread over the surface. Ah, what a beauty in the world! Bulma opened her hands, embraced the earth, and greedily breathed the long-lost air. Yeah, it's really a beautiful scene. Although it is a very ordinary forest. For the two who have just experienced the harsh environment, this is already a beautiful scenery in the world. As the somersaulting cloud continued to fly, the mood of the two of them also improved greatly. Just like what the two of them said, this place is indeed a beautiful place in the world. As they keep moving forward, the underground environment will become more and more beautiful, so the two of them deliberately slowed down the express delivery, flew very low, and admired the underground scenery along the way. Beautiful scenery, the two flew past all kinds of strange flowers and animals. As he kept moving forward, the aura around him became more and more intense, and Wushan was even more convinced that the goal was not far away. Wow, Brother Tien! Is that a phoenix? Wow, it's so beautiful! Bulma exclaimed, looking at the big red bird flying in the sky not far away. Wushan looked around and saw that it was indeed a huge fiery red bird, but it didn't look like the phoenix he knew. It was more like a peacock. Its whole body was red. It looked like a little sun from a distance, very beautiful. Is that a phoenix? Wushan asked uncertainly. I don't know. I haven't seen it before. It should be. That phoenix is so beautiful. Brother Tien, shall we follow it? Bulma pointed at the big red bird and called. Wushan nodded, and followed the big bird unhurriedly on the somersault cloud. Because he was afraid of disturbing the phoenix, he flew very high, and kept observing the phoenix's movements in the sky. In fact, Bulma would do this even if he didn't ask to follow the phoenix Wushan, because he clearly felt that the fire phoenix had a very strong fire energy aura. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Fire Energy Fruit. Chapter 40 Fire Energy Fruit. The two lay on the somersault cloud boredly, watching the fire phoenix playing on the ground. Bulma half closed his eyes, his eyelids had already started to fight. Brother Tien, how long are we going to wait? It's been half an hour, and the fire phoenix is still playing below. Why don't we go down and catch it? Wushan said speechlessly, why are you catching that fire phoenix? Can you force me to ask it if it won't succeed? Wait a little longer. It should go back when it's tired. It's been half an hour now. It should be almost the same. Tired, you can see it standing on the ground without moving, it must be tired. Bulma looked at it fixedly, and retorted, it just had enough to eat. Okay, oh, it's over, it seems to be going to sleep. The fire phoenix spewed a mouthful of fire towards the sky, then lay down on the lawn, flapped its wings, and stopped standing up. Wu Tian was also anxious when he saw it. No way, we foolishly followed it for half an hour, and now it wants to sleep after playing and eating, but there is no way, just leave it alone, scare it. Wu Shen stretched out his right hand, a sword chi flew out from his ring finger, and shot downwards, hitting the fire phoenix more than 10 meters away, creating a small crater. The fire phoenix was startled by the explosion and jumped up, turned his head and looked at the blasted place vigilantly, scanned the surroundings, and lay down again after noticing any danger. Brother Tian, come again, Buma urged after seeing that the blow had no effect. Wu Shen was also very speechless. He didn't expect the fire phoenix to be so calm, and immediately 5 sword chi appeared in the 5 fingers of his right hand, flying towards the place just now. After 5 explosions, the fire phoenix finally knew the danger of this place. With one wing, it quickly flew away from the original place. The fiery phoenix flew into the air and circled a few times, and then began to look at the place just blown away by Wu Shen. It looked like it was saying, "There is nothing, why there is such a big movement for no reason?" Wu Shen couldn't stand it anymore. The sword energy on his finger was like firing a machine gun, and he kept approaching the fire phoenix, forcing it to run away. Looking at the original place, the two of them were stunned. You can't be a fool, can you? You miss this place so much. Before the two could react, the fire phoenix quickly disappeared into the bushes and disappeared. Ah, Brother Tian, it ran away. After reacting, Wu Shen hurriedly urged somersaulting Yunfei to go over, but there was no sign of the fire phoenix in the air. He drove Somersault Cloud to the place where the fire phoenix disappeared just now, followed the traces that were pushed away, and finally found an entrance. Obviously, the fire phoenix was inside. Wu Shen couldn't help frowning when he saw it, but the aura of the fire phoenix just now was still at the entrance of the cave, but at this moment Wu Shen could no longer feel the fire phoenix, as if it had disappeared. The entrance of the cave is very large, and it is completely possible to pass through it by riding somersault clouds. After more than half an hour, after the two of them passed through the rugged cave, they finally saw the light, and an extremely pure breath of fire energy came from the entrance of the cave. The true energy in Tian's body turned wildly, and a wave of spiritual energy that was almost visible to the naked eye swarmed towards Wu Shen. Walking to the entrance of the cave, they found that it was on a cliff several hundred meters high, and the sight in front of them surprised them even more. There was nothing but red and yellow in front of the eyes, and there were 4 or 5 fire phoenixes wandering in the sky, and no 2 outsiders were found at all. Bulma was already stunned by the sight in front of her. With her mouth wide open and her face full of disbelief, she exclaimed, "Okay, so beautiful." Wu Shen also had a smile on his face, but he was closing his eyes, greedily absorbing the energy rushing towards him. After Buma saw it, he didn't bother Wu Shen. He was used to Wu Shen and knew that he was practicing. Half an hour later, Wu Shen opened his eyes contentedly, enjoying the energy of the spirit just now, exhaled, smiled and said to Buma, "Come on, let's go down and have a look." After speaking, he wrapped his arms around the cloth. Ma flew out. In that short half an hour, Wu Shen's 9 yang true qi has been refined, and its pure qi is completely compatible with the spiritual energy here. This is what he wants to find, only such pure energy can make him break through quickly. This should be the legendary 5 elements mountain, otherwise how could there be such a strong aura? Looking at the vast forest and all the trees, Wu Shen was intoxicated by the spiritual energy that emanated during the period. When the two walked on the ground, they were even more amazed at this place. Even the soil on the ground was red, and it also contained strong spiritual energy. This nature is really amazing. I never thought there would be such a place in the world. The two of them walked for more than an hour, and stopped when they were really tired. Wow, Brother Tian, this place is so beautiful, it would be great if I could live here. Beautiful is beautiful, but it's too unrealistic to live here. I'm sure you'll get bored after a long time. The colors here are too monotonous. Bulma also nodded in agreement, and suddenly Bulma's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Then, Fire Phoenix! Wushan looked along Buma's fingers, and sure enough, a little phoenix was staying on a tree at this time, and it seemed to be chewing something in its mouth. Watching the action of the fire phoenix, and seeing the fiery red fruit on the tree, Wushan suddenly understood that the fire phoenix would not only rush outside to eat, but also eat the glowing red fruit. I saw that fire phoenix pecking at the fruit on the tree again. The moment the fire phoenix swallowed the fruit, although it was blocked by the fire phoenix's body, Wushan still felt a burst of energy that was 10 times stronger than the surrounding ones emanating from the fire phoenix's mouth. Wushan's eyes widened in an instant, as if he had thought of something, and as soon as he thought about it, he was already holding a red fruit the size of a ping-pong ball in his hand. Looking at this unremarkable fruit, Wushan could clearly feel the energy contained in it. Wushan was shocked by how much energy contained in a small fruit. Bulma saw a fruit suddenly appeared in Wushan's hand, and at a glance, he knew that Wushan had just picked it, and looked at it curiously. Well, this fruit also looks ordinary, so it shouldn't taste good, Bulletin Ma said with a frown. Wushan thought for a long time, took the fruit and bit it down. Suddenly a strong fire energy emanated from the fruit and slipped into Wushan's mouth. Before Wushan felt the taste of the fruit seemed to have a spirituality, and it flowed into Wushan's mouth actively, and it really melted in the mouth. Wushan hurriedly mobilized his true energy. The energy began to emit its power in Wushan's danshan like a ball of fire. Wushan's whole body was soon filled with the energy, and his whole body became red. Bulma saw when he arrived, he was startled, and looked at Wushan nervously, knowing that Wushan was about to start practicing again. Looking at Wushan, Bulma's expression was resentful and helpless, and she was worried about Wushan, for fear that Wushan would have any accidents. After an hour, the skin on Wushan's body finally recovered slowly, and Bulma at the side also breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried about Wushan during this hour and never relaxed at all. Wushan opened his eyes, and a ray of light flashed, as if it wanted to pierce everything in front of him, but thinking that Bulma was in front, he quickly stopped the ray that was eager to fly and attack. Bulma was taken aback, but quickly threw herself into Wushan's arms. "Brother Tien, you scared me to death." Wushan patted Bulma on the back, and comforted him. "Okay, isn't it all right? Get up first, I won't tell you, I often practice like this, so don't worry." Bulma pouted and said, "Humph, you didn't even look at you, how scary you were just now, why did you do the same thing when you ate a fruit?" Wushan said apologetically, "Haha, that's because the fruit contains a lot of energy. Fortunately, I integrated the aura here before, otherwise it would be troublesome." After speaking, his figure flashed and appeared again, then a fruit appeared in his hand. Wushan looked at the fruit, in a daze for a while. He couldn't imagine that such a small fruit contained so much energy. A lot of energy? Why didn't I feel any energy? Bulma was very puzzled, looked at the energy fruit in Wushan's hand, reached out to take the energy fruit in Wushan's hand, and looked carefully. "Stand up. It's no different from the one I just had." After speaking, he put the energy fruit in his mouth. Before Wushan could react, Bulma had already bit down on it. Wushan was shocked, and quickly grabbed the energy fruit from Bulma's mouth, yelling, "You daredevil, hurry up, spit it out." But Bulma didn't obey Wushan, and swallowed it directly. Seeing that Wushan was in a hurry, just about to prepare to use his kung fu to help Bulma force out the energy of the energy fruit, but saw a large amount of fire emanating from Bulma's mouth. The energy is clearly emitted by the energy fruit she just ate. Wushan looked at Bulma in astonishment, but Bulma didn't seem to notice anything, and looked at Wushan fixedly, thinking that Wushan was very strange. "Well, Bulma, are you okay?" Wushan asked Bulma nervously. Bulma wiped the corner of her mouth. "What's the matter with me? Here, didn't you have any adverse reactions after eating the energy fruit just now?" Bulma frowned and felt his stomach, and said, "No, but although this fruit is delicious, eating just one is like eating for 10 days, so full." After Wushan heard this, he immediately petrified, it seems that this energy fruit has no effect on Bulma, at most it will make you full after eating. Why is it so similar to Xiandu? Bulma. Don't be so reckless next time if you don't take it, you can't be so lucky every time, if this fruit is poisonous, you will be finished, Wyushan blamed. Bulma retorted, aren't you the same? I think you ate it before I ate it. I just ate one and didn't have any adverse reactions. Such a delicious fairy fruit makes my eyes greedy. Now I can only look at it but dare not eat it. Shut up, it's really uncomfortable. After hearing Bulma's words, Wyushan's mouth twitched involuntarily. From what you mean, you seem to have eaten it before. Yeah, I think the one you ate seems to be delicious. I picked one myself when you were practicing, and it turned out that the fruit that didn't look very good turned out to be so delicious, like a fairy fruit. I've never eaten it before. How about such a delicious fruit? Seeing that Bulma was still reminiscing about it, Wyushan was speechless. He picked up the energy fruit that Bulma had just bitten and took a bite, wanting to savor the taste carefully, but when it just entered Wyushan's mouth it has been transformed into a stream of incomparably pure energy, and it has slipped into the depths of the danshan without any taste at all, and what can be felt is only the traces of the energy passing by. Wyushan was extremely disappointed. It seems that people are more angry than people. What I eat is spiritual energy, which has no taste at all, but what Bulma eats is delicious fairy fruit. As the so-called pretending to be struck by lightning, Wyushan only felt a little bit emotional. If he is not satisfied, he should really be struck by lightning. Looking at the remaining half of the energy fruit in his hand, and looking at the energy fruit trees all around him, he decisively threw out the half-bitten energy fruit in his hand. Brother Tien, do you think we can pick some back? Bulma turned his back to Wyushan, looking at the energy fruits all over the mountain. His eyes shone like gold, like a pervert seeing a naked beauty. When Wyushan heard this, his eyes brightened, and with a movement of Genkai in his body, he appeared in midair instantly. He looked down, and all he could see with his naked eyes was the energy fruit tree, and he didn't find the second plant. Wyushan couldn't help laughing, and the few fire phoenixes looked at him in shock. Brother Tien, what are you laughing at? Bulma asked, looking at Wyushan who had just returned to the ground. Haha, there are almost tens of thousands of fruit trees here, as long as we pick 20 from each tree, there will be dash, haha. Bulma was also very pleasantly surprised when he heard it, and yelled at Wyushan to start quickly. Wyushan counted the fruits on each tree, and there are 35 energy fruits on each tree on average. There are only 5 fire phoenixes here. Wyushan has observed that the fire phoenix not only eats energy fruits, but also eats leaves, so Wyushan let go of his hands and feet, took out the dragon ring and began to sweep up. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 8 Trigrams Furnace. Chapter 41 8 Diagrams Furnace. After more than half an hour of sweeping, Wyushan finally stopped in satisfaction. Seeing Wyushan coming, Bulma, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, screamed and ran over. Brother Tien, how are you doing? Have you picked them all? Bulma asked impatiently. The corner of Wyushan's mouth curved, and several energy fruits appeared in his hand instantly. Hey, there are about 200,000 of them, enough for us to eat for a long, long time. Wow, 200,000, how long will it last? Bulma almost fainted after hearing this amount. The two of them didn't know it at all, but what Wyushan did just half an hour ago, but the fire energy fruit accumulated in the mountain forest for hundreds of years, was now wiped out by Wyushan for more than half. Wyushan looked at the energy fruit in his hand with a smirk. As long as there is one energy fruit every day, it is quite a normal practice of about 10 days, and the purity of the energy is not comparable to the energy of the outside world. It's like making a rocket, it keeps going up. The more Wyushan thinks about it, the happier he is. He can't help laughing out loud. And Bulma was also holding her so-called fairy fruit and smirking, unable to imagine the expressions of the two of them at this time. Wyushan put away the energy fruit and looked around. It was more like a valley, an extremely huge valley, surrounded by fiery red rocks, more like man-made. Wyushin is very curious about what is hidden behind the cliff, and there may be more attractive treasures than this energy fruit. Holding Bulma in his arms, he flew up into the sky. Looking at the fire phoenix lying on the ground, Wyushin had the urge to catch some of them and bring them back to captivity, but for him now, taking care of himself was still a problem, so he gave up the idea. Wyushin flew higher and higher, but he didn't feel oppressed by the slightest air current. Instead, there was a strong and refreshing aura spreading over the surface. Wyushin couldn't help speeding up, and when he got to the top, the strong aura became more obvious. Looking at the scene in front of me, it can be regarded as a fairyland on earth, the endless wilderness. The two of them stood at a high place and looked at it, surrounded by clouds and mist. The beautiful scenery of the underground can be seen clearly in the haze, and there are birds and beasts flying in the sky from time to time. However, it really is a fairyland on earth. Wow, it's so beautiful, Brother Tien, I really want to live here and never leave. Bulma looked forward to the beautiful scenery in front of her. Having seen the beautiful scenery before, Wyushin was not too surprised by the scene in front of him, but at this moment he was staring straight ahead, as if he wanted to see through something. Bulma looked at Wyushin's line of sight, and only saw the endless white mist and the surrounding tree branches that went straight into the sky. She couldn't find anything else. She knew that what Wyushin could see must be much more than what she saw. She asked Wu Tiandao, Brother Tien, is there anything ahead? Well, there seems to be a door on it. Really? Then let's go and have a look. Wyushin smiled, and flew over with Bulma in his arms. After about 10 minutes, he finally saw clearly that a huge gate stood there, magnificent and vast, as if to block all outsiders. Wow, it's such a big gate. I'm afraid it's hundreds of meters high, but is there a house behind this gate? How can someone live in the cliff and still have such a big gate? This door is really strange. Not only is it big, but it seems to be set on the stone wall. You can't see the scene behind the door at all. When you look up, Wyushin is overjoyed, because he has already seen the words 5 Elements Gate written on the giant door. Large characters. This seems to be the 5 Elements Gate. It says on it that this should be the entrance. Really? Bulma looked up, and finally found those 3 words after a long time. This door looks really cautious, how do you get in? Wyushin looked up and down, but he didn't see any traps, so he took Bulma to a safe place and prepared to open the door violently. Put your hands in the middle of the door, use your true energy and slowly push it in. Just when Wyushin was about to increase his strength, the door slowly opened by itself. Before the door was opened, Wyushin pulled Bulma and jumped in. It was dark inside. After the door behind him closed automatically, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a dim and strange light shone over him. Wyushin's mind swayed, he felt that it seemed to be human eyes. Wyushin looked intently, and a tall figure of more than 10 meters came towards them. Bulma was scared and hugged Wyushin tightly when he saw it. Wyushin saw clearly that the person who came was a giant woman. With a thought, Wu Tian hugged Bulma, and his body began to grow slowly, until he became as tall as the person who came. He didn't stop. And the person who came was surprised when he saw Wyushin's change, and asked, "Who are you?" The voice was like a yellow warbler's chirping, very nice, it sounded like a young woman. Wyushin asked back, "Who are you? Are you the master here?" The giant replied, "Yes, I am the person in charge here, and I can be regarded as the owner of this place. What are you doing here?" After the giant finished speaking, he began to shrink rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary person. Wyushin saw the man shrinking, and with a thought, he also returned to his original body. The two looked at the woman curiously. She was very beautiful, she was dressed in a weird outfit, she looked very beautiful. When Wu Tian saw such a beauty, his heart was shaken. Seeing that it was a girl like her, Bulma lost the slightest bit of vigilance, ran over to greet the man and said, "Hi, my name is Bulma, what's your name for this sister?" The man turned his eyes away from Wushan and turned to Buma. Without any expression, he said, "I am the Supreme Lord here, and my name is Ning." When Wu Tian heard this, his eyes widened, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he asked Ning, You say you are the Supreme Lord?" Ning looked at Wushan and nodded. "Then your name is Ning, so you, Tais Hang La Jun, are also the title of a position?" Wushan asked suspiciously. "Yes, I am this year's Supreme Lord." Wushan was speechless for a moment. It was a bit far from what he imagined, but Wushan didn't dare to underestimate this Tais Hang La Jun, because he could feel the power of Ning, and the fire attribute energy of Ning was reflected in Wushan's super strength. Under the induction, it was undoubtedly revealed, and that tranquility did not mean to hide. Feeling Wushan's fiery gaze, Ning couldn't help frowning. As soon as Wushan moved, he appeared in front of Ning. Ning was startled, and quickly moved aside. A sword appeared in her hand, pointing at Wushan, and she was very angry. Attacked her. Wushan couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw the peaceful speed. It really looked like he did. It's not easy for Tais Hang La Jun. With a shake of Wushan's right hand, a long sword of energy took shape in an instant, and he attacked Ning unhurriedly. Since Wushan's speed was not fast, Ning also took it easily. Wushan felt a wave of power during Ning's parry. The fire energy breath emanating from Ning's body is several times purer than that of Wushan, which surprised Wushan. But thinking of the environment here, Ning probably lived here for a long time, so she felt better. Although the energy in Ning's body was extremely pure, the techniques he used were extremely rough, without any skill at all, and the fight was boring, so Wushan stopped attacking. Although it took only a few minutes, Wushan made thousands of moves, but Ning took over all of them. This made Wushan look at him a few more times. It is estimated that Ning's strength is not inferior to that of the god of heaven. Wushan stepped aside and was about to speak when he saw Ning attacking him. The sword in his hand was pointed at Wushan and swept back and forth. Wushan felt a scorching energy coming towards him. Suddenly one after another of fire dragons rushed towards him. Wushan was startled. The fire dragons were not fierce, but the energy during the period was very violent, which he could not bear now. This made Wushan horrified, and gently avoided the fire dragon. "How can you be so terrifying, this fire dragon? How can you have such powerful energy? And how can you control this energy?" Wushan stood aside and asked 3 questions in a row, waiting for Ning to answer. Ning snorted, "Of course, this is the fire of the Bagua furnace. I am the person in charge of the Bagua furnace, so of course I can control it." After speaking, he rushed to Wushan quickly. Wu Tian didn't want to fight anymore, but Ning attacked again, and after avoiding the fire dragon, he said to Ning, Okay, I won't fight anymore, it's boring." That Ning didn't listen, and launched an attack again. Wushan had no choice but to dodge and snatch the sword from Ning's hand, which made Ning stop. Ning snorted, but was helpless with Wushan's strength, and stood aside and looked at Wushan angrily. Wushan was also a little embarrassed to see Ning's angry appearance. After all, he was the one who provoked the trouble. Just as he was about to return the sword in his hand to her, he found that the sword flashed in his hand and disappeared. When he looked up, the sword had disappeared. Returned to Ning's hands. Wushan was stunned on the spot, not knowing what method Ning used to snatch it back from him. The sword in Ning's hand flashed again and disappeared out of thin air. Well, this chick also has a lot of secrets. After Wushan came back to his senses, he looked at Ning. "Well, your name is Ning, right? I was embarrassed just now, but I couldn't resist seeing you, so I shot at you. Forgive me." Ning ignored what Wushan said, but after seeing Wushan's sincere smile, his face also relaxed. "Well, Miss Ning, what do you mean by the fire in the gossip stove? Can you take me to see it?" Wu Tian begged. Ning frowned. "It's the Bagua furnace. The Bagua furnace that controls all fires in the world. Wyushin couldn't help his eyes brighten up when he heard that he was controlling the world's fire, and said excitedly, "Can you take me to see that gossip furnace?" Ning looked at Wyushin, her eyes began to roll, and she said, "If you want to see it, follow me." Then she turned and walked away. Wyushin was overjoyed when he heard it, and he pulled Buma to follow him quickly. After walking with Ning for about 10 minutes, I came to a space the size of a football field. In the middle was a huge tripod furnace with a diameter of about 10 meters. The open furnace mouth continuously emitted fire energy visible to the naked eye. Floating in the mid-air and disappearing out of thin air, Wyushin was shocked to see it. This is the gossip furnace that Ning mentioned. But it's very strange, Wyushin didn't sense a strong energy breath at this time, but the fire energy emitted from the gossip furnace was indeed the fire energy that had already been realized, and the fire energy didn't radiate to the surroundings, as if there was something things guide the flow of energy in the gossip furnace. Wyushin couldn't wait to fly towards the gossip stove, and Ning had no time to stop it when he saw it. When Wyushin was about to approach the edge of the gossip stove, the true energy in his body suddenly began to boil, and the energy that had been rising step by step suddenly swarming towards Wyushin. Seeing the menacing fire energy, Wyushin quickly retreated a few meters. Just at that moment, the true chi in his body seemed to be exhausted, and it was disappearing rapidly. Wu, who stayed in mid-air, let out a big breath. "Son, it's too dangerous. I didn't expect the fire energy of this Bagua furnace to be so powerful and domineering. The true energy in the body feels like being swallowed." Seeing the warm water in the gossip furnace, the seemingly incomparably gentle energy, it is impossible to imagine the terrifying power during that period, and now Wyushin shudders when he sees it. "It seems that this Bagua furnace is not something I can bear now, let's wait until I break through to the 9th level. Wyushin looked at the Bagua furnace unwillingly and then returned to the ground. But Bulma saw it inexplicably, and only Ning next to him knew the reason. Ning looked at Wu Tian and said, "It seems that you are also a fire energy body. If you want to practice here, I can promise you, but I have one condition." After speaking, he looked at Wu Tian. When Wu Tian heard this, he was quite surprised, and said with a smile, "I don't know what the conditions are. Tell me. As long as you are my servant, I can let you practice here." Wyushin almost didn't laugh when he heard that. "Cough, you are joking, you ask me to be your servant, wait until you can beat me." Bulma on the side had long been looking at Ning with a hostile face, and pulled Wu Tian's arm closer to him, glaring at Ning. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Wyushin felt very funny when he saw Bulma's actions. He patted her arm, signaled her to rest assured, put down Bulma's arm, and walked towards Ning who had been staring at him. Approaching Ning, an inexplicable sense of intimacy arises spontaneously, and Ning seems to feel it too. Looking at the smiling Wyushin, the expression on his face is much more friendly. "Hello, my name is Sun Wyushin. You can call me Wyushin. If you are a servant, you can avoid it. Just be a friend. My name is Ning." Ning looked at Wu Tian's outstretched hand inexplicably, not knowing what Wu Tian's action meant, and just let Wu Tian's hand be held there. "Friend." Ning muttered the word friend and nodded half understood. After Wyushin saw Ning's reaction, he understood. This Ning might be someone who doesn't understand the world at all. "Ning, is there any difference between the 5 Elements Mountain and your 5 Elements Gate? Or is it that the 5 Elements Mountain is just the 5 Elements Gate?" "Well, of course not, the 5 Elements Mountain refers to the 5 gates of the 5 Elements Gate." Ning explained. "So that's it. Is the valley in front of you the 5 Elements Mountain?" Wyushin asked, pointing to the place where he came, and took out an energy fruit as he spoke. "Are all the energy fruits in the 5 Elements Mountain?" Ning looked at the fire energy fruit in Wyushin's hand and nodded. "That's right, that's Fire Valley, one of the 5 Elements Mountains, and what you have in your hand is the fire energy fruit that can only be found in Fire Element Mountain." Wyushin's eyes lit up, Do you mean that your 5 elements gate is not just a fire valley? Are there more or similar valleys? Of course, the 5 elements gate has metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are 5 mountain gates. The Huaxing Valley is just the Huaxingmen Valley, and the others are at the other 4 mountain gates. Wuxian was overjoyed when he heard this, and his heart swayed, but after thinking about it, his heart became cold again. The 5 elements gate, as the name implies, is named after the theory of the 5 elements. This fire valley belongs to fire, and it controls the fire seeds of the world. Spiritual energy is composed of 5 elements, so the other 4 elements of gold, wood, water, soil, and earth are obvious. Where are the other 4 gates of the 5 elements gate? Can you take us to see them? Buma asked Ning. When she thought of the fire energy fruit, her mouth would water. She was afraid that the other 4 gates were as similar. The delicacy of the world like fire fruit. Ning shook his head and said, the 5 mountain gates of the 5 elements gate are located in 5 corners of the world. They are located in different places, and it takes a lot of time to go there. I am only in charge of the fire element gate, but I cannot leave at will. The other 4 mountain gates are different people are in charge, but I can guide you if you want to go. After all, those places are not accessible to ordinary people. That's it, it's so strange why a sect is so far apart, Bulma said to herself, very puzzled. Wuxian patted her on the back of the head and said, the 5 elements gate controls all the auras in the world. The elements of the 5 elements generate and restrain each other, and they belong to 5 places. I'm afraid it's to balance the various elements, so that they can restrain each other and keep the balance. Wouldn't it be a mess if they were all put together? Wow, that seems to be the case, Brother Tian, you are really amazing, you all know that. After hearing this, Ning didn't refute Wuxian. What Wuxian said was very close to the truth, and she didn't feel surprised that Wuxian could explain the reason. Ning, your Huaxingman is so quiet, you can't be the only one. Wuxian found that there was no human figure except for some wild animals. Yes. Bulma looked at Ning incredulously, how is that possible? You are the only one in your sect, so is that still called a sect? Ning didn't know what Bulma meant by sect, but she still replied, since I was born, I have been the only one in this Huaxingman, and no one has been here before you. It's the original form, I was born just to take over the management of the Huaxingman from the previous Supreme Lord. The two were amazed when they heard that, hearing you say that, it's the first time you've seen people like us. Ning nodded. Then how do you know that there are people in charge of the other 4 mountain gates? Didn't you say that you haven't seen anyone other than us? I know these things from birth, just like my ability, I was born with them, and those who guard the mountain gate were born with me, of course I know them. Wuxian became more and more confused when he heard it, so he simply stopped worrying about this question. I'm afraid Ning is also a god like Kaylee immortal. She was born according to the will of the world, and all her abilities are innate. Wuxian found that there was no useful information to dig out, so he didn't stay any longer, and left Fire Element Gate the next day, taking the addresses and directions of the other 4 gates of 5 Elements Gate by the way. This time it can be said to be a great harvest. Wuxian will no longer have to worry about spiritual energy in the future. The fire energy in the dragon ring is enough for him to digest for a long time. Besides, there is a gossip furnace that he can't touch now. He wants to use the gossip. The real fire in the furnace is probably only available after reaching the 9th level. Brother Tian, why do you still come here? Looking at the fire energy fruit trees in front of him, Bulma asked Wuxian very puzzled. The two of them were just teleported to the Valley of Fire by Ning's magic. Wuxian was very surprised by Ning's teleportation technique. When he asked Ning if he could teach it, Ning said that he was born with it, and it could only be done within the scope of her jurisdiction. Internal teleportation directly extinguished Wuxian's thoughts. Now Wuxian's mind is full of the words teleportation. After seeing Ning's teleportation, this is a great skill that he has forgotten. The sea of memories seems to be disturbed, and many memories buried deep suddenly burst out. Looked at Bulma and smiled, but didn't answer her right away, and flew down to the center of Fire Valley with Bulma in his arms. Before I hurriedly practiced here, it was just to adapt to the environment here. Now that the work is over, I want to practice here for a while, and take advantage of this environment to completely stabilize the current situation. Realm. As soon as Bulma heard that Wyushin was going to start practicing again, his face immediately became resentful. It's time to practice again. Don't worry. It won't be long, at most 2 or 3 days, and the environment here is so good. Can you look around? If you are bored, you can go to a Ning. Bulma was actually just complaining, and definitely wouldn't refute Wyushin's decision. Okay, then you have to hurry up. Don't worry, it won't be long this time, definitely not more than 3 days, as soon as I finish training we will go back. In order to prevent being disturbed by those fire phoenixes, Wyushin took out the golden cudgel and gave the golden cudgel an order to prohibit all interruptions except Bulma. Following Wyushin's thoughts, the golden cudgel instantly transformed into a dark golden lotus flower with a diameter of 3 meters, emitting bursts of light, looking very holy. As soon as the Genkai was circulated, the Genkai in the body, which was already a little restless, flowed rapidly through the Wyushin meridian as if desperately, and the spiritual qi absorbed into the body was extremely pure, much better than before coming to the Fire Valley, and after eating a fire energy fruit, the true qi in the body was already in surplus. If you don't refine it quickly, it will be several times more difficult to purify the true qi after leaving the Fire Valley. The fruit is there, but compared with the unique geographical environment here, this Fire Valley is undoubtedly the most suitable for the purification of true energy now. What Wyushin has to do now is to thoroughly purify the Genkai, so that its level can be raised to the same level as the purity level of this Huaxing aura. In fact, the purification of true qi is not very difficult, what is difficult is the body and meridians. In Wyushin's current situation, if the true qi is to be promoted, the genetic strength of the body must also be improved at the same time. In order to maximize the benefits, a physical upgrade is not the same thing as an increase in physical strength. A physical enhancement is just an enhancement on the original basis, but a physical upgrade directly transcends levels. Just like upgrading in a game, from the first level to the second level, the experience required during the period is equivalent to physical enhancement, and from the first level to the second level is equivalent to physical advancement. The same goes for the purification of Genkai. The purity of Genkai in Wyushin's body is obviously not at the same level as that of Huaxingwu. Now there is a chance to purify the Genkai and make it evolve to a higher level. Even fools do it. And the purity of spiritual energy that Wyushin felt from a Ning is obviously at the same level as this Fire Valley. If Wyushin hadn't absorbed the spiritual energy and fire energy fruit of this Fire Valley before, I'm afraid he wouldn't get a Ning's favor. After several hours of purification, the original Genkai in the body was finally purified to only a trace, which was so pure that it could rival the aura of Huaxing aura. Complete remodel. Wyushin endured the impact of the new energy on the meridians of the body. Every physical transformation is a kind of torture, and this time is no exception. After 2 days and 2 nights of torment, the whole body is finally reformed up. The real qi is transported to run in the body, and the place where the real qi passes is unimpeded, without any discomfort. The external aura is transformed by the 9 yang gong and fits perfectly with the body. After Zhen qi circulated up and down the whole body, he found that many invisible channels and points in his body had been opened. Wyushin was overjoyed, and he used the 6th level of Kung Fu. True qi passed through those meridian points, and the place where it passed was instantly established with the main meridian, becoming one. For this training session, Wyushin's cultivation was soaring like a rocket, and after he had fully charged his true energy, he found that his realm was already at the peak of the 6th level, only 1 step away from the 7th level. Remote. He stood up, took a deep breath, and looked at the spiritual energy constantly pouring towards him around him. His joy was self-evident. Now Wushan is like a fish in the ocean, any random movement can cause the surrounding aura to churn and stir, causing big fluctuations. The true qi in the body circulates endlessly. Although the surrounding rich spiritual energy is constantly pouring into Wushan's body, for him now, it can no longer bring him leaping progress. If he wants to make rapid progress, the only way to break through is to take fire energy fruit with more pure aura. Phew, counting this time, and when taking the super god water, this body has been promoted twice. This should be considered genetic modification. Although it is very strong, but this physique is not the same as that of Xiao Wukong. Comparing those perverts, I'm afraid they are not even scum. Wushan, who was in a good mood just now, when he thought of little Wukong, the turmoil in his heart suddenly seemed to be poured down by a wave of ice water, and he was extremely depressed. Packing up his mood, he glanced around, but he didn't find Bulma's figure. When his mind moved, the aura around him seemed to stop suddenly. As Wushan's mind was revolving, Wushan soon caught two of them. Personal breath, one is Bulma's, and the other brings him an incomparable sense of intimacy. Obviously that breath is peaceful. With a movement of his body, Wushan appeared in front of the two of them in a few breaths. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 The Man Abandoned by the Dragon. Chapter 43 The Man Abandoned by the Dragon. Wushan reappeared and found that Bulma and the two were talking about something. The two seemed to feel it, and they turned around in a tacit understanding, but when they saw Wushan, their expressions were quite different. Bulma happily ran to Wushan and chattered and asked, but Ning looked at Wushan with a face full of disbelief. Ning walked up to Wushan and looked up and down. It's unbelievable, you were able to improve your energy body to such an extent in such a short period of time. Wushan didn't feel too surprised by Ning's reaction. It would be strange if Ning didn't notice it. Well, after 2 days, I finally got some results. Hearing Wushan's words, Ning was even more stunned, and said with a wry smile, "Hehe, it took you 2 days, and it took me hundreds of years to cultivate to this level at the beginning." Wushan was not surprised when he heard it. After all, this tranquility cannot be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. It should be very easy to live for hundreds of years. Ning looked at Wushan, her mind turned sharply. Thousands of thoughts jumped out of her mind. Wushan looked at Ning's eyes that were getting hotter and hotter, and his heart couldn't help but feel that something was about to happen, and he also had some expectations in his heart. Now Ning feels that Wushan is an existence of the same level as herself, and there is no trace of hostility towards Wushan at all, and some are just more friendly, so many ideas have emerged. "Wushan, I don't know how you feel about this fire gate." Wushan looked at Ning, not knowing what she meant. "Well, very good, this fire door is very suitable for my cultivation now, and the aura is very sufficient." Wushan thought of the Bagua furnace while speaking. After hearing this, Ning couldn't help but chuckled, and said, "Yes, the 5 elements gate is in charge of all the energy in the world. Of course, the energy is the most intense. Although you are at the same level as me now, my own energy is much purer than you." After Wushan thought about it, he also felt that it made sense. After all, Ning grew up in Huaxingmen all year round, and might have absorbed the energy emitted by the 8 diagrams furnace. Ning said again, "If you practice in this Huaxingmen all the year round like me, then your speed will definitely be much faster." Wushan nodded. Indeed, if he was like Ning, even he himself would not know how fast his cultivation would grow. After all, this unique geographical environment is the only one in the whole world. Seeing Wushan nodding, Ning's mouth curled up, and the conversation changed. "Wushan, is this Taishang going to do it for you?" "What?" Wushan didn't react at all, looking at Ning. "I mean you are going to be the Taishang. Let me be the Taishang. Why does this sound so awkward?" Wushan didn't know why Ning had such a plan. Ning said, "With your strength, you are more suitable than me to be the Supreme Lord, so it will be easier to control the 8 diagrams furnace. Wushan's eyes widened when he heard that he was in control of the gossip furnace, and Ning said again, I have been waiting here for tens of thousands of years, and I have never been to any other place except to go to the gate of hell. I really want to be like you, free. Apparently, Ning has been fascinated by the colorful world that Boomer said. Leaving Hwaxingmen was Ning's final plan, but Wushan didn't care about it, and asked Anning, you mean to give me the whole Hwaxingmen to manage? Yes, did you agree? Ning looked at Wushan eagerly. Wushan really wanted to agree, but after a second thought, he asked, well, Ning, if I take over the post of Taishang Lejun, will I be able to live forever like you? Ning nodded affirmatively and said, of course, as long as you inherit the Supreme Lord, you will be blessed by the Temple of Heaven just like me. What? Tian Shen Temple, why do you have anything to do with Tian Shen Temple? Wushan was surprised when he heard Tian Shen Temple. Yeah, it's the Temple of Heaven. The managers of us who are in charge of the world are all assigned by the Temple of Heaven, just like the Kali Immortal you know. Even the gods have to be approved by the Temple of Heaven. Wushan secretly said, I said, scare me, as long as it has nothing to do with the gods. It seems that the temple is not as simple as it seems. Next time I have time to go and see. By the way, Ning, are you saying that you have guarded the fire gate for a long time? Can't you go out? That's right, because the 8 diagrams furnace needs to be guarded all the time, otherwise, if there is any carelessness, the agitation of the spiritual energy will bring catastrophe to the outside world. The corners of Wushan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Fortunately, I haven't agreed, otherwise I'd be playing big, which made me stay here and watch the gossip stove. What joke! Although this fire door is very helpful for Wushan's practice, it is not necessary. If there is no fire energy fruit, this is indeed the best and only choice for Wushan, but there is a huge amount of fire energy in his dragon ring. If, like a moving fire valley, there is no shortage of spiritual energy at all, and with Wushan's current situation, the general energy of the outside world cannot give much help. In addition to the fire energy fruit, there is also the gossip furnace that is a surprise, and the gossip furnace is not something Wushan can touch now. Although this fire Xingmen is very helpful to my practice, but I have too many things to do now, so I can't accept this Taishang Lejun. After hearing Wushan's answer, Ning was very disappointed, and said, that's it. Wushan couldn't bear to see the beauty's sad look, and said, I'll think about it after I finish my work. Ning's eyes lit up, really? Wushan nodded to express his affirmation, but he said something different in his heart, I'm done with my own work, and I guess this balloon is almost destroyed. Well, at most, I can help you absorb the fire from the gossip furnace. On the somersault cloud, Buma leaned against Wushan, Brother Tian, why don't you do it for you, Taishang Lejun? If that is the case, won't it be easier for you to get the gossip furnace? Wushan patted her and said, you are stupid, didn't you listen to what she said? The gossip stove is very unstable. If I have to watch the gossip stove all the time, wouldn't it be impossible to leave the Hwaxingmen? I'm not stupid. If I want to do it, I have to go when I have the strength to clean up the gossip stove. By the way, Bulma, after you go back, you have to speed up the research on the spaceship and try to get it out within the next 2 years. It's time to go to other planets to see. Well, I will, it should be almost 2 years, you just wait for my good news. Also, the spaceship must not be the same as little Wukong's. There will be no other space if one person lies in it. It should be at least as big as the house in your capsule, and don't do anything else. It's too ugly, don't look like a ball like Wukong's, it's too ugly, I'll draw you a blueprint when I go back. Bulma, quickly locate and see where little Wukong is. Bulma asked suspiciously, Brother Tian, why are you looking for little Wukong? Wushan explained, I asked little Wukong to find Dragon Balls, I don't know how he is doing now. Bulma took out a locator, entered a few commands and searched, and quickly located the position of little Wukong. 2 days later, Wushan looked at the 7 dragon balls on the ground with excitement, and the long-lost dragon appeared in the sky after a while, but his expression was not as good as last time. Wushan was very puzzled when he saw it. Well, Shenlong, why did you become like this? Why do you feel like you are much older? Shenlong saw the person coming. Well, it's you, tell me your wish. Seeing that Shenlong is not like himself, I feel bored, and I don't care about it. Well, Shenlong, I want the ability to instantly move to any destination with my own thoughts. The Shenlong closed his eyes after hearing this. After a long time, he looked at Wushan and said in that old voice, unfortunately, I can't help you realize your wish. Wushan was stunned when he heard it, thinking he had heard it wrong, and after being confirmed again, he realized that the legendary omnipotent dragon would also say I'm sorry. Wushan frowned and said, this wish shouldn't be difficult, why can't you realize it? Well, the 3 wishes you fulfilled last time violated the laws of the universe. If I grant you another wish, I will be punished by the laws of the universe. I will disappear in this world. After Wushan heard this, he was really confused. Fuck, this can also violate the laws of the universe, this is too ridiculous, since it violates the laws of the universe, why am I fine? The Shenlong said again, well, then goodbye. Hey, don't. Before Wushan could react, the dragon could not wait to disintegrate, turning into stones and flying all over the world. After seeing it, Wushan couldn't help but swear, damn, this bastard is running too fast, even if you don't make a wish for me, is there someone else, you bastard, don't let me see you again. Wushan looked at the place where Shenlong just disappeared and kept cursing. Wushan returned to the ground, looked at Bulma and little Wukong, shrugged his shoulders and said, brother's teleportation has failed, let's go back. Seeing that Wushan was in a bad mood, Bulma hurried over and comforted him, humph, that dragon must be jealous of brother Tien. Little Wukong asked Wushan with a puzzled face, brother Tien, what is teleportation? Is it very powerful? Wushan looked at little Wukong, and couldn't help feeling even more depressed, and replied, it's amazing, you'll know when the time comes, I really don't know where you learned it. Wushan really couldn't figure out where Sun Wukong's teleportation came from. He could only achieve teleportation through the dragon, and now the dragon doesn't want him at all. Frustrated. Little Wukong didn't know what Wushan meant at all. And he still had an incomprehensible look on his face. After 2 months of hard work, Wushan finally reached the 8th level of 9 Suns Kung Fu, a great improvement in his cultivation, only 1 step away from the last level of 9 Suns returning to 1.4 Wushan, who is now full of energy, breaking through the realm is no longer a problem, all he needs is time. Logically speaking, any cultivation method should be more difficult to practice as it goes on, let alone 9 Yang Gong, but that is only for the earth that lacked spiritual energy in the previous life. Once here, it will be completely useless. What Wushan lacks most now is spiritual energy, and it is the purest energy in the world that does not need to be tempered. Wushan took another fire energy fruit from the dragon ring, threw it into his mouth and began to practice. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Transforming Spaceship. Chapter 44 Transforming Spaceship. A year and a half later, more than half of the back garden of Bulma's house was occupied by a black disc-shaped object with a diameter of about 20 meters and a height of 10 meters. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Although it was only for less than a second, the damage caused by this shaking was comparable to that of a level 5 shock. But the black cone-shaped object just now has disappeared, leaving a mess, and the entire back garden seems to have been stirred by a big machine. At this time, Bulma was already on the periphery of the moon. Bulma, who was inside the flying saucer, walked quickly on the console with both hands, and looked up at the image in front of him from time to time, watching the warnings that kept popping up on the screen. Trembling violently, but Bulma didn't panic at all, as if she was already used to this kind of situation. Bulma quickly entered the last command and looked at the display screen. His intelligent and rigorous expression suddenly changed, becoming playful and cute. His whole temperament changed instantly, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, completely different from the previous work. People. After completing the construction of the spaceship, Bulma was the first to think of Wuxian. Thinking of the scene when Wuxian praised himself, Bulma smiled even sweeter in his heart. Thinking about it, his face soon blushed. The stars outside the spaceship are shining like a dream, but Bulma is not in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scenery. Now she is thinking about Wuxian, and she can't wait to appear beside Wuxian in an instant, so as to share her achievements. Bulma walked to the console, tapped a few times in the air, and a dialogue box appeared out of thin air. After entering a certain number, the spaceship trembled slightly, and instantly disappeared into the vast universe. When it reappeared, it was already in own back garden. Full of excitement, Bulma walked towards the roof, which was the place where Wuxian practiced. After more than a year of practice, Wuxian is already in the state of great perfection in the 8th level of Zhuyang Kung Fu, and he is only one step away from reaching the state of 9-9, returning to 1 of Zhuyang Kung Fu. Wuxian circulated the true qi in his body, unhurriedly, as if time was about to stop. Over and over again, I don't know how long it has passed, the true energy in Wuxian's body is still running in a certain state. He wants to find a breakthrough, so as to break through to the 9th level, but after running again and again, there is no change. The slightest change, even if the true energy did not increase, there was a slight increase. Wuxian has persisted in this situation for more than a month, and this month has been the slowest improvement in his cultivation in his life. No matter whether it is physical or true energy, there is no slight improvement or decline. Wuxian is focused on two things. While circulating his true energy, he is exploring various acupoints in his body, trying to find out the reason why his cultivation base is still. It has already become an instinct to break through the 9th level of the formula, and there is no need for him to deliberately guide the true energy. As long as the true energy changes slightly, Wuxian will be able to unite his mind and mind immediately, so don't you worry about any mistakes. For more than a month, it cannot be said that there is no receipt at all. At least he was trained by Wu Tian to 1 mind and 2 tasks. As long as it reaches a certain level, it can be done easily. And because Wuxian has been distracted frequently recently, as the number of times increased, he inadvertently comprehended that 1 mind can do 2 things. He became more and more proficient in this skill, and unknowingly practiced it into a skill. At the beginning, Wuxian was just a little surprised. He felt that dual purpose was not very useful, at most it was just a little more convenient, but as time went on, as he became proficient in skills, he felt more and more the magic of dual purpose. This dual purpose is not what we usually call dual purpose. The dual purpose realized by Wuxian can do 2 things at the same time without being interfered with each other. For example, Wuxian is running his mind while investigating the whole body. The 2 minds do not interfere with each other, which undoubtedly saves him twice the time, and the speed of cultivation will be more than doubled. Now it is not proficient enough to use 1 mind and 2 tasks, but it is enough for the current running route that does not require much attention. Well, what should I do? I practiced completely according to the secret book, but there was no movement for a long time. Is it so difficult to break through the 9th level in such a world full of aura? Or is it not enough to break through the physical body? Does it also involve the breakthrough of the legendary mysterious state of mind? Wuxian couldn't help thinking of a sentence he overheard his grandfather said back then. Grandpa once warned them to pay attention to the cultivation of the state of mind, which is very important for the cultivation of Zhuyang Gong, but his grandfather's understanding of the state of mind is only from his when the elders learned about it, they were equally ignorant. In the end, his grandfather told them that they could only understand the 2 characters in writing, and that they understood the 2 characters. They could only slowly comprehend the deep meaning between the 2 characters by themselves. At that time, Wushan was still young, so he didn't know what state of mind was at all, and he couldn't understand it. He only knew that his internal strength was constantly increasing, and then he forgot his grandfather's instructing. Wu Tian thought to himself, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He had only heard about the cultivation of mental state from his grandfather. For those who practice martial arts, their comprehension of the realm of martial arts will continue to improve with the increase of experience, but the cultivation of mental state is rarely known. For the current Wushan, the understanding of the word mood state is also very vague. After savoring it carefully, he seems to understand it, but after thinking about it, he finds that it is so jerky and difficult to understand. It is a bit cloudy and puzzling. So it's still his grandfather's words, if you understand it, you understand it, and if you are too obsessed, you may violate the way of nature. Well, I'm afraid it's true, but how to cultivate this state of mind? This time it's troublesome. In fact, there is another way to break through the 9 Suns Kung Fu, which is to break through in battle. But Wushan couldn't help but smile wryly when he thought of the earth like today, let alone these people on the earth now. With his current cultivation base, a rough calculation shows that there is a good chance of winning against the Super Saiyan a few years later. Along the way, from the beginning of practicing Zhuyang Kung Fu to the 8th level of 9 Yang Kung Fu now, it took a lifetime to practice in the previous life, but Wushan walked so smoothly and evenly. Even though he was eating, I have gone through a lot of bitterness, but I have always possessed the hints of the prophets about things in terms of all the resources I have obtained, so I don't have too much sense of oppression in my heart, making it difficult to find opportunities for breakthroughs at critical moments of cultivation. For him now, there is no lack of aura, but what is lacking is chance, opportunity. Maybe he figured it out after turning around, maybe he will stop thereafter. In short, the understanding on the spiritual level is mysterious, and if it is pierced, it's just a film. With a general direction, the mood is relaxed a lot. Wushan just wants to take back another mind, merge the two into one, and feel the arrival of Bulma from a distance. Before the person arrives, Wushan has already felt the arrival of Bulma. The excitement at this time. After experiencing Bulma's inner feelings, Wushan was very surprised. At this time, he was practicing with his eyes closed. Although he had his mind outside, he didn't expect such an effect. In addition to controlling himself, he could also sense it is really unexpected to see other people's emotions. He had never thought that dual purpose would have such a miraculous effect, so he couldn't help but pay more attention to dual purpose. Mind and mind merged into one. The Genkai in the body returned to the normal route, and let it work on its own. After Bulma came in, he saw Wushan was practicing, and he couldn't help but start to complain because he was so excited just now. He knew that Wushan should not be disturbed when he was practicing, so he could only sit aside and look at Wushan stupidly, waiting for Wushan. Wake up! Although she doesn't know when Wushan will finish his cultivation, the only thing she wants to do now is to look at her beloved man like this, and she doesn't want to waste a single minute, even if it's like this for the rest of her life. She is willing. Wu Tian slowly retracted the hands that were held under the danshan, and let go. Once he relaxed his mind, he felt that the aura around him was quite different, and the perception of the aura became clearer. As soon as he thought about it, his strength didn't increase at all. Obviously, the credit should be due to his single-minded use of this skill. It's really a big surprise to use one mind and two minds. I'm afraid there may be other functions besides the strange effects that have been discovered. Well, is this considered as a cultivation of mental state? Before Wushan could think too much, Bulma, who had been waiting for a long time, had already rushed over. Before Wushan got up, Bulma was already hanging on Wushan's body. You don't need to feel the change of Ma's mood today with your heart, the appearance of it has already explained everything. After Wushan saw it, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly asked, Bulma, you are so happy today. It must be because the spaceship is finished. Bulma on Wushan's body, after being hugged by Wushan, had already forgotten the purpose of coming this time, with blindly happiness hanging on his face. At this time he suddenly remembered after hearing Wushan's question. Bulma's petite figure hung her arms around Wushan's neck, and she nodded vigorously, causing her whole body to shake non-stop. If it wasn't for Wushan's strength, he might have been shaken to the ground. Well, yes, I succeeded, Brother Tian, I finally made a spaceship. Wushan pulled Bulma's hand away, put her down and stopped her, and appeared in the back garden in a flash. Seeing the flying saucer-like spaceship in front of him that he saw in the movie of his previous life, Wushan was also very excited. In the past, because Bulma hadn't finished yet, he refused to show it to Wushan, saying that he would surprise him when it was done, and Wushan was busy with cultivation, although he was itchy, but Bulma protected him very tightly, so it's not easy to take a peek, but today I really saw my real body. Looking at the dark golden flying saucer, my heart speeded up involuntarily. Although the flying saucer is a bit small, judging by its size, it can carry 5 or 6 people. Should be more than enough. Not bad, really good, this is the spaceship I want, Bulma, you are amazing, haha. Seeing her lover praise herself, Bulma was even happier, and her heart was already full of laughter. When Wushan was admiring, Bulma found a watch from the side and put it on her hand, and tapped it a few times. The spaceship began to make a muffled sound of click, click. Wu Tian was slightly startled when he found out, and instinctively stepped aside. In less than 10 seconds, the flying saucer-shaped spaceship had changed drastically, and Wushan was stunned. After realizing it, Wushan howled loudly, kissed Bulma hard, and began to examine the spaceship. Transformed spaceship. Looking at the spaceship in front of me like a fighter jet in the previous life, I feel more excited than before. This is the second form of spaceship Wushan drew for Bulma. Originally, Wushan wanted Bulma to choose one of the 2 drawings. Yes, but now they are merged into one by Bulma. Such a method is truly a divine skill. Sin, I was too busy with work before, and now I am updating. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Journey to the Universe. Chapter 45 Journey to the Universe. Bulma, this spaceship is amazing, the technology here is so advanced. Bulma enjoyed Wushan's praise very much, felt that all the hard work these days was worth it, walked to Wushan's side sweetly, and introduced to Wushan, well, this is the second form of the spaceship. The second form is the spaceship, the combat form of the spaceship. The weapons on the spaceship are researched by me based on the energy you fired, and hearing that Bulma said that the weapon was researched according to the energy it emitted, he raised his eyebrows and became interested. He asked, the energy I emitted? How can this be explained? Could it be that the lethality of this spaceship weapon is still so strong? Bulma nodded, then shook his head again. Wushan was very puzzled. The weapons on this spaceship are Bulma's proud work, and they are probably several decades ahead of the technology on Earth today. Well, I designed this weapon according to your principle of emitting energy. This weapon does not need any ammunition. As long as the power supply is sufficient, it can absorb the energy of the surrounding environment, gather it together, and launch it when it reaches the launch point. Save energy. And it can not only absorb the energy on the Earth, in the universe, as long as there is sunlight, the weapon can have a steady stream of energy, but of course this lethality cannot be compared with your brother Tian. When Bulma said this, Wushan probably understood the firing process of the weapon, and he admired Bulma's genius concept even more. Then what if you encounter an enemy attack in a dark place? Most of the universe belongs to darkness. And your weapon can't store too much energy. If the energy of the weapon is used up by then, how can we? Isn't it over? Wushan didn't dare to be sloppy when it comes to weapons, and what he was facing was the vast universe, not the small place of the Earth. Speaking of dark places, Bulma was even more excited. Hey, of course I know this, now let me explain to you the most outstanding invention of this century. Bulma paused for a moment, with a different look in his eyes, and proudly said loudly, "I am the first genius girl on the whole earth who has researched a dark weapon." "Dark weapon? Look at you, this dark weapon seems very powerful." "Of course, dark weapons are the most powerful elements that have been discovered so far, and I have 50 dark weapons on the spaceship." "Yes, but the energy collection of dark elements is much slower than that of light elements." Wyushin frowned when he heard this. It turned out that there were dark elements, and dark elements could also be collected. This surprised him. He thought darkness was darkness, nothingness. Same principle as sunlight. Seeing Wyushin's deep thought, Bulma thought he was worried about energy, and said, "Don't worry, Brother Tian, even if we encounter enemies at that time, we can still escape if we can't beat them. My spaceship can be invisible. And if you switch to the first form, you can jump in space, so unless it is the reason of the spaceship itself, we don't have to be afraid of other things at all." After hearing Bulma's words, Wyushin couldn't help but blush. This person without a little bit of martial arts didn't have the slightest fear, but he seemed too timid. He touched the bridge of his nose and smiled silly. "By the way, Bulma, what? Are there any parachute oxygen cylinders in the spaceship?" "A parachute? What's that?" "You don't need an oxygen cylinder at all. The system inside the spaceship will purify the air." Originally Wyushin meant that if something unexpected happened, maybe those two things could save lives, but after thinking about it, I was too mentally retarded. I guess Bulma already had a perfect plan for a series of unexpected measures, otherwise it would not be possible. It's called a genius girl. "Bulma, let's go into the spaceship and have a look." To avoid embarrassment, Wyushin called Bulma into the spaceship. The spaceship is divided into 2 floors. Considering Wyushin's situation, the ground floor is for Wyushin to practice, and the second floor is the spaceship's control center and resting place. Except for the control room, Bulma has completely arranged her house. It was completely copied, but fortunately Wyushin still appreciates Bulma's aesthetics. Wyushin briefly glanced at the general layout of the spaceship, and was not too surprised. After seeing the console, he walked straight over, looking at the various buttons displayed on the console. His scalp tingled for a while. The only thing he was interested in was the controller rocker on the driver's seat, and he had an urge to go up and drive. After seeing Wyushin sitting in the driver's seat, Bulma also sat in the co-pilot himself, looking at his masterpiece very proudly. Bulma reached out and pressed a button, and then in the void, the hazy windshield glass in front instantly turned into a display screen with a width of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters. The outside scene has a panoramic view, and there are various data displays on both sides of the display screen. Wyushin looked at it for a long time but couldn't understand what those figures represented. The material of the glass was not ordinary. Looking outside, the scene outside could be seen through the eyes. If you didn't check carefully, you wouldn't be able to find that there was a piece of glass behind. "Bulma, is this glass?" Wyushin asked, pointing to the front display screen. "Well, that's right, but this is a special glass that can adjust the brightness. Tier, it's really high technology." Seeing Bulma pointing back and forth in the void, and following Bulma's clicks, strips of data continuously flowed from Bulma's hands to the front display screen in a form visible to the naked eye. Wyushin thought it was amazing. "Bulma, what are you doing?" Bulma kept moving his hands, and replied, "I'm adjusting some pitches of the control cabin to make it more reasonable." As he spoke, he scanned Wyushin's surroundings. "Well, Brother Tian, you are sitting upright, with your hands on the rocker, and sit in the most comfortable position you think." Goten didn't know what Bulma was trying to trick, so he sat down as Bulma told him. After seeing Wyushin sat down, Bulma tapped a few times in the void, and light blue streams of data suddenly appeared around Wyushin, flowing through his body quickly, and it was over before he realized it. Immediately afterwards, he felt that the scene in front of him seemed to start to change. Looking carefully, it turned out that the seat and the console were moving. After a few seconds, all objects stopped moving. The scene in front of me is completely different from just now, sitting in the driver's seat looks so natural and comfortable. And all the items seem to be placed in that place. Seeing this miraculous scene, Wyushin stared at Bulma, and Bulma looked at Wyushin with a smile, as if he had expected Wyushin to have such a reaction. Hey, this is also a technology I invented. Based on human beings, I can calculate the most reasonable position data for the human body, and then let the system automatically calculate the most reasonable adjustment position. Haha, I am amazing. After hearing this, Wyushin was speechless. This chick is too god-defying. What she made really made others feel ashamed. Wyushin was beaten several times today. He knew what it means to be more angry than others, so he urged Bulma start the spaceship. To start it, it's best to switch the spaceship to the first form first. Just press this button, or you can also press this, and then perform voice control in all directions. Bulma guided Wyushin while operating. After Bulma pressed the button, with Wyushin's extraordinary perception, he only felt a slight vibration of the spaceship, which was completely different from the movement felt outside. It was switched over without a sound, and Wyushin was slightly shocked again. As soon as the spaceship is converted, the overall shape of the spaceship at this time is displayed on the big screen. The switch is over, let's start off. Oh, by the way, Brother Tien, where do you want to go? Wyushin thought for a while and said, let's go to the moon to see it first. After Bulma received the order, there was a little void, and Wyushin only felt the scenery outside the window sway, and after more than 10 seconds, the window lit up, and when he looked around, there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, without any scenery. Looking carefully, it turned out that the spaceship stayed in the void, covered by something like a white cloud in front of him. Bulma looked at the display screen and said, now we are on the surface of the moon, Brother Tien, do we want to go in? After hearing Bulma's words, Wyushin was a little surprised and said, this is it. Seeing Bulma nod his head, Wyushin was finally sure that he was in outer space. He only felt that the place he was in hadn't changed in any way, and he didn't have the ability to float in the air like what he saw on TV in his previous life. Bulma, here, why do you click and we appear on the moon? Is this spaceship fully automatic? Bulma nodded and said, yes, I just entered the coordinates of the moon, and the spaceship will cruise automatically. Then this spaceship should be able to be operated manually. Of course, the spaceship can fly fully automatically or semi-automatically, but the most dangerous one is manually. After hearing this, Wyushin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It would be too boring if the spaceship was not manually operated. He also thought that it would be a good time to meet the enemy. Bulma manually drove the spaceship and slowly flew towards the moon. As the distance got closer, the seemingly devastated moon finally appeared clearly in front of him. Looking around, the whole ground is full of potholes, and there are some off-white rocks, and the whole world is off-white. In fact, as early as when he was on the surface of the moon, Bulma clearly showed the face of the moon through the camera on the spacecraft, but Wyushin didn't believe the bleak appearance of the moon after seeing it. So he urged Bulma to see it with his own eyes. Quickly scanned around the moon, the grey-white world gave people a very depressing feeling. After seeing the true face of the request with his own eyes, Wyushin was disappointed, and he had no desire to set foot on the moon at all. Originally Goten wanted to visit some nearby planets, but he gave up when he saw Bulma released the videos she had taken. He only felt that the several planets near the Earth looked weird and the environment was very bad. Next, Bulma began to teach Wyushin how to operate the spaceship. There were only dozens of steps, and most of them were fully automatic. It took Wyushin less than 2 hours to drive the spaceship with ease. Of course, this is switched to semi-automatic mode. As for the manual mode, only Bulma can play it. It took Wyushin more than an hour to get familiar with the second form of the spaceship. He tried all the weapons and hit the meteorite. The power emitted was indeed very powerful, especially what Bulma said, the dark weapon is even more lethal. It hits the target silently, turning the target into nothingness. Wushan was dumbfounded. He had never seen such energy before. He could feel the destructive effect it caused. Eyes opened. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Journey to the Universe. Chapter 46 Journey to the Universe. Wushan drove the spaceship in the second form to the eastern mountainous area. He was already very proficient in the driving of the spaceship. This state is very much like playing thunder and lightning. However, Wushan played with this spaceship like this, which seemed a bit reckless. Suddenly, there was a beep sound, and Wushan looked at the upper right corner of the display screen, and the figure of little Wukong was displayed on the screen. At this time, little Wukong was sitting on the ground and meditating. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wukong was still insisting on meditating. Wushan drove the spaceship to land slowly, and Xiao Wukong was very curious when he saw a strange thing flying towards him. When he saw that it was Goten and Bulma, he immediately showed a surprised smile and walked towards them with light steps. Seeing the simple and honest appearance of little Wukong, Wushan also showed a knowing smile. "Hi, long time no see, little Wukong, haha, you've grown taller." Seeing little Wukong, Bulma surrounded him and began to examine him, to see what had changed in little Wukong. Little Wukong scratched the back of his head, haha, and said with a smirk, "Brother Tian, Bulma, why are you here?" Wushan looked at Xiao Wukong carefully, although he still looked so silly and naive, but the aura of his whole body has completely changed, and he has also grown a little taller, completely different from a year ago. Last year, little Wukong looked harmless to humans and animals, and his whole body looked a little baby fat, but now it is quite different. Looking at little Wukong's small and strong body, this is what a martial arts practitioner should have. Wushan could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from little Wukong. It seems that he has worked hard for more than a year. "Well, very good, little Wukong, it seems that you have made a lot of progress this year." Hearing Wushan's praise, little Wukong couldn't help scratching the back of his head again. He said, "Yeah, I also feel that I have made a lot of progress recently. I can now withstand 3 times the gravity, haha." Goten raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and was surprised to hear Goku say that he can withstand 3 times the gravity, which is a bit rare for the Super Saiyan Monkey King, and he is already 30 times faster than the gravity. According to his estimation, according to the physique of the little Goku Saiyan, after more than a year of cultivation, he should have 10 times the gravity, but now it is bigger than he expected. "Little Wukong, are you being lazy? How can you only have 3 times the gravity after such a long time?" Wushan looked at Xiao Wukong, very dissatisfied with his cultivation speed. "No, I have worked very hard, maybe I am too stupid." He. Wushan looked at Xiao Wukong and knew that he would not be lazy, but he couldn't figure out what went wrong. "Little Wukong, we haven't practiced moves for a long time, come, I want to see how far you have improved. Now the only thing that can find out the problem is the actual combat test." As soon as Xiao Wukong heard that there was a fight to be fought, his eyes brightened, and he looked at Wushan, like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. His whole person's aura changed instantly. The belligerent factor revealed was not deterred by the opponent's strength. Seeing Xiao Wukong's posture, he signaled Bulma to step aside, and then moved his right foot slightly to the side, seemingly standing there casually, but it was very particular, and he didn't dare to underestimate Xiao Wukong. "Goku." After seeing Wushan's actions, little Wukong was very surprised. He followed Wushan from childhood to adulthood. Wushan knew every move of little Wukong clearly, and little Wukong knew Wushan very well. "Brother Tian, you have become stronger again, I will definitely catch up with you." Seeing that Wushan had become stronger again, his competitive spirit was aroused again, and his fighting spirit soared in vain. Wushan is also very envious of Xiao Wukong's warlike gene. It seems that he never knows to be afraid, and he will be strong when he encounters a strong one. "Little Wukong, you talk too much nonsense, come on. Wushan still stood in the same posture, raised his right hand lightly, restrained the true energy in his body, and waited for little Wukong to attack. Little Wukong rushed to Wushan with all his strength, and made a straight punch. He knew that if he tried his best in the face of Brother Tian, he would be miserable. Wushan didn't dodge, and quickly turned his right hand to hold Wukong's fist. He thought he could easily catch Wukong's blow, but he still underestimated Wukong too much. Wushan's arm was slightly shaken back by the impact punch. There was a muffled sound in Wushan's body. He pressed Xiao Wukong's fist with his palm and pushed hard, pushing Xiao Wukong a few meters away. Okay, I couldn't help praising little Wukong's power, but I was already shocked in my heart. This little Wukong's power is more than 10 times stronger than it was more than a year ago. If he hadn't been backed by his internal strength just now, I'm afraid he would have been out of embarrassment. Although his own strength is much stronger than that of little Wukong, the physical strength of little Wukong is almost the same as that of Wushan now. Wushan couldn't help shouting abnormal in his heart. Seeing Xiao Wukong's energetic and excited expression, Wushan also became serious, swayed his body, and looked at Xiao Wukong in a different posture. This small movement is actually to activate all the muscles in the whole body, so as to face the next wave of attacks from little Wukong. Little Wukong quickly approached Wushan, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to use this to distract Wushan's attention, but seeing that Wushan didn't respond at all, he gave up the previous move. Imagine. Little Wukong thought in his heart that his brother Tian was too powerful, and this method could only be used against other opponents. For Brother Tian, any drama was empty in his eyes, and he could only use it. Only the most direct and powerful attack has a chance of life. Little Wukong quickly hit Wushan with the split sun palm. Wushan was surprised when he saw it. The palm just now seemed a bit worthwhile. After seeing Wushan's expression, little Wukong was also a little proud, and he also felt that his palm skills seemed to have improved a lot recently. Little Wukong kept using the cracking sun palm, and the moves were ever-changing. The only 40 moves of the cracking sun palm were made to flourish. Compared with his own cracking sun palm, it was quite different, except that the moves were the same. The moves that originally required internal energy to operate have now been greatly changed by little Wukong. As Xiao Wukong's speed became faster and faster, Wushan became more and more surprised. He keenly felt that there was a trace of airflow in Xiao Wukong's palm, which was obviously the energy generated by using the palm. But looking at Xiao Wukong, it seems that he didn't notice it. After wrestling for a while, Wushan was sure that the Qi Jin in the palm technique was produced just now, and as Xiao Wukong became familiar with the palm technique, he gradually mastered the Qi Jin. At first, I thought that Xiao Wukong's cracking sun palm would not be of much use, but now seeing that he has slowly comprehended the mysteries of the palm technique, he has developed energy, so he simply accompanied Xiao Wukong to fight slowly. He doesn't have much to teach him about the cultivation method, and the most he can do now is to urge him to master it as soon as possible. Wushan kept feeding Xiao Wukong moves. As Wushan thought, Xiao Wukong became more and more proficient in the use of Qi Jin. From the flickering at the beginning to the continuous Qi Jin, Xiao Wukong is amazing. Wushan's comprehension ability makes Wushan love and hate. Little Wukong seemed to have sensed something too. Following his body, he let the strange airflow flow on his palm. The two wrestled for more than an hour. Wushan saw that it was almost done, crossed his hands forward to protect his chest, and forcibly caught Xiao Wukong's violent palm. There was a loud bang, and little Wukong was knocked back more than 10 meters. Just when little Wukong hit Wushan with his palm, Wushan felt a very strong erosion of energy. At the same time, Wushan the body instinctively made a strong counterattack, and the huge power was transmitted from the feet to the arms, and it was released violently, shocking Xiao Wukong back. Wushan lowered his hands and moved a little. All the discomfort left by the battle just now disappeared in an instant. Wushan released the true energy in his body, and with a thought, it circulated outside his body, only to see that Wushan's whole body seemed to be illuminated by the firelight. After a flash, he withdrew the radiated internal energy, and some dust and sweat from the fight just disappeared. Returned to the appearance when he first came, and the fight for more than an hour just seemed to have never happened at all. Looking at the little Wukong who was still lying in the distance and panting, he was very relieved. The 3 times the gravity of the little Wukong had already surpassed his original 10 times the gravity. He walked over and gently dragged the little Wukong with his right palm. After getting up, the 9 Yang True Qi was transported from the air into little Wukong's body. After a few seconds, the already exhausted little Wukong regained his previous expression. It is also the first time for Wushan to use Zhuyang Zhenkai to heal other people's injuries. He has sent Zhenkai to Buma before, and Buma only feels very comfortable all over. Still very good. How about little Wukong? Little Wukong was surprised to see that his injury healed all of a sudden. Brother Tian, you are amazing, how did you do it? I am warm all over now, and the injury has recovered. What is the gas you just now? Something? Just like the fairy bean, my injury healed all of a sudden. Wushan couldn't help rolling his eyes. His 9 Yang True Qi doesn't have the effect of bringing back the dead, and it's far behind Xiandu. That's my own cultivation True Qi, I'm asking you just now about the split Yang palm. Do you have any experience? Little Wukong scratched the back of his head, and said, just now, it was strange, when I used the cracking sun palm, there seemed to be a stream of air flowing through my palm, which has never happened before. What is that thing? Seeing Xiao Wukong looking at him, Wushan replied, well, that's the qi you've comprehended after you've practiced cracking sun palm for a long time, it can be regarded as a kind of qi. Little Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard it, really, can I also cultivate true energy like Brother Tian? You want to be beautiful. Your qi is different from mine. If you want to imitate my true qi, you'll have to live in the next life. However, the qi of cracking sun palm is also good for you. You need to practice more in the future to master that qi as soon as possible. Maybe you may be able to control qi, but it will benefit you a lot anyway. After hearing Wushan's answer, he couldn't help but feel disappointed for a while, but when he thought that he was angry now, he couldn't help but secretly made up his mind that he must train his qi well so as not to disappoint Brother Tian. By the way, little Wukong, I'm here to say goodbye to you this time, and I'm going on a long trip this time. Yuanmin? What is Yuanmin? Little Wukong asked suspiciously. Wushan turned his lower body and explained, it means that I am going to a far, far place. It may be a long time. You have to watch it yourself. Wushan took out a small gourd from the dragon ring and threw it to little Wukong. You keep these 100 or so fairy beans for yourself, and don't eat them unless it is absolutely necessary. These are life-saving things. Also, don't fall behind in cultivation. The earth will be protected by you in the future. There will be many strong people who will invade the earth in the future. You must become stronger yourself. Don't wait for me to come back. Hang up. Well, those strong men are much stronger than me, you can figure it out yourself. After hearing this, Xiao Wukong found it incredible. In his eyes, Brother Tian is the most powerful person in the world. There are still people who are more powerful than Brother Tian. This undoubtedly aroused his strong competitive spirit, and his eyes are even more powerful. Glittering. Better than Brother Tian. Looking at Xiao Wukong, Wushan was very speechless, walked over, touched Xiao Wukong's head and said, okay, I'm leaving, you have to do more training yourself. After finishing speaking, he walked towards Bulma who was sleeping aside without turning his head. The moment Wushan turned around, a burst of sadness flashed from the bottom of his heart. Wushan picked up Bulma who was sleeping soundly, walked towards the spaceship, and drove the spaceship to the universe. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Dark Storm. Chapter 47 Dark Storm. In a sea of stars millions of light-years away from the Earth, Bulma is busy inside the spaceship, staring at the display screen hanging in the middle of the spaceship. with his fingers running fast, constantly calculating the huge data collected by the spaceship. After more than a month of departure, Bulma is the busiest. He has been calculating data since the first day, and has no time to pay attention to Wushan. Wushan originally thought that the interstellar journey would be very exciting and fun, but the fact is the complete opposite. Not only is it not fun, but it is also very boring. On the way, he passes through thousands of planets, and 90.00% of the 9.9 planets are Death Stars. This planet is full of vitality, but there are no living things. At the beginning, Wushan was still in high spirits. The vast universe was very surprising and varied. The mysterious and dreamy universe that he had never seen before made his eyes addicted, and he kept admiring the magic of the universe. In less than 2 days, Wushan was tired of everything in front of him, and he rolled his eyes at almost the same scene all day long. Bulma was busy at the side again and had no time to take care of him, so he could only go to practice by himself. And the interstellar war that Wushan imagined did not happen. The journey of more than a month, let alone other spaceships, he thought, the spaceship does not have at least meteorites or something, but the route they took is too far. To be safe, until now there is no wave of meteorites in the starry sky, the road is calm, there is no disturbance at all. This is not what he wants, there is no stimulation at all, it is really boring. Wu Tian sat quietly in the open space next to Bulma, circulating his internal energy unhurriedly, still as silent as before. Now Wushan no longer insists, he knows that after practicing martial arts to a certain level, it is not so easy to break through, and it will happen naturally when the time comes, and now he is afraid that his cultivation is not enough. Wushan's mind and mind are divided into two. This dual purpose of mind is really mysterious. The more he studies, the more miraculous he feels. He keeps trying various usages, and he becomes more and more proficient in using one mind and two tasks. The point. At the beginning, it was very exhausting to use one mind and two tasks, but it didn't last long. Now that I am proficient, I can handle it easily without exhausting my mind. With the in-depth understanding of one mind and two purposes, the perception of external things became more and more clear. Such a change is no less than his mood every time he breaks through the realm, so he no longer struggles with the stagnation of his cultivation. Everything comes naturally. After tasting the sweetness, he practiced more frequently and never tires of practicing with one mind and two tasks. Suddenly, Wushan's heart jumped, and a feeling of uneasiness came out of thin air, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. With a muffled grunt, he opened his eyes, sweating profusely all over his body. He had never experienced such a dangerous omen, as if something was about to threaten his life, so clearly. Bulma heard the sound, turned to look at Wushan, was really frightened by Wushan's pale face, walked over tremblingly, and asked in a trembling voice, "God, Brother Tian, what's wrong with you? It's practicing Kung Fu. What's wrong?" She had never seen Wushan like this before. Wushan would smile even if the sky fell in her eyes, but now Wushan's appearance really scared her. Wushan shook his head, didn't speak, closed his eyes. The feeling of suffocation hit instantly. Wushan opened his eyes in amazement, panting heavily, not knowing why. The true qi in his body was still running, and there was nothing wrong with it. After feeling it in his body, there was no abnormality in the slightest. This also made him even more puzzled, and he didn't know where such a strong sense of crisis came from. Seeing Bulma's face was also pale, but he was frightened by himself, and comforted, "It's okay, Bulma, I..." Before Wushan could say anything, a burst of alarm sounded suddenly. Hearing the siren, Wushan's heart jumped involuntarily, his figure flashed, and he came to the display screen. I saw that the entire display screen was glowing with a burst of red light, flickering on and off, like breathing. It was obvious that something went wrong, and the system alarmed. Wushan had a hunch that the premonition in his heart just now might be related to the alarm. Bulma hurried over, but her face was even paler than before, staring at the display screen. She knew what happened. The alarm was the ultimate alarm, and it would not go off until the moment when the plane crashed and people died. Bulma's hands were flying like flying, and he kept clicking on the data on the screen. After a long time, the data on the screen changed in vain, and then disappeared, replaced by pitch blackness, only a bright white spot in the middle, and soon disappeared. Also disappeared. After seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but let out a big breath, and said, "I was shocked, I thought the spaceship was malfunctioning." "Bulma, why is it pitch black ahead?" "It's nothing, it's just entering the dark realm," Bulma said lightly. Wushan frowned after hearing this. "Darkness? Is it dangerous to enter the darkness? Why did you call the police?" Looking at the darkness in front of him, Wushan raised his own doubts. He always felt that the darkness was not that simple. An inexplicable panic became more and more obvious. "Bulma, check it carefully again." After hearing this, Bulma was shocked, thinking that this is not the case, that he set the alarm for encountering the dark field. After thinking of this, his expression changed again. Just about to start, there was a slight trembling sound from the spaceship, and then the alarm started to sound again. Bulma quickly opened a control window, clicked a few times, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, the two suddenly fell into the darkness. Bulma screamed and threw herself into Wushan's arms. Wushan was also taken aback by the sudden scene. "Bulma, what did you install just now? Why did it become so dark?" He knew it was not as simple as turning off the lights. With his skill, even in the dark night, he could see clearly, but no matter how hard he worked, his eyes were still pitch black, and he couldn't see anything, as if he was blind. Feeling Wushan's existence, Bulma felt relieved, fumbled and clicked on the control panel a few times. The darkness just now disappeared, but it was still hazy. After Wushan saw this, he looked at Bulma in a daze, and Bulma explained, "I just turned on the full transparency of the spaceship, maybe because we are in the dark, so we can't see anything. Now I've switched back to translucency." Wushan was dumbfounded for a while. He just realized now that the spaceship can become fully transparent, which is really shocking. Looking back, he wondered, why is this darkness so powerful that it can swallow the light emitted by the lamp through a layer of glass? Wushan didn't know what the material of the spaceship was, so he simply called it glass. Bulma carefully scanned the outside of the ship. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything unusual at all. She shook her head and said, "I don't know, I want to check again." After finishing speaking, he ignored Wushan and started to get busy. Wushan carefully looked at the surrounding environment. Looking through the hole, it was like stepping on the void, which was very weird. "Brother Tian, it's over." Hearing Bulma's words, Wushan suddenly turned his head and asked Bulma, "What's wrong?" Bulma pointed to the display screen. "It seems to be a dark storm, and there are violent energy fluctuations beating not far ahead." Wushan didn't understand, so when he looked at the display screen, he saw some ripples constantly surging, but he couldn't understand what it meant. "Dark storm? Is it powerful?" Wushan suddenly jumped out of another dark storm for some reason, and he had never heard of it. Well, there was a dark storm before the black hole was formed. According to calculations, if we approach the storm, we will be absorbed by the dark storm, and we will not be able to resist at all. As soon as Wushan heard that it was a black hole, he knew the horror of the dark storm. Black holes can be swallowed by light, let alone them. Are you sure?" Bulma nodded and said, "Well, it's almost the same." "Then, go back quickly, what are you waiting for?" Wu Tian urged. Bulma couldn't help but smiled wryly and said, "It's too late now. If we had just started going back, we might still be able to escape. Now that we're surrounded by darkness, it's too late. We can only use space to jump." After hearing this, Wushan was still able to escape and urged, "Then use space to jump." Bulma replied with a bitter face, "It's not that simple. Now there is a dark storm around, the surrounding space has been disrupted, and the coordinate points stored before have been out of position. If you want to accurately jump in space, you must have no space. Disturbed space, or wait for the dark storm to pass. Then what would be the consequences if the space jump is performed now? If there is no coordinate point for space jump, we will be teleported to a certain corner of the universe at will, which is very dangerous. Moreover, now that the space is disturbed, we don't even know that something magical will happen. After hearing Bulma's explanation, Wyushin couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "So it's like this, it's better than being swallowed by the dark storm. Besides, the universe is so big, it shouldn't be so unlucky. Well, let me do the math, there is a 1 in a million chance of being in danger. Dizzy, there is a 1 in a million chance, then there is no danger, so hurry up, don't wait until the dark storm comes." But, in Bulma's opinion, the 1 in a million chance is already very high, but after considering the current situation, the only way to go is the space jump. He gritted his teeth and pressed the space jump button. Wyushin hurriedly sat on the co-pilot. This space jump is not a joke. Although the shock generated by the space jump can't cause him any damage, but he still thinks it's the safest to sit and fasten the safety buckle. The spaceship trembled violently, and emitted a laser beam towards the void, only to feel that the space was shaken by the impact, and a bright light suddenly appeared not far in front, obviously opening up the space, and soon, the light began to be swallowed by the darkness. Spreading Ma drove the spaceship into the bright spot at the fastest speed. After entering the space tunnel, the spaceship began to tremble, as if something was squeezing the spaceship. Wyushin felt uncomfortable, but Bulma looked indifferent. This space jump was a bit long, the previous few jumps only took about 10 seconds, Wyushin became even more nervous after seeing this. A minute or so later, the spaceship trembled violently again, and then returned to calm. Wyushin couldn't help but let out a big breath, knowing that he had escaped from the space tunnel. Soon, the surrounding area suddenly lit up, and it was hazy. Bulma hurriedly adjusted the spaceship to be fully transparent, and the interior of the spaceship suddenly lit up. Looking at the surrounding starry sky, it was also so brilliant and dazzling. Bulma smiled in surprise, "Haha, we escaped." Wyushin looked at the structure of the spaceship. The upper part is completely transparent, and he felt incredible. This is a panoramic view without blind angles. He didn't know why Bulma didn't make the spaceship fully transparent before, but he soon understood. Looking at this vast universe, I feel an inexplicable sense of oppression, which is very uncomfortable. Well, there are a lot of planets nearby, let me see which ones are alive. Bulma activated the planet search function, and the spacecraft began to send out a series of signals towards the retrieved planet. Seeing Bulma busy at the side, Wyushin also began to think. It seems that the harbinger of the crisis just now is undoubtedly the dark storm, but since when did I have this ability? I was able to predict the danger in advance. Could it be the effect of my one mind and two minds? Wyushin thought about it. He could only think about that, and since he realized that he had been focusing on two things, all kinds of things happened in turn, which made him have to think about that. Bulma, who was busy, suddenly let out a scream. Goten's heart skipped a beat, thinking something was wrong again. "Oh, God, Brother Tien, I found it. There is a planet near here that is very rich in life, and it is not a single one. There must be creatures." Wyushin was overjoyed when he heard that, and after running around, he finally had good news. "Then hurry up, how long will it take to go here?" Bulma looked at the display screen and replied, "Now the spaceship doesn't have enough energy, so it can't jump in space. If we want to go now, we can only fly there, so it will take a day." Wyushin could still accept 1 day, so he urged Bulma to set off. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Strange Planet. Chapter 48 Strange Planet. Brother Tien, that's great, there are really humans." Bulma exclaimed in surprise as she watched the remote footage shot by the spaceship. When Wyushin, who was meditating, heard it, his figure flashed, and his heart was also very excited. He fixed his eyes on the big screen, and after a glance, Wyushin was stunned, looked at Bulma and said, "Well, Bulma, are you sure you isn't it showing a costume drama?" Looking at the display on the screen, it is clearly the ancient costume scene that was often seen on the TV in the previous life. The screen should be a small market, bustling with people. Although there is no sound, it is very lively to watch. From time to time, someone with a sword on their back flashes from the screen. Pass. Bulma didn't know what Wyushin meant, so he casually replied, "What costume drama? Haha, this planet seems to be very interesting." Seeing Bulma's reaction, looking at the scene on the screen, if he didn't know that Bulma would not tease him, he would have thought it was a TV series, swallowed, and looked at the screen with surprise. "Ah, this planet is so big, it's more than 20 times bigger than our Earth, it's unbelievable." Bulma looked at the data displayed on the screen in surprise, and couldn't believe there was such a big planet. Wyushin's eyes widened after hearing this. He knew what 20 times was, and he could imagine the contrast between soybeans and eggs. The disparity between the two was too great. Bulma clicked a few times on the screen in the air, and the data stream visible to the naked eye rotated instantly, and soon a planet appeared. Obviously the spaceship simulated the planet. Wyushin looked at the planet curiously. It looked very real, as if the planet was right in front of his eyes. He reached out to touch it, and his fingers passed through the planet. Wyushin was very disappointed. It turned out to be just a bunch of data. Bulma kept flipping the virtual planet, and after a long time, he frowned and said, "The terrain of this planet is so strange. The two largest continents on the entire planet are just separated by a huge ocean, but there are also large and small oceans in the ocean. Small land." Wyushin took a closer look, and it was really like what Bulma said. On the whole, there are only two continents separated by an ocean. They are arranged very quickly, and the two continents are very even in area. Wyushin was very surprised. If you look at it this way, this continent is too big. "Bulma, did you make a mistake? Why do you think this planet is weird?" Bulma shook her head. Although she was also very puzzled, she believed in the data given by the spaceship. "Well, it shouldn't be wrong. Then let's go in, descend into the forest, and don't disturb the people inside." A few minutes later, the two of them drove the spaceship and landed slowly over a mountain forest. Looking at the surrounding environment, both of them were stunned. There are endless mountains, mountains, and all kinds of towering giant trees that have never been seen reaching the sky. Wu Tian thought that the trees on the earth are scary enough. Compared with the ones here, they are simply different. Damn it, this is too outrageous, every tree is like a hill. The spaceship landed slowly, and Wyushin had already flown out of the spaceship. He was about to open the spaceship but was stopped by Bulma. Who blamed him? "Brother Tian, you are too reckless. We have not yet determined whether the outside environment is suitable for going out like this." "Probably not. Didn't you see someone just now? The people here are just like us." Bulma shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Although they look the same as us, they are not from the same planet after all, so there will inevitably be some differences." After speaking, he began to collect data and start calculations. After a long time, Bulma smiled and shouted, "Haha, we can go out now. The composition of the air here is almost exactly the same as that of the Earth. There is no problem at all." Wyushin was also overjoyed when he heard this, and the two couldn't wait to get out of the spaceship. Bulma was the first to go out. After standing still, she stretched out her hands in an embrace, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Ah, it's so comfortable, I haven't breathed fresh air for a long time." Wyushin looked at the lush trees, his spirit was shaken, he felt an unprecedented spirit, the extremely rich aura rushed to his face. He felt that the aura here was several times stronger than that of the earth, which made him very excited. Wyushin's whole body relaxed, and the Genkai in his body began to circulate rapidly, and the mind guided the flow of Genkai. The real Qi in the body was activated, and the surrounding spiritual power rushed into the body quickly. After the spiritual energy entered Wushan's body, it did not integrate into the real qi like the previous spiritual energy, but immediately began to resist when it touched the real qi in Wushan's body. When he found out that he was invincible, he directly withdrew from Wushan's body. Before Wushan could react, all the external aura had disappeared. Wushan was stunned for a while. He didn't know what was going on. This had never happened before. The aura here seemed to have a spirituality, and it would automatically exit the body. Absorbing the spiritual energy again, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into the body in an instant, but the good times didn't last long. The spiritual energy quickly came into conflict, and wanted to escape. Wushan's mind was moved. He blocked the way with the internal energy, and wanted to start merging the external spiritual energy. The result was beyond his expectation. Those external auras were uncompromising, and all of them disappeared suddenly under the circumstances of being unable to resist. Wushan obviously felt that the aura didn't disappear. It seemed that he committed suicide. This scene shocked him. He had never thought that the aura could also kill himself. It was really weird. Wushan didn't believe in evil, so he tried to watch it several times, but the result was the same. He really committed suicide, so Wushan couldn't help but wryly smiled. Halo, does this aura also repel outsiders? Seeing Wushan's silence for a long time, Bulma turned his head and asked, "What's wrong with Brother Tien? Is there anything wrong?" Wushan smiled and said, "It's okay, let's go." Wushan put the spaceship into the dragon ring, and followed Bulma's direction. Wushan let out his mind, and clearly felt that there were some strong auras around him. He couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect that there were so many people in the forest, but they were scattered, which was very strange. He was worried about Bulma. So he hugged her gently and flew into the air. Bulma was very reluctant, and said coquettishly, "Oh, Brother Tien, I want to walk down there, the plants here are so strange. This is not a joke. There are many people around here, and their force is not weak. It seems that they are ambushing something. I don't trust you." After hearing this, Bulma couldn't help being surprised. "Really? Why didn't I find out?" Wushan glanced at the corner of his mouth. "If you can find out, what do you want me to do?" "Well, let's hurry to a place with people." "Wow! What a big bird! Look, Brother Tien!" Bulma pointed to the big bird flying in the air not far away. Wushan fixed his eyes and saw that it was a giant bird with wings spread 10 meters long. It was covered in brown, with a huge long mouth, and bursts of light flashed. It looked like a sharp knife, but its claws were extremely small. The eagle, the whole shape looks very discordant, very weird. Hearing the sound, the giant bird turned its head, its eyeballs flashed coldly, and it changed direction and quickly flew towards the two of them. Seeing the speed of the giant bird, Wushan couldn't help but sneer. In Wushan's eyes, the speed was extremely slow. Bulma nervously looked at the giant bird that was getting closer, and his arms around Wushan tightened again. Some strength. Wushan didn't dodge seeing the giant bird coming, but the giant bird stopped when it was about 10 meters away from the two of them, looked down at the two of them, and a cold light shot at them. Bulma couldn't help but shuddered. Trembling. I saw the giant bird raised its head, and with a loud cha, a burst of energy was generated from the giant bird's mouth and flew towards the two of them. Wushan was a little surprised after seeing it. He didn't expect that the stinky bird would have such moves. This made him think of the fire phoenix on the Valley of Fire, which can also spit out fire to attack the enemy. Wushan dodged slightly, dodging the giant bird's attack, and the force that was difficult to capture with the naked eye directly hit Wushan's body, on a tree trunk that was 1 meter thick, and it broke with a click. Wushan was slightly startled. This power should not be underestimated. A small strength can break a 1 meter wide branch. It is indeed very powerful. Seeing that the giant bird missed the first blow, it quickly launched a second attack. Wushan originally wanted to see what the giant bird could do, but seeing that the giant bird attacked more than 10 times in a row, it was still the same move. Feeling bored, he flew to the giant bird and stomped hard. Click! Boom! The giant bird was directly stepped on the ground by Wuxian, breaking several branches. Wuxian reckoned that with the strength he had just now, the giant bird was already too dead, so he continued to fly forward with his arms around Bulma. After a long time, the giant bird stood up with difficulty, hummed a few times in the direction of Wuxian Fei's departure, but did not dare to sing loudly, as if it was afraid of Wuxian. It seemed very spiritual, and waved its wings, flew back into the air, staring at the front with a pair of hateful eyes. Wuxian, who was several miles away, felt his heart move, stopped, turned around to look, but found nothing. Just now he felt an inexplicable hatred coming from behind. It was inconceivable. Wuxian shook his head. There have been too many strange things recently. So he didn't worry too much, and continued to fly. The place where Bulma chose the spaceship to land is not far from the place where he saw the image before, only tens of kilometers away, and it only takes a few minutes to bring Bulma with Wuxian's speed. Looking at the buildings not far away, Wuxian landed slowly, and quickly walked to the middle of the road with Bulma in his arms. The two looked curiously at the passers-by who were walking back and forth. The costumes of these people are similar to the ancient people Wuxian saw on TV, and he couldn't help being even more curious about this planet. Passers-by also looked at the two of them curiously. When they saw them, they involuntarily moved aside, as if seeing a monster. Wuxian took a look at himself after seeing it. There should be no problem with his attire. In fact, he was wearing a black ancient chivalrous gown, but Bulma's was the clothes on earth. Compared here, it is indeed very weird. Color hair, no wonder those people have such a reaction. Wuxian laughed and said, "Haha, Bulma, I think you have to find a place quickly and change your outfit, otherwise people will regard you as a monster, and your hair, I will call you sooner." Dyed back to black. Bulma pouted and said, "Humph, these people don't know how to appreciate." Wu Tian took a look, and saw a city a few hundred meters away, and the three bold characters of Tianyun City could be seen from a distance. And the passers-by who come and go are going out of the city and entering the city. Holding Bulma and speeding up his pace, he was very curious about the scene in the city. Although he had seen it in the previous video and seen the people on this planet, he still didn't believe that the background of this planet was similar to that of ancient China. So close. Wuxian could have directly flown in with Bulma, but he was afraid that this would be too shocking and frighten others, so he followed the crowd to Tianyun City. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Kintian Continent. Chapter 49 Kintian Continent. As soon as you enter the city gate, you will be greeted with a simple atmosphere. Looking around, all you can see are houses built of stone and square wood. The style is very unique, without the sense of dilapidation as imagined, and it is somewhat different from the ancient Chinese construction in Wuxian's imagination. For some reason, the houses closest to the city gate are all made of extremely hard stone, while the houses far away from the city gate are mostly made of wood. What a strange building! Bulma saw these buildings for the first time, and thought they were very novel. Wuxian didn't have much feeling. After all, he had seen too many before, although some are different, but the overall feeling is not far from the same. It was the background here that made him a little excited. The two of them were walking on the street, and the crowd was quite lively. Various shops lined up together. Obviously, this place should be a market. Occasionally on the street, some martial arts practitioners can be seen rushing past with weapons on their backs, and they have no intention of staying here. After seeing this, Wuxian felt very strange. They all went straight ahead, without any lingering. Most of the shops are filled with all kinds of strange gadgets, and Wuxian couldn't tell what they were. After seeing the passers-by's clothes, he roughly guessed that they should be the daily necessities of the people on this planet. Big. What made Wuxian most curious was that there were more than a dozen weapon shops on the two small streets, which were roughly divided into 3 types of weapons: machetes, big swords, long guns, and a few daggers, hidden weapons, etc. Wyushin walked to a weapon shop, picked up a huge sword, 1.5 meters long and 2 inches wide, weighed it, and the lightest one weighed about 50 catties. Wyushin couldn't help being stunned. With the weight of this weapon, the martial arts on this planet should be at its peak. Seeing that the shopkeeper could easily lift the big knife weighing hundreds of catties, he couldn't help but praise it. It seemed that it belonged to Lien Jiazi. The blood in his heart couldn't help but start to boil. A small shopkeeper can have such strength. One can imagine that there are as many strong men in this world as a cow's hair. When the two left the shop, Wyushin said to Bulma, "Bulma, you have to take it easy, it seems that this world is not very peaceful. I am afraid that the martial arts are very strong here, you must not be too far away from me." Bulma also noticed that this place is not like the earth, and there are many wicked people. At this time, there was a shock from behind, and a group of people riding high-headed giant horses quickly passed by the two of them, startling a cloud of dust, and disappeared into the crowd in a few breaths. Fortunately, Wyushin used his true energy to separate the dust in time, otherwise he would be covered in dust. Humph, these people are really annoying. Bulma was very annoyed at those people who suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Wow, those are horses. Why are they so tall? They are 2 meters high and 3 meters long. What kind of horses are these? Seeing Wyushin's appearance, he couldn't help but push Wyushin, and said angrily, "Oh, Brother Tien, you should teach them a lesson too, seeing how arrogant they must not be good people." Wyushin couldn't help laughing. "Who said I didn't teach them a lesson? What do you think this is?" Wyushin raised the small cloth bag in his hand and said. Bulma looked at it and was very curious. He took it and it was heavy. When he opened it, a golden light flashed, and there were gold coins inside. Bulma took out one and was very surprised. "Wow, this is a gold coin, it should be from this planet." Circulating coins, haha, Brother Tien, you are amazing. Wyushin smiled slightly, took the money bag and looked at it. The gold coin was the same size as a $1 coin from his previous life, with cloud patterns printed on both sides. There was nothing strange about it. Wyushin reached into the money bag, and when he took it out, a purple coin appeared on his hand. It looks like a gold coin, a little bigger than a gold coin. Wyushin looked carefully, it was translucent, and he didn't know what material it was made of. He guessed that it should be more valuable than a gold coin, like 50 cents and difference of $1 coin. The sun shone on the purple coin, and a purple light flashed, which looked very mysterious. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this also a coin?" Bulma hurriedly snatched it, and the purple coin instantly conquered Bulma, holding it in her hand and she couldn't put it down. Wyushin counted, there were about 100 gold coins, and 10 purple coins, not much in weight. "Brother Tien, did you steal this money from those people?" Wyushin retorted, "How can this be considered stealing? It's just a fee for mental damage." "Haha, that's right." Bulma echoed. Wyushin looked around for a while. There happened to be a shop selling clothes in front of him, so Wyushin took Bulma and walked towards it. The shopkeeper hurried out to greet the two of them. "Welcome, please come in, both of you." The two nodded politely to the shopkeeper, and looked at the clothes in the shop. There were not many styles, they were very simple, and they were barely eye-catching. "I don't know if the two of you want to have custom-made clothes or..." The cabinet packer bent down and asked the two of them. After hearing this, Wyushin hurriedly asked, "Shopkeeper, can you still make clothes here?" "Of course, we are originally making clothes." "Then how long will it take to order 2 women's clothing?" The shopkeeper replied, "Well, if it is simple and decent, it will take 2 days, and if it is to make high quality and gorgeous clothes, it will take 7 days." Wyushin frowned and said, "Will it take that long?" The shopkeeper explained, "Women's clothes do take a little longer, but men's clothes are different. For a guest officer, it only takes an hour." Then you can only buy the existing ones here, Bulma. Take a look and pick up 2 sets for a temporary emergency. Bulma also didn't like these styles very much. Although she didn't want to wear these clothes, but thinking of the weird eyes of those people outside, she put down her figure and chose the 2 simplest and decent clothes. Yushin looked at Bulma after the change, and felt a sense of light in his eyes, and praised, "Not bad, Bulma, it seems that this dress is quite suitable for you." "Really?" Seeing Yushin praising himself, he felt relieved. Although it was a bit awkward to wear, it was barely acceptable. "How much is it, shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper was also amazed when he saw Bulma's coming out. Never thought that this foreign woman would be so beautiful in Tang's costume. After hearing Yushin's question, he hurriedly replied, "1 silver coin." Yushin didn't have any silver coins, but he did have quite a few gold coins. As soon as he thought about it, a purple coin appeared in his hand, and he handed it to the shopkeeper. "I can't find it in this small shop, but gold coins are fine. So it's called amethyst coin." A gold coin appeared in Yushin's hand again. This time the shopkeeper did not refuse to accept it, and wanted to give Yushin some change with the gold coin. Yushin hurriedly stopped him and said, "Shopkeeper, wait a moment, there is no need to change the money." When the shopkeeper heard it, he thought he heard it wrong, and looked at Yushin in astonishment. "It's like this. Our brothers and sisters have been learning art from a deep mountain since childhood. They just came down from the mountain and know nothing about everything in this world. If the shopkeeper is willing to tell you a thing or two, then this gold coin will be yours." When the shopkeeper heard it, with the original expression, he said in relief, "Young man, just ask, the little old man will know everything." After speaking, he quickly put the gold coin into his cuff. Yushin couldn't help laughing after seeing it, and said, "May I ask the shopkeeper what era it is now, and where is this place?" The shopkeeper said, "This is Tianyun City in the Tang dynasty, and this is the outer city of Tianyun City." Wu Tian frowned after hearing this, "Da Tang." Yushin then asked again, "In this world, how many countries are there in this continent?" Strictly speaking, the Kintian continent only has the Great Tang Empire and the Great Yuan Kingdom in the north, and some other small surrounding countries are nothing at all, and they are not actually a country. Kintian continent? Shopkeeper, as far as I know there is another continent opposite Kintian continent, right? The shopkeeper nodded and said, "That's right, that's the Mayan continent. I heard that the continent there is quite different from our Kintian continent. There are many different races." Yushin asked continuously for more than half an hour, and the shopkeeper didn't feel too tired. After all, it was a gold coin, which was his monthly turnover, so this time it was considered a small one. The old shopkeeper also knows very little about the outside world, and what he knows are some relatively common problems. As for the sects in the martial arts, the expert knows that there is a sect called Qin Huangtian. It must be a very powerful sect, otherwise he would not be remembered by the old shopkeeper. And this place is the outer city of Tianyun City, where some civilians live, while those dignitaries live in the inner city. It was more than 10 miles away from the outer city to the inner city. Under the guidance of the old shopkeeper, Yushin also bought a BMW. Although Yushin did not ride a dinosaur less, but riding a BMW Mercedes at this moment, the feeling is quite different. BMW's speed is very fast, and it has already reached outside the inner city in about 10 minutes. And in just a few minutes, Yushin was no longer interested in riding a horse. After all, no one was used to riding a horse that made him fly around in the sky. After getting off the horse, he released the BMW. Looking up, the city gate is as high as 50 meters. There are hundreds of soldiers guarding the city wall, and there are more than a dozen soldiers at the gate of the city. Ordinary people. It seems that the civilians in the outer city are suspected of being used as human shields. Otherwise, there are only a few old, sick and disabled generals guarding the gates of the outer city. The world of power is the same everywhere, and strength determines everything. Ah! Wu Yushan is quite open to the plight of those common people, after all he has seen too many such examples, the weak survive on the strong. Buletin Ma was indignant, humph, the people here are so disgusting, why are ordinary people treated like this? If there is a war, they must die first, and these people are hiding here, it is really disgusting. Yes. Brother Tian, let's go and kill that emperor. After hearing this, Wu Yushan couldn't help laughing and said, haha, Bulma didn't expect you to be so violent. How can we control so much? Every world has its own rules of survival, we are just passers-by, we can't change anything at all. Bulma also felt that she was a little naive, humph, but I just can't see it. Wu Yushan couldn't help joking, otherwise, I'll kill that emperor, and then you will be the emperor, okay? I won't do it. If you want to do it, you will do it. What's the point of being an emperor? Haha, then do you think I want to do it? Do you think my personality is made to be an emperor? Well, everyone has their own fate and can't control so much. Hurry up and find a hotel or something to settle down first. Suddenly there was a sound of fighting in front of them, and the two left after hearing the sound. As soon as the two of them saw the situation clearly, they saw a person being sent flying towards them. At first Wu Yushan wanted to get out of the way, but when he saw that the person in front of him had a lewd face, he didn't look like a good person, so he used his true energy and sent the person who flew over 100 meters away. Quickly fled. Seeing the enemy fleeing, the villain yelled viciously, took advantage of the opportunity to split the wooden box in front of him into pieces, and cut a deep knife mark on the ground. A golden light flashed in Wu Yushan's eyes, and the man felt a tightness in his chest, as if he was about to die. Knowing that he had encountered a good opponent, he ran away in embarrassment. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Little Beggar. Chapter 50 Little Beggar. When the onlookers saw that the troublemakers had left, they also dispersed, leaving a mess on the ground. Various unknown fruits were scattered on the ground. There were many varieties, and the appearance was also good. It looked very attractive. The boss shook his head and sighed while picking up the fruits on the ground, and said to himself, oh, I can't live through this day. Wu Yushan walked over, the shelf where the fruits were placed had been smashed, and a small half of the fruits were still placed there intact. The old man was startled when he saw someone approaching, thinking it was another troublemaker. After seeing Wu Yushan and Wu Yushan, he felt relieved. They looked upright, they didn't look like bad guys, the most important thing was Bulma's that civilian clothes. Wu Yushan picked up a bright red fruit and sniffed it. The fruit smelled tangy. Wu Yushan couldn't help but took a bite, only to feel that his mouth was full of sweet juice, the fruity fragrance was overflowing, very delicious, and soon, a fruit was crushed. After digesting it, Wu Tian was still unsatisfied, so he picked up another fruit and ate it again. Buma next to him was drooling, picked up a piece of fruit and bit it down. Wow, it's so delicious. Although it's not as good as Huanengguo, it's still a rare delicacy, delicious. Wu Yushan couldn't help rolling his eyes after hearing this, only Bulma could experience the taste of the fire energy fruit, but he couldn't taste the taste at all, took another bite of the fruit in his hand, this is already the best fruit I've ever eaten. Wu Yushan stopped after eating 5 or 6 kinds of fruits in a row. The old man on the side was terrified, thinking that if the two of them ate and didn't pay for it, then today would be a waste of time. With a lot of money, I would be scolded to death by that woman when I go back, and I can't help but shudder when I think of the tricks of that woman at home. Boss, how do you sell this fruit? I want to buy all of them. Let's see how much it costs. The old man was taken aback for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrong, and only stammered when Wu Yushan called out again, 2 silver coins, hee. Wu Yushan took out a gold coin and threw it to the old man, saying, this is for you, you don't need to look for it. The old man caught it in a hurry, and couldn't help shaking his hand when he saw that it was a gold coin. Just as the old man lost his mind, Wu Tian had already collected all the intact fruits into the dragon ring, and when the old man realized that the two were already far away. It was more than 10 meters away, and the table was empty. Although he didn't know why the two of them were so fast, the old man only had the gold coin in his eyes, and he was holding the gold coin in both hands with a smirk. Wushan and the two were walking on the street, when suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps behind them, and a strange smell wafted past, only to see two small figures running past them. It seemed that they should be two little beggars. Wushan frowned. Wrinkled, he quickly let out his true energy to block the smell. I saw the two little beggars quickly ran to the door of a store in front, and quickly got through the crack of the door. The two little figures were just covered by the door. That shop bought rouge and gouache, and the owner was a middle-aged woman. The rouge and gouache covered her entire pointed face, blood-red lips, and powder all over her face. When she walked around, the powder on her face seemed to fall off. When Wu Tian saw it, he couldn't help but think of the snake spirit in the gourd baby, but the proprietress looked more terrifying than that snake spirit. Seeing the two little beggars walking into the door of his house, he suddenly became angry, his eyes showed disgust, and he picked up the broom next to him to drive the little beggars away. At this time, there was a shout from the corner, and a fat man with big ears came running. At first glance, he looks about 40 or years old, but at a closer look, he is only in his 20s. He looks a bit shivering. Although he is fat, his steps are not slow, and he can barely keep up with the few followers in front of him. The proprietress looked at the man, and then thought of the two little beggars in front of the door. She couldn't help but smiled coldly, but stopped what she was doing, and looked at the fat man, as if waiting for them to come over. "Hey, isn't this second young Master Lu? Where are you going in such a hurry?" When the fat man heard a sharp and numb sound, his heart skipped a beat, and he walked into the store. When Wushan heard this, goosebumps immediately stood up, and he felt the temperature drop several degrees. The fat man panted heavily and shouted, "May, second sister May, it's you, have you seen the two little beggars?" After speaking, he closed his eyes and opened his nostrils vigorously beside the second sister May. Smelling it, her face was full of enjoyment. Second sister May pouted her red lips when she saw it, snorted lightly, and pushed the fat man lightly, looking very playful. After Wushan saw it, he felt his stomach tumbling, and he was about to vomit out what he ate just now. The two of them probably had so many legs. Second sister May sneered, and glanced at the corner of the door. "Little beggar, I saw it." "Where is it? Where is it?" the fat man hurriedly asked. The two little beggars in the corner of the door stared wide-eyed, fearing that second sister May would inform them of their hiding place. They looked at second sister May with pleading eyes, but second sister May snorted coldly. "Pay attention to the two." "No, look, isn't that what it is?" Second sister May pointed at the corner of the door. When Wushan saw this, his eyes flashed murderous. He probably thought that the second sister May would report, and these two people are not good people. As for why they chased after the two little beggars, it is worth thinking about. When Lu Er saw it, it was indeed those two little beggars, with fierce eyes, and said viciously, "These two little bastards are hiding here, I don't think I will kill you, hum." After speaking, he asked two followers to drag the two little beggars out. The actions were extremely rough. The two little beggars were dirty and their faces could not be seen clearly, but they could still see the painful expressions of the two. He was hurt, but he just made a painful expression, but he didn't cry out. He was very stubborn, and stared fiercely at the few people who were attacking them. The mutual hatred was clearly revealed in the meeting of eyes. As if to swallow them all. Bulma was already in a hurry, and urged Wushan to act quickly. Wushan had no choice but to comfort her, saying that he would definitely not stand by. But Bulma stood aside and worried. Looking at the two little beggars who were pushed to the ground, Lu Er said very proudly, "Humph, two little bastards, I hope I won't punish you to death today." After speaking, he kicked the bigger little beggar. "Beggar!" The little beggar groaned in pain and fell to the ground. The little beggar looked sickly, it seemed that he had been injured before. Ah! Zioki, you villains, you hey! Wow! Zioki, the youngest beggar, saw his partner being beaten, wanted to curse but couldn't, so he burst into tears. Hearing this delicate voice, it was obviously a little girl, and Bulma couldn't bear it any longer. Just as she took a step, Wyushin was already walking ahead. Wyushin stepped forward, just standing between the two little beggars, and that Lu Er picked up a box of rouge, and pretended to say, "Madam Boss, how do you sell this rouge?" The second sister May saw that he was about to have a seizure, and thought that this person was a fool. She came to buy things at this time, but when she saw Wyushin's face, she made a 180-degree turn, leaned forward, and said, "This rouge only costs 100 copper coins. Son, you." Before he finished speaking, Lu Er couldn't help being annoyed when he saw someone standing in front of him. "Boy, who are you? Didn't you see that the uncle is busy? Get out of here." Wyushin laughed and joked, "Brother Fat, are you talking about me?" As soon as he heard the word fatty, Lu Er started to run away. What he hated most in his life was when someone called him fatty, and he swung the stick in his hand and wanted to throw it at Wyushin. Bang! After a muffled sound, Lu Er's stick bounced off Wu Tian's body, and Lu Er flew several meters away. Seeing the master being beaten, the four attendants rushed over with weapons raised, yelling, and did not wait for everyone to react. Bang! 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 After 4 consecutive rings, several attendants overlapped with their master. Wyushin looked at the two little beggars, and with a wave of his right hand, a stream of pure internal energy flowed to the two little beggars. The two little beggars felt a burst of warmth and groaned in comfort. All the wounds of the beggar were healed. The bigger beggar was shocked. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Don't leave, you won't be able to leave until those people get up." The beggar named Xiao Qi glanced at the villains lying on the ground moaning in pain, and then at Wyushin. He seemed to be struggling with something in his heart, and was very unwilling to do so. He knelt down and bowed to Wyushin. Wyushin didn't have time to stop him. The youngest beggar also followed suit, bowed to Wyushin, and the two left quickly, taking a deep look at Wyushin before leaving. Wyushin smiled helplessly, then left and walked out. Seeing that Wyushin was about to leave, second sister May hurriedly called out, my lord, do you still want your rouge?" Wyushin didn't turn his head back, and said, "No, the quality of your rouge here is too bad." After speaking, he waved his energy towards her shop. Wyushin and the others walked more than 10 meters away, and the wailing of second sister May came from behind, and the products in a shop were all turned into powder, and all of them became waste products. Buma was very satisfied with Wyushin's actions, and smiled and put Wyushin on his arm. The two of them wandered the busy street for more than half an hour, and finally saw a restaurant standing on the edge of the intersection, with a height of 3 floors, which was considered to be the tallest building in Tianyun City. After hearing the introduction from passers-by, "That is the best restaurant in Tianyun City, Zwixianlu. Zwixianlu, that's a good name, let's go to this restaurant. You two guests, please. I wonder if the two guests want a private room or not." The staff of Zwixianlu greeted them when they saw them. Wyushin thought for a while, and said, "Forget about the private room, you have a seat on the top floor, find me a good seat by the window." The clerk took the order and led the two of them up to the 3rd floor. Wyushin chose a corner seat by the window. Looking at the time, it is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are quite a few people who come to eat, and the whole floor smells like meat. "Xiao Er, what good food do you have here?" "Our restaurant, Zwixianlu, is the largest restaurant in the entire mainland. It has the best reputation, so there's nothing to say, so all the dishes we have here are the best. Customers can order whatever they want, and you're guaranteed to be satisfied. The tone is so loud, you are not afraid of smashing the signboard." The waiter didn't refute after hearing this, and smiled faintly, confident in his own restaurant. Then you just look at it, serve me all your most popular signature dishes, just fill this table up. If it's not enough. Wu Tian didn't bother to look at the menu, so he just let Xiao see it do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Looking at the table full of meals, 3 vegetarian dishes and 7 meat dishes, all delicious in color, flavor, and taste, it took the 2 of them about 10 minutes to finish a table. Of course, % of them were killed by Wuxian alone. The people on the side were dumbfounded. Wuxian doesn't look amazing in size, but his appetite is very large. After cleaning up a table of food, the 2 of them were drinking Ziwixianlu's most popular Ziwixianjiu, which is actually not considered wine, but a rather delicious fruit wine, not too strong. Seeing that the 2 had finished eating, the waiter came over and asked, "I wonder if you 2 are satisfied? Do you want more food?" The waiter was also a human being, as if he could see that Wuxian was not full. Wuxian shook his head and said, "Forget it, your food is really good, Xiao, you really didn't talk big, haha." Xiao bowed his waist and smiled. Our cuisine in Tianyun City basically uses 3rd level and above ingredients, and 2nd level ingredients are rarely used. It is not comparable to those ordinary restaurants. 3rd level? What 3rd level? Xiao thought he didn't understand this business, and hurriedly explained, the 3rd level mentioned in this ingredient means that the 3rd level and above monsters are used as ingredients, and those ingredients that are not higher level are not used by Ziwixianlu. Wuxian frowned. He didn't know what a tier-monster was. He was about to ask a question, but there was a loud noise from downstairs. He saw that someone was fighting downstairs. Surrounded by people. Brother Tian, look at those 2 little beggars. Buma said to Wuxian. Humph, it's that fat man again, Brother Tian, didn't you beat that fat man just now, why are you chasing that little beggar again now? Wu Tian saw that it really was the group of people just now. No, there should be more people than just now. The fat man led more than 20 people, and now he was surrounding the 2 little beggars. The 2 little beggars were back to back, with the same defensive posture on their hands, and they also seemed to be martial arts practitioners. Hey, these 2 little beggars are doomed, and if they get involved with Mr. Lu, they may not survive tonight. Xiao at the side shook his head and sighed after seeing it. Wu Tian raised his eyebrows, not knowing why, and said, "What's the explanation? Who is the 2nd young Master Lu? Could he still kill those 2 little beggars? Look, you 2 are from other places." Xiao asked Wu Tiandao. Goten nodded. "Then let me tell you, don't accidentally offend Mr. Lu, it will be troublesome." Xiao paused and said again, "Then Mr. Lu is the 2nd son of the Lord of Tianyun City, named Lu Er. He usually acts arrogantly